Juno Tamberlin wanted nothing to do with the man who shattered her heart. But her grandmother's will forced her to team up with him to save their family's legacy. Together, they worked to restore a legendary boat before time ran out. What happens when the truth behind their past betrayal starts to surface? What the Tide Capped, a web novel, Enemies to Lovers. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The morning air smelled of low tide and creosote, the harbor flat as oil under a sky the color of old pewter. Juno had been on her knees since first light, scarfing a replacement rib for the Parsons skiff, the plane blade singing against white oak in a rhythm so familiar she could have done it blind. She looked up because the gulls did. The morning ferry was rounding the breakwater, its wake a pale scar across the gray water. Standard run, nothing to stop for. But the gulls knew something she did not, lifting off the pilings in a white coral and settling again 20 feet farther down the dock. She wiped her palm on her thigh and stood. The ferry bumped the slip, lines went over, and the ramp went down with a hydraulic groan that echoed off the corrugated roofs along the waterfront. The first passengers off were regulars. The fish buyer, the man who delivered restaurant supplies, the woman from the library who always had a paperback in her hand. Juno had already turned back to the skiff when the next figure cleared the ramp. She knew him by the way he moved. Not the coat, though the coat was wrong, tailored dark wool with a collar that sat too clean for Halloway Reach. Not the leather portfolio tucked under his arm, or the shoes that would not last a week on these planks. It was the way he adjusted his weight on the dock, testing the give of the wood before he committed to the next step. A habit 9 years old. A habit she had taught him the first winter he lived with them, when he kept slipping on the frost and she finally showed him how to read the grain before his feet did. Juno's hand went to her belt. Her grandmother's marlin spike was there, brass and steel and old as she was. She did not draw it, she gripped it. He stopped when he saw her. For 3 seconds, neither of them moved. The harbor kept doing its work. A halyard slapped a mast. The gulls resettled. Someone called a greeting from the fish pier that neither of them answered. He had filled out. His shoulders were broader under the wool, his jaw harder, his skin the same deep brown she remembered, but tighter across the bone. Older. He looked like a man who had built himself somewhere else, and the polish on him was a kind of armor she did not know how to read. Juno. Her name in his mouth, like he still had the right. Get back on the ferry. He did not look away. I can't do that. You can, she said. Turn around, walk up the ramp. I'll wait until the lines are cast off. I want to watch you leave. That's not why I'm here. I know why you're here. She stepped off the slipway onto the dock, and the distance between them collapsed to 6 feet of salt-bleached wood. I heard the rumors before the rumor had a name. Breakwater Blue sent their man to scope the harbor. I just didn't know their man was you. He did not flinch. He had never flinched, not even at 17 when she had screamed at him on this same dock, her voice cracking with a grief she had not known how to name, and he had stood there and taken it, and then walked onto the evening ferry without looking back. I'm the project lead, he said. Site assessment, feasibility, permitting strategy. That's a lot of expensive words for coming home to finish what you started. Something moved behind his eyes, pain, maybe, or the ghost of it, but his voice stayed level. I didn't start anything, Juno. 9 years ago you sold this yard to the highest bidder and walked away. Now the highest bidder sent you back to make sure they get the rest of it. That's not starting something, that's closing a deal. The word deal landed between them like something that could not be unsaid. Around them the harbor had gone quiet in the way that meant people were watching. Tariq had stopped under the ferry shed's overhang, a wrench still in his hand. The fish buyer had not moved from the rail of the pier. Joss looked at the yard over her shoulder. The open shed where the Parsons skiff sat in its cradle. The scarred workbench under the floodlight that had been Nell's for 50 years. The big shed at the far end, the one with the tarp that had not been moved since Juno's father died. His jaw tightened. You've let the railings go, he said quietly. The slip cradles are dry-rotted. I counted 3 missing planks on the south staging dock. You're running this place on prayer and patchwork. That's my prayer, that's my patchwork. It used to be ours. She hit him, open palm, flat across the cheek, hard enough to snap his head to the side. The sound cracked across the waterfront like a gunshot. Gulls lifted. Someone swore softly. Joss turned his face back to her slowly. There was a red mark already rising on his cheekbone. He did not raise a hand to it. "You don't get to say that," Juno said. Her voice was shaking. She hated that it was shaking. "You don't get to stand on my dock in a coat that costs more than this yard made last year and talk about what used to be ours. You forfeited that word. You forfeited every word. You forfeited the right to even breathe the air on this side of the harbor." She was breathing hard. The marlin spike was cold in her grip. "I'm not here to take anything from you," he said. "Then why are you here?" He looked at her for a long moment. The red mark on his cheek had darkened. He looked like a man holding something back, and she hated that she could still read him well enough to see it. "The will," he said. "What will?" "Nell's will." He said it gently, as if the name itself might wound her. "The reading is at 10. I was told to be there." Juno's chest went tight. "You were told? By who? You haven't been in this town in 9 years. You don't get summoned to anything." "Tell that to the solicitor." "I will. I'll tell him you're not welcome. I'll tell him you can send your response by mail to whatever corporate address you're pretending to live at now." "He already sent it," Joss said. "I'm listed. That's all I know." "You're listed in my grandmother's will." That's what he said. She stared at him. The ferry ramp was still down. She could push him. She could make a scene ugly enough that he would rather leave than stay. She had done it before. She had screamed at him on this dock until the whole harbor watched, and he had walked away. She could do it again. A figure was coming down the dock. Gray suit, gray hair, official look. Mr. Atherton, the town solicitor, moving with the deliberate pace of a man who did not want to run but understood that running might be required. "Miss Tamberlin?" Atherton's voice was calm, practiced. "Mr. Okonjo, I was hoping to catch you both before the reading. Saves time." "What reading?" Juno said. "What does my grandmother's will have to do with him?" Atherton adjusted his glasses. "I'm not at liberty to discuss the contents before the formal presentation, but I can tell you that both of you are named directly. Your presence is required." "Required?" Juno repeated. "By the terms of the document. Miss Tamberlin, please. I understand this is difficult, but the sooner we begin, the sooner we can proceed." Proceed, as if this were a meeting, as if Joss's face were not still imprinted on her palm. She looked at Joss. He was watching her with an expression she could not name. Not guilt, not apology, something older and more careful. "I'll go," she said. "But he goes nowhere near the yard until I know what this is. And if this is some trick to get his foot in the door, I'll burn the boat before I let him touch it." She did not wait for an answer. She turned and walked up the dock, past the staring faces, past Tariq's worried eyes, past the skiff she had been working on that suddenly felt like a child's project in the face of whatever was coming. Behind her, she heard Atherton say something low to Joss. She did not catch the words. She did not turn around. She kept walking, and the harbor watched her go, and the only sound was the gulls and the slap of water against the pilings, and the cold certainty that whatever Nell had done from beyond the grave, it was not going to make anything easier. Chapter 2. The solicitor's office smelled of old paper, dust, and the particular stillness that came before bad news. Juno stood with her back against the wall, arms crossed, watching the room fill with people who had no right to be there. Half the harbor had turned out. Eleni Cordero leaned against the back counter with a cup of coffee she was not drinking. Tariq stood near the door, arms folded, face unreadable. Father Benoit had taken a seat near the window, his collar tight against his throat, his hands restless on his knees. Several dock workers Juno had known since childhood crowded the benches. They had all come to watch the Tamberlin girl and the man who broke her get what was coming. Joss stood across the room, alone, by the filing cabinets. The red mark on his cheek had faded to a dull flush. He had not spoken since the dock. He had not tried to approach her. He just stood there, leather portfolio under his arm, watching the door like he was waiting for an exit that might open at any moment. Silas came in late. He moved through the crowd with the easy authority he had worn since taking over the harbor authority, nodding to the dock workers, clasping shoulders, murmuring greetings. When he reached Juno, he put a hand on her arm and squeezed. "You okay?" "No." "Yeah." His jaw tightened. "I figured. I'll deal with him after this." "It's not that simple." "It never is with him." She wanted to tell Silas about the will, about being named, about the look on Joss's face when he said he had been summoned, but the words would not form. And Atherton was already clearing his throat, settling his glasses, lifting a document that looked thick enough to change everything. "Thank you all for coming," Atherton said. "This is an unusual reading, as most of you know. Now Tamberlin's estate includes several properties, vessels, and financial instruments that involve multiple parties. I will read the relevant sections aloud. Copies will be available after the proceeding for those directly named." The room settled. Someone coughed. Atherton began. He read through the minor bequests first. Tools to the yard crew, a sum to the church. Nell's personal effects divided between Silas and Juno. Standard, expected. Juno let the words wash over her, waiting for the part that mattered. Then Atherton paused. "The primary asset of the estate," he said, "is Tamberlin Yard itself, including all outbuildings, slipways, dry dock, mooring rights, and the vessel currently stored under Tarp in the north shed." Here it came. "This asset is bequeathed jointly to Juno Tamberlin and Joss Okonjo." The room went silent. Not the silence of respect, the silence of a held breath, a wound, a collective disbelief that tightened the air until Juno could barely draw it in. "Wait," she said. Atherton looked up. "Miss Tamberlin, I understand this is—" "No." She stepped forward. "That can't be right. The yard is mine. It's always been mine. Nell said what the document stipulates." Atherton's voice was gentle but firm. "You and Mr. Okonjo hold joint ownership, subject to a condition precedent." "What condition?" He turned a page. "The vessel, St. Brendan, currently stored on the property, must be restored to seaworthy condition and successfully launched in the centennial Regatta, which takes place on the first Saturday of October. If this condition is met, Tamberlin Yard passes to you and Mr. Okonjo as joint tenants, free and clear of encumbrances. If the condition is not met, the yard passes to the entity currently holding an option on the property, Breakwater Blue Development, for the purposes of redevelopment as a marina." The room erupted. Voices overlapped. Someone laughed, sharp and disbelieving. Eleni set her coffee cup down with a thud. Tariq said something under his breath that Juno did not catch. Through the noise, she heard Silas's voice cut through. Calm, steady. The voice of a man who knew how to manage a crisis. "This is a mistake. Nell wouldn't—" "Nell wrote this herself," Atherton said. "I have witness statements and a notarized date stamp. This is her final will and testament, executed 6 months before her death." 6 months. Juno's mind snagged on that detail. 6 months ago, Nell had been sick, but not dying. She had still been walking the yard, running her hands over the St. Brendan's tarp, muttering about what the old boat still owed her. "Joint ownership," Juno said. "With him?" "Yes." "Restoration by Regatta?" "Yes." "And if we fail, the yard goes to Breakwater Blue?" "Correct." She turned to look at Joss. He had not moved. His face was unreadable, a mask of professional composure that made her want to hit him again. But his hands were not still. He was gripping the leather portfolio so hard his knuckles had gone pale. "You knew," she said. "No. You knew she was going to do this." "I knew I was named." His voice was low, careful. "I didn't know the terms. I didn't know about the Brendan. I didn't know about the condition." "Then what did you know?" He met her eyes. "That she wanted me back here. That she wanted me to see what I left. That's all she told me. Through a will. Through a letter." He hesitated. "She wrote to me 6 months ago, asked me to come home, said she had something to settle. I didn't know what it was until the solicitor contacted me last week." Juno's chest went tight. 6 months ago, while Nell was still alive. while Juno was sanding hulls and pretending everything was fine. You could have told me. I didn't know what to tell you. You could have told me she wrote to you. You could have warned me. Would you have believed me? The question hung in the air. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to believe she would have listened, but they both knew the truth. No, she would have called him a liar. She would have accused him of trying to manipulate Nell from a distance. She would have done exactly what she was doing now, stood in a room full of witnesses and refused to let him close. She did this to force us together, Juno said. She knew we'd rather burn the yard than work side by side. She knew we'd rather burn it than let it go, Joss said. The room was still watching. Silas had gone quiet, his hand still on Juno's arm, but something in his grip had changed. Tighter, more deliberate. She knew, Joss continued, that we'd tear each other apart unless we had no choice. And we don't. Don't what? Have a choice. He stepped forward. If we fail, the yard goes to Breakwater Blue, which means the town loses its last working waterfront. If we walk away, it goes to them anyway. The only way to keep it is to finish the boat. Together. Together. She tasted the word like something rotten. Together. Then I'd rather burn it. No, you wouldn't. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the room. Because if you burn it, you lose everything Nell built. You lose the last piece of her that's still standing. And you lose your war with me, because I'll be gone, and you'll be left with nothing to fight for. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him he was wrong, but her throat had closed, and the room was too full, and Silas's grip on her arm was the only thing keeping her upright. Miss Tamberlin, Atherton said, I need an answer. Do you accept the terms of the will? The room held its breath. Juno looked at Joss, looked at his careful face, his still hands, the red mark on his cheek that she had put there. Looked at the portfolio he was carrying, full of documents that could crush her yard. She looked at Silas. He was watching her with an expression she could not name. Juno, he said, don't. Don't what? Don't let her do this to you. She's already done it. She turned back to Atherton. I accept. The room exhaled. Someone swore. Eleni set her coffee cup down so hard it cracked. Joss closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, something in his face had shifted. Not relief, not victory, something closer to grief. I accept too, he said. Atherton nodded. Then it's settled. You'll find the necessary documents, work schedules, and condition reports in the packet I've prepared. The clock starts now. He handed Juno a thick folder. It felt heavier than it should have. She took it. She did not open it. There's one more thing, Atherton said. Juno looked up. The terms of the restoration require regular public progress reports. The Harbor Authority will oversee compliance. If either of you fails to meet the agreed benchmarks, the yard passes to Breakwater Blue immediately, without waiting for the Regatta. Silas's grip on her arm tightened. Who approved that? Juno asked. The will stipulates oversight by a neutral third party. I recommended the Harbor Authority. You recommended? It was the logical choice. Juno looked at Silas. His face was smooth, professional. The face of a man who had just been handed control of her life without asking. Silas, I didn't know, he said. I swear, I didn't know. But his hand was still on her arm, and he was not letting go, and the room was full of people watching, and Joss was standing on the other side of the room, and everything Nell had done was pulling them all towards something Juno could not see. Atherton cleared his throat. One last detail, he said. The will names Mr. Okonjo as primary executor of the restoration. He has final authority over budget, timeline, and material sourcing. The room went cold. Juno turned to Joss. Final authority? I didn't write the will. You have final authority over my yard? I have final authority over the restoration. His voice was steady, but something flickered in his eyes. That's what the document says. Then you can sink me. I can. At any time, if the conditions aren't met. The room was silent. Eleni had stopped moving. Tariq was watching Joss like he was trying to read a man he had once known. Then we have a problem, Juno said. No, Joss shook his head. We have a boat. He said it like it meant something, like the words were a lifeline thrown between them. But Juno was already drowning, and she did not know if she wanted to be saved. Chapter 3. They walked the length of the yard in silence. Juno led, the folder from Atherton's office tucked under her arm, her boots ringing against the wet concrete of the slipway. Behind her, Joss's shoes made softer sounds, foreign sounds, the kind that belonged in boardrooms and development sites, not on the splintered planks of a dying boatyard. The north shed sat at the far end of the property, where the waterfront narrowed and the salt air grew thick with the smell of creosote and rotting line. Its corrugated roof had rusted through in 3 places. The door hung crooked on its track. "You haven't opened it," Joss said. "How do you know?" "Because the tarp still tied the way Nell tied it." He pointed at a length of rope looped through a grommet. "That's a Tamberlin knot. You don't tie them that way." Juno stopped walking. She stared at the knot, at the rope, at the tarp that had been covering the St. Brendan for 7 years, ever since Nell had finally admitted she could not afford to finish what she had started. "You remember her knots?" "I remember everything she taught me." The words hung between them, heavy and dangerous. Juno pulled the rope loose. The tarp came away in sections, stiff with salt and age, and the St. Brendan emerged slowly, like something rising from deep water. It was worse than Juno remembered. The hull had been beautiful once, a 60-foot racing yawl built in the Tamberlin yard by Juno's grandfather and launched in the summer of 1952. She had won the centennial Regatta that year, and again in 1958, and again in 1964. She had been the fastest thing on the inlet, a legend carved from white oak and Philippine mahogany, named for the saint who carried souls across the sea. Now she was a carcass. The hull was still there, but the paint had gone gray and peeling, and the varnish had blistered off the deckhouse in long strips. The mast lay beside her on sawhorses, snapped cleanly at the halfway point. The standing rigging hung in slack, corroded loops. The cockpit was filled with dead leaves, bird droppings, and the skeletal remains of a gull. Joss stepped past Juno and ran his hand along the starboard quarter. The wood crumbled under his fingers. "Christ," he said. "She's been under tarp for 7 years. The tarp didn't keep the moisture out. Look at this." He pressed harder, and a fist-sized section of planking gave way, revealing a dark, fibrous mass that had once been solid oak. "That's advanced dry rot. If it's in the topsides, it's in the frames. It's in everything," Juno knew. She had known the moment she saw the tarp's sagging shape, the way the hull listed slightly to port, the dull sheen of water pooled in the bilge that had seeped in despite the covering. She had been avoiding this moment for 7 years. "Then we need to open her up," Joss said. "See how deep it goes? It goes to the bone." "You don't know that. I know this yard." Juno's voice came out harder than she intended. "I know what happens to boats that sit abandoned in salt air with no ventilation and a leaking roof. The rot doesn't stop at the planking. It travels. It finds the frames, the keelson, the keel itself. By the time you see it on the surface, it's already eaten the structure from the inside." Joss turned to face her. "Then we find out exactly how much is lost and decide what can be saved." "Decide?" She stepped closer. "You want to decide? You've been back 12 hours and you want to decide what happens to my grandmother's boat? I'm the primary executor. You're the man who left." The words cracked between them like a whip. Joss did not flinch. He stood there, broad-shouldered and steady, his hand still resting on the St. Brendan's ruined hull, and he did not look away. "I left because I had to. You left because you sold us out. That's what you believe. That's what I know." He did not argue. He did not defend himself. He simply waited, the boat groaning softly under his palm, and Juno hated him for not giving her more to fight. "We need to get inside her," he said finally. "See the bilge, the keelson, the stem. If the rot has reached the keel, we're done before we start." "We're not done." "Then we go in." He pulled the shed door open. It scraped against its track with a sound like grinding bone, and the smell hit them immediately. Damp wood, stagnant water, the sweet, sick odor of decay. Juno stepped inside. The St. Brendan's interior was worse than the exterior. The cabin's sole had buckled under the weight of standing water. The bulkheads were warped, for ceiling planks had separated at the seams, and in the gaps, Juno could see the frames, gray, soft, crumbling. She knelt and pressed her palm against the keelson, the massive timber that ran the length of the hull, the spine of the boat. It gave under her hand. Joss. He was already at her side, crouching, his shoulder brushing hers. He pressed his own hand against the same spot. His fingers sank into the wood. Damn it! How bad is it? He was silent for a long moment. Then he straightened, wiping the rot from his palm onto his trousers, and looked at the boat around them. It's worse than I thought. Can we save her? I don't know. The admission hung in the damp air. Juno wanted to fight him. She wanted to tell him he was wrong, that she could fix this, that she had spent 7 years learning every inch of this yard, and she would not let Nell's legacy rot into nothing while he stood there with his portfolio and his final authority. But the wood had crumbled under her hand, and she could feel the truth in her bones. The St. Brendan was dying. Then what do we do? She asked. Joss looked at her. In the dim light of the shed, his face was hard to read, but something in his eyes had shifted. Something that looked almost like fear. We strip her. His voice was steady, but there was an edge beneath it. We take off every plank that's rotten, every frame that's compromised, every piece of timber that can't be saved. We cut until we find good wood, and then we rebuild from there. And if there's no good wood, then we build a new boat. A new boat isn't the St. Brendan. It's the same design, the same lines, the same soul. Not. Juno's voice cracked. Don't talk to me about souls. You left. You don't get to talk about what this boat means. I know what it means. You know what it costs. That too. He said it quietly, and something in the way he said it made Juno stop. You know what it will cost to restore her? Ballpark. Ballpark isn't good enough. We need real numbers. Timber, fasteners, rigging, sails, labor. We need a budget, a timeline, a plan. And you're the one with final authority, so tell me, what's our budget? Joss was silent. Joss, I don't have a budget yet. Then how are we supposed to? I said I don't have a budget yet. That doesn't mean I won't get one. From who? Breakwater Blue? No. He shook his head. From me. Juno stared at him. From you? I have resources. What kind of resources? Private. Private. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. You have private resources. You have money. You have investments. You have everything you built while you were away, while I was here, watching this yard decay, watching Nell fade, watching everything we had fallen apart. I didn't ask you to stay. No, you left, and I had to pick up the pieces. I know. You don't know anything. She turned away from him, but the shed was too small, and the boat was too close, and she could feel the rot beneath her feet, the decay in every plank, the slow death of something that had once been beautiful. Juno. She did not turn around. Juno, I know you hate me. I know you think I sold you out, that I chose money over family, that I abandoned everything we built. But I'm here now, and I'm trying. And if we don't work together, this boat is dead, and the yard is dead, and everything Nell left us is gone. The yard is already gone. Her voice was barely a whisper. It's been gone for years. You just came back to sign the papers. That's not true, isn't it? She turned to face him. You came back because Nell asked you. You came back because her will gained you control. You came back because Breakwater Blue sent you to finish what you started 9 years ago. So tell me, Joss, tell me why I should trust you. He stared at her. Then he reached into his portfolio and pulled out a single sheet of paper. Because I found this, he said. He handed it to her. It was a letter, handwritten in Nell's familiar spidery script. Juno read it. Her hands began to shake. She looked up at Joss. Where did you get this? It came with the summons, 6 months ago. She sent it with the letter asking me to come home. Why didn't you show me before? Because you wouldn't have believed me. His voice was soft. And because I wasn't sure I believed it myself. Juno looked back at the letter, at the words that changed everything. I know what he did, Joss. I know why you left. And I am so sorry I didn't stop him. The shed was silent. The St. Brendan groaned around them, settling deeper into the rot. And Juno realized that everything she thought she knew was built on a lie. Chapter 4. Dawn came gray through the shed's corrugated roof, casting the St. Brendan in stripes of shadow and pale light. Juno arrived first. She had not slept. The letter lay folded in her jacket pocket like a coal still hot enough to burn, and every time she moved, she felt its weight against her ribs. She had read it 12 times, maybe 15. The words did not change. I know what he did, Joss. I know why you left. Who did what? Who had driven Joss out of Halloway Reach while Juno stood on the dock and believed the lie he left behind? She pulled the tarp back and let it fall in a heap. The St. Brendan sat naked in the dawn, her rotten planks flaking, her frames slumped like a dying animal too heavy to stand. Juno picked up a wrecking bars and drove the tip into the first plank. The wood split with a sound like a bone breaking. She worked without rhythm. Each plank she tore free revealed more decay beneath, the dark bloom of dry rot spreading through the frames like a disease through living tissue. The dust hung thick in the air, bitter with old varnish and the sweet chemical smell of decomposition. She heard him before she saw him. The shed door groaned, and light shifted across the floor. Joss stood in the opening with his sleeves rolled past his elbows, a tool belt slung across his shoulder that looked too new to have ever touched honest wood. He carried a canvas bag, not the leather portfolio, and the absence of it made him look almost like he used to. Almost. You started without me. You were late. I'm not. He stepped inside. It's 5:38. We said 6. Juno drove the bars under the next plank and wrenched. The wood came free in a shower of splinters. I said 6. You agreed. That means you should have been here to say it back. He set the canvas bag down against the wall and picked up a second wrecking bars without asking. Where do you want me to start? Port side aft. The frames are worse there. I saw. He moved past her and the space between them closed to inches. She caught the smell of him, coffee and soap and something sharp underneath, clean and unfamiliar. 9 years of distance compressed into a single breath. Juno stepped back. They worked in silence for the better part of an hour. The rhythm had a shape she remembered despite herself, the way Joss anticipated where the next plank would resist and adjusted his angle before she told him. The way he tested each frame with his thumb before committing to the bars, as if the wood could tell him something his eyes could not. Nell had taught them both that. Let the boat speak. It will tell you where it hurts. The St. Brendan was hurting everywhere. By 7, the pile of stripped planking reached Juno's knee. The skeleton of the hull lay exposed, ribs arching into the dim light like the carcass of a great fish left too long on the beach. And the rot went deeper. She found it when she crouched to inspect the keelson where it joined the stem. The timber looked solid from above, but when she pressed her weight against it, her knife sank half an inch into what should have been heartwood. Joss. He was at her side before she finished saying his name. Where? She pointed without speaking. Joss crouched, drew his own blade, pressed, lifted, and a plug of dark, fibrous powder came away on the steel. He stared at it. That's the keel seat, Juno said. If it's in the keel itself, it's not. But his voice did not carry conviction. Then check it. He did not move. Check it, Josh. He pushed the blade into the timber below the keelson. The steel sank as if the wood were wet sand. Juno stopped breathing. It's superficial, he said. It went through like butter. It's the surface layer. The heartwood is gone. She stood, and the anger that had been banked all morning flared hot and clean. You said strip until we find good wood. We've stripped half the hull and we're still finding rot. If it's in the keel, this boat is dead. If it's in the keel, we replace the keel. With what? What timber are you going to use for a 40-foot keel in a town that hasn't seen a decent oak delivery in 5 years? I told you I have resources. You told me you have money. You didn't tell me you have a timber supplier. You didn't tell me where the money came from. You didn't tell me anything, Joss. You showed up with a letter and some vague promises, and you expect me to trust you. I don't expect you to trust me. Then what do you expect? He looked at her. The dim light carved his face into planes of shadow, and for a moment he looked older than 30. Older than the boy she remembered, worn thin by something deeper than time. I expect you to hate me, he said quietly. I expect you to question everything I do. I expect this to be hard. But I also expect you to want this boat finished more than you want to be right about me." The words landed like a blow. "You don't get to say that." "I just did." "You left." Her voice cracked on the word. "You let me believe you sold us out. You let me hate you for 9 years. You let me stand on that dock and slap you in front of the whole harbor, and you didn't say a word. You let me be the fool, Joss. You let me be wrong about you while you walked away clean." "I didn't walk away clean. You walked away." She threw the wrecking bars. It clattered against the hull and fell, and the sound echoed through the shed like a gunshot. "I stayed." Her voice broke. "I stayed here. I watched Nell die. I watched the yard rot. I watched everything we built fall apart because I thought you broke it. I built my whole life around that story. I made it mean something. I made surviving it mean something." "Juno, and now you're here, and you have money, and you have a letter, and you have answers, and I have nothing but a dying boat and a lie I should have seen through years ago." The silence stretched between them. Joss picked up the wrecking bars. He set it against the wall and turned back to her with something raw in his expression, something that looked like grief and anger and the shape of words he did not know how to say. "You should have seen through it," he said. The admission hit like a blade. "I know." His voice was barely a whisper. "I wanted you to. God, Juno, I wanted you to. I wanted you to look at me and see that I was lying. I wanted you to ask the right questions. I wanted you to fight for me the way you fought for everything else." "Then why didn't you tell me?" "Because telling you would have destroyed your brother." The words hung in the air. Juno's mouth opened, closed. She felt the shed tilt around her, the walls pressing in, the rot rising through the planks like a tide. "Silas." Joss did not answer. "Say it." "I can't. You just did. I didn't name him. You didn't have to." The shed was too small. The boat was too close. She could feel the weight of the truth pressing against her ribs, the same weight as the letter in her pocket, the same weight as every unanswered question she had carried for 9 years. Her brother, Silas, the man who had held her hand at the will reading, the man who had promised to protect the yard, the man she had trusted while she burned Joss alive. She wanted to scream. She wanted to hit something. She wanted to tear the St. Brendan apart with her bare hands and scatter the pieces across the harbor until there was nothing left of the lie that had shaped her life. Instead, she turned. "Get out! Juno, get out of my shed!" He did not move. "Joss, I'm not leaving. This is my yard, my boat, our boat, our yard." He stepped toward her. "I'm not leaving because if I leave, you'll tear this boat apart alone, and you'll hate yourself for it later. We have 6 months. We have rot in the Keel. We have a town waiting for us to fail. And we have a truth you're not ready to face yet. But we can face it, together, if you let us." She stared at him. The shed was silent, and then the St. Brendan groaned. Not the sighing sound of settling timber, a deeper noise. To shift in the weight distribution as the portside cradle buckled under the stress of the stripped hull. The boat tilted. Juno saw it happen in fragments, the cradle arm sagging, the hull torquing against its remaining supports, the keel twisting, the rotten keelson groaning, the whole structure beginning to roll off center. Joss moved first. He threw himself against the hull, bracing his shoulder into the curve of the remaining planking, his boots sliding on the dust-slick floor. "Juno!" She was already there. Her hands found the same spot, her weight joining his, her shoulder pressed against his shoulder, her breath ragged in the sudden stillness. The St. Brendan settled. For a moment they held her together. Then Juno felt the cradle groan again, felt the shift begin anew, felt the weight of the boat pressing against her spine like the hand of something that refused to stay dead. "On 3, Joss said. His voice was steady. "We push her back onto the cradle, or we lose her. Or we lose ourselves. Same thing." He counted. 1, 2, 3. They pushed. Chapter 5. The cradle held. For a breathless moment, nothing moved but the dust floating through the floodlights. Juno's shoulder burned where she had driven it into the hull. Her hands were still pressed flat against the curve of the planking, as if she could hold the St. Brendan together by will alone. Joss exhaled beside her. "Don't move yet." "I know." She felt the shift in his weight as he tested the cradle's stability, reading the stress lines the same way Nell had taught them both. His hand found a shim on the workbench without looking, passed it to her without speaking, and she wedged it under the cradle arm while he held the hull steady. 9 years. 9 years since they had moved like this. Since she had trusted his read of a load-bearing, since he had trusted her hands in a tight space. She wanted to hate how natural it felt. The St. Brendan settled. The groan subsided into the ordinary creak of timber finding a equilibrium. Juno stepped back, her arms shaking now that the adrenaline had somewhere to go. "Get the starboard jacks," Joss said. "We need to distribute the load before we do anything else." "I know what needs to happen." "Then you know we need to work faster than we are standing here arguing." She turned to find the jacks, because he was right, because the keel was still intact, and she would not be the one who let it split. They worked in silence. Juno positioned the starboard jacks while Joss checked the port cradle for further damage. They lifted together, adjusting the hull angle by millimeters, redistributing weight until the St. Brendan sat level again. Every movement mapped onto old muscle memory. Every pause held a question neither of them asked. When the last jack was set, Juno stepped back and looked at what they had done. The stripped hull hung in the cradles like a skeleton. Ribs exposed, keelson exposed. The keel itself, 40 feet of carved oak that had once held the fastest racing yawl on the Atlantic seaboard, visible for the first time in 7 years. And rotten. She could see it now, the discoloration running along the grain, the soft places where her knife had sunk. The keel was compromised. The backbone of the boat was dying, and if they did not replace it, the St. Brendan would never hold a rig, never carry a crew, never cross a finish line. "We need to source new keel timber," Joss said. 40 feet, white oak, seasoned at least 2 years. "I know what it needs." "Do you know where to find it?" She did not. The old timber suppliers were gone. The yards that had stocked 40-foot white oak had shut down or shifted to pressure-treated construction lumber years ago. She had spent 9 years patching and scrounging, not building. "Don't." She held up a hand. "Don't offer to fight it. Don't offer to pay for it. I can't." "Juno, I can't." She walked to the shed door and stood in the opening, letting the harbor air hit her face. The tide was coming in. She could smell diesel and salt and the particular rot of abandoned moorings, the same smell she had woken up to every morning for 9 years. Behind her, Joss did not follow. He stayed with the boat. She heard him moving, checking the cradle pins, adjusting a jack, doing the work she should have been doing because it was her yard and her boat and her responsibility. But she could not turn around, could not look at the skeleton of the St. Brendan and see anything but the lie she had built her life around. "Your brother didn't set out to destroy you." Joss's voice came from somewhere near the keelson, quiet, careful. "He set out to save himself. He took money from the yard accounts to cover a debt he couldn't explain. He forged the sale documents to make it look like I stole from him. And when I found out, he told me that if I exposed him, he would make sure Nell lost everything, that the scandal would destroy her, that you would lose the only family you had left." Juno's hands fisted at her sides. "So I left." Joss's voice was flat now. "I let you hate me. I let the town believe I sold you out, because Silas was right. Nell could not have survived that investigation. You could not have survived losing both of us." The tide lapped against the pilings. "The cost was me." She turned. Joss was crouched beside the keelson, his hand resting on the rotted wood, his face turned away from her. The floodlight caught the curve of his shoulder, the tension in his jaw, the way he held himself like a man waiting for another blow. "You should have told me." "I tried. Not hard enough. Maybe." He looked up at her. "But I was 17, Juno. I was scared. I was alone. And I had just learned that the only family I had ever known, the brother who had shared my room for 10 years, had set me up to take a fall so he could keep his name clean. What would you have done? She wanted to say she would have fought. She would have stayed. She would have burned the truth down around Silas's ears and dared him to bury her. But she was standing in a shed full of rot, 9 years late to the only question that mattered, and she had no right to answer for the boy she had let herself forget. I don't know. Her voice came out raw. I don't know what I would have done. Joss stood. Then maybe we both have some things to figure out. The shed door scraped open. Tariq Mead stepped through, wiping grease off his hands with a rag that had not been cleaned since the 90s. He took in the scene with the flat assessment of a man who had spent 30 years reading mechanical failure. The cradles, the jacks, the stripped hull, the two of them standing on opposite sides of the boat like survivors of a wreck. Ferry's running fine, he said. Thought I'd see what all the noise was about. Nothing, Juno said. Just a near keel split and a failed cradle, from the look of it. Tariq walked past her, ran his hand along the starboard jack, grunted. You two still move like you're on the same clock. We're not. No? No looked between them. Because from where I'm standing, you just saved a 40-foot hull from torquing itself apart without a single word between you. That's not hatred. That's muscle memory. Juno opened her mouth to deny it. Tariq was already turning away. Eleni's got coffee on. You both look like you've been eating sawdust. He paused at the door. And Juno, when you figure out what you're really fighting, you let me know. Because it's not the boat. He left. The door swung shut behind him. Juno stood in the sudden stillness, dust coating her arms, her shirt sticking to her skin. Chapter 6. The shed still smelled of rot and cedar dust. Juno stood with her back to the stripped hull, watching the door where Tariq had vanished, trying to find the shape of an anger that no longer fit her. She heard footsteps before she saw who they belonged to. Not Joss's stride, heavier, not Tariq's shuffle, steadier. A precise rhythm against the gravel, the kind of step that expected ground to yield. Marisa Hollander appeared in the shed doorway. Gray-green eyes swept the space in a single, efficient arc, taking in the cradles, the jacks, the skeleton of the St. Brendan, the two of them standing on opposite sides of a boat that looked more dead than alive. Her auburn hair was pinned tight, not a strand moved in the harbor wind. Juno, take away. I will be covered, Juno. Think. Attesting its evasible curiouses less my fear. Warisa, Hubelin. He hids those who buth. She leaded me blech stamping it I might be okay. Mara, all, Celian compicalishan wouted. Now Dory is dendisted to Satuta, millions of arms, wooden bracket, you get reckoned, be save connevidency. My messes, I'm the latter. Nell was old, she didn't want to let go, so she invented a puzzle she thought you could solve together. Juno's hands fisted. You don't know anything about my grandmother. I know she kept a failing yard alive on memory and stubbornness. I know she turned down 3 buyout offers in the last 5 years. And I know she died with a boat in storage that nobody had touched in 7 years. Marisa tapped the folder. That's not knowing. That's research. The shed door scraped again. Silas stepped through, still in his harbor authority jacket, his hair damp from the morning fog. He stopped when he saw Marisa, adjusted his collar, and let the door swing shut behind him. Marisa's swayed right. Amend the guile. Slapped in the glow. We will be clarred. If you actually dead me, we will be clark in here. My brazen almost be acheless, with design bold shops the wishbrood banishing awesome to fail, a matter letterated as future electro roki, where we will terrify the varial with the sleal cedar by the paints which I never being faith. I botch other dadmats turbans. Listen, Rezian. The hall cares to bot sculpts the gletch with sittits the lord screen despites pro, which is mentioned the cluck, over the decidement, but the saint of the rady we disast the state in the train, with the parters board. They should lead to scream up of this banked comish boy. No visitant of a trite, the words droppeting the folded evil to pay the result of this spirit, since accustoments billiaments of reals at the showpeat stage of the queer senession. My full things locally affect up them. Cillian transnavison right now, uninating the games that become apparent into the tenemies that I'm exactly carified. My minute is gonna always do know. It was on by. We're all day, where we will be Glen, so you are committer to the first, Sweeks. which sharing our timber, the Bruddy, which now, the lave Brendan, and one's energy is ground from the Efeshan waterway. We are already trying to die. The will hit the public record this morning. I thought I should introduce myself to the new stakeholders. She gestured by the grost. Bled to say. She gestured at Juno. You pretty wonder that tells if he just solves my flat. And, my boast release, just the stairs again of the outshunk protection, reckoning that the shadows would believe the recadism which clearly, that we will be calm. But I have always marked. No belides, the puzzle not doesn't dead, the one he every first canons would burton terribly untells. We will be sleep, what every restrini man spother. We believed, that is a break, the beds with my scorned. Fire it, playing to know what I didn't to feel the grazin, and probably aggressed me weed with this loose feet. The deadline for the first compliance review that fell 3 weeks before they could possibly have the keel seated. This isn't standard, she said. This is designed to fail. Maurice's expression did not change. Designed to standard. If the Harbor Authority published requirements and the Harbor Authority is chaired by your brother, then the requirements are what they are. She glanced at Silas. Unless you plan to recuse yourself from oversight. Silas's face went still. I chair the board. I don't write every regulation, but you could adjust the timeline. I could request a variance, not guarantee one. Marisa smiled again, the same cold curve. Then we all understand the terrain. She turned to Juno. I don't expect you to like me. I don't expect you to trust me, but I want you to understand that I am not the enemy of this town. I am offering Halloway Reach a future that does not depend on one woman's pride and one dead woman's nostalgia. She walked to the door, paused. If you change your mind, I can make sure the transition is clean. No litigation, no public battle. Just a fair buyout and the chance to start something that actually works. She left. The door swung once, settled. Silas stood beside the hull, his hands still on the rotted frame, his face unreadable. Juno watched him, saw the tension in his shoulders, the way he would not meet her eyes. 3 weeks, she said. I know. 3 weeks to source 40 feet of white oak, suit a new keel, and pass a compliance review designed for a boat that doesn't exist yet. I know. She waited for him to offer something, a solution, a confession. The truth she now knew he had been hiding for 9 years. But Silas just pulled out his phone, scrolled through a message and said, I'll see if I can push the review window. He left without looking back. The shed was quiet. Joss had not moved from his position beside the keelson, but his eyes were on the folder still in Juno's hands. He knew. Juno's voice came out flat. Of course he knew. He chairs the authority. He signed off on every requirement in that packet. I meant he knew Marisa was coming. She looked up. Joss nodded at the folder. She didn't bring that as a courtesy. She brought it because someone told her exactly what levers to pull. He met her eyes. And she knew Silas would be here to watch you read it. Juno's grip tightened on the paper. The compliance deadline stared up at her. 3 weeks. Chapter 7. The harbor light was quiet for a Friday night. 2 fishermen at the bars, a couple in the corner nursing matching pints, the low glow of Elaine's amber lamps reflecting off the bottle backs. Juno sat at the far end of the counter, hands wrapped around a coffee she had not touched, the compliance folder on the stool beside her. Elaine wiped the same glass 3 times before she set it down. You look like someone who came for something stronger than caffeine. I came for information. Same thing, different delivery. Elaine leaned against the counter, arms crossed. What do you need? Juno pulled the folder open, slid out the compliance schedule, flattened it on the bars. 9 years ago, the sale, the one everyone says Joss engineered. Elaine's face did not change. I remember. You were here. You knew the players. You kept the tabs. Juno tapped the paper. I need to know what didn't match. Elaine was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached beneath the counter, pulled out a ledger bound in cracked leather, and set it beside the compliance sheet. I don't keep secrets. I keep receipts. She flipped the ledger open to a page marked with a yellowed slip of paper. The ink had faded, but Juno recognized the date. Late autumn, 9 years ago. The same season Joss had left. This is the tab from the closing dinner. Juno leaned in. The closing dinner? The one Silas hosted at the yacht club, night before the papers were signed. Eleni ran her finger down the column of figures. Drinks for 20, oysters, a private room. He put it on the yard account. Why would Silas celebrate a sale he claimed he had nothing to do with? Good question. Eleni tapped a line near the bottom. And then there is this, the receipt from the transfer itself. She turned to a second entry. A single line, dated the same week. Wire fee, outgoing, destination not listed. Juno stared at the entry. That's not a sale receipt, that's a payment fee. To someone, somewhere. Eleni closed the ledger. I showed it to Nell when she came in a few weeks later. She did not argue. She just asked me to keep the book. Juno's throat tightened. She saw this. She saw it. She nodded, paid her tab, and said the truth surfaces in its own time. Eleni's voice softened. I think she was waiting for you to ask the right questions. The pub door opened. Cold air swept in. Juno looked up, saw Father Benoit Mercer step inside, his collar dark against the wet wool of his coat. He spotted her immediately, then his gaze slid past her to where Joss sat near the window. Joss had not spoken since they left the shed. He had followed her to the harbor light without asking why, taken a table in the shadows, ordered a coffee that sat untouched. When his eyes met Father Benoit's, something flickered. Not surprise, recognition. Father Benoit went pale. The color drained from his face in a slow wash, leaving his skin ashen against the salt gray of his hair. He gripped the back of a chair to steady himself. Juno, his voice was thin. Father, I need to speak with you, alone. She glanced at Joss. He had not moved, but his hands were flat on the table, his body still in a way that read careful, not relaxed. Whatever you have to say, you can say it here. No, Father Benoit's voice cracked. I cannot. The fishermen at the bars turned. The couple in the corner stopped talking. Eleni picked up her rag and began wiping the counter in slow circles, watching. Juno slid off the stool. Then say it outside. She walked past him, through the door, into the salt-laced dark. The harbor light's sign creaked above her, the harbor glittering black behind the docks. Father Benoit followed. When the door swung shut, he stood in the halo of the porch light, hands clasped in front of him like he was about to deliver a homily he had never planned. What is this about? He took a breath. I know you hate him. I know you have hated him for 9 years. But I need you to understand something before you destroy an entire family chasing the truth. Juno's blood went cold. What do you know? I know why Joss left. His voice dropped. I know because he came to me before he went to the ferry, the night Silas showed him the forged documents, the night he decided to take the blame. You knew? The words came out sharp. You knew he was innocent and you let me believe? I did not know he was innocent. I knew he was choosing to leave. There is a difference. Father Benoit's eyes were wet. He asked me to keep his confession. He asked me to protect Nell and you from what Silas had done, and I gave him my word. Your word, Juno's voice broke. You gave him your word while I spent 9 years hating him. Yes, the word hung in the salt air. And you would have taken it to your grave if I had not started asking. I would have. He did not look away. But I am asking you now. Let me tell you everything before you decide what to do with it. The full truth. Not the pieces. Not the version Silas wants the town to believe. Juno stared at him. The wind pulled at her coat, cold and damp. Why now? Because I saw him in there. Father Benoit gestured toward the pub. I saw his face, and I realized I have spent 9 years protecting the wrong thing. Chapter 8. The wind cut across the harbor, sharp and damp. Juno stood with her arms crossed, watching Father Benoit's collar catch the porch light. 9 years, her voice came out flat. You sat in that rectory, watched me bury my grandmother, watched the yard rot, watched me work myself raw trying to hold it together, and you said nothing. I gave my word. Your word to a 17-year-old boy who was too scared to know what he was doing. No, Father Benoit's jaw tightened. I gave my word to a 17-year-old boy who was brave enough to take a fall he did not deserve so the people he loved would not get crushed by it. There is a difference. Juno's hands curled into fists. Then tell me now. Every piece, every document he showed you, every word he said. Father Benoit looked at the harbor. The black water shifted under the dock lights, restless and cold. He came to the rectory around midnight. I was still up. I knew something was wrong the moment he knocked. The priest's voice dropped. He was shaking, not from the cold, from the weight of what he was carrying. What did he have? A folder, 3 pages, a letter of sale for timber from the yard, made out to a buyer in Portland with his signature on it. His signature. Forged. Father Benoit met her eyes. He knew it was forged. He said Silas had shown it to him that afternoon, told him the sale had already gone through, that the money was already gone, and that if Joss did not take the blame, Nell would be the one to answer for it. Juno's stomach turned. Silas threatened her. Silas told Joss that Nell had signed the release forms without reading them, that she was technically complicit in the embezzlement, that if the truth came out, she would lose the yard, her reputation, and possibly her freedom. Father Benoit's voice cracked. He told Joss the only way to protect Nell was to walk away and let the town believe he was the thief. And Joss believed him. He was 17. He had no money, no family, no lawyer. Silas had already made sure the books looked clean and the forged documents looked real. The priest swallowed. I saw them. I studied them. They were good enough to fool a court. Juno's legs felt weak. She gripped the porch rail. You told him to leave. I told him to wait. I told him I would find a way to expose the truth without destroying Nell. Father Benoit's eyes were wet again. He said there was no time. He said Silas had already told the town he was leaving, already planted the story. If he stayed and fought, Nell would be dragged through the mud while the investigation sorted out whose signature was real. So he took the ferry. He took the ferry, and I let him go because I believed keeping Nell safe was the right thing to do. Juno stared at him. She deserved to know. I deserved to know. Yes, he did not look away, and I have asked God to forgive me for that silence every morning for 9 years. The wind pulled at her hair. The harbor lights flickered. But you are telling me now, because I saw his face tonight, and I realized I have spent nearly a decade protecting a secret that has already cost enough. Father Benoit stepped closer. But Juno, I need you to understand something before you decide what to do with this. What? The truth does not come clean. It is not a gift you can unwrap and display. It is a wound you have to cut open and drain, and the people you love will bleed from it. You mean Silas. I mean your brother. But I also mean you. His voice softened. You have spent 9 years hating Joss because hating him was easier than losing him. If you let that hatred go, you have to grieve what you threw away. If you expose Silas, you lose the last piece of family you thought you could trust. Juno's chest burned. You think I do not know that? I think you know it. I think that is why you are afraid. He held her gaze. But I also think you are standing in front of me because you already know what you are going to do. You just need someone to tell you it is not betrayal to choose the truth. She turned away. The salt air stung her eyes. Go home, Father. Juno, go home. Her voice broke. I have heard enough. She walked back into the harbor light without looking at him. The warmth hit her face, the smell of fried fish and wet wool. The fishermen had gone back to their drinks. The couple in the corner had their heads together. Joss was still at his table. His coffee sat untouched, a skin of cold milk across the surface. He looked at her. She looked at him. She walked past him, out the back door, into the alley behind the pub. The gravel crunched under her boots. She stopped at the edge of the dock and stared at the black water. The truth surfaces in its own time. Nell had known. Nell had seen the ledger, had heard the rumors, had known what Silas did, and she had chosen to let the secret rot underground, waiting for the right moment to dig it up. Juno pressed her palm to her mouth. She had spent 9 years hating the wrong man, 9 years burning the bridge to the only person who had ever seen her clearly, 9 years defending a brother who had used her grief as cover. The dock creaked. She turned. Joss stood at the edge of the alley, hands in his coat pockets, watching her. "I did not follow you to push." "Then why are you here?" "Because I know what that conversation did to you." His voice was quiet. "And I know what you're going to do next." It came out hollow. "You know what I am going to do next, after 9 years, after everything. I know you." He stepped closer. "And I know you cannot let this sit. You are going to find Silas. You are going to ask him, and when he lies, you are going to push until he breaks." "Is that what you would do?" "No." He stopped 3 feet from her. "I took the blame and ran. That is what I did. But you are not me." The words hung between them. "No." She looked at him. "I am not. I am the one who stayed and believed a lie." The harbor rocked against the pilings. Joss pulled a folded paper from his coat pocket. "I made a revised work plan, adjusted timeline for the Keel replacement, source list for white oak that might work if we move fast." She stared at the paper. "You made a work plan?" "Yes. Tonight, while you were in the pub." He held it out. "I figured you would need something to hold on to after the priest told you the truth." She took the paper. Her fingers brushed his. The contact lasted half a second. She felt it in her chest like a crack in stone. "I do not know what to do with any of this." Her voice was barely audible. "I do not know how to look at Silas without wanting to break something. I do not know how to look at you without wanting to disappear." Joss held her gaze. "Then do not look at me. Look at the boat. Look at the work." He gestured at the paper. "One piece at a time. That is how you survive this." She looked down at the plan, his handwriting, neat and precise. Measurements, deadlines, timber sources, one piece at a time. "I cannot go home tonight." "Then do not." He nodded toward the yard. "The shed has a heater. I will leave you alone if you want." She did not answer. She walked past him toward the gates of Tamberlin. The gravel road stretched ahead, dark and empty. Behind her, she heard his footsteps, matching her pace, staying back far enough that she could pretend she did not notice. The St. Brendan waited under the tarp, stripped to her skeleton, the new Keel wood still lost somewhere in the chain of supply and silence. One piece at a time. Chapter 9. The shed smelled of rot and winter light. Juno climbed onto the St. Brendan's skeleton before dawn, her breath clouding in the cold, the tape measure cold against her palm. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Silas's hands signing compliance forms, his voice smooth as oil, his face blank as a wall. The boat waited, stripped to her ribs, the rotten keelson already cut free, the keel timber exposed like a wound. Joss arrived at 5:47. She heard his boots on the gravel, the shed door groaning open, the pause when he saw her already working. "You start without me? You were slow." He did not answer. He pulled on gloves and climbed onto the scaffolding on the port side, his weight settling the boards in a rhythm she remembered. 9 years since they had stood on opposite sides of a hull. 9 years, and his hands still found the measurements the same way. He wharfed in silence for an hour. The tapes stretched and snapped. Numbers were called and repeated. Pencil marks scraped across fresh lumber. The rot had eaten deeper than the initial assessment showed. 3 frames needed full replacement. The keel scarfs would have to run at least 6 feet each side of the joint. Juno straightened, her back aching, and looked at the skeleton around her. "We rebuild it exactly." Joss looked up from his notes. "Exactly. Every line, every dimension. Nell built this boat to a specific geometry. The water knows her shape. The water does not care about nostalgia, Juno. It cares about structural integrity." "Same thing." He set down his pencil. "It is not. The original build used sawn frames with 12-inch centers. Modern standards would put us at 10 inches with laminated stock. stronger, more flexible under load. Then it will not be the St. Brendan. It will be a safer St. Brendan. She climbed down from the scaffolding and walked to where he stood, the plan spread across a sawhorse. Her finger found the frame spacing. 12 inches. That is how Nell designed her. That is how she won the Halifax race in 1987. She won because she had a good crew and a lucky weather window, not because the frame spacing was an inch wider. Juno's jaw tightened. You do not get to come back after 9 years and redesign my grandmother's boat. I am not trying to. Then what are you trying to do? Build something that survives. He stepped closer. You want to honor Nell. I understand that. But Nell also knew when to strengthen a line. She taught me that. Juno's hand stopped on the wood. She remembered. Summer afternoons in the old shed, Nell walking them through the difference between tradition and stubbornness. A boat that cannot take a wave is not a boat. It is a coffin with a pretty sheer line. She taught you. Yes. She taught both of us. Joss nodded. The silence stretched. Juno looked at the frame spacing on the plan again, then at the original marks on the hull. 12 inches. That was what Nell had chosen. But Nell had also scarfed her own keel 3 inches deeper after the second season, when she spotted a hairline crack. I want the frames at 11.5. Joss looked up. That is a compromise. No, that is 11.5 inches, because it matches standard plywood widths and gives us a third more glue surface on each joint. She met his eyes. You were not the only one who did load calculations last night. He stared at her, then his mouth moved, almost a smile. 11.5. Agreed? Agreed. They measured the first frame together. Juno held the tape while Joss marked the cut line. Their shoulders brushed. She felt the heat of him through his coat, and she stepped back before it could register as anything more than friction. The morning wore on. The shed warmed as the sun climbed. Dust floated in the light. They found a section of the ceiling that had crumbled under the tarp, and Juno climbed the scaffolding to inspect the damage while Joss braced the ladder. Tell me what you see. Rot. 3 or 4 planks. The beam above is sound. How far back does it go? She pressed her knife into the soft wood. The blades sank to the hilt. All the way. Can we sister it? Without pulling the entire ceiling section. She shook her head. Not if we want it to hold in a sea. Joss was quiet for a moment. Then we cut it out. Same line? Same line. We matched the original ceiling planks exactly. He looked up at her. That is one detail worth preserving. Something shifted in her chest. She looked down at him, his face tilted up, dust in his hair, his hands resting on the ladder rungs. Why that detail? Because Nell told me once that the ceiling was the first thing she ever built alone. She was 12. Her father let her cut every plank by hand. He shrugged. It matters. Juno's throat tightened. She looked away and drove her knife into the rotted timber, levering a chanfre. Yeah, she said. It matters. They worked until the light changed. The sun moved across the shed floor, tracing the shape of the hull. By mid-afternoon, they had mapped every compromised frame, every rotted plank, every section of ceiling that needed replacement. The list was longer than she wanted to admit. Juno sat on the keel, her legs dangling into the empty space where the keelson would go, and looked at the paper in her hands. 40 feet of white oak, 15 replacement frames, 4 ceiling planks, new fasteners for everything. She looked up at Joss. This is not a restoration. This is a rebuild. It always was. You never said that. You never asked. She wanted to argue. The words were there, lined up behind her teeth. But she was too tired, and he was looking at her with something that was not patience and not challenge, something in between, and she did not know what to do with it. She looked down at the paper again. Where do we start? The frames. We cut the frames first, seat them, then move to the keel. That puts us behind on timber sourcing. It puts us ahead on structural work we can finish without the keel. We buy time. Time we do not have. We make it. She heard the certainty in his voice, the same certainty that had carried them through the cradle collapse, through the Keel discovery, through every moment when the easy choice would have been to walk away. She looked at him. "Why are you still here?" He met her eyes. "Because you are still here." She did not know how to answer. The shed creaked around them. A gull landed on the roof and called once, twice, then flew. Juno folded the paper and stood. "Then we cut frames." They moved to the workbench, and the rhythm took over, measuring, marking, the saw whining through fresh oak, the dust rising and settling on their clothes, their faces, the collar of her coat. Joss handed her a plank. She sighted down the length and nodded. "Good green. I picked it myself." "From where?" "Stacked behind the north shed. Nell kept a cache of seasoned stock under the lean-to." Juno stopped. Nell kept stock. 40 boards, cedar and oak, tagged for the St. Brendan. He held her gaze. She knew the rot would come. She planned for it. The words landed like a blow. Juno looked at the plank in her hands. The grain was tight, even, the color of aged honey. Nell had chosen it. Nell had saved it. Nell had known her granddaughter would need it. "How do you know about the cache?" "Because she told me." His voice quiet. "In the letter. The one she wrote 6 months ago." "Which letter?" "The one I never showed you." Juno's grip tightened on the plank. "Show me." Joss reached into his coat and pulled out an envelope, creased and worn, the paper soft with handling. He held it out. She took it. Her name was on the front, in Nell's handwriting. She did not open it. She stood in the shed, the afternoon light slanting through the gaps in the roof, the dust settling around her feet, the woman she had hated for 9 years watching her hold a letter from the dead. Her hands shook. "Read it," Joss said. "Read it when you are ready." She tucked the letter into her coat pocket, next to her heart. Then she picked up the saw. "Let us cut frames." They worked until the light failed. When they finally stopped, the first frame was seated, the second marked and waiting. The St. Brendan looked less like a skeleton and more like a boat beginning to remember her shape. Juno stood back and looked at what they had done. "Tomorrow we finish the ceiling. Tomorrow we finish the ceiling." She turned to leave, then stopped. "Joss." "Yeah?" She did not look at him. "I do not know how to stay angry at you anymore." The words hung in the dark air. She heard him exhale. "That is not a bad thing, Juno." She walked out of the shed, into the cold night, the letter burning against her chest. Behind her, the St. Brendan waited under the floodlights, her new frames pale against the dark, the first real progress they had made in 9 years. And in her pocket, Nell's voice waited to be heard. Chapter 10. The truck smelled like sawdust, salt, and Joss. Juno had not noticed until the cab warmed and the heater kicked on, pushing the old familiar scent through the vents. She cracked the window and let the cold Atlantic air cut across her face. They had been driving for 20 minutes. Neither had spoken since leaving the yard. The road followed the coast north, past frozen marsh grass and tidal creeks that bled into the gray morning. Juno watched the water. Joss watched the road. "The sawyer is at Parsons Mill," she said. 40 miles past the inlet." "I know where it is." "Then you know it is the last mill on this coast that still carries boat-grade stock." "I know." She watched his hands on the wheel, the same hands that had taught her to tie a bowline, to read tide tables, to hold a plane blade at the right angle. The same hands she had slapped away on a dock 4 days ago. 4 days. It felt like a different life. "You keep looking at my hands," he said. She looked away. "I am checking for contraband. Left my forged documents at home. Thought I would keep it light today." The words landed sharp, but his voice was flat. Not a jab, a test. She let it sit. "Where did you learn to frame like that?" she said. "Like what?" "The 10-inch spacing, the laminated stock. That is not yard work, that is a production shop." He did not answer for a long moment. "Breakwater Blue has a small boat division," he said. "I spent 3 years in their restoration shop while I was getting certified." "Certified in what?" "Marine project management, structural surveying, supply chain logistics." She turned to look at him. "You became a desk man. I became what the work required. And the restoration work? That was the part I kept for myself." The words sat between them. She heard the weight underneath, the part he kept because he could not let go of what he had lost. The road curved inland. The marsh gave way to pine forest, the trees pressing close to the asphalt, their branches scraping the sky. "Who taught you?" she said. "The master carpenter at the shop. Old man named Kuznetsov. Russian. Did not smile for 6 months. Used to say that if you cannot feel a plank breathe, you should not be cutting it." "He sounds like Nell." He reminded me of her every day. She watched the trees blur past. "That is why you stayed with the company." "It is one of the reasons." "What are the others?" He glanced at her, then back at the road. "I needed stability, a foundation, something that would not collapse if I stopped holding it up." "And Breakwater Blue gave you that?" "They gave me a paycheck. I built the rest." She thought about the life she had built. The same shed, the same tools, the same walls she had been painting for 9 years because she could not stop. "You never left Halloway Reach," he said. "I never had to." "You could have, after the betrayal, after Nell got sick. You could have walked away and built something new, and leave the yard to rot. Leave it to someone else." There was no one else. He was quiet. There was me. The words hung in the cold air. She looked at him. His profile was hard against the gray light, but his hands were relaxed on the wheel, and she saw the tension in his jaw that meant he was holding something back. "You left," she said. "I left to protect you. You left without telling me. I did not know how." She looked back at the road. "You could have tried. I know." The forest opened into farmland. Fields of stubble and frost stretched to the horizon, the soil dark and turned. "I saw Silas this morning," Joss said. Juno's chest tightened. "Where?" "Harbor office. He was filing something. Looked at me like I was a problem he had not solved yet." "He is your problem, not mine." "He is both our problem." She wanted to argue, but the words did not come. "What did he say?" "Nothing. He did not have to." "Then what did you see?" Joss's hands tightened on the wheel. He was calm, too calm. A man watching something he already knew the outcome of. That is how Silas has always worked. He lets the machine grind forward and picks up the pieces, unless he is the one turning the crank. The road dipped toward the inlet. Parsons' Mill appeared ahead, a low, corrugated building with a rusted sign and a mountain of sawdust piled against the back wall. Juno pointed. "Pull in through the side gate. The yard is around back." Joss turned the truck and bumped over the gravel lot. The mill was quiet, the saws idle, the only sound a radio playing tinny country music from an open bay. Juno stepped out before the engine stopped. The air smelled of wet bark and diesel. A man in a canvas apron emerged from the bay, wiping his hands on a rag. "Juno Tamberlin, been a while." "Kurt." She shook his hand. His grip was rough, calloused, the hand of a man who worked wood every day. "Heard about Nell," he said. "I am sorry." "Thank you." "Need stock?" "The St. Brendan." He let out a low whistle. "That old girl. Heard she was gone." "She was hiding. We found her." Kurt looked past her at Joss, who had come around the truck. "Who is this?" "Joss Okonjo, my partner." The word slipped out before she could catch it. Kurt's eyebrows rose. "Okonjo, the one who—" "He is back. Long story. We need cedar and oak, boat grade, 16-foot minimum." Kurt studied Joss for a moment, then nodded. "Got some white oak in the back. Fresh cut, but it has been stickered and dried for 18 months. Should be tight enough for your frames." "Let me see it." Kurt led them through the bay, past stacks of pine and fir, to a rack of oak planks at the far end. They were straight, clean, the grain running even and tight. Juno ran her hand along the top plank. "Price?" "For you?" 12 a board foot. 10. 11, and I throw in the cedar for your ceiling." "Done." They shook. Kurt looked at Joss again. "You the one been asking questions about the yard?" Juno went still. "Questions?" Joss said. "Few days back, a woman came through, said she was doing due diligence on some coastal properties, asked about Tamberlin's cash flow, who held the title, whether the family was stable. Juno's stomach dropped. What did you tell her? Told her I cut wood, not gossip, but she knew things. Knew about the will, knew about the compliance deadline. Kurt looked at Juno. She knew your name too. Juno turned to Joss, Marisa, or someone she sent. She is checking if we can still move. Joss's jaw tightened. She is checking if we are still standing. Kurt watched them. You two in trouble? Juno shook her head. We are fine. You do not look fine. We will be. Kurt shrugged and turned back to the rack. I will have the oak loaded by noon, the cedar too. Pay me when you can. He walked away, leaving them standing in the cold, the sawdust settling around their feet. Juno looked at Joss. She is not waiting for us to fail. I know. She is making sure we do. Joss met her eyes. Then we do not give her the chance. The words were solid, sharp, the kind of certainty she had not heard from anyone in years. She did not know if she believed them, but she wanted to. Chapter 11. The road back from Parsons Mill passed through town, past the harbor office, past the post office, past the clapboard storefronts that had stood empty for years. Juno watched them slide by, the windshield fogging at the edges from their breath. She should have felt relief. The timber was secured. Kurt had extended credit. They had a path forward. But the woman's questions at the mill sat in her chest like a stone. Near the harbor office, she saw the lights on inside. A figure moved past the window. She straightened. Pull over. Joss looked at her. Why? I need to file the permit for the keel replacement. If we wait, Marisa will find a way to block it. We just got the wood. And if she gets someone to freeze the permits before we seed it, the wood is just lumber in a shed. Joss slowed the truck and pulled into a space along the curb. The engine ticked as it cooled. You want me to come in? No. He looked at her. The silence stretched. Fine, he said. I will wait. She stepped out and walked toward the harbor office, her boots loud on the concrete. The door was heavy, painted blue and chipped at the edges. She pushed it open. Inside, the air smelled of stale coffee and old paper. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. A clerk sat behind the counter, a woman in her 50s with reading glasses perched on her nose and a stack of forms spread before her. Juno. Margaret. Margaret set down her pen. Heard you were working on the St. Brendan. Word travels. Word travels faster when Marisa Hollander is in town asking questions. Juno set her hands on the counter. I need a permit for keel replacement, structural work, the launch slip in the north shed. Margaret pulled a folder from the stack and opened it. I have your file, Hill. The compliance schedule came through from the Harbor Authority this morning. Juno's chest tightened. This morning? Arrived with the courier. New requirements. New requirements. Margaret turned the folder so Juno could see. The first page was covered in checkboxes, notes, and stamped approvals. At the bottom, a line item flagged in red. Final sign-off on the keel work requires approval from the Harbor Authority chair. Silas. Directly. No delegate. Juno stared at the page. He cannot sign off on something he has not inspected. He can if he designates an inspector, but the language here says the chair must personally verify the replacement timber before it is seeded. That is new. Margaret met her eyes. It is. And who added it? Amended to the compliance packet last night, signed by the chair. Silas. She had known he was involved. She had watched him stand in the shed while Marisa handed her the folder, watched him leave without offering real help. But this was different. This was a door he had locked from the other side. When was this amendment filed? Late yesterday, after close of business, meaning it was added after we started our workday. Margaret said nothing. She did not need to. Juno pulled out her phone and checked the time. The Harbor Authority office upstairs would be open for another hour. Is he here? Silas? He was in earlier. I think he is still in his office. Juno turned toward the stairs. Juno. She stopped. Whatever is going on between you and your brother, Margaret said quietly, be careful about where you choose to fight it. I am not choosing anything. That is what people always say right before they get burned. Juno climbed the stairs. The wood creaked under her boots. At the top, a narrow hallway led to a door with a brass plaque, Harbor Authority, chair. She knocked. Come in. She pushed the door open. Silas sat behind a wide oak desk, papers spread before him. He looked up and smiled, that practiced smile she had known her whole life, the one that said he was in control and wanted her to know it. "Juno, I was wondering when you would show up." "Were you?" She closed the door behind her. "The new permit requirements, the amendment you filed last night." He leaned back in his chair. "The compliance schedule needs to be thorough. You, of all people, understand that. I understand that you added a personal sign-off requirement after we started working. I wanted to make sure the keel was done right. That boat is the most important thing in this yard's history." "Is that what this is about? Protecting the boat?" His eyes flickered, just for a moment. What else would it be about? She thought about the ledger, the forgery, the wire fee with no destination, the story he had planted 9 years ago, the man who had stood in the shed while Marisa handed her a deadline. "I do not know, Silas, but I am starting to wonder." He stood. The movement was slow, deliberate, the same deliberate calm Joss had described that morning. "I am your brother, Juno. I have been here your whole life. I am the one who kept this town from tearing apart after Nell died. I am the one who has been fighting to keep the yard alive while you worked yourself to the bone. And now you are the one standing between me and a keel permit, because I want to make sure it is done right." Silence. She could feel Joss's words in her chest. Too calm. A man watching something he already knew the outcome of. She thought of the red line on the compliance sheet. "Fine," she said. "Then inspect the timber." "I will." "When?" He picked up his pen and made a note. "Tomorrow, late afternoon. We are seating the keel in 2 days. Then I will inspect it tomorrow, and if everything is in order, I will sign off before close of business." "And if it is not in order?" He looked at her. The smile was gone. "It will be. You know what you were doing." She wanted to believe him. He was her brother, the one who had taught her to drive, who had held her when Nell died, who had stood beside her at the funeral and told her they would get through it together. But she had seen the forged signature. She had seen the ledger. She had heard Father Benoit's voice break. "You were at the shed when Marisa arrived," she said. "I told you. I wanted to see the boat." "You did not offer to help. I offered to request a variance. You offered words, Silas, not action." He set the pen down. "What do you want from me, Juno? I want you to tell me the truth." "The truth about what?" "Everything." He held her gaze. The room was quiet, the fluorescent light on, the clock on the wall ticking toward 5. "I do not know what you think you know," he said, "but I am your brother. I love you. I am trying to protect you." "From what?" "From making the same mistakes I did." She stared at him. There was something in his voice she had not heard before. Guilt, maybe, or regret, but she did not know if it was real. She turned toward the door. "I will see you tomorrow, late afternoon." "Juno." She stopped. "Do not let him pull you away from here." She looked back. "Who?" "Joss. He left once. He will leave again. And you will be the one holding the pieces." She wanted to deny it. She wanted to tell him that Joss had left to protect her, that Silas was the one who had broken everything. But the words would not come. She opened the door and walked out. The hallway stretched before her, the stairs leading down to the lobby, the street beyond. She did not know what she believed anymore, but she knew one thing. Tomorrow Silas would inspect the timber, and she would be watching him. Chapter 3. He found her in the north shed at 9:47 p.m. She had not planned to stay this late. She had planned to eat something, to sleep, to put distance between herself and the afternoon with Silas. But the timber had arrived from Parsons' mill, stacked against the north wall, and the smell of fresh-cut white oak pulled her back the way tide pulls driftwood. She was sounding the starboard ceiling plank, the one Nell had hung at 12, working the grit along the grain in long, even passes that left her shoulder burning and her mind empty. Joss stopped in the doorway. She felt him there before she heard him. A shift in the air, the way the floodlight cast his shadow long across the concrete floor. "You should be home," he said. "You should be at the harbor light." I was. And I got tired of Tariq pretending not to watch me drink. She kept sanding. The paper bit into the wood. Cedar dust rose, catching in her throat. She had twisted her hair up hours ago, and it had started to come loose. Dark strands stuck to her temple. He crossed the shed. She heard his boots on the concrete, then the scrape of a stool being pulled across the floor. He sat down 3 feet from her, on the other side of the ceiling plank, and reached for a scrap of sandpaper from the pile. "I did not ask for help," she said. "You did not have to." He started sanding from the other end. The rhythm was wrong at first. Their strokes did not match. Hers were short and aggressive. His were longer, slower, more deliberate. The sound was a discordant scrape, 2 people working against each other instead of together. She stopped. "Match me." "Excuse me?" "You heard me. Match my pace." She set her hand against the wood and pulled the paper in a long, steady stroke. He watched for a beat, then followed. A arm moved with hers. The rhythm locked. They worked in silence. The shed was cold. The floodlights hummed. The hull of the St. Brendan loomed above them, ribs exposed, skeleton waiting for flesh. The fresh timber smelled of forest and resin. The old wood smelled of salt and time. She lost track of how long they worked. The plank began to smooth out beneath her hand. The grain surfaced. Dark lines running through pale cedar, the math of a tree that had grown for decades before someone felled it and shaped it into a boat. "Nell's boat. This is how we used to do it," Joss said. "No talking." "Yes, talking. You and me. Late nights in the west shed. You sanding, me holding the floodlight. Your arms got tired. I remember." "I do not, liar." She kept sanding, but her chest tightened. The memory surfaced, unwanted. The west shed, rain on the roof. Nell had set them to sanding a centerboard while she went inside to make tea. Juno had been 12, maybe 13. Joss had been holding the light, and he had let it drift so the beam caught her face instead of the board. "What?" she had said. "Not talking." "Well, you can her hand out of you would you stop me. Still one of my gospel. You do not heart to decide tonight." She ended to scrap him. My wrath was tripping and griffily to resent. He despised the wane stunched, repping heavily, ignitically revelating to a tummen's fair. In everyone is love. The clads move venny without the feature rest, and the meads will read, seeking up the body. We talk to screen. We've had a heat it barely dread, the suitor dust in his hair. Then we fight him. With what? We looned about my better neffets. We are, got his arms cress. He sees he's the unnervitable satisfied duck roots. It still would, not half. I remember. I do not hear it. I despise as I mat with a table the words like the little minery word, and the $8 of the salt, edges which is a salted concrete word. I love to remain this wound. My things cames with a toy suite in all new ammunition. I'm collapsibly drumming to purchase the mark. I am a punish pushin' right now, I hold I fasticize it. Is a kitty was spilance. I may it takes the temption sharply, this might of resentment revelated the man rated. My actions were just around, is careless for tripping the perfect 2 months. I create the Josh believer. One of something really high of anyway. His wife was constantly wellable to replace. I am not created to, but I asked that I clatered in definition. Because I startin' to let you, we had that whiz will for a metagrade. It find who is bad, well anything to take it. It hasn't as a suit thoust, for imaginable to a man rest math. They came to devly deployed like the chapter granaging stare, with that sixter public shelfed winds of medable rest winds, and is amassed, the lauds rip, well even precisely poorbitant father for the wat. The truth, the sun, without mend, as practifilitional at level, the insolent shelts turned of the a moment. The granical turn of Charla is a no vital a voice, has exactly a Khalifa crash. In his and last features aver again the sly's mender. As I mean powerful anything that fruits who they know with ode it hid pickles, tegrals, and bounds for things we still wanted to move. I know who just once get upset. What? If you are to do not trust me, I do not trust myself. Not when you are this close. He did not move. He stood where she had left him, hand still half raised, the air between them cold again. Then walk away, I said. You have been doing it for 9 years. You are good at it. The words hit. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him he had no right to say that when he was the one who left. But he was right. She was the one who had stayed angry. She was the one who had let the wound define her. She reached for the door. Juno. Then the playing is not fair. What? We stabs in the blasted selds in the mof's grate. He looms in, joy and croft steeps. They am receiving a still spotty wish truanly. There are stiffens, with a math or fizzy weds with their menor, and a silence siled brings a low. Or maybe she gave us a way back to each other, he said, and we have been too stubborn to take it. He reached for the door. Juno. She stopped. Come back tomorrow. She did not turn around. And do what? Finish what we started. The boat? Everything. She pulled the door open. The cold night air hit her face. The stars were out. The harbor was dark. She walked home with cedar dust in her hair and his voice in her chest, and behind her, the floodlights stayed on. The loper fish pleatly you shouldn't just steal the miney win. I know. Finally, yup, they still loverly custing some discording boss. My heads is much well these among the sociotheshipping cafferences and frother backwork said. And the development for 5.4 cz, the century 4.4 cz, good laugh in the fiddish, where that is whatever reserves of 'em, her gift to be fuck, I am. They acknowledge the satisfactment of a thoid, today, and the deason which it bleeded. Chapter 13. The meeting hall had not been this full since the winter the pier collapsed. Juno stood against the back wall with her arms crossed, watching the room fill with faces she had known her whole life. Fishermen in stained jackets, shopkeepers who had extended credit she could not pay back, the old women who had watched her grow up, and the young ones who had watched her fail. Every bench was taken. People lined the walls. The air smelled of damp wool and old wood, and the kind of anticipation that meant someone was about to lose. Marisa Hollander stood at the front of the room beside a portable screen, her dark auburn hair in its precise knot, her gray-green eyes scanning the crowd like she was reading a balance sheet. She wore a charcoal blazer over a shell-white blouse. She looked like she belonged in a boardroom, not a town hall that's still heated with a cast-iron stove. Juno spotted Joss 3 rows back, near the center aisle. He was not sitting with her, he was not sitting with anyone. His leather portfolio lay closed on his knee, and his face was unreadable. Marisa began without preamble. Thank you for coming. I know this town has strong feelings about what happens to the waterfront, and I respect that. But I want to talk about facts. She clicked a remote. The screen lit with a rendering of the proposed marina. Sleek docks, modern facades, rows of boats that looked nothing like the tarred skiffs and working lobster boats that filled Halloway Reach. Breakwater Blue is offering a $30 million investment in this harbor. That means year-round jobs, tax revenue, a future that does not depend on a dying industry and a boatyard that has not turned a profit in 7 years. The room stirred. Someone coughed. Someone muttered. Marisa clicked to the next slide, a graph, red lines dropping. Tamberlin Yard employs 3 people, seasonal. The commercial fishing fleet has shrunk by 60% in the last decade. The ferry runs at a loss. You are bleeding out, and you are calling it heritage. Juno's jaw tightened. She felt the words land like stones, each one aimed at the same spot. The marina will bring 120 permanent jobs, new businesses, a tax base that can actually fund the school and the clinic and the road repairs you have been deferring for years. She paused. Let the numbers settle. The question is not whether Halloway Reach changes. The question is whether you let it change into something that can survive. Silence, then applause. It started near the back, scattered, uncertain, but it grew. Juno watched a woman in a knit cap clap with enthusiasm. A man in a harbor authority jacket nodded. She recognized him. He had been a deckhand once. Now he worked at the town garage. She wanted to hate them. She could not. They were tired. They were scared. Marisa was giving them a story where things got better. Then the floor opened. A fisherman stood up. "What about the yard? Tamberlin's been here since before any of us." Marisa nodded, patient. "The yard is part of the proposer. Breakwater Blue has offered a fair market purchase. The land would be incorporated into the marina footprint. The historical elements can be preserved in a small museum space." A museum. Heritage does not have to disappear. It just has to make room. Juno felt the anger rise. Hot, familiar. She opened her mouth to speak, but someone else got there first. "I have a question." The voice was low, measured. It cut through the murmur like a plane blade through grain. Joss stood up. The room turned to look at him. Some recognized him. Some whispered. The boy who left. The man who came back. Marisa's smile did not waver. "Joss, I have been studying this project for 6 months," he said. "Feasibility, impact projections, community assessments. I know the numbers you are showing us tonight." "I would hope so. You helped compile some of them." "I did." He stepped into the aisle. His voice was quiet, but it carried in the silence. "That is a remarkable position to take in public, given your employment status." Joss met her gaze. "I am telling the truth. You can decide what that costs me." The silence stretched. Juno stood frozen against the back wall. She had watched him walk into this room as the enemy. She had braced herself for him to sit silent while Marisa buried the yard with polished graphs and promises. He had not. He had stood up. He had named the value. He had taken the hit. She did not know what to do with that. The fisherman who had spoken earlier cleared his throat. "Can the yard actually survive without the marina?" Joss turned to him. "It can. With the right investment and the right management, it can do more than survive. It can anchor the working harbor." "And who manages it?" The question hung. Joss did not look at Juno. He did not need to. "The terms of Nell Tamberlin's will are public," he said. "The yard passes to the people who restore the St. Brendan. If they succeed, the yard stays in the family. And if they fail, then the yard goes to Breakwater Blue." The fisherman sat back. The room murmured. Marisa raised her hand. "The will is a legal document, not a business plan. I respect Nell Tamberlin's intentions, but sentiment does not pay property taxes. Breakwater Blue's offer remains on the table. It will not remain open indefinitely." She clicked the remote. The screen went dark. "Think about what kind of future you want for your children. And then ask yourselves whether a rotting boat and a dying yard are worth the price of admission." She stepped away from the podium. The meeting dissolved into pockets of argument, people clustering, voices rising. Someone grabbed Juno's arm. She pulled free without looking. She watched Joss walk toward the side exit. Marisa intercepted him near the door. The conversation was brief. Juno could not hear the words, but she saw the way Marisa's jaw tightened, the way Joss did not look away. Then he pushed the door open and stepped into the cold. Juno followed. She caught up to him on the side steps where the streetlight pooled yellow on wet cobblestones. He had his hands in his coat pockets. His breath fogged in the night air. "You did not have to do that." He turned. "Yes, I did. You just made an enemy." "I made one the day I walked into that will reading." She studied his face, the hard jaw, the tired eyes, the same exhaustion she had seen under the floodlights. "Why?" "Because the truth was sitting on that screen, and someone had to say it." "That is not what I asked." He looked at her. The distance between them was short, the same distance as the shed, the same heat in the air. "You asked why I did it," he said. "I know why you did it. I am asking what it cost you." He was quiet for a long moment. "Everything I built," he said. "Then why?" "Because you were standing against the back wall looking at me like I was still the enemy, and I needed you to see that I am not." The words landed. She could not speak. He held her gaze. "Come back to the yard tomorrow." "I was going to. I know, but I needed to hear you say it." She opened her mouth to answer. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it out. The screen lit with a text from an unknown number. You should know what Joss is really protecting. Meet me at the harbor light, alone. She stared at the words. Juno? She looked up. The street light caught his face. She did not tell him who the message was from. She did not tell him she was going. Tomorrow, she said. I will be there. She turned and walked into the dark, the phone still warm in her hand. Chapter 14. The night air sat cold and salt-thick against Juno's skin as she walked the edge of the ferry dock. The meeting hall's lights had faded behind her, but the text still burned in her pocket. You should know what Joss is really protecting. She did not know the number. She did not know who had watched her close enough to see the cracks. Footsteps on the planks behind her. She turned. Tariq stood under the ferry shed's single bulb, wrench in one hand, cigarette burning in the other. He had not been inside the meeting hall. He had been sitting on the dock the whole time, watching the windows. You look like someone who just watched her house catch fire and is trying to decide whether to call the trucks. I am fine. You are a liar. He took a drag. And you are standing on my dock at 11 at night, staring at a phone like it bit you. She pocketed the phone. Should not you be on the morning run? Should not you be at the yard, sanding something? The question landed. She did not have an answer. Tariq studied her the way he studied engine blocks, looking for the crack before it broke. I saw the whole thing, he said, through the window. You looked more rattled when he stood up than when the woman with the slides tried to bury you. That is not true. It is. I know what you look like when you are fighting. You get narrow, focused. You looked wide open. She wanted to argue. The words did not come. He is supposed to be the enemy, she said. Supposed to be. 9 years, Tariq. I remember. Then you know why I cannot just... She stopped. Tariq waited. He stood up, she said finally. He used their own numbers. In front of the whole town, he told them the yard is worth saving. And that bothers you? Yes, because it does not fit. She looked at him. Because it does not fit, she repeated. Tariq crushed the cigarette against the shed post. The ember fell into the dark water. I watched you two on the skids that first day, he said, when the cradle buckled. You did not talk. You did not plan. You just moved. We were trying not to die. That is my point. People do not move like that unless they have been moving like that for years. And people do not move like enemies when one can predict the other's hands in a crisis. She had no answer. Tariq picked up his wrench. I am not telling you to trust him. I am telling you the picture you have been carrying does not look like the man I saw in that room. He walked past her toward the ferry shed. Think about who benefits from keeping that picture intact. The words hung in the salt air. She stood on the dock long after his footsteps faded. Morning came gray and damp, the harbor wrapped in a low ceiling that pressed the light flat against the water. Juno arrived at the north shed before full dawn. She had not slept. The phone sat in her jacket pocket like a second heartbeat. The timber from Parsons' mill was stacked against the far wall, white oak and cedar breathing resin and sawdust into the cold air. She ran her hand along the top board. Kurt had delivered good stock, straight grain, pite rings, the kind of wood that would hold a keel for 50 years if you bedded it right. She pulled the first board free and laid it across the sawhorses. Work. That was the only thing that still made sense. The door groaned. Joss stepped in with coffee, 2 cups. He set one on the workbench without comment. She took it. The silence was different from before. Not hostile, not warm. Somewhere in between, like a tide still turning. I checked the scarf joint templates last night, he said. The 6-foot run should work if we stagger the fasteners. I was going to cut them fresh this morning. I know, but the templates are already done. She looked at him. You were here last night? After the meeting, I could not sleep. She thought of the text, the unknown number, the promise of a truth she was not ready to hear. You should have told me, she said. You were walking home. You looked like you needed space. He was not wrong. She picked up the template. The cuts were clean, the angles precise. He had done the work without being asked. I will start the scarf, she said. I will pull the frames. They worked. The saw whined. The cedar dust rose. The morning light crawled across the floor in slow increments. Somewhere around 10, she stopped to drink the coffee. It was cold. She drank it anyway. Joss was at the far end of the shed, fitting a laminated frame into the dry clamp. His hands moved with the kind of economy that came from years of repetition. No wasted motion, no second-guessing. She remembered Tariq's words. People do not move like enemies when one can predict others' hands in a crisis. She had predicted his hands on the skids. He had predicted hers. That was not hatred. That was something else. He looked up, caught her watching. She did not look away. "You need to tighten the starboard clamp," she said. "It is slipping." He checked it, tightened it. "Thanks." She turned back to the scarf, but the moment stayed. She thought about the text, about who had sent it, about what Joss was really protecting. She thought about the fact that she had not told him about the message. She thought about why. The saw started again. The dust rose. The work continued. But something had shifted in the air between them, and she did not know if she was the one who had moved or if he had been standing there the whole time, waiting for her to notice. Chapter 15. The afternoon light had shifted, slanting through the high shed windows in long yellow bands that caught the floating dust. Juno had been searching for 20 minutes, pulling crates from the back of the storage alcove where Nell had kept the overflow for 40 years. The fasteners were somewhere. Nell had never thrown out hardware. She had hoarded bronze screws and silicone bronze ring nails in coffee cans, old tobacco tins, glass jars with the lids rusted shut. Juno had seen them 100 times, but the alcove had been reorganized since she last dug through it. Someone had stacked things differently, pushed boxes to the back, wedged a bundle of tarps against the far wall. She pulled another crate into the light. Not fasteners, books. 3 spiral notebooks, their spines cracked, the covers stained with something dark and old. Nell's handwriting filled the pages, that tight, slanted script that had signed 1,000 work orders and never once used a capital letter where we could avoid one. Juno almost set them aside. Then she saw the dates. Autumn, 9 years ago. The margins marked with small flags, asterisks drawn in the same ink, pressed hard enough to groove the paper beneath. She sat back on her heels. The first entry was routine. Keelson inspection. Starboard stringer showing compression at frame 7. Will sister a fresh rib before the weather turns. Normal. Technical. The kind of note Nell had written 1,000 times. Then the flag. A small cross drawn beside the date, and beneath it, in smaller script, a line that did not belong. Rot under paint looks the same as soundwood until you put a blade in it. Juno read it twice. It was not a repair note. It was not a measurement or a material order. It was a warning, wrapped in the language of boat building so that only someone who knew how to read between the grain would recognize it. She turned the page. The second flout entry was dated 3 days later. Inventory discrepancy on the North Shed ledger. Timber logged as sold does not match timber recorded as shipped. Discrepancy is small. Small enough to call a bookkeeping error. Small enough to be deliberate. Juno's throat tightened. She kept reading. The third entry was longer. Nell had written it in a hand less steady than the others, the letters crowding each other as though she had been working fast. The signature on the sale letter does not carry the same pressure. A man's hand changes when he is afraid or when he is lying. This signature is too clean. It was written by someone who had time to practice. Juno stopped breathing. She knew that observation. Nell had taught it to her when she was 12, standing over a workbench in this very shed. A cut tells you everything about the hand that made it. She had been talking about wood, but she had been talking about other things too. Juno had just been too young to understand. She flipped forward. More flagged dates, more entries that read like repair logs until you taught the second meaning. The man who signs for a thing he did not build will sign for worse before the year is out. A keel that looks straight in the cradle can still twist in the water. A debt repaid in silence is not repaid. It is only deferred. The last entry in that notebook was dated the week Joss left. He took the blame because that was the only way he could stay. I let him go because that was the only way she would be safe. The truth surfaces in its own time. But I have seen the signature. I have seen the ledger. I have seen my son's hands move through the accounts like a man who knows exactly what he is stealing. And I have said nothing. May God forgive me for choosing her peace over his justice. Juno stared at the page until the words blurred. Nell had known. She had known about Silas. She had seen the forged signature, the ledger discrepancies, the rot under the paint. She had watched Joss leave with the blame, and she had let him go because she thought it would keep Juno safe. The notebook shook in her hands. 9 years. Nell had carried this for 9 years. She had written it down and hidden it in a crate of fasteners and never spoken a word aloud. Juno pressed her palm flat against the page. She thought about all the mornings she had stood in this shed, complaining about Joss, cursing his name, feeding her anger with every retelling. And Nell had listened. Nell had nodded. Nell had handed her another tool and said some people are built for leaving, and never once told her the truth, because she thought it would keep Juno safe. But safe was not the same as whole. Safe was not the same as knowing. She turned to the next notebook. Later dates, the same tight script. More flags, more entries that read like something else. The boy calls twice a year, first from Portland, then from farther. He never asks to come home. He asks if she is all right. I tell him yes because that is what he needs to hear. I do not tell him she is filling herself with anger like ballast. I do not tell him I am the one who should have spoken. A signature weathers poorly when the hand that made it was not the hand that owned it. I will leave the St. Brendan to them. It is the only thing I have left that might force them to stand in the same room long enough to remember. Footsteps. Juno's head snapped up. She had been so deep in the notebooks she had not heard the approach, but the sound was close. Just outside the shed door. A boot scraping against concrete. She looked at the door. The lock was on. She had turned it when she came in, out of habit, because the shed held valuable stock and she did not trust the harbor authorities' evening patrols. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then the lock clicked. Someone was turning it from the outside. Juno rose. The notebook still in her hands, her heart hammering against her ribs. The door swung open. The light fell across the threshold and the figure in it cast a long shadow across the concrete floor. Juno did not move. She did not speak. She held Nell's notebook against her chest like a shield and waited for whoever had come through that door to say the first word. Chapter 16. It was you. The words stuck in Juno's throat, unspoken, as the light shifted across the figure in the doorway. Broad shoulders. The way he held his weight, planted and ready, like a man who had been caught before he could decide whether to knock. Joss. He stepped inside and pulled the door shut behind him, cutting the moonlight back to a seam. The lock clicked. He did not turn on the overhead. He stood in the dark with her, breathing. Nell's notebooks, Juno said. Her voice came out flat. You knew they were here. I knew she kept them. He did not move closer. I did not know what was in them. Liar. The word hit the space between them and hung there, sharp and final. I found them tonight, he said. Same as you. I saw the light under the door and I thought. He stopped. Ran a hand across his jaw. I thought it could be Silas. It was me. I know that now. Juno looked down at the notebook in her hands. The pages were warm from her grip. The entry about the signature was still open. Nell's cramped handwriting catching the faint glow from the window. She knew, Juno said. She knew and she let you leave. She let me hate you. For 9 years, Joss. She sat in this shed and listened to me tear you apart and she never said a word. Joss was quiet for a long moment. She thought she was protecting you. That is what everyone keeps saying. Juno's voice cracked on the last word. That is what Silas says. That is what Father Benoit says. That is what Nell wrote in here. She held up the notebook. Everybody deciding what I can and cannot handle. Everybody choosing my safety over my right to know the truth. You were 19 years old. I am 30 now. I know. Joss took a step forward. The light caught the side of his face, and Juno saw something she did not expect. Not guilt, not pity. Fear. His jaw was tight. His hands hung loose at his sides, but there was a tension in his shoulders she recognized from the night he had told her about the forged signature. The night he had let her believe he was the one who had done it. He was afraid. She had never seen Joss Okonjo afraid. Juno. His voice was low. Put the notebook down. Why? Because I need to tell you something about those flagged dates. and I need you to hear it without the paper in your hands." She did not move. "If I put this down, you are going to tell me what you should have told me the night you came back. The full truth. No more protecting me from it." His throat worked. "I don't know if I can do that." "Then I keep reading." She flipped to the next slagged entry, a date, numbers, a supplier name she recognized from the old yard ledgers, a farm in Portland that had gone under 2 years after the sale. Joss's hand shot out and caught her wrist. "Don't." His fingers were warm and the grip was careful, light enough that she could pull free, but he was touching her and his hand was shaking. "Tell me what you are afraid of," Juno said. "Losing you." The words came so fast they sounded like a reflex, like he had been holding them behind his teeth for so long they had burned grooves into his mouth. "I am not afraid of Phyllis," his voice dropped. "I am not afraid of what he will do to the yard or the boat or my career. I am afraid that when you finish reading those notebooks, you will look at me and see someone else. Someone who stood by while your grandmother burned herself out on silence. Someone who let you hate him because it was easier than making you grieve your brother." "You cannot do what to do with this," Juno said. "Neither do I. Silas is supposed to inspect the timber tomorrow. I know. If I confront him with this, he will deny it. He will lie to my face and I will have to choose whether to believe him or believe a dead woman's handwriting." Joss said nothing. "And if I do not confront him," Juno continued, "I spend another day pretending I do not know what he did. Another day working beside him. Another day letting him touch the boat I am trying to save." "Is that worse than losing the yard?" She looked up. "Everything is worse than losing the yard," she said. "That is what I told myself for 9 years. But I do not know if that is true anymore." Joss held her gaze. "Then what do you want?" The question sat between them, simple and unbearable. Juno wanted to answer it. She wanted to say, "I want the truth. I want the yard. I want my brother back. I want to stop carrying this weight." Chapter 17. The weather report came through before dawn, a high-pressure ridge sliding east and a rain front stacking behind it. 48 hours of clear sky, maybe 50 if the wind held. Juno heard the radio crackle from the kitchen counter while she pulled on her boots and decided not to answer the question Joss had asked her in the dark. She did not know what she wanted. She knew the keel had to be seated before the front hit or the fresh scarfs would wick moisture and the epoxy would never cure right. That was a problem she could solve. She found him in the north shed already stripping the tarps off the timber stack. The overhead floods threw his shadow long across the concrete. He did not turn when she stepped through the door, but his shoulders shifted, a small adjustment that meant he had heard her. "I thought about what to say," he said. "So did I." "And?" She picked up a wrecking bars and worked the blade under the banding strap on the topmost oak plank. The metal sang as the tension released. "And the keel goes in today. There is no other window." He watched her coil the strap. "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have now." The morning passed in the kind of focused labor that left no room for the shape of a confession. Juno measured and marked while Joss ran the circular saw through the first scarf joint, the blade chewing through seasoned white oak in a steady spraying arc. The air filled with the smell of fresh cut wood, clean and sharp, the same smell that had hung in Nell's workshop every winter of her childhood. They worked in the call and response of old habit. 2 degrees off. "I saw it." "Hold the heel." "I have it." Juno pulled the chalk line taut across the second plank and snapped it. The line bloomed blue, perfect and straight. Joss set the saw shoe against it and did not hesitate. When the scarves were cut, they clamped the first test joint and checked the fit. Juno ran her palm across the seam. The meeting was so clean she could barely feel the transition between one piece of wood and the next. 4 thousandths, she said. "That is not bad." "That is better than not bad." Joss looked up from the joint. His face was smudged with sawdust and he had a fresh nick on his knuckle where the chisel had slipped. "That is Nell's tolerance, not mine." "It is your cut." He said nothing, but something in his jaw loosened. They mixed epoxy in the paint locker, measuring resin and hardener into a tin bucket, while Juno worked the paddle in a smooth, even rhythm. The chemical smell bit at the back of her throat. Outside, the sky was still blue, but she could feel the pressure dropping, the air going thin and expectant, the way always did before a squall. "We haven't to sunset," she said. "Then we better stop talking." They buttered the scarves together, Joss laying the epoxy in long, even beads while Juno followed with a notched spreader, working the compound into every pore of the end grain. The planks went together wet, the joint crying a thin line of excess as they cinched the clamps tight. Joss hammered the wedges home while Juno checked the alignment with a straight edge, calling adjustments in half-millimeter increments. She did not think about the text message. She did not think about what she would find at the harbor light or what Joss was not telling her. She thought about the joint, the clamp pressure, the evenness of the glue line, the way the afternoon light was starting to lengthen and tilt toward the horizon. By 3, they had the first replacement frame fitted and clamped. By 5, the second. The third required a shim because the original deadwood had twisted with age, and Juno spent 40 minutes planing the high spots by hand while Joss held the straight edge and said nothing. "Say it," she said, not looking up from the plane. "It is fine. You are holding your breath. I am holding the straight edge. If I breathe, it shifts." She set the plane down and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist. The sawdust stuck to her skin. Her shoulder ached from the repetitive motion. "You could have stayed at Breakwater Blue," she said. "You could have let Marisa take the yard. You would have been rich." "I would have been miserable." "Rich and miserable is what most people settle for." Joss lowered the straight edge. The light through the high windows had gone gold, thick and molten, the color that came before the sky turned. "I do not want to settle," he said. She looked at him. The workshop had gone quiet. The only sound was the creak of the clamps settling and the distant cry of gulls turning inland ahead of the weather. "What do you want, Joss?" The question hung between them, the same one she had asked him in the dark, the same one he had not answered because neither of them had the words. He stepped toward her. One step, then another. The space between them shrank until she could see the sawdust caught in his lashes and the pulse beating at the base of his throat. "You," he said. The word landed like a hand on her chest. "I know that is not fair," he continued. "I know I have no right to say it after 9 years of silence and 100 lies I let you believe. But you asked, and I am tired of holding the truth behind my teeth." "Joss!" "You do not have to say anything back. You do not have to want me the way I want you. That I needed you to know that I did not come back for the yard. I came back because Nell wrote to me and said you were still here, still fighting, still splintering every board that got in your way. And I realized I had spent 9 years measuring every success against the memory of watching you build something from nothing." Juno could not move. The epoxy smell was fading. The light was fading. Everything in the shed had gone very still. "You are going to go to the Heart of Light tonight," Joss said. "And you are going to learn something that will make you hate me, or forgive me, or something in between. I do not know which. But I wanted you to hear this first." He reached out and touched her face, the pad of his thumb brushing the curve of her cheekbone. "I love you. I have always loved you. I never stopped." The touch was light. The words were heavier than any timber she had ever lifted. She should have stepped back. She should have said something careful and measured, something that protected the distance she had spent 9 years building. But she did not. She leaned into his hand. The sound of a car engine cut through the quiet. Joss dropped his hand. Juno turned toward the door, her heart hammering against her ribs. Headlights swept across the shed windows. A door opened and closed. Footsteps crossed the gravel, steady and deliberate. The kind of footsteps a man made when he knew exactly where he was going and did not care who heard him coming. Silas's voice called out from the yard. "You in there, Juno? We need to talk." Chapter 18. The shed door hung open. Silas stood in the gap, his silhouette cut sharp against the pale yard lights, and the moment shattered. Juno stepped back from Joss. The warmth where his hand had touched her face cooled too fast, and she pressed her palm against her cheek as if she could trap it there. "I need a minute," she said. Silas's gaze moved between them. Reading. Calculating. "The inspection is tomorrow. I thought we should go over the paperwork tonight so there are no surprises." "Tomorrow?" Juno heard her own voice, flat and distant. "I will see you tomorrow." Silas did not move. The silence stretched until Joss picked up a clamp and began loosening the pressure, the sound of the ratchet filling the space where an answer should have been. "Fine." Silas stepped back, the word clipped. "Tomorrow, then." His footsteps receded across the gravel. The car door opened and closed. The engine turned over and the headlights swept away, leaving the yard in the same dim pool of floodlight it had held before. Joss did not look at her. He kept working the clamp, his shoulders tight. "Go," he said. "Before I say something I should not." She wanted to stay. She wanted to ask him to repeat the words he had said, to let them sit in the air where she could test them against the part of her that still believed in winter. But she had already leaned into his hand once tonight, and that was further than she had allowed herself to go in 9 years. She stepped out of the shed. The door swung shut behind her. The walk home took 7 minutes. She counted every one. Nell's house sat dark at the end of the lane, the windows blind and the porch light burned out. Juno let herself in through the kitchen door and stood in the dim glow of the stove light, breathing air that still smelled like her grandmother, like cedar dust and coffee and the faint undertone of salt that never left anything in Halloway Reach. She should sleep. She should eat something. She should prepare for the inspection tomorrow, when Silas would walk the keel and find reasons to delay them. Instead, she went to Nell's bedroom. The room had not been touched since the funeral. The bed was made. A pair of reading glasses sat on the nightstand beside a half-empty water glass. The closet door was cracked open, and Juno pulled it wide, running her hand along the high shelf where Nell kept things she wanted to forget. Her fingers found the tin box before her eyes did. A biscuit tin, the label faded to nothing, the lid sealed with a strip of aged masking tape that crumbled at her touch. She lifted it down and carried it to the kitchen table. The contents were orderly, the way Nell had kept everything that mattered. A bundle of letters tied with kitchen twine. A folded deed for the St. Brendan, dated 30 years ago. Photographs of the boat before she went into the shed, clean-lined and proud, her deck gleaming under a summer sun. Beneath the photographs, a manila envelope. Juno slid the flap open. The paper inside was thin, the kind used for carbon copies, and the ink had oxidized to a muddy brown. She pulled out the top sheet and recognized the letterhead immediately. Tamberlin Yard and Shipwright Co. The letter of sale. The one that had been used to frame Joss. Her hands went cold. She had seen this document before. Silas had shown it to her years ago, smoothing it across his desk with practiced regret, letting her read the line where Joss's signature authorized the timber sale to a mill in Portland. She had looked at it through tears, through fury, through the certainty that the boy she loved had sold them out for cash. But this copy was different. She set it flat on the table and angled it toward the light. The signature was wrong. No, obviously. Not to someone who had not watched Joss write 1,000 times, the way his hand curved the O and ended the last loop of his surname with a hard slash that carried forward like he was already moving to the next word. This signature was cleaner, more deliberate. The loops were too even, the pressure too uniform. It was the signature of someone trying to copy Joss's hand. Juno's throat closed. She pulled the next sheet from the envelope. A carbon of the deposit slip, made out to an account Joss had never opened. The account number was wrong too, not the sequence the bank used for personal accounts, but she could not prove it without the original records. The third sheet made her breath stop. It was a handwritten note on the same thin paper. The ink was different, darker, and the handwriting was not Joss's at all. Told you it would work. Burn this. No signature, no date, but she knew the hand. She signed it on 100 Harbor Authority forms, on birthday cards, on the list of chores Nell left tracked to the corkboard every Sunday. the same ornate capital S that decorated every official document Silas Tamberlin ever signed. Juno sat back in the chair. The paper trembled in her grip. She had the proof. She had always had it, buried in Nell's closet, hidden in a tin box that told the truth more clearly than any testimony ever could. Nell had kept it. Nell had known exactly what her son was, and she had sealed the evidence away and waited for Juno to find it. The clock on the wall ticked. She had to see Joss. The decision was not made. It rose through her like a tide coming in, unstoppable and salt-bitter, carrying her out of the chair and through the kitchen and across the dark yard before she could think about what she would say when she found him. The shed lights were still on. She shoved the door open and saw him bent over the keel, his back to her, measuring the scarf joint one last time. Joss, he turned. His face was careful, guarded, ready for her to say she needed distance. She held up the papers. Her hands were shaking so hard the carbon copies rattled. "I found the originals," her voice cracked. "The ones Nell kept, the real ones." He stared at the pages. Something shifted in his expression. Not relief, not fear. Something raw, like a wound finally exposed to air after years of bandaging. "It was him," she said. "It was never you. It was Silas the whole time." Chapter 19. He did not speak. He angled the carbon copies toward the worklight and read them the way a man reads evidence of his own death, slowly, as if each line cost him something. The forged signature, the deposit slip, the note in Silas's hand. "Told you it would work. Burn this." Joss set the papers flat on the keel plank and pressed his palms against the wood on either side. His shoulders went tight. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and stripped of everything. "You found Nell's box. I found the truth." Juno's throat burned. 9 years, Joss. 9 years of me calling you a traitor to anyone who would listen, of telling myself you sold us out for money, of building my whole life around hating you. He did not turn around. "And you let me?" Her voice broke. "You let me believe it. You let me stand in front of the whole town and tell them what you did, and you just took it. What was I supposed to do?" His voice was quiet. "I was 17. He had the documents. He had the bank records. He had my name on a sale I never authorized, and he told me if I did not leave quietly, he would make sure Nell went down with me." But she knew. Juno's hands were shaking again. Nell knew. She had the proof. She could have stopped it at any time, and she just kept it in a box. She was protecting you. "Don't." Juno stepped forward. "Do not put that on me. She let us tear each other apart for 9 years. She let me lose you. She listened to me curse your name every time I walked through her door, and she never said a word." Joss turned. His face was raw, the guard he had carried since stepping off the ferry finally gone. "She was dying, Juno. She was dying, and she knew what Silas was, and she could not bear to be the one to take him from you. She took you from me." The words came out jagged. "She made that choice." "Yes." Joss's voice cracked. "And I helped her." Juno went still. "I called her every 6 months," he said. "Every time I asked if you were okay. Every time she said yes. She said you were strong. She said you were holding the yard together. She said I had done the right thing by leaving, even if it cost me everything. She was wrong." "I know." He met her eyes. "I have known for years. But by the time I understood that, I had already built a life that did not include Halloway Reach. I had certs and a job and a future that did not depend on anyone believing me. And Silas was still here, still running the harbor authority, still the brother you needed." "I do not need him." Juno's voice rose. "I needed you." The words hung between them. Joss closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had shifted, a door opening that she had not known was locked. "He is not the only one." "What?" "The person I am protecting." Joss's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "Silas is not the only one who knew what happened. He did not act alone." Juno's blood went cold. "What are you saying?" Joss looked at her. The silence stretched, heavy as wet canvas. I am saying that if I tell you everything, you will lose more than a brother. You will lose the last person in this town you trust without question. Who? I cannot. His voice broke. Not yet. I need you to hear the rest of it from the right person. Who? Joss, please. He stepped toward her. I spent 9 years protecting you from this. Let me finish it the right way. Tomorrow, after the inspection, I will take you to the person who can tell you everything. But I need you to trust me until then. Juno stared at him. Trust him, the man she had hated for 9 years, the man who had let her hate him, the man who was still keeping secrets even now, standing over the proof of his own innocence with another locked door in his voice. I trusted you once, she said. You left. I came back. Not for me. Her voice was hollow. For Nell, for her letter, for the guilt you have been carrying. You came back because she asked you to, not because you wanted to face me. That is not true. Isn't it? Juno pulled the carbon copies from the Keel plank. You had 9 years to call me. 9 years to send a letter, a message, anything. Instead, you called Nell and let her tell you I was fine. You did not want to know if I was fine. You wanted permission to stay gone. Joss's jaw tightened, his hands curled at his sides. You are right. The admission hit her like a wave. I did not want to come back, he said. I did not want to see what my absence had done to you. I did not want to know if you had built a life that did not need me in it, because that would have meant the choice I made was the right one. And I needed it to be the right one, Juno. I needed to believe that leaving was the only way to save you, because if it was not, then I wasted 9 years of both our lives for nothing. Juno's chest ached. The papers in her hand felt heavy, not with proof, but with everything they could not undo. You should have told me. I know. You should have trusted me with the truth. I know. His voice dropped. But I was 17, and I was terrified. And the only thing I knew for certain was that I loved you too much to let Silas destroy you the way he threatened to. Juno's breath caught. You loved me? I love you. He said it without hesitation. I have loved you since we were 12 years old, and you showed me how to set a gaff rig without looking at the manual. I loved you when I left. I loved you through every call with Nell. I loved you when I stepped off that ferry knowing you would hate me before I ever reached the dock. He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the tremor in his hands. None of that changes what I did. None of it makes the 9 years disappear. But I need you to understand that I did not leave because I wanted to. I left because I could not bear to watch Silas pull you apart to get to me. Juno's grip on the papers loosened. Who else knows? I told you. Tomorrow. Now, Joss. Her voice hardened. Who else knows what Silas did? Joss held her gaze. The silence stretched, fragile as the first layer of glass on a winter puddle. Father Benoit, he said. Nell. And one other person. Who? His face went tight. The person who helped Silas forge the documents in the first place. The words landed like a blow. Someone helped him. Yes. Someone in Halloway Reach. Yes. Juno's mind raced through every face she knew, every hand that had ever touched a Tamberlin ledger, every signature on every permit Silas had ever waved through the harbor authority. Who? Joss shook his head. Tomorrow, I will take you to them. But if I tell you now, you will go after them tonight, and you will walk into something you are not ready for. I am not a child. I know. His voice softened. But you are angry, and angry people make mistakes. I have spent 9 years second-guessing every move I made because of one mistake. I will not let you make the same one. Juno wanted to argue, wanted to scream at him for still treating her like someone who needed protection. But the proof in her hand had been sitting in a tin box for 9 years, and her grandmother had chosen silence over justice. Maybe Joss was right. Maybe she needed to hear it from the right mouth. Tomorrow, she said, after the inspection. Yes, and you will tell me everything, every detail I know. Juno folded the carbon copies and slid them into the envelope. Her hands were steady now, the shaking replaced by a cold clarity she did not fully trust. "I am keeping these. I expect you to." She turned toward the door, then stopped. "Joss." "Yeah. Thank you." The words felt strange in her mouth. "For telling me, for coming back, for not letting me hate you forever." She heard him exhale, long and slow, as if he had been holding his breath since the moment she shoved the shed door open. "I would do it again," he said. "Every time. I would choose you every time." Juno did not turn around. She could not. If she saw his face now, she would break, and she had too much left to do before she could afford to fall apart. She stepped out into the dark yard and let the door swing shut behind her. The night air hit her face, salt and cold and familiar. She walked past the floodlights, past the hall of the St. Brendan gleaming under the work lamps, past the timber stacked for tomorrow's inspection. At the edge of the yard, she stopped and looked back. The shed was still lit. Joss stood in the doorway, his silhouette dark against the glow, watching her leave. She pressed the envelope against her chest and walked home through streets she had known her whole life, carrying proof of a betrayal that had been waiting 9 years to surface. Not Silas's betrayal, the other one, the one Joss was still protecting her from, the one she would learn tomorrow, whether she was ready or not. Chapter 20. The house felt wrong when she walked through the door. Silence pressed against the walls like something waiting. Juno set the envelope on the kitchen table, then picked it up again. Could not leave it. Could not trust it to stay hidden. She carried it to her room and slid it under the mattress, flat against the springs where she would feel it if anyone moved it. Then she stood in the dark and listened to the clock tick on the mantel. 7 minutes to Silas's house. She could wait until morning. Could follow Joss's plan, get through the inspection, let the accomplice speak first. But the signature was wrong. She had known it the moment she saw the carbon copy. The loops too even, the pressure too uniform. Not Joss's hand, never Joss's hand. And Silas's note, in his own writing, telling someone to burn the evidence. She grabbed her jacket and left before she could talk herself out of it. The walk took 4 minutes. She had made it 1,000 times. Past the harbor office where Silas signed permits. Past the pub where Eleni kept her ledgers. Past the dock where Joss had stepped off the ferry 5 days ago with his leather portfolio and his polished shoes and his secret burning under his ribs. Silas's porch light was on. She knocked before she could lose her nerve. The door opened. Silas stood in the doorway in a worn sweater, reading glasses pushed up into his hair, a cup of tea steaming in his hand. "Juno." His face shifted from surprise to concern. "You look like hell. What happened?" She stepped past him into the house before he could see her hands shake. Could sleep. He closed the door and followed her into the kitchen. The same kitchen she had eaten breakfast in 1,000 times. The same ceramic rooster on the windowsill. The same chipped mug she had used since she was 12. Silas set down his tea and leaned against the counter. "Inspection nerves?" Something like that. He studied her with the calm, patient attention that had always made her feel like the only person in the room. It was the same look he had given her when she was 12 and scared of the deep water. The same look he had given her when she was 17 and Joss had just left. "You want to talk about it?" "Because I was afraid." He said it simply, without shame. "Because I was afraid of losing you. Because I was afraid of what you would think of me. Because I have spent 9 years trying to be the brother you deserved, and I knew that if you ever found out what I did, you would never look at me the same way." He reached across for her, this table between them warm and familiar and wrong. "You've been working hard, both of you." She watched his face for the lie. It was not there. "The restoration is coming together faster than I expected," you said. "Joss knows what he's doing." Silas's jaw tightened, just barely, before he smoothed it into a smile. "He always did. I found something tonight." His hands stilled on the table. "What?" "Flash. Some of Nell's old papers, in her bedroom, a tin box she kept on the closet shelf." Silas's eyes did not flicker. "What kind of papers?" Juno pulled the envelope from her jacket. The carbon copies, the deposit slip, the note. She laid them on the table between them. Silas looked at the papers, did not touch them. "I found a copy of the sale letter," she said. "The one from 9 years ago. The one that proved Joss sold out the yard." "Juno. And I found a note." She pointed. "In your handwriting, telling someone to burn the evidence." The kitchen went still. Silas looked at the papers for a long moment. Then he reached out and turned the deposit slip with one finger, as if examining a specimen he had never seen before. "That's not what it looks like." "Then what is it?" He looked up at her. His face was open, concerned, the face of a brother who had spent his whole life trying to protect her. "I made mistakes," he said. "Mistakes I am not proud of. Mistakes I have spent 9 years trying to be the brother you deserved, and I knew that if you ever found out what I did, you would never look at me the same way." He reached across the table. His hand hovered over hers, not touching. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to make it right." Juno pulled her hand back. "The inspection is tomorrow," she said. "Yes. If I tell them what I found, the restoration stops. The yard goes to Breakwater-Blue. Everything Nell built is erased." Silas's face went pale. "Juno, who are telling this holy tettle will have. Juno, I need to know." She stood, the papers clutched against her chest. "I need to know if you are still trying to destroy this yard. I need to know if you are working with Marisa. I need to know if the man who raised me is the same man sitting in front of me." Silas stared at her. Then he stood, slowly, and walked to the window. "I have never worked with Marisa," he said. "I have never wanted anything except to keep this town alive." "Then why did you amend the compliance packet?" "Because I knew Joss would push you too hard, too fast, and I wanted to be able to stop him if he made a mistake." "That is not your call. It was always my call." His voice hardened. "I am the harbor authority chair. I am the one who signs the permits. I am the one who decides whether the site Brendan ever sees water again. And if you go to the town with those papers, you will destroy me, but you will also destroy the yard. Do you understand that?" Juno felt the weight of his words settle into her bones. "If I do not expose you, someone else will." Silas turned. He looked at her with something that might have been grief. "Then you will have to decide," he said, "whether the truth is worth losing everything." The kitchen was silent. Juno stood at the table, holding proof of her brother's betrayal, and watched him watch her. She had come here for reassurance. She had found the ship of something much worse. "I will see you at the inspection," she said. Silas nodded. The walk home took 4 minutes, but the cold had seeped into her bones by the time she reached the door. She sat on the edge of her bed and pulled the envelope from her jacket. The signature stared up at her. Too clean, too practiced. Not Joss's, her brother's doing. She would have to choose. Truth, or the family she had spent her whole life protecting. The clock ticked. She did not sleep. Chapter 21. The shed door had barely stopped swinging when Juno heard the footsteps circle back. Marisa stood in the doorway, alone this time. The hard hat was gone. The camera was gone. Just her, the tailored coat, and the thin smile that had sharpened into something surgical. "I forgot one thing," Marisa said. She did not look at Juno. She looked at Joss, and the look carried years of leverage, of contracts signed in good faith and calls made at odd hours, of a relationship built on the assumption that loyalty was a business term. "Corporate sent your severance package this morning." Joss did not flinch. "I have not resigned." "You do not need to resign." Marisa stepped into the shed, her heels clicking a slow rhythm on the concrete. "You have made your position clear, publicly, repeatedly. The board has decided that your continued employment creates a conflict of interest that Breakwater-Blue cannot afford to litigate." The words landed like cuts from a blade that had been sharpened for months. She had expected it, the way he had stood at the podium and thrown his weight behind the yard. But hearing it spoken aloud made the cost feel real in a way she had not let herself feel. "You are firing him," Juno said. "I am formalizing a separation that was inevitable the moment he chose to defend a losing property against his own employer." Marisa's gaze remained fixed on Joss. "The severance is generous," 3 months' pay. Benefits through the end of the quarter. A neutral reference if you decide to pursue another position. Joss stood at the workbench, the mallet still in his hand. He did not set it down. "I understand," he said. That was all. No argument, no negotiation, no plea for reconsideration. He accepted the cut as if he had been waiting for it, as if the blade had been hanging over his neck since the moment he stepped off the ferry. Marisa tilted her head. "I expected more fight. Would it have changed anything?" "No." "Then there is nothing to fight about." Marisa nodded slowly, as if filing the information away for future use. She turned to Juno, and for a moment the thin smile softened into something almost human. "This yard is going to kill your future," she said. "You should know that, and it is going to kill his, too." She walked out. The door swung shut. The shed settled into a silence so deep Juno could hear the kid moving in her own ears. Joss set the mallet down. 10 days, he said. "We have 10 days to seat the keel and pass inspection. Without Breakwater Blue's supply chain, without their expediting leverage, without anything except what is in this shed and what we can build with our own hands." He turned to face her, and she saw the exhaustion at the edges of his eyes, the tightness in his jaw that had nothing to do with the work ahead. "I will find another way to fund the materials," he said. "I have resources, private, untangled. They are not enough to buy time, but they are enough to buy oak." Juno stepped closer. "How long have you been planning for this?" "Since the town meeting." His voice was flat, pragmatic. "I knew she would not let it stand. She is not the kind of person who lets defiance go unanswered. And you did not tell me, because it was not your fight to carry." He met her eyes. "I made the choice. I knew the cost. You had enough to manage without worrying about my employment status." The anger rose, hot and sharp, but it tangled with something else, something that felt like grief. He had sacrificed everything, his career, his reputation, his future, for her, for the yard, for a version of loyalty she had spent 9 years believing he did not possess. "You should have told me," she said. "Maybe." He picked up a clamp from the workbench, examined the threads. "But I did not. And now we have 10 days, and the keel is not going to seat itself." He walked to the hull and began adjusting the pressure on the scarf joint. Juno watched him. The weight of the envelope under her mattress pressed against her ribs like a promise she was not ready to keep. She had the proof, she had the name, and now she had the deadline. The shed was quiet, the only sound the methodical click of Joss adjusting the clamps, and the distant whistle of a ferry starting its crossing in the gray morning light. Chapter 22. The day bled into evening without notice. They worked through the afternoon on the scarf joints, adjusting clamps, checking alignment, scraping cured epoxy from the edges where it had bled through the tape. The hull rose around them like a rib cage being reassembled bone by bone, and the silence between them was not hostile but heavy, filled with everything neither of them knew how to say. Juno's hands moved on their own. Measure, mark, check. The rhythm of the work was the only thing that felt honest. By the time the light shifted from gray to amber, her shoulders ached and her fingers had gone numb from gripping the chisel. She had not eaten since morning. She had not thought about the envelope under her mattress, or the 10-day deadline, or the look on Silas's face when she had walked out of his kitchen. She had thought about Joss's hand on her face in the shed, the way he had said her name, the way she had leaned into his palm before she remembered every reason not to. Joss straightened from the starboard frame, pressing the heel of his hand into his lower back. The motion pulled his shirt across his shoulders, and she saw the exhaustion in the set of his spine, the way he held himself together through sheer stubbornness. "We need to check the bedding on the port side," he said. "If the epoxy pulled unevenly, we will have to grind it back before the next frame goes in." Juno nodded. "I will get the flashlight." She stepped past him, close enough to catch the smell of cedar and sweat, and walked to the workbench where the flashlight hung from a hook. The beam was weak, the battery low, but she did not bother replacing it. She was too tired to care. They moved outside together, across the gravel yard, past the stacked timber and the tarped piles of rigging. The port side of the hull faced the water, and the float dock bobbed against the pilings, dark and still in the fading light. Joss stepped onto the float first, the boards groaning under his weight. Juno followed, the flashlight beam cutting a weak circle across the hull planks. The epoxy had cured clean, no pooling, no uneven edges. She should have been relieved. Instead, she felt the weight of the day settle into her bones like lead. Joss crouched, ran his fingers along the seam. Clean. Yeah. He did not stand. He stayed there, kneeling on the float, his hand resting on the hull as if he was listening for something only he could hear. The tide was low. The water lapped against the pilings with a sound like someone breathing in sleep. 9 years, Juno said. Joss did not look up. I spent 9 years believing you were the worst thing that ever happened to me. Her voice was quiet, not accusatory. Be about my whole life around that story. Every hard day, every hour I spent alone in this yard. I told myself it was because of you. He still did not look at her. And now I have to figure out who I am without it. Joss stood slowly, his knees popping in the quiet. Ask me, he said. What? Ask me what I was doing for 9 years. He turned to face her. Ask me if I forgot this place, if I forgot you. The air between them seemed to thin. I never stopped measuring, he said. Every boat I worked on, every project I finished. I measured it against the keel we laid here when we were 16. I measured my success against the weight of what I left behind. His voice cracked on the last word. I built a career. I built a reputation. I built a life that looked good on paper. But I was always running the math on what it would cost to come back. Juno's throat tightened. And the math? It was never about money. He stepped closer. It was about whether you would ever let me explain. Whether there was a version of this where you looked at me and did not see the thing that broke you. The float swayed under their weight, the water lapping against the boards. I should have fought harder, he said. I should have told you the truth the moment I stepped off that ferry. But I was afraid that if I told you, you would have to choose between me and Silas, and I knew who you would pick. She wanted to deny it. She wanted to tell him he was wrong, but she had proof of Silas's guilt under her mattress, and she had still not decided what to do with it. He is my brother, she said. I know. If I expose him, I lose him. I know. If I do not expose him, I lose myself. Joss said nothing. He stood in the dark, the last light from the yard casting a long shadow across his face, and waited. The truth pressed against her ribs, demanding to be spoken. I have the evidence. I have the name. I have the power to end this. But the words would not come, because saying them aloud meant the choice was real. It meant she could not pretend there was another way out. And she was not ready. Not yet. Joss stepped closer, close enough that she could see the exhaustion in his eyes, the lines around his mouth, the weight he carried without complaint. Whatever you decide, he said, I will still be here. She looked at him. The float shifted under a sudden weight, a footstep on the dock above them. Juno's head snapped up. A shape stood at the edge of the yard, dark against the sky, watching them. Not moving, not calling out, just watching. The flashlight beam caught a glimpse of a coat, a hand dropping to a pocket, a face turning away before she could make out the features. Then the shape moved, fast, disappearing into the narrow alley between the sheds. Joss was already moving, his boots hitting the dock planks. Stay here. But she was already following, the flashlight beam swinging wildly across the empty yard. Chapter 23. The morning came cold and damp, fog hanging low over the yard like a held breath. Juno arrived before first light, her boots grinding against the gravel as she crossed to the north shed. The door stood ajar, the padlock hanging loose from the hasp, its metal gleam wrong in the gray half-dark. She stopped. The lock had been cut. Clean through the shackle, a bright nick of fresh steel where the blade had bitten. Juno's hand went to her belt, found nothing but her grandmother's marlin spike. She pushed the door open with her shoulder. Inside, the shed smelled of cedar dust and cold epoxy. The St. Brendan sat in her cradle, untouched, her scarfed frames gleaming under the work lights Joss had left on overnight. But the tool wall was wrong. Gaps where the ship augers should hang. The rack of bronze fasteners emptied down to a scatter of washers. The new spar section, laminated and delivered 3 days ago at Kurt's credit, was gone from the sawhorses where Joss had laid it for tapering. 30 feet of laminated spar, shaped and cured to tolerances Juno had spent 2 days checking herself. Gone. She stood in the silence, the fog pressing against the windows, and felt something cold settle in her chest. Joss found her 10 minutes later, standing in the same spot, the cut lock in her hand. He took it from her without a word, turned it over, ran his thumb across the clean edge of the cut. "Gold cutters," he said. "Clean entry. Knew which lock." "Breakwater blue." Her voice came flat. "Marisa wants to shut us down before the inspection." Joss shook his head slowly. "If Marisa wanted to shut us down, she would do it through the compliance office. Paper, not theft. Theft leaves tracks." "Then who?" He did not answer. He crossed to the tool wall, ran his hand along the empty peg to where the augers should hang. Augers, fasteners, the spar. They did not take the caulking irons or the plane blades. They took what would hurt us most and what could be moved fast. Juno's jaw tightened. Someone who knows boats. Someone who knows this yard. The words hung between them, heavy as the fog. Joss turned from the wall, his face unreadable. "Check the south shed. I will call the harbor office." "The harbor office will not help us." "Then I will call Tariq. He knows the morning traffic. If someone moved a 30-foot spar before dawn, someone saw it." Juno wanted to argue. She wanted to hit something, to throw the cut lock through a window, to scream until the fog tore apart. Instead, she walked. The south shed door was intact, the lock still set. She checked the hasp, found no scoring, no fresh tool marks. Inside, the timber from Parsons' mill sat stacked where they had left it, the white oak and cedar gleaming under the dust. She stood in the dim light, counting boards. All there. Whoever had taken the spar and the hardware had known exactly which shed to hit. Had known the north shed held the supplies they needed most. Had known the padlock model, the bolt cutters that would work, the hours when the yard would be empty. Had known Juno and Joss would be asleep. She pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes until she saw stars. When she stepped back outside, Joss was standing at the edge of the gravel with Tariq, both of them bent over something on the ground. She walked over. Tariq straightened, his coveralls stained with grease, a metal coffee cup in his hand. He looked at her with the expression of a man who had seen too many things go wrong to pretend this one surprised him. "Found it by the ferry landing," he said. "Tucked behind the Slipway bins. Someone was in a hurry." He held up a single bronze fastener, the frag's still sharp, a smear of mud along the shaft. "That is one of ours," Juno said. "Yeah." Tariq turned it over. Found 3 more scattered along the access road. Looks like they dropped a pouch hauling the spar, picked up what they could in the dark, missed these. Joss took the fastener, studied the mud. "This is not harbor bottom mud, too dark, too fine. This is marsh silt." Tariq nodded. "There is a layup path behind the old ice house, runs along the marsh edge, connects to the service road behind the ferry lot. Someone who knew the ground could move a 30-foot spar that way without crossing a single lit stretch." Juno's throat tightened. "That path is not on any harbor map." "No," Tariq said, "but anyone who grew up in this town knows it." She looked at Joss. He was already watching her, the bronze fastener pinched between his fingers. "The watcher last night," he said quietly. "Whoever it was, they were not just watching. They were counting." Tariq drained his coffee, crushed the cup, shoved it into his pocket. "I will make some calls, see if anyone on the early ferry saw movement." He paused, his eyes moving between them. "You two better figure out who wants this boat dead, because they are not going to stop at a missing spar." He walked off, his boots scraping against the gravel, leaving them alone in the fog. Juno stood still, her hands cold, the weight of the morning pressing down on her shoulders. "Joss." "Yeah. Whoever it was, they knew we would be on the float dock last night. They knew the north shed layout. They knew exactly what to take." She turned to face him. "Who in this town knows that much about Tamberlin Yard?" He held her gaze, and she saw something shift behind his eyes, a calculation, a decision, a door opening or closing. "I have a name," he said, "but you are not going to want to hear it. Try me." He looked down at the bronze fastener, then back at her. The accomplice, he said. The one who helped Silas forge the documents 9 years ago. They are still here, still in Halloway Reach, and they know the yard better than anyone. The fog curled between them, cold and patient. Juno's breath caught. The person who helped Silas frame you, she said slowly, is the same person who stole from us last night. Joss did not answer. He did not have to. Behind him, the first light of morning broke through the fog, thin and pale, casting long shadows across the yard. And somewhere in the maze of sheds and alleys, a 30-foot laminated spar was waiting for whoever had taken it. Chapter 24. The fog had not burned off. It clung to the yard like a second skin, damp and cold, muffling the sounds of the harbor into something distant and underwater. Juno stood frozen, Joss's words still hanging in the air between them. The same person who helped frame me stole from us last night. She wanted to ask the name, needed to, but her throat had closed, and the question sat on her tongue like a stone. Joss watched her, the bronze fastener still in his hand. He turned it over, once, twice, then slid it into his pocket. "Inside," he said. "Not here." He walked toward the south shed without waiting for her answer. She followed because her legs moved, because there was nothing else to do with the rage and the dread and the grief all tangled together in her chest. The south shed smelled of cedar and epoxy and the damp wool of his coat. He closed the door behind them, pulled the work lamp cord, and the light snapped on, casting long shadows across the timber stacks. Joss stood with his back to her, both hands flat on the workbench. "Nell knew," he said. "She knew before I did, I think. Or she suspected. And she kept the proof for 9 years because she knew one day you would need it." "I already have the proof." "That is not what I mean." He turned. His face was hard, but his eyes were not. They were the eyes of a man who had carried something too heavy for too long and was finally setting it down. "I told you Silas did not act alone," he said. "I told you someone else in this town helped him forge the documents, and I told you I would take you to them. You did. The reason I did not give you the name last night was not to protect them." Juno's hands curled into fists at her sides. "Then why?" "Because I needed you to see their face when you heard the truth. I needed you to know I was not giving you a name out of spite or revenge. I needed you to understand why they did it." "Who? Joss?" He held her gaze. The silence stretched, thin and sharp as a pulled wire. "Your mother's sister," he said. "Aunt Corinne." The name hit her like a physical blow. Juno's breath stopped. Her mind went blank, then filled with images she could not place. A woman she had not seen in years. Her mother's younger sister who had moved inland before Juno was old enough to remember her clearly. A name spoken at holidays, a face in old photographs. Someone who existed at the edges of family stories but never in the room. "She is dead," Juno said. "She died before I was 10. "No." Joss's voice was quiet. "That is what everyone was told. But she did not die. She left, and she took something with her that Silas needed back." Juno's legs went weak. She reached for the edge of the workbench, found it, held on. "What are you talking about?" 9 years ago, your Aunt Corinne was living in Portland. She had been there for years, working at a small bookkeeping firm. She was the one who handled the yard's accounts when Nell got sick, and she was the one who took the money. "The money?" "The money Silas stole." Joss's voice cracked on the word. He did not take it for himself. He took it to cover what she had already taken. She had been skimming from the yard accounts for months, small amounts, structured to look like supplier payments. By the time Silas found out, the hole was deep enough to collapse the yard. Juno's mind raced, trying to fit the pieces together, but they kept sliding apart. Silas covered for her. Joss continued. He used his harbor authority access to reroute funds, forge supplier invoices, bury the Chenkle. But he could not cover it all. So he forged the St. Brendan sale documents to make it look like the yard had sold the boat. He used the deposit to plug the hole and promised Corinne he would find a way to make it right. But she left anyway. She left because she knew what she had done, and Silas let everyone believe she was dead because it was easier than explaining the truth. He paused, his jaw tightening. I found out because Corinne wrote to me. She sent a letter to Breakwater Blue, addressed to me, confessing everything. She said she could not live with the lie anymore, but she was too afraid to come back. Juno stared at him. You knew all of this. I knew she was alive. I knew she had taken the money. But I did not know where she was, and I did not know Silas had forged my signature until Nell showed me the copies in the tin box. Then why did you leave? He met her eyes, and something in them broke open. Because Silas came to me that night, he said. He told me if I stayed, if I told anyone, he would make sure the scandal destroyed Nell. He said she was already dying, and the truth would kill her faster than any illness. He said the only way to protect her was to let everyone believe I was the one who sold the boat. Juno's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the workbench. And you believed him. I believed he would do it. Joss's voice dropped to a whisper. He had already destroyed one life to protect his secret. I did not doubt he would destroy another. The words hum in the air, heavy and cold. Juno stood still, her eyes fixed on the grain of the workbench, watching the lines of the wood blur and sharpen and blur again. She thought of Silas, his hand on her shoulder after the will reading, his voice calm and steady, telling her he was trying to protect her. The way he had looked at her when she placed the evidence on his kitchen table, not with shock, not with denial, but with the resignation of a man who had been waiting for the blow to fall. She thought of Joss, 17 years old, standing in this same yard, watching the only family he had ever known tear itself apart, and choosing to walk away so the person he loved would not have to watch it happen. Joss. Yeah. She looked up. Her eyes were dry, but her voice was not steady. Where is she now? He held her gaze for a long moment. About 3 miles from here, he said. She has been living in a rented room above the old fishmonger's on Harbor Street for the last 8 months. The room tilted. Juno grabbed the edge of the bench. She has been here, in Halloway Reach, the whole time. She came back when she heard Nell was dying. She wanted to say goodbye, but she could not find the courage. Who else knows? Father Benoit, Eleni, Tariq. He paused. And Silas. Juno's breath caught. Silas knows she is here? He has known since she arrived. He has been paying her rent. The words hit like a wave, cold and unstoppable, dragging the ground out from under her. She stood in the dim light of the south shed, surrounded by the smell of cedar, of epoxy, and the wreckage of everything she had believed, and for a long moment she could not breathe. Then she pushed off the bench, walked past Joss, and opened the door. The fog was still there, thick and patient. She stepped into it without looking back. Chapter 25. The yard felt smaller in the fog. Juno walked through it without seeing it. Her feet knew the path well enough, past the dry dock, past the stacked cedar planking, past the cradle where the parson's skiff waited for its replacement rib. She had shaped that rib with her own hands 3 mornings ago. It felt like a lifetime. The mist curled around her ankles, thick and patient as the truth she was still trying to outwalk. Aunt Corinne, she said the name inside her head, and it still did not fit. Corinne, who taught her to splice line when she was 7. Corinne, who smelled like lavender and turpentine and always had a peppermint in her apron pocket. Corinne, who was dead. Except she was not dead. She had been 3 miles away, above a fishmonger's, while Juno stood at her grave and told herself the family story was still intact. Juno stopped at the north shed door. The cut padlock hung loose in the hasp, a reminder that the theft was real, that the stolen spar would not replace itself, that the inspection deadline was still 10 days away and breathing down her neck. She should be working. She should be inventorying what the thief had left, calling Kurt at Parsons Mill to beg for another spar on credit she did not have, figuring out how to make up the lost fasteners and augers. Instead, she stood in the fog and watched the water lap against the dock pilings and thought about the shape of Silas's hand on her shoulder after the will reading. He has been paying her rent. The words kept circling back like a tide she could not outrun. 8 months. Silas had known for 8 months that Corinne was alive, that she had taken the money, that the whole foundation of Juno's grief was built on a lie he had chosen to protect. The door creaked behind her. She turned. Joss stood in the threshold, his silhouette dark against the dim light of the shed. He had not left. She had walked away from him in the south shed, stepped into the fog without a word, and he had let her go. But he had not left. "I did not know where you would go," he said. His voice was careful, the way a man speaks when he is trying not to spook a wild animal. "I thought you might want the shed." She did not answer. "I inventoried the north shed," he said. "The laminated spar is gone. 12 ship augers, 4 sizes, 3 boxes of bronze fasteners, the ones we ordered from Portland. They also took the spool of rigging wire and the block plane you kept in the corner." She heard the words. They landed somewhere in her chest, but they did not feel real. "We can replace the fasteners," he said. "The augers, too. The spar is the problem. It was custom laminated, 8 layers, 2 weeks in the clamps. We do not have 2 weeks. We do not have 2 weeks," she repeated. The words tasted like ash. She pushed past him into the shed. The St. Brendan sat in the center of the space, her hull half restored, the new frames clamped and waiting, the scarf joints Joss had cut with such precision still dusted with epoxy powder. They had done good work. In the middle of all the wreckage, they had done good work. "I need to think," she said. Joss did not argue. He walked to the workbench and began sorting through the remaining fasteners, his movements quiet and deliberate. He was giving her space. He was giving her time. He was giving her the one thing she had never given him, patience, while she figured out what to do with the truth. She sat down on an overturned crate and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. The images came without permission. Silas teaching her to read a tide chart when she was 10, patient and kind, drawing the moon phases in the margin so she would remember. Silas driving her to the emergency room when she cut her hand on a plane blade, holding her steady while the doctor stitched the crescent scar that still marked her thumb. Silas standing in Nell's bedside in the final weeks, holding their grandmother's hand, telling her the yard was fine, everything was fine. She did not need to worry. Every kindness now shadowed, every memory now suspect. She had spent 9 years hating Joss for a crime Silas committed. She had built her life around that hatred, used it as armor, let it define who she was, and Silas had watched her do it. He had sat across from her at Sunday dinners, handed her coffee in the morning, said, "I am trying to protect you," with the same voice he used to order supplies, and all of it was a lie. A sharp rap on the shed door. Juno's hands dropped from her face. Joss straightened, his hand moving instinctively toward the tool rack. The door swung open. Silas stood in the doorway, holding 2 paper cups of coffee. His expression was the same one he always wore, calm, concerned. The weight of the harbor authority settled across his shoulders like a coat he had worn too long. "I figured you would be here early," he said. "Brought you coffee." Juno's body went cold. She looked at the coffee. The steam rose from the lid, curling into the morning air. A gesture of kindness, a brother bringing his sister coffee because he knew she had a long day ahead. And she saw it now, the calculation behind it, the way Silas always showed up with exactly what she needed before she asked, the way he always knew where to find her, the way he held his concern like a shield so nobody would look past it. "Thanks," she said. The word came out flat. She did not reach for the cup. Silas's eyes moved past her to the St. Brendan, then to Joss, then back to her face. Something flickered in his gaze, quick and unreadable. "I heard about the theft," he said. "Margaret called me this morning, said you had not filed a report yet." "I have not had time." "You need to file a report. The harbor authority needs a record if you are going to claim it on insurance." "I know." He stepped into the shed, set one of the cups on the workbench near Joss. The gesture was deliberate, a peace offering wrapped in performance. "I also heard the inspection has been moved forward," Silas said. The harbor board is reviewing the compliance schedule next week. If the St. Brendan is not ready for sea trials by then, they may pull the permit. Juno's head snapped up. That's not what we agreed. The board has discretion. Silas's voice was smooth, almost apologetic, and with Breakwater Blue pulling support, there are questions about whether the restoration is viable. You mean you are raising questions? He met her eyes, and for a moment, something raw passed between them. Not anger, not guilt, something older and harder, the shape of a man who had been lying so long he had forgotten how to stop. I am trying to protect you, he said. Juno's hands trembled. The words hit her like a physical blow, the same phrase he had used 9 years ago, the same phrase he had used in his kitchen, the same phrase he had used every time she got close to the truth. She wanted to say it. She wanted to look at him and say, I know about Corinne. I know about the forgery. I know about the rent you have been paying for 8 months. I know everything. The words built in her throat, hot and terrible. And then she looked at the St. Brendan, at the scarf joints Joss had cut, at the frames they had clamped together in the dark, their hands working in the same rhythm they had found at 16. She had 10 days. 10 days to seat the keel, pass inspection, and launch the boat that would save the yard. And if she confronted Silas now, if she let the truth spill out in this shed with coffee growing cold on the workbench, she would lose those 10 days. She would lose the inspection. She would lose everything she had fought for. Her throat closed. Thank you for the heads up, she said. The words tasted like broken glass. Silas studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded, turned, and walked out of the shed, leaving the second cup of coffee untouched on the workbench. The door swung shut behind him. Juno stood very still, her hands pressed flat against her thighs, her breath coming in short, shallow pulls. You did not tell him, Joss said quietly. I could not. Because of the inspection, because if I tell him now, he will burn the whole thing down before I can stop him. She turned to face him. His expression was unreadable, but his hands were still, waiting. I need you to help me finish this boat, she said, and then I need you to take me to Harbor Street. He met her eyes. I will. The word was quiet and certain, without hesitation. She nodded once, then walked to the workbench and picked up the coffee Silas had left. The cup was warm in her hands, a gift from a brother who had spent 9 years letting her believe the wrong man was guilty. She did not drink it. She set it down on the bench, picked up a clamp, and walked to the hall. There was work to do. Chapter 26. The church sat 3 blocks back from the harbor, its white clapboard streaked with salt and weather. Juno had not set foot inside since Nell's funeral, and the smell of old wood and candle wax hit her like a memory she had not asked for. Father Benoit was in the sacristy, sorting donations into cardboard boxes. He looked up when the door opened, and his face did not register surprise. It registered recognition, the kind a man wears when he has been waiting for a shoe to drop. You know, Juno said. She did not close the door behind her. Benoit set down the stack of winter coats he had been folding. His hands were steady, but his eyes were not. I know some of it. Corinne is alive. You knew. A pause, then a single nod. For 8 months, she said. You have been carrying that for 8 months. I have been carrying worse than that for 9 years. The admission hung between them, raw and unfinished. Juno felt her chest compress, the air going thin. She had come here wanting to wound him, and instead he had opened himself before she could strike. Why? She said. Benoit moved to the small table near the window, pulled out a chair. She did not sit. He sat anyway, his hands resting on his knees like a man preparing for confession. Because Silas came to me first, he said. When Corinne vanished, when the money went missing, when he forged those documents, he came to me. He was 21 years old. He was terrified. He was covering a crime. Yes, and you helped him. I listened. Benoit's voice dropped. I told him to tell Nell the truth. He said he could not. He said it would destroy her. And I believed him. Juno's hands curled into fists at her sides. You believed him? I believed the version he gave me. That Corinne had made a mistake. That she was gone. that he was trying to protect the yard and the family name. I did not know about the forgery until Joss came to me, and by then the documents had already been filed. The sale was public. The story was set. So you stayed silent? I stayed silent because I had no proof, only a 17-year-old boy's word against a Tamberlin, and the word of a Tamberlin carried this town. She wanted to hit him. The want was so sharp she could taste it, copper and salt, the same rage she had lived inside for 9 years. But it was not aimed at Benoit. It was aimed at the shape of her life, the story she had defended, the hate that had kept her warm. You could have told me, she said, any day, any year. And what would you have done? Benoit's voice was gentle, and that made it worse. Would you have believed me? At 18? At 20? At 25? Would you have believed the priest who said your brother framed the boy you loved for a crime he did not commit? She wanted to say yes. The word lodged in her throat and would not come. Benoit watched her fight it, and his face softened into something that looked almost like grief. I have asked myself that question every morning for 9 years. I do not have a clean answer either. The silence stretched. A gull cried outside, sharp and distant. Juno turned and walked to the window. The glass was filmed with salt, the harbor beyond blurred and unreadable. She pressed her palm flat against the cold pane and let the chill ground her. He had been paying her rent, she said. Silas, 8 months. He let me stand at her grave and grieve, and he knew. I know. You knew that too. I suspected. Benoit's voice came from behind her, careful and low. I did not know for certain until last week. Last week. Eleni told me. She found a receipt in the ledger, a payment to the fishmonger's building, regular, under a name that did not match any tenant she knew. Juno closed her eyes. How many people have been holding this together while I was the only one who did not know? More than you deserve to carry. She turned. The priest had not moved from his chair. He looked old in the dim light, worn in ways she had never noticed before. I am not asking for your forgiveness, he said. I am not asking for your understanding. I am telling you because you came here to hear it, and I owe you the truth, even if it costs me the last thing I have left in this town. I spent 9 years, she said. I spent 9 years hating you for a crime you did not commit. I spent 9 years building my life around a lie that Silas told and you protected, and I am not done being angry about it. He did not flinch. But I am done letting that anger decide who stays and who goes. She reached out and touched his hand. His fingers opened and the strap slipped free. I need you here, she said. The words hung between them, fragile and terrifying. Joss's breath came out in a long, slow exhale, like he had been holding it since the moment he stepped off the ferry. Okay, he said, and then his hand closed around hers, and the weight of 9 years shifted, just slightly, into something that could be carried together. Chapter 27. The shed was quiet, the air thick with the smell of epoxy and cedar dust. Juno's hand still rested in Joss's, and she could feel the calluses on his palm, the same ridges she had memorized at 16, except deeper now, worn by years of work she had not witnessed. She pulled her hand back first. There is a boat to finish, she said. The words came out rougher than she intended, but Joss did not flinch. He nodded once and turned back to the duffel, not to pack it but to set it aside against the wall. Where do we start? She walked to the hull. The St. Brendan's starboard side caught the floodlight, the new planking blending into the old where their scarf joints met. She ran her hand along the seam, felt the smooth transition of wood to wood, the hours of sanding they had poured into this single curve. The laminated spar, she said. We need to figure out how to replace it without the clamps. Joss came up beside her. We still have the original pattern. If we cut fresh laminations tonight, we can have them in the press by morning. With what wood? Kurt cannot extend more credit, and we do not have the cash for another timber run. I have the cash. She turned to face him. You said no strings attached. There are none. I told you that. Then where is it coming from? He held her gaze. I saved it. Every job I worked, every contract I finished, I put something aside. I did not know why at first. I told myself it was security, a fallback if Breakwater Blue fell through. His voice dropped. But I think I knew. I think I was saving it for the day I came back to fix what I left. The admission sat between them, raw and unpolished. Juno looked down at her hands. The epoxy stains had darkened into her cuticles, permanent as old scars. You should have told me about Corinne the night you came back. I know. You should have told me that you did not sell us out. You should have let me decide what to do with the truth instead of deciding for me. I know that too. She looked up. His face was open, waiting, no defenses left. Do you understand why I am angry? She asked. Because I took your choice away. Because I let you believe a lie for 9 years because I thought I knew what was best for you. He paused. Because I treated you like someone who could not handle the weight of the truth. Yes. She let the word hang. Then she picked up a clamp and walked to the hull. But we are finishing this boat first. They worked through the afternoon in a rhythm that felt like muscle memory. Joss measured and cut while Juno mixed epoxy, their movements fitting into the same cadence they had shared at 16. The language of boats did not require translation. By the time the light shifted toward evening, they had shaped the first 3 laminations for the new spar. The wood lay clamped in the press, the epoxy setting slow in the cooling air. Juno sat on a stack of timber, her shoulders aching. Joss leaned against the workbench across from her, wiping his hands on a rag that had long since stopped being clean. We were good at this, she said. We still are. She shook her head. I do not mean the work. I mean us, before everything broke. He was quiet for a moment. We were, but we were also children. We did not know what the world could do to people yet. And now we do. Yeah. She watched him fold the rag, lining up the edges with a precision that seemed almost unconscious. It was the same way he had folded his shirts at 16, the same careful habit she had forgotten until now. You decided for me, she said. That is what I cannot let go of. You decided that leaving was the only way to protect me, and you did not ask if I would rather fight beside you. I was 17. Silas had just shown me the forged documents and had told me he would destroy my foster mother if I did not disappear. I did not know how to fight it. I only knew how to take the hit. And now, he met her eyes. Now I know better. Now I know that taking the hit alone does not protect anyone. It just makes the people who love you carry the damage without understanding why. She felt something shift in her chest, a brittle thing cracking open. I wished you had trusted me, she said. I wished I had too. The sound came from above them, a scrape, metallic and wrong, somewhere in the staging near the roof trusses. Juno looked up. The floodlights cast shadows across the rafters, and for a moment she saw nothing but wooden beams and coiled ropes. Then the support line dropped. It fell from the staging 20 feet above, a heavy braided cable that had been holding a block and tackle. It hit the planking where Juno had been standing moments before, and the block slammed into the hull with a crack that echoed through the shed. Joss moved before she could think. He grabbed her arm and pulled her sideways, off the timber stack, into the gap between the hull and the workbench. She hit the concrete floor hard, her shoulder taking the impact, and he landed half over her, his body a shield. Stay down, he said. The staging groaned above them. Something else shifted, a loose pulley swinging in the dark. Juno's heart hammered against her ribs. She could feel the weight of Joss's arm across her back, the heat of him pressed against her side. That was not an accident, she whispered. He did not answer. He was looking up at the staging, his jaw tight, his eyes scanning the rafters for movement. I know, he said. Chapter 28. The block tackle hit the hull with a crack that still rang in Juno's ears. Then the staging above them groaned, a deep sound like timber giving way underwater, and the first plank fell. It came down edge first, splitting on the concrete where the workbench had been. Joss pulled her further into the gap between the hull and the wall, his body pressed against hers, one arm locked around her ribs. Stay, he said. Not a suggestion. Another plank dropped, then a coil of rope, heavy as a body, slapping the floor and whipping sideways. Dust filled the air, thick and bitter, the taste of old wood and dry rot shaken loose from the rafters. Juno's heart pounded against her ribs. She could hear shouting from somewhere outside, a voice calling her name, but the sound felt distant, muffled, as if she were underwater. The staging gave way. It came down in a cascade of splintered 2x4s and loose rigging, the whole structure folding inward like a house of cards. Joss turned, shifting his weight to cover her, and she felt the impact travel through him. His breath left his lungs in a sharp grunt, and his arm tightened once before going slack. "Joss," he did not answer. The dust settled slowly, swirling in the floodlights. Juno blinked, her eyes stinging, and pushed against the weight, pinning her down. A section of staging had landed across Joss's back, a heavy beam with iron brackets still bolted to one end. "Joss!" She said his name louder this time, her voice cracking. He groaned, low and rough, but alive. "Get it off me," he said. She shoved at the beam, her palms scraping against the rough wood, but it did not move. He was too heavy, the angle wrong, and she could not get enough leverage in the narrow space. "Hold on," she said. "Hold on." She twisted sideways, worming out from under him, and scrambled to her feet. The shed was a wreck. Half the staging lay collapsed across the floor, ropes and pulleys tangled in the debris. The hull of the St. Brendan sat untouched, the new laminations still clamped in the press, but everything else was chaos. The shouting was closer now. Tariq's voice, then another she did not recognize. "Heh!" she screamed. "In the shed!" She grabbed the fallen beam with both hands and pulled. It shifted an inch, enough for Joss to drag himself forward, his boots scraping against the concrete. She pulled again, her muscles screaming, and the beam slid sideways, crashing to the floor. Joss lay on his side, one arm cradled against his chest, his face tight with pain. "Your shoulder," she said, "dislocated." He gritted his teeth. "I have done it before." The shed door swung open. Tariq burst in, followed by 2 men from the harbor crew. He took one look at the wreckage and started barking orders, sending one man to call for help, the other to check the hull for damage. Juno dropped to her knees beside Joss. Her hands hovered over him, not sure where to touch, afraid to make it worse. "You should not have done that," she said. "What? Covered me. You should have let the beam hit me instead." He managed a grin, thin and bloodless. "Not a chance." Tariq couched beside them, his face grim. "Can you move?" "Give me a minute." Joss's voice was rough but steady. "The shoulder needs to go back in." "I can do that," Tariq said, "but it is going to hurt." "Do it." Tariq looked at Juno. "Hold him still." She moved behind Joss, her knees against his back, her hands on his good shoulder. He leaned into her, and she felt the tension in his muscles, the way he was bracing for the pain. "On 3, Tariq said. He took Joss's arm, positioning it carefully. 1, 2. He moved before he said 3. A sharp twist, a wet pop, and Joss cried out, his whole body going rigid against hers. Then he sagged, breathing hard. "It is back in," Tariq said, "but you need a doctor. That shoulder is going to swell like a melon." Joss shook his head. "No doctor, we have work to do. You are not working with that shoulder tonight." "I said no doctor." Tariq looked at Juno. She met his eyes and something passed between them, a shared understanding that the argument was not worth having. "I will get ice," Tariq said, "and a sling. Keep him still until I get back." He stood and walked toward the door, stepping over debris. The other crewmen followed, leaving Juno and Joss alone in the wreckage. Juno stayed where she was, her hands still on his back. His breathing was rough, shallow, but it was slowing. "That was not an accident," she said again. "No. Someone cut the line. Someone wanted the staging to fall." He turned his head to look at her. His face was pale, sweat beading at his temples, but his eyes were clear. "I know." "Who?" "I do not know, but I am going to find out." She believed him. She sat back on her heels, looking at the fallen staging, the splintered wood, the loose rope still swinging from the rafters. The shed felt smaller now, the shadows deeper. "We could have died," she said. "We did not, because you took the hit." He did not answer. She looked at him, and for the first time since he had stepped off the ferry, she did not see the man who left. She saw the boy who had stood between her and Silas's anger more times than she could count, the one who had always placed them halfway for, and the damage. "I am sorry," she said. "What for?" "For 9 years. For every time I called you a traitor. For every time I wished you had drowned on your way out of Halloway Reach." He closed his eyes. "You were angry. You had a right to be. I was wrong. Maybe." He opened his eyes again. "But you were also hurt, and hurt people do not always see clearly." She looked at her hands. The epoxy stains, the scrapes from the beam, the blood from a cut she had not noticed, welling up along her palm. "I see now," she said. He reached out with his good hand and took hers. His fingers were warm, calloused, steady. "That is all I ever wanted," he said, "for you to see." They sat together in the wreckage while the dust settled around them, and for the first time in 9 years, the silence between them did not feel like a wound. It felt like a door, cracked open, waiting to see if either of them had the courage to walk through. Chapter 29. Tariq came back with ice wrapped in a rag and a length of canvas for a sling. He tied it himself, silent and efficient, then stood back and surveyed the wreckage with a face like stone. "You two need to get out of this shed," he said. "I will lock it up tonight. Nobody comes back in until morning." "The boat," Juno said, "will still be here, but you will not be, if the rest of that staging decides to come down while you are standing under it." Joss pushed himself to his feet, favoring his bad shoulder. The canvas sling held his arm close to his chest, but he was already testing his range, rolling the joint beneath the fabric. "I am fine," he said, before Tariq could speak. "You are stubborn," Tariq said. "There is a difference." He looked at Juno, and she saw the question in his eyes. "Are you okay?" She did not know how to answer it. Her hands were still shaking, a fine tremor that would not stop no matter how hard she clenched her fists. "The loft," she said. "The tool loft. I need to check the inventory logs for the stolen stock." Tariq raised an eyebrow. "Now?" "Now." He did not argue. He just shook his head and walked toward the door, pausing at the threshold to look back at them. "I will be at the ferry office if you need me. Do not do anything stupid." He left. The door swung shut behind him, and the shed fell into a heavy quiet. Juno climbed the ladder to the tool loft without waiting to see if Joss followed. The space was cramped, low-ceilinged, filled with the smell of old oil and rust and the dust of years. A single bulb hung from a wire, casting a weak yellow glow over the workbench and the shelves of chisels, files, and measuring tools. She sat on the edge of the bench, her back against the wall, and let her hands fall into her lap. They were still shaking. The ladder creaked. Joss pulled himself up, one-handed, his face tight with the effort. He settled on the floor across from her, his legs stretched out, his head tilted back against a shelf. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The harbor sounds filtered up through the cracks in the boards, the slap of water against the pilings, the distant cry of gulls, the low rumble of the ferry engine warming up for the evening run. Normal sounds. The world going on as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. "I did not know how to stop," Juno said. Joss opened his eyes. "Working," she said. "I did not know how to stop working. After you left, I just kept moving. If I was tired enough, I did not have to think. If my hands were full, I did not have to feel. I turned labor into a wall, and I hid behind it for 9 years." He watched her, his face unreadable. "Loving people felt unsafe," she said. "So I stopped. I poured everything into the yard instead. The yard would not leave. The yard would not lie. The yard would not look at me one day and decide I was not worth staying for." His jaw tightened. "Juno, I am not saying this to make you feel guilty. I am saying it because I want you to understand." She looked at her hands, at the epoxy stains and the fresh cuts. "I built my whole life around the story that you betrayed us, and when that story turned out to be a lie, I did not know who I was anymore. I am still not sure I know. She heard him shift, felt the vibration of his weight on the boards. Every project I finished, he said. I measured against the keel we loaded 16. Every design I reviewed, every timeline I hit, every bonus I collected, none of it felt like mine. Because the only thing I ever wanted to build was the one I walked away from. She looked up. I told myself I was protecting you, he said. But that was half true at best. The other half was that I did not know how to come back and face what I had done. I let you hate me because it was easier than asking if you still wanted me in your life. He reached out with his good hand. His fingers brushed her knee, light, asking permission. She did not pull away. I have loved you since we were 12 years old, he said. I never stopped, not for one day, not even when I knew I had no right to. Her throat closed. She swallowed against it. Joss, I am not asking for anything. I just need you to know. She looked at him, the dust in his hair, the bruise darkening along his jaw, the way his sling cradled his arm like a vow he had not broken, even when it cost him. She leaned forward. The distance between them collapsed, and she kissed him. It was not soft. It was not gentle. It was the crash of something that had been waiting for 9 years, the wall she had built coming down in a single, desperate breath. His hand came up to her face, rough and warm, and she felt the shudder that ran through him as her mouth met his. He tasted like salt and dust and blood. She did not care. He pulled back just far enough to rest his forehead against hers. His breath was ragged, uneven. Juno, do not say anything. I have to. No. She pressed her palm to his chest, felt the hammer of his heart beneath the cloth. Not tonight. Tonight I just want to be here, with you, without the past between us. He closed his eyes. His hand slid from her face to her shoulder, trailing down her arm until his fingers found hers. Okay, he said, tonight. They sat in the dim light of the tool loft, hands tangled together, breathing the same air. The harbor sounds continued below them, steady and indifferent. But something had shifted. Something had unlocked. And for the first time in 9 years, Juno did not feel the need to build a wall to keep it out. The ladder creaked. A voice rose from below, sharp and familiar. Juno? Joss? I know you are up there. Silas. She felt Joss go still beside her, his grip tightening on her hand. She looked down through the gaps in the floorboards and saw her brother standing in the wreckage of the shed, his face tilted up toward the loft, his eyes searching the shadows. Saw the lights on, he called up. Heard there was an accident. Figured I should check on my sister. His voice was calm, concerned. The voice of a man who cared. But he was standing in a shed where someone had cut a support line, and Juno knew with a certainty that settled cold in her chest that he had not come to check on her at all. She looked at Joss. He was already watching her, his eyes dark and steady. Neither of them moved. Chapter 30. The first gray light found them still in the tool loft, tangled together on the floorboards with the canvas tarp pulled over their shoulders. Juno's neck was stiff. Her hip ached against the wood, and she could not remember the last time she had slept like that, without dreaming of falling. She turned her head. Joss was already awake, watching her with the kind of quiet that felt like a held breath. Morning, she said. Morning. His voice was rough with sleep. His good hand rested on her hip, form and still. Neither of them moved to untangle. The shed below them was silent. Silas had left sometime in the night, after calling up a third time and getting nothing but silence in return. Juno had watched through the floorboards until his shadow receded, until the door scraped shut, until the lock clicked into place from the outside. She had not felt safe enough to breathe until his footsteps faded down the dock. Now the light through the gaps in the roof was pale and thin. The harbor was waking up, gulls starting their morning circuits, a diesel engine coughing to life somewhere down the inlet. Joss's thumb traced a slow line along her ribs. We should get up, she said. We should. Neither of them moved. She studied the bruise along his jaw, the way his sling had shifted in the night, the dark circles under his eyes that made him look older than 30. Your shoulder. It will hold. Joss. "It will hold," he said again. I needed to hold. She sat up, pulling the tarp with her. The cold hit her skin, sharp and immediate. She looked down at herself, at the dust and epoxy, and the small cut on her forearm she did not remember getting. "I need to check the hull," she said. "That beam came down hard. If it cracked, the garboard plank—" "It did not. You cannot know that." "I checked, while you were still asleep." She stared at him. 3 hours ago," he said. "I could not sleep. I went down, ran my hand along the strike. There is a gouge above the waterline, below the shear, nothing structural." "You went down in the dark, with a dislocated shoulder, and checked the hull." He shrugged with his good side. Someone had to. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. She did neither. She just looked at him, at the dust in his dryer and the sling, and the way he said it like it was the most natural thing in the world, and felt something shift in her chest that was too big to name. "Come on," she said. "Let us see what else we lost." The shed was worse in daylight. The beam that had nearly killed them lay across the concrete, bracketed and brutal. Splintered planks were scattered like dropped kindling. The block tackle dangled from a single remaining line, swaying slightly in the draft, but the hull was untouched. Juno ran her hand along the curve of the planking, feeling for the gouge he had described. She found it near the shear, a shallow scrape that would take an hour to fair and seal. Nothing more. She let out a breath. "You were right." "I know." She turned. He was standing near the workbench, sorting through the scattered tools with his good hand, his profile sharp against the gray light. "The inspection," she said. "Silas moved it forward. We have less than a week now." "I know that too. Do you know how we replace a 30-foot spar in 5 days?" He set down a chisel and turned to face her. "I have been thinking about that." "And?" "There is a mill in Millbrook, 3 hours north. They specialize in custom laminates for restoration work. I called them yesterday, before the shed tried to kill us." She blinked. "You called them?" "I still have contacts from the Breakwater Blue years, suppliers who owe me favors." He paused. "They can have a new spar cut and shaped in 4 days if I drive up to collect it myself." 4 days. That leaves us 1 day to seat it and seal the joints before the inspection." She stared at him. The sling, the bruise, the exhaustion carved into his face. "You cannot drive 6 hours with a dislocated shoulder. I can do anything I need to do." "Joss, I am not letting this boat fail because my shoulder hurts." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him he was being reckless, that he needed rest, that she could find another way. But she looked at the empty cradle where the spar had sat, at the missing rigging spool, at the gouge in the water line, and she knew he was right. "Then I'm coming with you." "No." "Yes. You cannot lift the spar alone, and if you pass out on the highway, I need to be there to drive the truck into a ditch." He held her gaze for a long moment. Something flickered in his eyes, half frustration, half something softer. "Fine," he said, "but we leave at dawn. That means today we finish the fairing and seal the starboard seams." "And the missing compliance file?" He went still. "Silas said it was moved forward," she said. "He said the Harbour Board wants sea trials before the end of the week. But Tariq mentioned something to me last night before he left. He said the original file vanished from the office 2 days ago." Joss set down the chisel. "Vanished." "Gone. No one signed it out. The clerk says it was there Monday morning and gone by Monday evening." He was quiet for a long moment. "Silas does not need the file to shut us down," he said. "He can call a safety hold based on an anonymous complaint. He can claim the shed damage compromised the structural integrity. He can argue the St. Brendan was unsecured during a known safety incident. He would not. He let a staging collapse nearly kill us last night. Do you think bureaucracy is where he draws the line?" She felt the truth of it settle in her chest, cold and heavy. "So we are racing a paper deadline and a physical one." "Yes. And if the file does not reappear before the inspection." Joss picked up the chisel again. His jaw was set, hard. "Then we find out exactly how much power Silas can wield before someone stops him." The shed door scraped open. Juno spun, reaching for the marlin spike on her belt. But it was Tariq, silhouette filling the frame, his face unreadable in the morning light. "You two alive?" "Barely," Juno said. Tariq stepped inside, taking in the wreckage. The fallen beam, the scattered planks, the gouge above the waterline. "Silas was at the harbor office at 6 this morning," he said. "Signed a safety suspension order in the north shed. Citation reads, structural compromise following undocumented incident." "Undocumented," Juno repeated. "He claims you did not report the collapse. Says he found the damage himself when he came to check on you last night." Joss was already moving, grabbing his jacket from the workbench. "How long before the order takes effect?" "Already filed. The harbor master's clerk stamped it at 6:30. "Then we have until they send someone to enforce it." Tariq shook his head. "They already did. Aldrich and Palmer. They are on their way now." Juno felt the floor shift beneath her. The St. Brendan sat in the north shed. If they sealed it, the boat would be trapped inside, unable to be worked on, unable to be launched, unable to meet the inspection deadline. "I need to get to the harbor office," she said. Tariq's eyes met hers. "You will not find the file there. Whatever Silas did with it, he will not leave it where you can find it." "Then I will find another way." She looked at Joss. His hand was already reaching for hers. "We leave at dawn for the spar," he said. "But first, we deal with this." "Together," she said. It was not a question. He did not answer with words. He just held her gaze, and she felt the weight of it, the promise he was making without saying a thing. She turned toward the door. Tariq stepped aside, and Juno walked out of the shed into the cold harbor morning, with the man she had loved since 12 at her side, and a battle she could no longer avoid rising to meet her. Chapter 31. The harbor office smelled of damp paper and stale coffee. Juno stood at the counter while Margaret shuffled through a drawer, reading glasses perched low on her nose. "The suspension order went through at 6:30, Margaret said. "I am sorry, Juno. He tried to slow it down." "You did what you could." "I told Silas the file was missing. He said he would handle it personally." Juno's stomach tightened. "He knew the file was gone before he signed the order." Margaret's hand stilled on the drawer handle. She did not answer. She did not need to. The truth settled like bilge water in Juno's chest. Silas had not discovered the missing file this morning. He had known it was gone. Maybe he had taken it himself, or had it taken. Either way, the suspension was not a response to the collapse. It was the next move in a game he had been playing all along. "I need to see the harbor master's log," Juno said. "Monday evening. Who was on duty, who signed in, who accessed the file room." Margaret looked at her over the rims of her glasses. "That is not public." "I am not asking the public. I am asking you." A long pause. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Somewhere in the back office, a phone rang twice and went silent. Margaret pulled a key from beneath the counter. "I will show you what I can. I cannot prove that. You just showed me he walked out with the only copy of a file that makes him look guilty." Margaret shut the terminal down. "I showed you a blank entry. That is all I can do without losing my job." Juno wanted to push further, but Margaret was already moving toward the door, her hand shaking on the key. "I have to get back to the counter." "Margaret, thank you." The woman paused. "Be careful, Juno. He is your brother, but he is also the harbor authority. That means he controls more than you think." She left. The door clicked shut behind her. Juno stood alone in the room. The access log burned into her memory. 7:12, redacted badge. Silas's signature on the suspension order at 6 the next morning. The pattern was there. She just needed to make it hold. She pulled out her phone and dialed. Joss answered on the first ring. "Tell me you've stopped the order." "Not yet, but I found something." She told him about the log, the redacted badge, the timing. He took the file before he came to the shed. He needed it gone before the inspection. "Then the inspection is not the real deadline." "What do you mean?" "The compliance file had a signature page," Joss said. "Silas's signature, approving the Keel timber. Without it, the inspection board cannot confirm the restoration meets harbor standards. They will not sign off on sea trials." "Which means we cannot launch." "Which means the yard defaults to the defloatment deal." The word landed like a physical blow. Juno leaned against the cabinet, her palm flat against the cold metal. "He is not just trying to slow us down," she said. "He's trying to make sure we cannot finish." "Yes. Then the suspension is a delay tactic. He wants us trapped, unable to work, unable to launch, unable to meet the Regatta deadline. That is the play." She closed her eyes. The room smelled of old paper and the particular salt damp that never left Halloway Reach. Somewhere outside, a guy cried once, "Shop," and lost. "Then we do not wait for him to move," she said. "I will find the file. He cannot have destroyed it. It is the only legal record of his approval. If he loses it permanently, the whole harbor authority looks compromised." "And if he hid it? Then I find where." She ended the call and stood in the silence. The terminal screen had gone dark. The cabinets around her held years of harbor records, permits, complaints, and carefully filed denials. Somewhere among them, there had to be a thread that led to whatever Silas was doing now. She started with the drawer marked "Current Year, Permits, and Title." The first file was clean, the second, the third. She worked through the drawer methodically, scanning dates and signatures, looking for anything that did not match the official story. 15 minutes passed, 20. Then she found it. A thin manila folder, tucked behind a divider labeled "Pending Applications." No title on the tab, no date stamp. Inside, a single sheet of paper. It was a letter of intent, drafted on Harbor Authority letterhead, addressed to a development firm she did not recognize. The language was technical, full of zoning references and right-of-way clauses, but the meaning was clear. It was an agreement to transfer the long-term lease on Slip 4, the deepest berth at Tamberlin Yard, to a company called Greyhook Marine. The rental proceeds would be applied against an outstanding day, whose principal was marked only as "See attached." There was no attachment, but there was a signature line at the bottom. Silas's name, typed. The date, 5 days from now. Juno stared at the page until the words blurred. Slip 4. The only berth deep enough to launch a boat the size of the St. Brendan. Without it, the restoration was technically complete, but functionally trapped. They could rebuild the hull, seat the spar, pass every inspection in the harbor, and still never touch open water. And Silas had already sold the rights. Not the yard itself, not directly. Just the one thing that made the Regatta possible. He had learned something from Nell's will, after all. He had found a way to bury them without opposing the restoration outright. Just a signature, a debt, and a technicality that would leave Juno standing on the Slipway while the St. Brendan sat in her cradle, complete and useless. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. Silas's name on the screen. "Where are you?" he said when she answered. His voice was calm, almost warm. The voice of a brother checking on a sister who had been through a bad night. "At the yard," she said, "dealing with the suspension. I told you I would handle it. The shed needs to be evaluated before anyone can work in there. It is a safety issue. The boat has a deadline. The boat will still be there in a week. You need to rest. You have been running on fumes." She closed the folder, slipped it into her jacket. "I will rest when the keel is seated," she said. Silas did not answer immediately. The pause stretched, thin and wrong. "You should not be at the yard alone," he said finally. "Not after what happened." "I am not alone." Another pause. "Joss is still there. He is." "Juno," his voice dropped, the warmth slipping. "You need to think carefully about who you trust." "I have been thinking about nothing else for 9 years." She ended the call. The folder pressed against her ribs, thin and damning. She had enough to see the pattern now. Slip 4, Greyhook Marine. A debt he never named, a signature waiting to be signed, but not enough to strike. Not yet. She needed the compliance file. She needed the attachment that proved the debt existed. She needed to catch him with the pen in his hand. She walked out of the harbor office into the cold morning light, and the folder in her jacket felt heavier than lead. Chapter 32. The north shed smelled of epoxy and cedar dust, the air thick with the particular tension that came before a launch. Juno ran her hand along the St. Brendan's repaired hull, feeling the smooth grain under her fingers, the wood warm from the floodlights that had burned all night. Joss worked at the stern, fitting the last section of rigging, his injured shoulder moving stiffly under the canvas sling Tariq had tied. He had refused to take it off, even when the pain made him wince between sentences. Ballast checks? She asked. Done. 40 pounds starboard, 42 port. She will sit clean. Hull sealing? Finished at dawn. 3 coats on the scarf joints, 2 on the keel line. She will hold. She nodded. The numbers felt good. The boat felt good. But the weight in her chest had nothing to do with timber or epoxy. Marisa found them at noon. She came alone, walking through the shed door without knocking, her heels clicking against the concrete floor. She wore a charcoal coat that cost more than Juno's truck and carried a leather folder that matched the one Joss had stepped off the ferry with 3 weeks ago. Joss? She stopped 10 feet from him, her eyes traveling over the St. Brendan with the cool assessment of someone calculating square footage. You look exhausted. I have been busy. So I see. She turned to Juno, offered a thin smile. Miss Tamberlin, the boat is impressive, I will give you that. It is not a gift, Juno said. It is a rescue. Marisa's smile did not waver. She opened her folder, pulled out a single sheet of paper, and held it up between 2 fingers. This is a withdrawal agreement, she said. Breakwater Blue is prepared to terminate all claims on Tamberlin Yard in exchange for a clean quitclaim on the marina rights. No lawsuit, no protracted hearings, no public fight over the will's interpretation. Juno stared at the paper. Why would you offer that now? Because I am not a fool. Marisa's voice remained level, almost warm. I have seen the work you have done. The boat is nearly ready. If she launches and passes inspection, the yard is legally protected. Breakwater Blue has nothing to gain by dragging this through the courts for another year. And what do you have to lose? Marisa's eyes flicked to Joss. A good project manager for one. Joss was our best acquisitions lead in 5 years. His departure leaves a gap I cannot fill quickly. So this is about him. It is about practicality. Marisa lowered the paper. The board wanted to fight. I convinced them to take the clean exit. Sign the agreement, and we walk away. No further pressure on the yard. No questions about the St. Brendan's title. No inquiries into how the restoration was funded. Juno felt the heat rise in her chest. You are threatening us. I am offering you a door. Marisa held the paper out. Take it. Walk through. Stop bleeding for a boat that will never race again. Joss stepped forward before Juno could answer. He took the paper from Marisa's hand, looked at it, then tore it in half, once, twice, and let the pieces fall to the floor. No, he said. Marisa's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a tightening around the shoulders, a stillness that had not been there before. You are making a mistake, she said quietly. I made my choice 3 weeks ago. I am simply living with it. You are throwing away a career, a future, stability. I am throwing away a company that was willing to erase a town's history for a profit margin. Joss's voice stayed level, but there was something final in it, a door closing that would never open again. I have spent 9 years working for people who did not care what I was building, only that it made money. I am done. Marisa watched him for a long moment. Then she bent, picked up one of the torn pieces, and studied it as if she had never seen paper before. Did you know, she said slowly, that the Harbor Authority has the power to revoke a mooring permit on 24 hours' notice if the vessel's compliance paperwork is incomplete? Juno's stomach dropped. Marisa looked up, her gray-green eyes flat and unreadable. I am not threatening you, Miss Tamberlin. I am simply reminding you that the St. Brendan has not yet passed inspection, and the original compliance file has not been found. How do you know about the file? I make it my business to know. Marisa tucked the torn paper into her coat pocket. The harbor can still close around you by morning. Sign the agreement, and that power disappears. Refuse, and I cannot control what happens next. Juno felt the folder in her jacket, the one she had taken from the harbor office, the letter of intent, the missing debt attachment, the signature line waiting for Silas's pen. She could not use it yet, not without the missing pieces. Get out, she said. Marisa's eyebrows rose. Excuse me? You heard me. Get out of my yard, get out of my town, and tell Silas that if he comes near this boat again, I will make sure the whole harbor knows exactly what he has been doing. Marisa's composure cracked, just a fraction, a tightening at the corner of her mouth. She turned without another word and walked out of the shed, her heels clicking against the concrete until they faded into silence. Juno stood in the sudden quiet, breathing hard. Joss came to stand beside her, his hand brushing hers. "That was well done," he said. "It was stupid. She is going to bury us." "She was going to bury us anyway. At least now she knows we're not afraid." He looked at the torn paper on the floor. "I never thought I would say this, but tearing up a contract felt better than signing my first one." Juno let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. "We still need the compliance file," she said. "Without it, we cannot launch." "We will find it." "How?" "Silas could have hidden it anywhere." Joss was quiet for a moment, then he nodded toward the boat. "St. Brendan is not the only thing he is trying to bury," he said. "He hid the file because he needs it, and if he needs it, he will have kept it close." Juno followed his gaze. The boat sat in her cradle, gleaming under the lights, 70 feet of restored wood and bronze and hope. "We have until morning," she said. "Then we have until morning." She turned to face him, and for a moment the weight of the past 9 years pressed down on her, heavy and suffocating. But Joss was still there, his hand reaching for hers, his eyes steady in the dim light. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the shed doors and carrying the sharp smell of salt and diesel. The harbor was waking up around them, the morning ferry about to arrive, the town about to see whether the St. Brendan would ever touch open water. Juno tightened her grip on Joss's hand. "Let us finish this," she said. Chapter 33. The flashlight beam caught it first, a glint where no glint belonged. Juno stopped on the dock, the toe of her boot an inch from a fresh scratch in the St. Brendan's topside planking, a thin, bright line that cut through the varnish like a knife dragged under load. She lowered the beam. The scratch ran parallel to the waterline, 6 inches long, clean-edged, deliberate. She knelt, her knees pressing into the cold planks. The scoring was too straight to be accidental, too deep to be drift. Joss. He was 20 feet back, coiling a line by the shed door. He heard something in her voice and came fast, boots ringing against the wood. "What?" She pointed. He looked down, and his face went still in the way it did when he was reading something dangerous. He crouched beside her, his bad shoulder pulling tight against the sling. His free hand traced the scratch without touching it, following its laft from the back quarter to the first chainplate fitting. "That is not the only one," he said. She had known it before he spoke. The feeling had been building all night, a prickle along her spine that kept her from sleeping after Marisa left, that pushed her out of the tool loft at 4 in the morning with a flashlight and no plan. The boat had felt wrong in her bones, and she had come to check because she could not do otherwise. She swept the beam higher. The standing rigging near the matted step glinted back at her, a strand of wire showing through the cut jacket. Not a full sever, just a nick, deep enough to fail under tension, shallow enough to pass a quick look. Her breath caught. "Every shroud," she said. "Check every shroud." They worked in silence, moving around the deck with the flashlight cutting through fog that rolled off the inlet in sheets. Joss could not lift his arm past chest height, so he called out what he saw while Juno climbed, her hands finding each fitting, her fingers tracing every line. She found 3 more. Port side, starboard side, and a partial cut near the backstay where a single strand of wire still held the load. Whoever had done this had known exactly where to cut. Not enough to make the damage visible at a glance, enough to turn the mast into a falling weapon the moment the wind caught the sail. Juno dropped to the deck, her hands shaking. "This was tonight," she said, "while we were inside, while Marisa was standing in the shed." Joss was already at the dock edge, his flashlight scanning the boards. He stopped at a dock smear near the mooring cleat, a wet print half-washed by the tide. "Boot," he said. She came to stand beside him, looking down at the print. The sole pattern was stamped, heavy tread, the kind worn by Harbor Authority personnel who worked the offices, not the slips. She had seen that pattern before, on Silas's boots, on the boots of every inspector who walked the docks with a clipboard and the power to condemn a boat. "Someone with harbor access," she said. Joss nodded slowly. "They did not come by water. They walked here." The implications settled between them like a cold tide. The shed was locked, the yard gates were chained, but the Harvey Authority had keys to everything: mooring permits, inspection access, emergency override. Silas had signed the suspension order that morning. He had the compliance file. He had the badge log that showed his 7:12 p.m. entry on Monday. And now, someone with the same boots had walked onto the St. Brendan in the dark and cut lines that would have killed them. "We need to check every fitting," Juno said. "Every shroud, every stay, every turnbuckle. If we miss one, the mast comes down the first time we heel." "How long?" 3 hours, maybe 4. The tide turns at 6:30. If we miss it, we lose the window." "I know." Joss looked at the boat, then at the fog creeping over the harbor, then back at her. His face was hard, but his eyes were steady. "Then we do not miss it." He turned and limped toward the shed without waiting for her answer, his arm pressed against his side, his jaw set against the pain he would not admit. Juno followed, the flashlight beam cutting through the dark, the wet print on the dock already dissolving under the rising tide. They worked by floodlight and instinct, checking every fitting from stem to stern. Joss carved out readings from the turnbuckles, while Juno climbed the mast in a bosom's chair, her fingers finding each cut, each nick, each place where someone had pressed a blade into the wire and waited. She found 2 more on the upper shrouds, one near the spreader where the load would peak, one at the masthead where the halyard exited the sheave. Whoever had done this had climbed, had known the rigging well enough to find its weakest points, had worked fast and quiet while Juno and Joss sat in the tool loft, tangled in each other, believing for one night that they had earned a moment of peace. The thought burned in her chest. She finished the masthead check and let herself down, her hands raw from the wire, her arms trembling with exhaustion. Joss was waiting at the base with a length of replacement rigging wire and a crimping tool. "That is the last of the good stock," he said. "If they cut again, we are done. They will not get another chance." "How do you know?" She looked at the dock, where the boot print had already washed away. Then she looked at the shed, where the folder from the Harvey office sat on the workbench, the letter of intent, the missing dead attachment, the 5-day deadline. "Because tomorrow morning," she said, "I am going to make sure the whole harbor knows what Silas has been doing, and he will be too busy trying to save himself to sell to anyone else." Joss studied her for a long moment, the floodlight carving shadows across his face. "You are going to boon him. I am going to tell the truth. What he does with it is his problem." "Juno," his voice dropped. "Once you do that, there is no point back. He is still your brother. He stopped being my brother the night he cut Corinne's rent check and let me grieve at her grave." She picked up the crimping tool and handed it to him. "Now help me finish this rigging before the tide turns." They worked through the last hour of dark, replacing the damaged wire, tensioning the new shrouds, checking every fitting twice. The fog thinned as the sky began to lighten, the first pale streaks spreading over the inlet. By the time the sun touched the water, the St. Brendan stood in her cradle, rigged and ready, gleaming like something that had never been broken. But Juno could still feel the cuts beneath her fingers. She stood on the dock, watching the light creep across the harbor, and let herself breathe for the first time in hours. Then she saw it. A second boot print, smaller, narrower, pressed into the mud near the icehouse path, half hidden by the morning shadow of the shed. She had not noticed it before because the tide had covered it. But now the water was receding, and the point was clear. Same sole pattern, same stamped tread, same authority. But this one did not chew toward the boat. It pointed inland, toward the Harvey office, toward a door she had not thought to check. Joss came up beside her, following her gaze. "What is it?" She pointed. "That print is fresh, made after the tide turned. After we checked the boat." "Yes." They looked at each other, and the understanding settled cold and final. Whoever had cut the lines had not left. They had stayed, had watched Juno and Joss work through the dark, had waited until they were finished, until the St. Brendan was whole again. And then they had walked back up the hill, into the harbor off, try them a bucking stop. Chapter 34. The second boot print stayed clear as the tide pulled back, each tread ridge stamped into the mud like a signature. Juno crouched beside it, her fingers hovering without touching. Smaller than the first, narrower. The same Harbor Authority sole pattern, but the weight distribution was different. Lighter. Whoever wore these boots had stood here for a while, watching the shed, watching the boat, watching the space between the ice house and the harbor office where Juno had not thought to look. "Female," she said. Joss knelt beside her, his shoulder tight in the canvas sling. Or a man with small feet. The stride is different. She traced the air above the print. Shorter steps, more weight on the balls. Whoever it was stood on their toes to see over the marsh grass. He studied her face. "You are sure?" "I spent 9 years reading footprints in sawdust and epoxy. I know how weight lands." The sun was climbing now, burning the last of the fog into vapor. The harbor was waking. Somewhere inside the harbor office, the back file room waited with whatever evidence Juno's call to Tariq might unlock. But the print held her. It pointed inland, toward the building, toward the door Margaret had unlocked for her yesterday, toward the badge log that only Silas could unseal. She straightened. Her knees ached. Her hands were raw from the rigging wire. Every muscle in her body reminded her she had not slept. "Whoever it was," she said, "we say I am growing my house." She pulled it out. No message from Tariq yet. "He will come," she said. "He said he had the key." "I also said the badge log was redacted. Even with the key, you cannot unseal a privilege log without Silas's authorization." "I know." "Then what are you going to do?" She looked at the boot print. At the harbor office, at the sun climbing over the inlet, indifferent to everything that was about to break. "I am going to walk in there and ask Margaret to show me the log again. And if she refuses, I am going to ask her to look me in the eye and tell me she is choosing Silas over the truth. That will get her fired. Maybe." Juno turned to face him. "But it will also tell me exactly where her loyalty sits, and that is information I can use." Joss held her gaze. Something shifted in his expression, not worry, not doubt, something closer to recognition, as if he was seeing a version of her he had not known was there. "You were always the one who walked into rooms you were not supposed to enter," he said. "I learned from watching you leave them." The words landed harder than she intended. She saw them hit, saw the flicker in his eyes, the muscle tightening along his jaw. "That is not what I meant," she said. "I know. I meant you did it for years, walked into places you were not welcome, found ways through doors that were locked. I know what you went, Juno." They stood in the silence, the harbor sounds rising around them. A gull cried somewhere over the sheds. A truck rumbled down Water Street. The ferry horn sounded in the distance, pulling Halloway Reach into another day. "I never told you," she said, "what it was like after you left." His breath caught, barely. She would have missed it if she had not been watching. "I told you I built walls," she said. "Told you I turned work into armor. But I did not tell you why. You do not have to. I want to." She pressed her palm flat against the St. Brendan's hull, feeling the cedar cool and solid beneath her hand. "I made myself indispensable to this yard because I believed that if I was useful enough, necessary enough, no one could leave me. I thought if I held everything together, the people I loved would stay." His voice was quiet, and then I left anyway. "You did not leave. You were driven out. There is a difference. To the result, there is not." She turned to face him fully. The sun was in her eyes now, warm against her skin, but she did not look away. "I spent 9 years believing you chose to go," she said, "that you looked at what we had, at the yard, at Nell, at me, and decided we were not worth staying for. And I built my entire life around that belief. Every hour I worked, every nail I drove, every time someone asked about you and I said you sold us out. I made that story the backbone of who I was. And now? Now I know the truth, and I do not know who I am without the story." She had not meant to say it, had not meant to let him see that much of the raw bone beneath the skin. But the words were out now, hanging in the salt air between them. And Joss stepped closer. His shoulder was still in the sling, his hand hanging free, but he reached out with his good arm and touched her wrist. Light, barely there. "You are the person who found the cut in the dark," he said, "who climbed the mast without a safety line because the bosun's chair was faster, who crawled on hands and knees across a wet deck at 4 in the morning, looking for places where someone tried to break the things she built. That is just work. That is not just work. That is who you are." His thumb traced the inside of her wrist where the pulse beat close to the surface. "You think the story of the last 9 years was about me? It was not. It was about you. About what you were willing to hold together when everything told you to let go." She could not breathe, could not move. His hand was warm against her skin, and the morning light was catching the edges of his face, and she could feel the shape of the thing he was trying to give her. "You're telling me I was already whole," she said, "even when I was wrong. I am telling you that love survived where trust did not." His voice cracked on the last word. "And that means something." The ferry horn sounded again, closer this time. The harbor was fully awake now. Somewhere up the hill, Margaret was unlocking the harbor office. Tariq was on his way with a key that might not even fit the lock she needed, but none of that mattered. She stepped into him, careful of his shoulder, careful of the sling. She pressed her forehead against his chest and felt him breathe. "I am going to go up there," she said into his shirt. "I am going to ask Margaret to let me see the badge log, and if she says no, I am going to find another way. I know. And when I find the file, I am going to walk into the harbor authority meeting and lay Silas's whole conspiracy on the table, every piece of it. The forgery, Korean, the second sale, the debt, the rigging cuts, everything. I know. Are you coming with me?" He pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. The sling shifted as he moved, and she saw the pain flicker across his face before he schooled it away. "Where else would I go?" She wanted to kiss him, wanted to press her mouth against his and forget the harbor office, the deadline, the brother who had become a stranger. But the moment was not for that. The moment was for walking up the hill with the evidence of a cut line still burning in her memory. She turned toward the harbor office. Joss fell into step beside her, his good hand finding hers, their fingers lacing together like they had been practicing for 9 years. The fog was gone. The sun was bright and cold over Halloway Reach, and somewhere inside that building, the truth was waiting to be found. But as they rounded the corner of the ice house, Juno stopped. The door to the back file room was open. Light spilled out across the gravel. A shadow moved inside, and Margaret was standing in the doorway, her face pale, her hands shaking, a manila folder clutched to her chest. "Juno," she said, "you need to come inside, right now." Her voice broke on the last word. Juno felt Joss's grip tighten. She walked forward into whatever waited. I walked forward into whatever waited. The gravel crunched under her boots, and Joss stayed close, his hand still locked with hers. Margaret did not move from the doorway. Her knuckles were white against the folder. "What happened?" Juno asked. Margaret's eyes darted past them, checking the yard, checking the sheds, checking for witnesses. She lowered her voice. "Someone else got here first." Juno's stomach dropped. "The file room was broken into?" "No, not broken into." Margaret swallowed. "I came in this morning to open up, same as always. The light was on in the back, door was cracked. I thought maybe I left it yesterday, after you left. I thought it was my mistake." She held out the folder. It was thin, manila, the same kind that had held the Grey Hook Marine letter of intent. "I found this on the desk," Margaret said. "It was just sitting there, open, like someone wanted me to find it." Juno took the folder. Her hands were steady, but her pulse was hammering. She opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, Harbor Authority letterhead, dated yesterday, signed and stamped. It was a revocation of Slip 4's lease transfer. The Grey Hook Marine deal, dead. And clipped to the back of it, a photocopy of a bank statement showing a single transfer. $10,000, deposited into Silas Tamberlin's personal account, dated 2 days before the St. Brendan compliance file vanished. Joss read it over her shoulder. She felt him go still. "Someone is feeding you evidence," he said, "or setting a trap." Juno looked at Margaret. "Who else knows you have this?" "No one." I came straight to the door when I saw you walking up. Lock it. Do not let anyone in that room until I tell you." Margaret nodded and slipped back inside. The door clicked shut. Juno stood on the gravel, the folder in her hands, the photocopy burning against her fingers. A trap or a gift? She could not tell the difference anymore. But she knew one thing for certain. Whoever had cut the rigging, whoever had walked back to the harbor office in the dark, they had left this for her to find. Which meant they were still watching, and they wanted her to know it. Chapter 35. The folder sat heavy in Juno's hands as the morning light climbed over the shed roof. Margaret had locked the file room and slipped away toward the harbor office kitchen, her hands still shaking. Juno stood in the gravel, the revocation order and the bank statement burning against her fingers. $10,000. 2 days before the file vanished, deposited into Silas's account. Joss's hand found her elbow. "We cannot take this to the committee until we know who left it." "I know. Which means we sail first. Prove the boat, then burn the rest down." She looked at him. His jaw was set, his shoulder braced under the sling, his eyes clear despite the sleepless night. He was right. The evidence would keep for a few more hours. The tide would not. "Help me cast off," she said. We suppose this still signed together stop sleepily. She unsed her floor, clying the cradle, her hull gleaming, her new rigging tight and bright against the gray sky. Tariq had arrived while they were at the harbor office, and he stood at the bow, coiling a spare line. "She ready?" he asked. "She has to be." The launch took an hour. Aldrich and Palmer had not shown up to enforce the suspension order, and Juno did not ask why. She worked the winch with Joss on the starboard side, their movements falling into the old rhythm, each pull and release, timed without words. Tariq guided the cradle rails, and Delaney appeared with a thermos of coffee and a borrowed life jacket, saying nothing but standing at the dock edge as the keel kissed the water. The hull floated true. Juno felt it through the line before she saw it. The St. Brendan settled into the slip with a boat's natural weight distribution, balanced, alive, ready. "Step aboard," Joss said. He crossed the gunwale and felt the deck shift under her boots. The harbor water slapped against the hull, and for a moment she could not breathe. Nell had launched this boat 30 years ago. Nell had won the centennial Regatta in her, and now Juno stood on the same planks, the same mahogany combing, the same bronze cleats, with the man she had spent 9 years learning to hate. Joss stepped aboard behind her. The boat dipped slightly, then steadied. "You take the helm," he said. "No, you know the rigging better with your bad shoulder. I can handle the tiller." "Juno, don't argue with me. Not now." He did not argue. They cleared the slip under oar power, the harbor wind still light and uncertain. Tariq stood on the dock with a line, ready to haul them back if the mast did not hold. Eleni watched from the pub steps, her arms crossed, her face unreadable. A few townspeople had gathered on the pier, drawn by the sight of the cradle moving, by the rumor that the St. Brendan was finally ready for water. Juno felt their eyes like a weight. Then Joss hauled the mainsheet, the canvas caught the wind, and all the weight fell away. The boat surged forward. It was not smooth, it was not polished. The St. Brendan was a 30-year-old racer with a new keel, new frames, new rigging, and the scar of every repair along her waterline. But she answered. The helm came alive under Juno's hand, and the hull lifted onto a plane with a shudder that ran up her spine. "Holy hell," Joss said. She heard the smile in his voice. The harbor opened ahead of them. The wind was fresh from the southeast, building as they cleared the breakwater, and the St. Brendan ate the chop like she remembered how. Juno adjusted the tiller by instinct, shifting weight, feeling the boat breathe. The crowd on the pier began to cheer. She did not look back. The run took them past the harbor mouth, past the bell buoy, past the shallows where the old ferry channel had silted up. Joss worked the sheets, his sling pinned to his chest, his movements economical and precise. They did not speak. They did not need to. The boat was the language between them, and she spoke fast. Then Juno saw the launch. It came around the breakwater at speed, White hull, harbor authority stripe, a man on the bow with a bullhorn. The engine note rose as it closed the distance, cutting across the St. Brendan's course. Joss saw it too. He is trying to force us off the channel. On what grounds? Does not matter. If we yield, we admit the boat cannot hold course under pressure. The launch closed to 50 yards. The man on the bow raised the bullhorn. St. Brendan, you are ordered to return to harbor immediately for a safety inspection. Repeat, return to harbor immediately. Juno glanced at Joss. His face had gone hard. That is not a harbor authority procedure, he said. A safety inspection cannot be ordered from a moving launch without a written directive. Silas. Or someone he sent. The launch kept closing. 40 yards. 30. The bow wake rocked the St. Brendan, and Juno felt the tiller jerk as the boat fought to hold her line. If we turn, she said, we lose the sea trial. If we do not turn, they ram us. Joss looked at her. The wind had pulled his hair loose, and his eyes were bright with something she had not seen in 9 years. Then we outrun them. She did not question it. She hauled the tiller hard to starboard, and Joss released the main sheet in the same instant, the sail cracking as the wind caught the full canvas. The St. Brendan heeled sharply, the lee rail slicing through the chop, and the launch fell behind as the racer found her stride. The crowd on the pier screamed. Juno held the course until the launch was a white speck astern, until the harbor mouth was a narrow gap in the gray, until her arms burned from the tiller and her heart pounded against her ribs. Then she eased the helm and let the boat settle. The wind was dropping. Dark clouds were building over the headland. The sea trial had given her enough. The boat was sound. The boat was fast. The boat was everything Nell had believed she could be. Bring her about, Joss said quietly. She did. They sailed back into the harbor under a sky that had gone from bright to bruised in the span of minutes. The crowd had grown. Tarp was at the slip, Aileen beside him, and Margaret had come down from the harbor office with a clipboard pressed to her chest. But Juno saw only one figure. Silas stood at the end of the pier, his hands in his coat pockets, his face unreadable. He had not been there when they launched. He had come down from the harbor office, drawn by the caution, by the launch report, by whatever thread of control he was trying to keep hold of. He watched her step onto the dock. And Juno watched him back, the folder of evidence burning in her memory, the revocations and the bank statements and the $10,000 that had bought her brother's betrayal. The St. Brendan was seaworthy. But the real trial had not yet begun. Chapter 36. The crowd parted as she walked toward him. Silas did not move. His hands stayed in his coat pockets, his face arranged in that practiced mask of concern she had seen 1,000 times. You made quite a statement out there, he said. I need to speak with you. Alone. His eyes flicked past her to the St. Brendan, to Joss still standing on the deck, to the crowd watching from the slip. Now is not the time. Now is exactly the time. She turned and walked toward the harbor office without waiting for his answer. Behind her, she heard his footsteps on the planks, measured, deliberate, the same rhythm he had used all her life when he was calculating his next move. Margaret looked up as they entered. Her hands were shaking again. Give us the office, Juno said. Margaret grabbed her bag and was gone before Silas could countermand the order. The door clicked shut behind her. Silas settled into the chair behind the desk like he owned not just the room, but every breath she had ever taken. Whatever you think you have found, stop. He stopped. She opened the folder and laid the contents across the desk in a line. The revocation of the Slip 4 lease transfer, the bank statement showing $10,000 deposited into his personal account 2 days before the compliance file vanished. The copy of the letter of intent to Greyhook Marine that she had taken from this very file room. His eyes moved over each document with the patience of a man reading his own obituary. I found these in the back file room, she said. Someone left them on the desk for Margaret to discover, the same way someone left traces of every move you made for the last 9 years. Silas picked up the bank statement. His thumb traced the deposit line. You have no idea what you are touching. Then tell me. He set the statement down and looked at her. The mask was still there, but something beneath it had begun to shift. a weariness that looked almost like grief. "How long have you known about Corinne?" The question caught her off guard. She had expected denial, deflection, the polished outrage he had used on her for years, not this quiet acknowledgement. "Long enough." "Then you know why I did it." "I know you forged a sale. I know you framed Joss. I know you paid Corinne's rent for 8 months while letting me grieve at her grave." Juno's voice stayed flat, but her hands were trembling. "I know you took the compliance file to block our inspection. I know you tried to sell the slip out from under us. I know someone paid you $10,000 to make it happen." Silas's jaw tightened. "You do not know the half of it." "Then fill in the gaps." He stood, the chair scraped against the floor, and for a moment he looked like the brother who had taught her to tie a bowline, the one who had held her when their mother left. Then his face hardened. "Corinne was bleeding the yard dry for years. I found out when the supplier started calling. She had taken out loans in Nell's name. She had forged Nell's signature on a line of credit. If that became public, the yard would have been seized by the bank within the month. I had a choice. Let the scandal destroy everything Nell built, or find another way." "By selling the St. Brendan?" "By selling a rotting boat that had not left the shed in 20 years to a buyer who did not care about provenance." Silas's voice rose. "I was 17 years old, Juno. 17. And I had a mother who had vanished, an aunt who was stealing us blind, and a grandmother who was too trusting to see it. I did what survival required. You framed Joss. I gave the town a story they could believe." He said it without flinching. Joss was not family. He had no root in Halloway Reach. It was easy. And when he decided to take the fall, I let him. I did not ask him to. He chose that. "Because you threatened his foster mother." Silas went still. "Joss told you. Every detail." "Then you know he could have buried me at any time in the last 9 years. He did not. He chose to protect the family even after I forced him out. He is a better man than I am." Silas's voice dropped. "But I am your brother. And if you take what you have in that folder to the Harbor Committee, you will not just destroy me. You will destroy Nell's legacy. You will destroy every memory this town has of the Tamberlin name. Corinne's theft will become public. The debt will be uncovered. The yard will be seized regardless of what the will says, because no bank will touch a property with that kind of fraud in its history. You should have thought of that before you took the bribe." Silas's eyes snapped to hers. "The deposit was from Corinne. She has been paying me back, slowly, in cash installments. Every time she sends a payment, she sends a note begging for forgiveness I cannot give her. That $10,000 was the last of it. I used it to cover the compliance file replacement fees because I knew the file was the only thing standing between the yard and default." Juno stared at him. "You took the file to say it? To protect it?" He leaned forward, and for a moment his face cracked open, raw and exhausted. "I knew Marisa had an inside source. I knew they would try to use the file to bury the restoration. So I removed it. I planned to return it after the inspection passed, once the political pressure was gone. But then you found the Greyhook letter, and I knew you would not believe me if I told you the truth. Because you have spent 9 years lying to me." Silas did not argue. The office was silent except for the ticking of the clock on the wall. The evidence lay between them like a wound that would not close. "You need to choose," Silas said. "You can expose me and watch everything Nell built crumble in the aftermath. Or you can let me finish what I started, return the file, and let the restoration proceed without the scandal." "And if I choose neither?" Silas's expression shifted, a flicker of something she could not name. "Then you will find out who really left that folder on Margaret's desk. Because it was not an ally, Juno. It was someone who wants me gone so they can take the yard for themselves." The door opened behind her. Joss stood in the frame, his arm still in the sling, the harbor light bleeding in around him. "The Harbor Committee just called an emergency session," he said. "They want to review the St. Brendan's title before the Regatta." Silas looked at Juno, and for the first time she saw fear in his eyes. "They are not after me," he said. "They are after the boat." Chapter 37. The wind off the harbor cut through the shed's gaps as Juno stepped out of the harbor office, the folder pressed against her ribs like a second skin. Joss walked beside her, his shoulder in the sling, saying nothing. She stopped at the edge of the slipway. The St. Brendan sat low in the water, her rigging taut, her hull dark and gleaming under the gray sky. A crowd had gathered on the far pier, faces turned toward the harbor committee building. "They know," Juno said. "Word is already moving faster than I can." Joss waited. She told him everything. Not the abbreviated version she had rehearsed for Margaret, but the whole raw shape of it. Silas, at 17, terrified and cornered. Corinne bleeding the yard dry. The forged sail, the threat to Joss's foster mother, the 9 years of silence padded with lies. The $10,000 that was Corinne's last payment, not a bribe. The compliance file that Silas claimed he took to protect, not destroy. Joss listened without interrupting. When she finished, he did not offer comfort or strategy. He looked at her with the same quiet attention he had given the grain of a plank before he cut it. "What do you need?" he asked. Not, "What should you do?" What do you need? "I need someone to stand with me when I speak, not to speak for me." She swallowed. "I have spent 9 years believing I was the one who was wronged. I need to know who I am when I stop being that." "You already know who you are." Joss shifted his weight, the sling pulling against his shoulder. "You are the woman who stayed, who rebuilt a boat everyone said was dead, who is about to tell the truth even though it costs her the last story she trusted." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." She wanted to argue. Instead, she held his gaze and felt something settle in her chest. Not certainty, but the choice to act without it. They walked to the harbor light together. Elena was wiping the counter when they pushed through the door, the pub empty except for the smell of old ale and floor wax. She took one look at Juno's face and set the rag down. "The back room," she said. They sat at the scarred table where Juno had first learned about the forged deposit slip. Tarek arrived 10 minutes later, still in his ferry mechanic's coveralls, grease under his nails. Father Benoit came through the kitchen entrance 5 minutes after that, his cassock smelling of candle wax and rain. Juno laid the folder flat. She opened it. "Silas admitted everything," she said. "The forgery, the threat, the compliance file, the deposit from Corinne." Eleni did not blink. "And you believe him?" "I believe he was 17 and desperate. I also believe he kept lying for 9 years. Both things can be true." Tariq leaned forward, studying the bank statement. "The committee has already called the session. They are not waiting for the regatta." "I know." "Then this is not about whether you speak," Tariq said. "It is about whether you speak first." Father Benoit ran a hand over his face. "I should have told the truth years ago. I was a coward wrapped in piety, and I have no right to ask forgiveness. But I will stand beside you, Juno, whatever you choose to say." "I am not asking for forgiveness," she said. "I am asking for witness. When I name Silas in front of the committee, I need people who will not let the town did not hear it." Eleni reached across the table and took the bank statement. "I will bring the ledger. The year Corinne started stumming, the payments Silas made for her rent. I have records that go back further than his lies." "I will bring the journal," Father Benoit said quietly. "Every conversation, every date, every time I chose silence." Tariq said nothing. He simply nodded, once. Juno looked at each of them in turn. 3 people who had carried pieces of this secret for years, who had their own reasons for guilt and silence, and who were now offering to break it open with her. "Tomorrow morning," she said, "before the committee can shut us down." The pub door banged open. A man in a harbor authority jacket stood in the frame, breath visible in the cold air. "Juno Tamberlin. The committee has moved the session to tonight. They are convening in 30 minutes. Joss stood first. Juno rose after him, the folder in her hand. "Then we are done waiting," she said. The street between the harbor light and the committee building was packed. Word had moved faster than she anticipated, the way bad news always did in a town where every window faced the harbor. Faces turned as she walked. Whispers rose and fell like tide. She did not look at them. Joss walked at her left shoulder. Eleni, Tariq, and Father Benoit followed in a line that felt less like a procession and more like a wall. The committee building's door stood open. Light spilled onto the steps, and standing at the top, watching her approach, was Silas. His face was unreadable, his hands hung at his sides. She climbed the steps until they were level. 30 minutes, Silas said. That is all the time I needed to hear what you decided. You had 9 years to tell me the truth. I had 9 years to watch you hate a man who deserved none of it. His voice cracked, just slightly. I know what I am. I know what I did. But when you walk through that door, you are not just destroying me. You are destroying whatever is left of the Tamberlin name in this town. The Tamberlin name stopped being worth protecting the night you threatened Joss's mother. Silas flinched. She stepped past him. The committee room was packed. Every chair was filled. The harbor master sat at the head of the table, and beside him, folded into her coat like a blade, sat Marissa Hollander. Juno stopped at the table's edge. She set the folder down. I have something to say, she said. And this time, I am not letting anyone speak for me. Chapter 38. Halloway Reach had not woken like this in 30 years. Juno felt it before she saw it. The vibration in the air, a frequency that was not engine noise or gull cry, but something older. Anticipation. The town had pulled itself out of bed before dawn and gathered along the waterfront like tide coming in. She stood at the north shed door, coffee cold in her hand, watching the St. Brendan catch the first light. The boat sat low and proud in the cradle, new rigging glittering with dew, topsides gleaming where she and Joss had sanded until their palms went numb. The replacement spar from Millbrook had arrived yesterday after Mooten, delivered by a trucker who refused payment and said only that he had heard the story and wanted to be part of it. Eleni had brought coffee to the shed at midnight. Tariq had stayed until 2, checking the cradle rails by lantern light. The whole town had been nudging this boat toward the water for weeks without admitting it. Juno set the coffee down and walked forward. The planking was fair and true. The standing rigging hummed when she tested it, nothing like the slack wire the saboteur had scored. The mast stepped clean, the spar balanced, the running rigging coiled on deck in loops that would run free the moment they were needed. It was ready. She was not. Behind her, the committee building doors had closed at 11 last night. She had spoken for 20 minutes. The harbor master had taken the folder. Marissa had not interrupted once, which was worse than any argument because it meant she was calculating. The session had been adjourned without ruling. The title challenge would be heard after the regatta. The St. Brendan could sail. That was the official word. The unofficial word was spread through every conversation that stopped when Juno walked past. She turned at the sound of boots on gravel. Joss came around the corner of the shed, his arm still in the sling but his face clear. He had slept in the tool loft again, refusing the house, refusing the couch, refusing anything that put distance between him and the boat. The harbor launch is fueling, he said. Committee will be on the water by 8. Marissa? Already at the dock. She brought coffee for the harbor master. Juno almost smiled. Even now, even with the deal collapsing and her asset gone, Marissa was still working angles. Did you sleep? Some. Joss stopped beside her, close enough that she felt the heat off his shoulder. You? No. I know. They stood together in the growing light, looking at the boat that had cost them everything and might still cost more. The first horn sounded at 7:30. Juno had not expected the crowd. She should have. Every centennial regatta she remembered from childhood had drawn the whole harbor out. But those were memories from before the yard decayed, before the town learned to treat Tamberlin as a failing name instead of a founding one. Today, they came anyway. They lined the dock. They stood on the ferry ramp and the pub steps and the roofs of the sheds that still had shingles. Children sat on their fathers' shoulders. Old men in wool caps leaned on canes. The St. Brendan sat in the cradle at the end of the slipway, ready for launch. Eleni appeared at Juno's elbow, a ledger under her arm and a look that said she had not slept either. The committee will be on the water before we reach the mark, Eleni said. They want to watch. Or they want to stop us. Same thing. Aylin's eyes tracked across the crowd. Silas is not here, Juno had noticed. He will be, she said. He will not miss this. Tariq came down from the cradle controls, a coil of light over his shoulder. Cradle is lubed and locked. She will run clean when you give the word. Juno looked at the St. Brendan, looked at the gathered town, looked at Joss, who had not moved from her side. Give the word, she said. They launched her at 8:10. The cradle groaned once, then surrendered. The St. Brendan slid down the slipway with the sound of wet sand and iron, gathering speed, meeting the harbor with a splash that sent spray arcing into the morning light. She floated. The hull settled. The rigging took the new angle with a soft creak. She rocked once, twice, and found her balance. The crowd did not cheer. They held their breath. Juno walked down the slipway and stepped onto the deck. The planks were wet under her boots. The tiller was warm from the sun that was finally breaking through. Joss followed, then Tariq, then Aylin, who had handed her ledger to Father Benoit and said she would not miss this for a pardon. They cast off. The St. Brendan moved away from the dock with the first pull of wind, and the crowd exhaled. They were 100 yards out when the committee launch motored alongside. Marisa stood at the rail, her coat collar turned up, her expression unreadable. Behind her, the harbor master and 2 assistants sat with clipboards and radios. Juno Tamberlin, Marisa called. A word before the horn? Juno motioned Tariq to hold the sheet. The St. Brendan slowed, drifting. You are not on the committee, Juno said. I am a witness to the proceedings. That is enough. Say what you came to say. Marisa leaned forward, her voice dropping so only the St. Brendan's crew could hear. You have 20 minutes before the starting gun. That's all die. After that, the regatta takes over and nothing matters except the finish line. What you said last night is already spreading. The title challenge is filed. The forgery is documented. Silas will face consequences regardless of what happens out here. Juno waited. But if you make this about the family scandal on open water, in front of every boat and every reporter and every person who came to watch a race, you will not save the yard. You will turn it into a spectacle. The committee will bury the ruling in procedural appeals for years. The regatta result will be contested, and the only thing anyone will remember is that a Tamberlin chose revenge over the finish line. Juno looked at Marisa, at the immaculate coat, the controlled hands, the calculation that never stopped. You are wrong, Juno said. About what? I am not choosing revenge. I am choosing the truth. She turned her back. Ready the main. Joss looked at her. You are going to wait until after the race. It was not a question. I am going to wait until I see the right moment, she said. The committee cannot stop us if we are already over the line. Tariq hauled the sheet. The sail caught, full and hard. The St. Brendan surged. Behind them, the committee launch fell away. Ahead, the starting buoy bobbed in the morning chop, and beyond it, the open inlet stretched into a sky that was burning pink and gold. The starting horn sounded, and Juno drove the tiller over, aiming the boat at the line like she had nothing left to lose. Chapter 39. The starting horn ripped through the harbor like a blade. Juno pushed the tiller over. The St. Brendan answered, her hull finding the angle before the command had fully left Juno's hands. The sail caught, the deck tilted, and the world compressed into 3 things: wind, water, speed. The committee launch fell behind. The starting buoy swept past the starboard rail, close enough that Juno could have touched the painted stripe if she had reached. Then they were through. They were over the line. The regatta had begun. Joss was at the main sheet, his good arm braced against the winch, the sling binding his other shoulder tight against his chest. He did not look like a man nursing an injury. He looked like a man who had been waiting 9 years for this angle of deck. Trim the jib, Juno said. Already done. He had read the gust before she felt it. Tariq moved forward to the jib sheet without being asked, his body finding the rhythm of the boat like he had been born on a deck rather than in a ferry engine room. Eleni sat braced against the coaming, one hand gripping a stay, her eyes on the water ahead. The St. Brendan stretched. She was not the fastest boat in the fleet. Juno could see that in the first minute. Two modern sloops with carbon spars and racing keels were already pulling ahead, their hulls cutting through the chop with the arrogance of new money. A third boat, a restored yawl with a deep wine-colored sheer, held the inside line to the first mark. But the St. Brendan was alive in a way they were not. She breathed. She felt. Every plank Juno had scarved, every frame Joss had sistered, every fastener driven by hand into the old oak, the boat remembered the water she was meant for. "Coming around for the windward mark," Juno called. "Ready about." Joss moved. Tariq moved. The boat moved. They tacked clean, the sail shifting with a crack that echoed across the water. The St. Brendan settled onto the new course, her bow lifting into the swell like she had never spent 7 years under a tarp. Juno looked at Joss. He was already looking at her. Neither of them spoke. There was nothing to say that the boat was not already saying. The deck, the wind, the water, the hours they had poured into every inch of this hull, it all converged into this one long moment. And Juno felt something crack open in her chest that she had not known was still closed. They passed the first mark at 7 minutes. The yawl was still ahead, but the gap had narrowed. The modern sloops were pulling away on the open leg, but that was fine. The St. Brendan was a boat built for the inlet, for the chop and the current and the treacherous turn around the headland where lighter boats would lose their nerve. Juno knew this water. She had sailed it since she was old enough to hold a tiller, and she had never sailed it with anyone who understood it the way Joss did. "Backside on the headland," he said. "I see it. The current will push us wide if we hold the aisle past the buoy." "I know." He was not telling her what to do. He was reading the water with her, the way they had always done, the way that had once made them unbeatable in the harbor youth races. They rounded the headland at 11 minutes. The St. Brendan came through the turn like she had been born to it, her hull slicing the chop, her rigging singing a note that Juno felt in her teeth. The yawl was falling back now. One of the modern sloops had misjudged the current and was drifting wide, its crew scrambling to correct. "Third place," Tariq said from the foredeck. "Maybe second if we hold this pace through the inlet." Eleni was smiling. Eleni, who had seen every disappointment this town had to offer, was smiling. Juno let herself feel it. For one moment, she let herself feel nothing but the wind and the deck and the impossible fact that the St. Brendan was flying. Then she heard the horn. It came from the committee launch, still far behind but closing. A long blast, then 2 short ones, a signal she had heard before at harbor authority hearings and safety briefings. "Juno," Joss's voice had changed. "I heard it. It is a procedural hold. They are ordering us back." She looked at the committee launch. It was cutting across the course now, its wake disturbing the water that the other boats were trying to read. The harbormaster stood at the rail, a bullhorn raised to his mouth. "Attention, vessel St. Brendan. You are directed to return to the committee dock for an emergency procedural review. Repeat, return to dock." The voice carried across the water. The other boats were slowing. The spectators on the shore were turning toward the commotion. Juno looked at Joss. "If we stop now, we forfeit. If we do not stop, they can disqualify us before we cross the finish line." "This is Silas." "I know." She looked at the committee launch, looked at the harbormaster, who was not the enemy, who was just a man following orders. Then she saw Silas. He was standing at the aft rail of the launch, behind the harbormaster, dressed in the same harbor authority coat he had worn every day for years. But the face beneath the coat was not the brother she had grown up with. It was harder, sharper, a face that knew it was losing and was reaching for the last weapon it had. He looked at her. She looked at him. And in that look, 9 years of everything, of love and betrayal and forgery and blood, compressed into a single silent second. The horn sounded again, 2 short blasts. "Juno," Joss's voice was steady. "If you are going to brom it down, it has to be now." She felt the St. Brendan shift under her, felt the wind in the sail, felt the 1,000 hours of work that had brought them to this moment, this impossible present where the boat was alive and the truth was waiting, and her brother was standing on the committee launch with a face she no longer recognized. She reached for the packet in a pocket, the evidence, the copies, the truth that would burn everything she had left. "I know," she said. The horn sounded again, and Juno drove the tiller over. aiming the St. Brendan not at the committee dock, but at Silas. Chapter 40. The committee launch cut across the St. Brendan's bow with the cold authority of a vessel that expected to be obeyed. The harbor master stood at the rail, bullhorn still raised, his face unreadable behind the glim and the levin light out the water. "This is not a request, Miss Tamberlin. Return to dock. Now." Juno held the tiller, felt the St. Brendan's response through the wood, the living vibration of a boat that wanted to keep running, that had been built to run. "We lose the race if we stop," she said, but she was already easing the sheet, already spilling wind from the sail. "We lose more than the race if we do not." Joss's voice was low, meant only for her. "Silas wants us isolated on the water. He wants to say we refused a lawful order and forfeited the title by conduct. Then we give him what he wants. We give the harbor master what he needs, a reason to say we cooperated." The committee launch was 20 feet off their quarter now. Up close, Juno could see the details she had missed from a distance. The harbor authority's seal on the cabin door. The harbor master's graying hair cut short and neat. The way Silas stood slightly behind him, not at the rail, not in uniform, but present enough to own what was happening. And Marisa Hollander. She was seated in the launch's aft cockpit, coffee cup in hand, watching the St. Brendan with an expression that gave Valament today. Juno drove the tiller over. The St. Brendan came around, her sails losing wind, her momentum carrying her in a slow arc toward the committee launch's wake. Tariq moved forward to fend off. Eleni braced against the coaming, her jaw tight. "I can take you in," the harbor master said. "Or you can follow under your own power. Your choice." "You are follow," Juno said. The harbor master nodded once and turned to the helm. The committee launch swung around, its engine deepening as it set a course back toward the harbor. The St. Brendan followed, her sails luffing, her crew silent. The other boats were still racing. Juno watched them go, the yawl and the sloops and the smaller ketches, all of them still driving toward the headland, while the St. Brendan fell back like a wounded bird trailing from the flock. "The procedural hold," Joss said quietly, "has to be reviewed within the hour. If the committee does not find cause, we can rejoin. The race rules allow for a restart if the hold is ruled improper. They will find cause. Silas will make sure of it. Then we make sure they find something else." She looked at the picture as follows of the chest, but his hand having resting on the main sheet, ready to trim, but his eyes were on the packet in her pocket. "If I use this now, there is no going back. The hearing tonight was supposed to be the place. The hearing tonight was scheduled by people who wanted to control the timing. Silas moved it up once. He will move it back. He will bury it in continuances until the deadline passes and the yard is gone." Juno felt the words settle into her chest, cold and certain. "He called this hold because he knew we were about to win. He cannot let the St. Brendan cross the finish line first. He cannot let the boat prove the yard is worth saving. So we let him take the boat to the committee dock," Joy said, "and we let the whole harbor watch what happens next." The committee launch slowed as it approached the main pier. The crowd onshore had thickened since the race started. Faces Juno had known her whole life. Neighbors, shopkeepers, former yard workers, the old men who still remembered when Halloway Reach built boats that could outrun anything on the Atlantic. They were all watching. The harbor master stepped onto the dock first, then Silas, moving with the practiced ease of a man who had stood on this pier 1,000 times, who owned every board of it by right of years and patience. Marisa followed, her heels clicking on the wood. "Bring the St. Brendan to the inspection slip," the harbor master said. "We will conduct the review there." "The inspection slip is fouled with silt," Joss said. "The keel will ground. Then you will wait on the buoy line until the committee is ready to hear you." Juno looked at the inspection slip. He was right. The harbor had not dredged that slip in 3 years. The St. Brendan would sit half in the mud, her hull visible to every person on shore, a spectacle instead of a competitor. "This is not a review," she said. "This is a sideshow." The harbor master did not deny it. Silas stepped forward. "Juno." His voice carried the old warmth, the brother tone he had used for 30 years, but there was something else underneath it now. a thread of something Juno could not name. "Silas, I am giving you a way out. Come to the committee dock, present your case, let them rule on the title without a public circus. You are giving me a way out. You are the one who called the hold. I am the one who saw what you were about to do." His eyes flicked to the packet in her pocket. "Do not do this here, Juno. Not in front of everyone. In front of everyone is the only place it matters. Corinne is your family. She is alive because you hid her, because you let me grieve at a grave that was empty." Silas's jaw tightened. The warmth in his voice cooled. "You do not know what you are doing." "Yes, I do." The harbor master cleared his throat. "The committee will convene on the launch. You will present your case there, Miss Tamberlin, on the water, where the race can be resumed if the hold is lifted." Juno looked at the launch. The aft cockpit was fitted with a small table, a radio, a folding chair. It was not a courtroom, but it was a stage. "Fine," she said. She stepped onto the committee launch before any of them could stop her. The deck shifted under her weight, the fiberglass housing warm from the morning sun. Joss came with her. Tariq moved to stay with the St. Brendan, Lenny beside him, both of them watching the launch with the kind of stillness that meant they were ready to act. "Seated," the harbor master said. Juno sat. Silas sat across from her, the table between them, a few sheets of paper already laid out in front of him. Procedure. Rules. The language of power dressed in official font. Marisa stood at the rail, not sitting, not participating, just watching. "Let the review of the procedural hold commence," the harbor master said. Silas leaned forward. "This is not about the hold," he said. "This is about the title of the St. Brendan, which was transferred under forgery 9 years ago. I have documentation proving the sale was signed by Joss Okonjo without the consent of the board. I have documentation proving the sale was signed by Joss Okonjo without the consent of the board. I have testimony from the original witnesses, and I have a motion from the harbor authority to impound the vessel pending a full title investigation." "Those documents are forged," Juno said. "You forged them. You signed Joss's name to a sale he never approved." "I have a sworn statement from the notary who witnessed the signature. The notary is dead. The notary's daughter is alive, and she remembers her mother talking about the signature, about how nervous the young man was, about how he hurried through the signing like he had somewhere to be." Juno felt the trap close around her. He had been preparing for this, not for days, for years. "You buried the evidence," she said. "You hid the compliance file. You paid Turing to stay hidden. You threatened Joss's foster mother. And now you are going to sit here and pretend that the forged documents you created are real." "I am going to sit here," Silas said, "and let the committee decide." The harbor master's radio crackled. Someone on shore was asking about the race delay. The crowd was growing restless. Joss leaned toward Juno, his voice a whisper. "If you are going to burn it down, it has to be now." She looked at him, at the steady certainty in his face, at the trust he had placed in her, over and over, even when she had given him no reason to stay. She reached into her pocket. The packet was warm from her body. The edges of the papers were soft from the hours she had carried them. She placed it on the table. "Silas." He looked at the packet. His hand stopped moving. "I know about Corinne. I know about the payments. I know about the forgery. I know about the threat to Bernadette Okonjo. And I have witnesses. Eleni Cudero has ledgers. Father Benoit has a journal. Tariq Meade has the badge log from the harbor office. Margaret has the deposit slip for the $10,000 Corinne paid you 2 days before the compliance file vanished." Silas said nothing. "If you try to impound the St. Brendan, I will read every single one of these documents into the record. I will name Corinne. I will name the accomplice who helped you forge the signature. And I will tell the whole harbor that the Tamberlin name, the name you claim to protect, was built on a lie you told when you were 17 and never had the courage to correct." The silence stretched. The harbor master's hand rested on the table, unmoving. Marisa Hollander stood at the rail, her lips pressed into a thin line. And Silas Tamberlin, for the first time in 9 years, had nothing to say. Juno rose. "Release the hold. Let the St. Brendan finish the race, and then we will have your hearing. But it will be on my terms, Silas, not yours. She turned to step off the launch. You will destroy everything. She stopped. I know, she said, and she walked back to the St. Brendan without looking back. The harbor master's voice cut through the tension. The hold is lifted. The St. Brendan is cleared to resume the race. Juno reached for the tiller. Then Silas started speaking. Chapter 41. The harbor master's hand hovered over the radio as Silas began to speak, his voice carrying across the committee launch with the practiced weight of a man who had been waiting for this moment longer than anyone knew. You think you know everything, Silas said, not loud, not angry, just tired in a way that made Juno's hand freeze on the tiller. You found the bank statement, you found the compliance file, you found the notary's document. But you never asked why, Juno. You never once asked me why I did any of it. She turned. The crowd on the main pier pressed against the barrier. The other regatta boats had rounded the headland, their sails shrinking against the horizon. The St. Brendan sat dead in the water, cleared to resume but not moving, because Juno could not make herself leave while Silas was still talking. I was 17, Silas said. 17 years old when I found out that Corrine had emptied the operating account. 17 when I realized if the bank called in the credit line, the yard would be seized before sunrise. I did not forge that sale because I wanted to. I did it because there was no other way. You could have told Nell, Juno said. I tried. She was already sick. The first round of treatment had just failed. And Corrine was her daughter. Her only daughter. You think I could walk into that hospital room and tell her that her own child had been stealing from her for 2 years? Joss stepped up beside Juno, his hand resting on the main sheet, his weight balanced despite the sling. You could have told me, Juno said. You could have trusted me. You were 12 years old. I was old enough to know the truth. Silas shook his head. You were old enough to know nothing. You were old enough to worship Corrine the way every kid worships the aunt who brings presents and remembers birthdays. You would have hated me for accusing her. And then you would have hated me for driving her away. You drove her away anyway. No, his voice cracked for the first time. I hid her. I paid for her rent. I made sure she had somewhere to live. Because despite everything she did, she was still family. And family does not abandon family, Juno. That was the rule Nell taught us, and I have kept it every single day for 9 years. The wind shifted across the harbor, carrying the sound of the crowd. Somewhere on shore, a radio crackled with race updates. The sun was climbing past the church steeple, throwing long shadows across the water. Juno stepped back onto the committee launch. Not fighting, not running. Family does not frame an innocent 17-year-old boy, she said. Family does not threaten a woman's foster mother to make sure she stays silent. Family does not hide evidence. Family does not write a letter signing over slip 4 to a shell company. You broke the rule, Silas. Not when you forged the sale. Not when you hid Corrine. You broke it when you decided that protecting the name was more important than being worthy of it. Silas's face went still. The harbor master cleared his throat. Miss Tamberlin, the hold is lifted. You are free to resume the race. If you wish to file a formal complaint, that can be done after the regatta concludes. I am not filing a complaint, Juno said. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the copy of the forged sale. The carbon paper was soft from being folded and carried. The signature at the bottom was clean, deliberate. Nothing like the cropped block letters Joss had used since he learned to write. She held it up. This, she said, turning so the crowd on the pier could see, is the signature Silas Tamberlin forged when he was 17 years old. This is the lie that cost Joss Okonjo 9 years of his life. This is the lie that let the real thief walk free. And this is the lie that Silas has been telling himself ever since, that he did it to protect us. She turned back to Silas. You did not protect me. You trapped me. You let me believe that the only person who ever really knew me had sold me out for money. You let me spend 9 years turning grief into armor. And now you want me to be grateful that you did it out of love? Silas's jaw tightened. I never asked you to be grateful. No, you asked me to be silent, and I have been silent long enough. She stepped closer. close enough to see the faint tremor in his hands, close enough to see that he was afraid. "The hold is lifted," she said. "The St. Brendan is going to finish this race, and when it is over, I am going to stand before the full Harvey committee and read every word of Father Benoit the journal into the record. I am going to show them Eleni's ledgers. I am going to hand them the badge log, and I am going to tell them exactly what you did, and why, and who helped you." Silas's eyes flickered. Not fear, calculation. "You think that will save the yard?" he said. "I think the truth will save me." He stepped toward her, and for a moment he looked like the brother she remembered, the one who taught her to tie a bowline, the one who carried her home when she fell out of the apple tree, the one who stood beside her at Nell's funeral and held her hand through the entire service. "You are right about one thing," he said. "I did not act alone." Juno felt Joss go still beside her. "The accomplice is someone you trust," Silas said. "Someone who has been in the yard every single day. Someone who knew exactly when to cut the rigging. Someone who knew exactly how to drop the support line." The air went cold. "Eleni?" Juno said. Silas shook his head. "Tariq." "Juno." Joss's voice was sharp. "Do not listen to him. He is trying to divide us." But Silas was already turning, already walking toward the launch's transom, already signaling something on shore. "You want the full truth?" he said over his shoulder. "Then come find it. But do not pretend you will survive what you uncover." He stepped off the launch onto the pier and disappeared into the crowd. The harbor master looked at Juno. "Ma'am, I need a decision. You can chase him, or you can finish the race. You cannot do both." Juno looked at the paper in her hand, at the forged signature, at the 9 years of lies it represented. Then she looked at Joss. "Can we still catch them?" Joss measured the distance to the headland. The fleet was barely visible now, tacking toward the inlet. "If we push hard," he said, "and if the wind holds." She folded the paper, tucked it back into her pocket, and stepped onto the St. Brendan. "Then let us finish what we started." Chapter 42. The accusation hung in the air like smoke. Tariq. Silas had named Tariq. Juno stood on the St. Brendan's deck, the folded forged sail still warm against her chest, and watched the crowd on the pier ripple with the news. Faces turned. Whispers started. Somewhere a woman said the name aloud, testing it. Tariq was still on the boat. He stood at the jib sheet, his dark hands motionless on the line, his face unreadable. He had heard everything. Every word Silas had thrown like a knife. Joss moved first. He stepped between Juno and Tariq, not aggressive, not accusatory, just there. A wall. "Say it," Tariq said. His voice was flat, not angry, not defensive, flat in a way that made Juno's stomach turn because she had heard that tone before from men who had been cornered and knew it. "Say you believe him," Tariq said. Juno looked at him, at the man who had brought ice for Joss's shoulder, who had stood beside her at the committee steps, who had slept in the tool loft to guard the boat, who had known where the key to the back file room was, who had known exactly when to cut the rigging. "I do not know what I believe," she said. Tariq's jaw tightened. He turned and looked out at the harbor, at the fleet diminishing toward the headland, at the committee launch drifting with its engine idling. "Then let me tell you what I know," he said. He reached into his coat pocket. Joss tensed. Eleni drew a sharp breath. Tariq pulled out a folded sheet of paper and held it out to Juno. "Silas gave me that last night. Said to hold it until he called for it. Said it was insurance." Juno took the paper, unfolded it. It was a letter of transfer for Slip 4, dated 4 days ago, signed by Silas Tamberlin as Harbor Authority Chair, made out to a company called Greyhook Marine. The same letter Juno had seen in the harbor office, but this copy had an attachment. She read the attachment. It listed outstanding debts against Tamberlin Yard. Loans taken out in Nell's name but never authorized. Signatures that looked like Nell's but were not. The total was just under $40,000. The debt Silas had been trying to cover for 9 years. "Why did he give it to you?" Juno asked. "Because he trusts me." Tariq's voice cracked on the last word. "Because I have been his friend since we were boys. Because he asked me to hold it and I said yes, like I always say yes, because that is what you do for family. He looked at her then, really looked. I did not cut your rigging. I did not drop that support line. But I knew he was going to do something. I felt it in my bones, and I did not stop him. Juno stared at the paper. The debt, the forgery, the years of silence. You knew, she said. I suspected. Tariq's voice dropped. I did not want to know for sure. Eleni stepped forward from the stern. Her ledger was tucked under her arm, the leather cover worn soft from years of use. She opened it to a page marked with a ribbon and held it up. The deposit slip, she said. The $10,000. It came from an account in Corinne's name. I traced it myself. She looked at Tariq. But that is not the only payment Silas has been making. She turned the ledger toward Juno. Page after page of small withdrawals, monthly, regular, addressed to a post office box in Camden. Rent, Eleni said. For Corinne, paid by Silas, transferred through Tariq's account for the last 8 months. Juno looked at Tariq. You have been paying my aunt's rent. I have been depositing cash that Silas gave me into an account he set up. Tariq's voice was tired. I did not ask whose name was on the lease. I did not want to know. Father Benoit appeared at the edge of the pier. He had walked through the crowd, his cassock dark against the weathered boards, his leather journal pressed to his chest. He stepped onto the committee launch without asking permission and faced the harbor master. I have something to say, he said. The harbor master looked at him, looked at the crowd, looked at the waiting boats and the dying wind and the entire town watching. Make it quick. Father Benoit opened his journal to a page near the back. His hands were steady. I kept records, he said, of every conversation, every confession, every time Silas Tamberlin told me he was afraid of what would happen if the truth came out. He read aloud. September 12th, 9 years ago. Silas came to the rectory at 11 at night. He told me he had done something unforgivable. He said he had signed a document that was not his to sign. He said he had done it to protect his mother from knowing what Corinne had done. He turned to page. October 3rd, Silas asked me to hear Joss's confession before Joss left town. I refused. I told him Joss did not need absolution. He needed the truth. Another page. April 17th, 8 years ago. Silas admitted he had threatened Bernadette Okonjo to ensure Joss would not return. He asked me if God could forgive a man who did evil for love. The crowd had gone silent. Father Benoit closed the journal. I have 9 years of entries like that. Every time he came to me, every time he asked me to carry the weight of his silence. And I did carry it. I carried it because I believed he would find his way back to honesty. I was wrong. He looked at Silas, who had stopped at the edge of the pier, his back to the water. You do not get to hide behind love anymore. Marisa Hollander stood at the committee launch's rail, her arms crossed, her face unreadable. She watched the entire confrontation without speaking. But Juno saw the calculation behind her eyes. The deal was dying. Every witness, every ledger, every journal entry, every document that proved Silas had orchestrated a decade of lies. Breakwater Blue could not touch a yard tied to that kind of scandal, not without dragging its own reputation through the same mud. Marisa turned to the harbor master. The committee will need to review this evidence before any ruling on the St. Brendan's title, she said. I recommend we defer the title challenge until after the formal hearing. The harbor master nodded. Agreed. Juno felt the words land like a blow. Defer, not dismiss. The title challenge still hung over the boat. The race still had to be finished. And somewhere in the crowd, Silas was still watching. But the public mood had shifted. She saw it in the way people looked at her. Not with pity, not with suspicion, with something closer to recognition. The story they had believed for 9 years was cracking open, and they knew it. Tariq stepped forward. I will testify, he said. I will tell the committee everything, the payments, the letters, the things I did not ask about. He looked at Juno. And I will tell them that I never touched your rigging. But I should have asked why Silas wanted me to stay close to the boat. I should have asked why he wanted to know your schedule. I should have asked. Juno looked at the paper in her hand, at Eleni's ledger, at Father Benoit's journal. She had witnesses, she had evidence. She had the truth, laid out in ink and paper, and years of silence finally broken. But she did not have the race yet. "The wind is shifting," Joss said quietly. She looked up. He was right. The breeze was backing, swinging toward the inlet. The fleet would be rounding the headland soon. "If we do not go now, we will not catch them." Juno folded the letter of transfer, tucked it into her pocket beside the forged sail, and looked at the committee launch. "Are we clear to sail?" The harbor master nodded. "You are clear." She stepped to the tiller, and then Silas's voice cut across the water. "You think this is over?" He had walked back to the edge of the pier. His face was calm in a way that made her skin prickle. "You think witnesses and ledgers will save you?" He raised his hand, and from the harbor office, a siren began to sound. Chapter 43. The siren cut through the harbor like a blade. Juno's hand froze on the tiller. The sound came from the harbor office, 2 short blasts followed by a sustained wail that bounced off the corrugated roofs and slapped across the water. Every head on the pier turned toward it. Every face in the crowd went still. "Procedure," the harbor master said, his voice flat. "Formal safety suspension under Harbor Authority Code." Juno stared at him. "You just cleared us." "He has the authority to initiate a suspension if he believes the vessel poses a risk to the race or the harbor." The harbor master did not look at Silas. He looked at the water. "I cannot override it without a committee vote." The siren died. Silence filled the space it left. Then Silas spoke from the pier, his voice carrying across the water with the practiced cadence of a man who had spent years convincing rooms full of people he was the reasonable one. "The St. Brendan's title is under challenge. The vessel's ownership is disputed. The harbor authority has a responsibility to ensure that every boat on this course carries clean paperwork and clear title." He paused. "I am exercising that responsibility." Joss stepped forward. "The St. Brendan's title challenge was deferred, not upheld. The committee agreed to review evidence after the race." His voice was quiet, but it carried. "You know that. You were standing here when the harbor master said it." "The deferral was conditional on the vessel completing the race without incident," Silas said. "A procedural hold was issued. The vessel ignored it. That is an incident." "The hold was lifted." "The hold was lifted after the vessel disobeyed it." Juno felt the logic closing around her like a trap. Silas had planned this. He had baited her into disobeying the hold, knowing she would not stop, knowing she would fight, knowing that at every second she spent arguing would give him grounds to claim the boat was out of compliance. The harbor committee launch was moving now, pulling alongside the St. Brendan with the harbor master at the rail and 2 officers in harbor authority jackets. The harbor master looked at Juno. "I need you to come aboard." "The boat is cleared," Juno said. "You said it yourself." The boat was cleared under the assumption that the procedural hold was the only barrier to her participation. That assumption has changed. The harbor master's face was tired. "Silas has invoked Section 17 of the Harbor Authority Code, Vessel Safety Suspension pending title review." "I have never heard of Section 17. "Because no one has used it in 30 years. Joss moved to stand beside her. His shoulder was still in the sling, but his voice was steady. "Section 17 requires a written affidavit stating specific grounds for the suspension. Has Silas filed one?" The harbor master hesitated. "The harbor office has 1 hour to produce the affidavit," Silas said from the pier. "I will file it myself." "Then we wait," Juno said. "The race does not wait." Juno looked at the committee launch, at Marisa, still standing at the rail, her face unreadable. At the other boats, already rounding the headland, their sails catching the fresh breeze that was finally filling in. She looked at the tiller in her hand. "Then let us race." "The suspension is not filed yet," Juno's voice rang across the water. "You just said the harbor office has 1 hour. The race will not be over in an hour. We will finish, and then Silas can file whatever he wants." The harbor master looked at Silas. Silas smiled. "The vessel left the course when she answered the procedural hold. There is no guarantee she can rejoin." "She can rejoin from the back of the fleet," Joss said. The race rules allow a restart within 10 minutes of a cleared hold. The race rules require the committee's approval for a restart. Then approve it. The harbor master looked at the committee launch, at Marisa, at the two officers beside him. He was caught. Juno saw it in the way his jaw tightened. Silas had cornered him, forced him to choose between backing a procedural overreach and letting a disputed vessel finish a race that half the town was watching. Then Marisa spoke. "The race committee will convene," she said. "On the water, right now." She stepped to the rail of the committee launch and looked at the harbor master. "Bring the St. Brendan alongside. We will vote on the restart." Juno looked at Joss. He nodded once. She eased the tiller over, guiding the St. Brendan toward the committee launch with the wind backing and the fleet disappearing around the headland. Every second of delay cost them position. Every second of argument cost them the race. But if they did not get the committee's approval, they would lose more than the race. They would lose the yard. The St. Brendan pulled alongside the committee launch, the hull bumping gently against the rubber fender. Tariq caught the launch's rail with a boat hook and held them steady. Marisa stood at the center of the launch, flanked by two committee members Juno recognized from the hearing. A woman in a harbor authority jacket with reading glasses perched on her nose, a man in a yachting blazer with a clipboard. "The question," Marisa said, "is whether the St. Brendan may rejoin the race given the procedural history of this morning's events." "The procedural hold was lifted," Joss said, "and then another hold was issued, which has not been filed." Marisa looked at him. "The Harbor Authority Code does not require the affidavit to be filed before the suspension takes effect. It requires the vessel to comply with the suspension until the affidavit is filed. The vessel was already cleared by the harbor master, not by the full committee." Juno felt the ground shift under her feet. Marisa was not helping Silas. She was protecting the process, protecting the appearance of fairness, making sure that whatever happened next could not be challenged on procedure. "We have a petition," the woman in reading glasses said, "from Silas Tamberlin, acting in his capacity as Harbor Authority Chair, requesting a formal suspension of the St. Brendan's rest participation pending title review." "Is the petition signed?" "Yes." "Filed?" "It was delivered verbally. The written version is being prepared." "Then it does not exist yet," the woman in the yachting blazer said. "Not in any enforceable sense." The harbor master looked at Marisa. Marisa looked at the water. "Then we cannot enforce it," she said finally. "The St. Brendan may rejoin the race." Juno felt the breath leave her lungs. "Pending the formal filing of the suspension affidavit," Marisa continued, "the committee will consider the petition at an emergency session following the race. If the affidavit is found to have merit, the St. Brendan's result may be vacated regardless of finish position." Joss's jaw tightened. "Meaning we can race, but the result might not count." "Meaning the result might not count." Juno looked at the other boats, already specks against the headland, and the wind was freshening, and the tide was turning, and the St. Brendan was fast, but fast did not matter if the committee could erase the finish. She looked at Joss. He looked back. "Race first," he said. "Fight after." She drove the tiller over. The St. Brendan heeled, the wind catching the mainsail, the hull rising onto a plane with a surge that sent water spraying across the deck. Tariq released the boat hook. Eleni braced against the coaming. They were back in the race. The committee launch fought away behind them, and the harbor opened ahead, and the fleet's sails were visible now, distant but reachable. And Juno felt something crack open in her chest that had nothing to do with the wind. Silas's voice carried across the water one last time. "You cannot outrun a committee." Juno did not answer. She set her eyes on the headland, on the turning mark, on the boats she had to catch, and she let the tiller speak for her. The St. Brendan answered, and as she surged past the pier, past the crowd, past the remembered weight of every lie she had ever believed, she saw the notary's daughter stand at the edge of the harbor office steps, watching her pass. "Whether Thorn stitted your public brable." The wind backed as the St. Brendan cleared the pier, shifting east and forcing Juno to adjust her heading before they lost the advantage of the committee's approval. The fleet was still visible ahead, maybe 12 boats between them and the lead, but the gap had stretched while they argued procedure. "Reef the main," she called to Tariq. "We need to close before the channel narrows." Tariq moved without hesitation, his hands finding the lines with the ease of someone who had grown up on harbor water. Lena braced against the combing, watching the committee launch shrink behind them. Joss stood at the mast, his good hand resting on a shroud, his eyes on the water ahead. "Marisa did not fight for him," he said. "No. She could have. She chose not to." Juno felt the weight of that. Marisa could have backed Silas's petition, could have tied the St. Brendan up in procedural knots until the race was over and the yard was lost. She had chosen the clean path instead. "Which means she knows which side wins," Juno said, "or she does not want her hands on the evidence when it comes out." Both. The St. Brendan's hull lifted onto a plane, the spray shearing off the bow in a clean arc. The wind was good. The boat was good. For a moment, Juno let herself feel the speed, the surge, the familiar rhythm of water under a well-built hull. Then the committee launch's horn sounded again. One short blast. Juno did not look back. "Keep going," Joss said. "I am." But she heard the engine note change behind them, heard the launch accelerating to match their speed, and when she risked a glance over her shoulder, she saw Marisa standing at the launch's bow with a bullhorn raised. "St. Brendan, heave to for a statement." Juno's hand tightened on the tiller. "Keep going," Joss said again. "They will chase us across the finish if I do not hear what she wants." "Then let them chase." But Marisa's voice carried again, sharper this time. "This is not a hold. This is a request. I am trying to give you something you need." Juno looked at Joss. He nodded. She eased the tiller over, spilling wind from the mainsail, and the St. Brendan slowed just enough for the launch to pull alongside. Tariq kept a hand on the sheet, ready to trim and go at the first signal. Marisa stood at the launch's rail, the bullhorn lowered now, her expression unreadable. "I want to be clear," she said, loud enough to carry over the wind. "Breakwater Blue had no knowledge of Silas Tamberlin's private transfer channels. We did not authorize the Greyhook Marine letter. We did not fund the second sale attempt. We were as blind to his scheme as you were." Juno stared at her. "You expect me to believe that?" "I do not expect you to believe anything. I am stating it for the record, the committee record, your record. I want it clear that when the hearing comes, Breakwater Blue stands apart from Silas Tamberlin's private dealings. You backed him for months. I backed a proposal, a marina project, a development that would have benefited this town. I did not back a man who forged documents and threatened elderly women to keep his secrets." The words landed like stones. Joss stepped to the rail, his shoulder still in the sling, his face hard. "You knew something was wrong. You had an inside source feeding you information. You cannot claim ignorance now." Marisa met his gaze without flinching. "I had an inside source who told me the restoration was vulnerable, that there were compliance issues, that the title was contested. I did not know that vulnerability was manufactured by the very man tasked with overseeing the process." "Convenient," Joss said. "The truth often is." Silas's voice cut across the water before anyone could answer. "You ain't a fool, Hollander." He stood at the launch's aft rail, his face twisted, his composure finally cracking. The harbor master moved to block him, but Silas shoved past, his hands gripping the rail hard enough to whiten his knuckles. "You think distancing yourself protects you? You think the committee will forget you sat at that table and pushed for the marina while my family bled?" "I pushed for development," Marisa said, her voice cold. "You pushed for fraud. There is a difference. The difference is convenience. You would have taken the yard either way. You just wanted clean hands when the dirt came out." Silas turned to Juno, and the look in his eyes was something she had never seen before. Not anger, not desperation, something older and colder. "Keep digging," he said. "Keep talking. Keep showing the town every ugly piece of paper you can find. But remember, Juno, Nell's name is on everything. Every ledger, every loan, every signature I forged. If you drag this far enough into daylight, you drag her through the same mud." The words hit like a physical blow. Juno felt them in her chest, in her throat, in the sudden tightening of her grip on the tiller. Nell, her grandmother's name, her grandmother's legacy. The woman who had built Tamberlin Yard from nothing, who had raised her, who had taught her to read grain and set a bevel and trust the work of her own hands. If Silas's crimes were fully exposed, if the forgeries and the debts and the hidden accomplices all came out in public hearing, some of that mud would stick to Nell. Because the signature was hers, because the loans were in her name, because she had not got the rod in her own house before it spread to the Keel. "It will not matter who forged what," Silas said, softer now, almost gentle. "The story will be Tamberlin corruption, Tamberlin fraud, Tamberlin family destroyed itself from within." Juno heard the words. She understood them, and she understood that Silas was right. Exposing him fully meant exposing the family, meant letting the town see Nell not as the saint who had saved the yard, but as the grandmother who had raised a son capable of forgery and a daughter capable of theft. She looked at Joss. He looked back, and in that look, Lo saw the question he was asking, not with words, but with every line of his face, every year of knowing her. "Are you willing to let him win one more time to protect her name?" The wind backed again. The St. Brendan's mainsail luffed, and Juno felt the decision pressing against her chest, heavy and unavoidable. Maurice's voice came one last time from the launch. "I will not protect Silas, but I will not bury Nell either. Whatever you choose next, choose it clean. The committee will have questions. Make sure your answers match the evidence." She turned away, and the launch began to pull ahead, its engine rumbling as it angled toward the pier. Silas remained at the rail, his eyes on Juno, his hands still gripping the metal. "You cannot outrun a committee," he said again. And then the launch was gone, and the St. Brendan was alone on the water, with the fleet pulling farther ahead, and Juno felt the weight of everything she had not yet decided pressing down on her shoulders. Joss stepped to her side. "What do you need?" She looked at the headland, at the boats ahead, at the finish line she could not see yet but knew was there. "I need to know," she said, "if burning him to the ground burns her too." Joss was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "That depends on who tells the story." The St. Brendan rose on a swell, and Juno felt the tiller live in her hand, and she knew the answer to what she would do next. She just did not know if she could live with it. And as she drove the tiller over and aimed the St. Brendan at the fleet, the notary's daughter stepped off the harbor office steps and walked toward the pier's edge, her phone pressed to her ear, her eyes fixed on the boat passing below. Chapter 45. The committee launch idled 50 yards ahead, its engine a low thrum across the water. Marisa stood at the rail, phone pressed to her ear, her back to the St. Brendan. The harbor master hunched over a radio, his mouth moving in words the wind carried away. Juno held the tiller and waited. The notary's daughter had not moved from the pier's edge. She watched the St. Brendan with the patience of someone counting seconds until a clock ran out. Joss stood at the mast, his injured arm braced against the boom, watching the committee launch with the same weariness Juno felt coiling in her chest. Tariq had the main sheet in his good hand, ready to trim. Adie braced against the combing, her ledger tucked inside her jacket. No one spoke. The wind backed, shifted, filled the St. Brendan's sails for half a breath, then died again. Juno felt the boat settle beneath her, waiting. She could feel Silas's words still pressing against her ribs. "Nell's name is on everything. Every ledger, every loan, every signature I forged." She had known it was true the moment he said it. She had known she would have to choose anyway. The harbor master straightened, raised a loudspeaker, and his voice carried across the water, flat and official. "St. Brendan, heave to for committee ruling." Juno eased the tiller. The boat slowed, sails luffing, as the committee launch turned and motored toward them. The harbor master stood at the bow, a folded paper in his hand. Marisa remained at the aft rail, her phone now pocketed, her face unreadable. The launch pulled alongside, close enough that Juno could see the harbormaster's knuckles white against the paper. "The committee has reached a temporary ruling," he said. "The title challenge stands for formal review. A hearing will be convened within 72 hours to determine the validity of Silas Tamberlin's claim and the forged documents presented by Juno Tamberlin." He paused, and Juno felt the weight of the next words before he spoke them. "However, the terms of Nell Tamberlin's will condition the yard's protection on a successful launch and finish in the centennial regatta. The committee does not have the authority to void a will's conditions through procedural suspension. The St. Brendan may continue the regatta pending final proceedings." Relief hit her like a wave breaking over the bow, and then the horn sounded, long, low, the signal for the resumed course. Juno's head snapped toward the headland. The fleet had rounded the mark and was already spreading across the inlet, sails full, hulls digging into the chop. The distance between the St. Brendan and the last boat was measured in minutes she did not have. She looked at Joss. He looked back. The question was not whether to sail, it was whether to argue first or go. Juno drove the tiller over. St. Brendan answered, her hull catching the first breath of wind, the mainsail filling with a crack that echoed off the pier. The committee launch fell away behind them, and Juno felt the boat rise beneath her, alive and hungry. Joss moved to the mainsheet, his injured arm working through the pain, his eyes fixed on the water ahead. Tarp had the jib trimmed before Juno could call for it. Adie had her hand on a stay, steadying herself as the deck tilted. They were sailing. The notary's daughter watched from the pier, her phone still pressed to her ear, her face unreadable. And Silas stood at the committee launch's aft rail, his hands gripping the metal, his eyes following the St. Brendan as she pulled away. Juno did not look back. She could not afford to. The wind was building, the fleet was ahead, and every second she spent thinking about Nell's name on forged ledgers was a second she lost on the water. She focused on the tiller, on the sail, on the rhythm of the hull beneath her. Joss moved to stand beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. "That was the easy part," he said. She knew what he meant. The race was the easy part. The hearing in 72 hours, the formal review, the public dissection of every forged signature, every hidden payment, every lie she and Silas had told each other across a lifetime. That was the part she did not know if she could survive. But she could sail. She could finish this race. And then she would decide what to burn. The St. Brendan surged forward, her bow cutting into the chop, and Juno felt the decision settle in her chest like a spar locked into a mortise. She knew what she would do. She had known since the moment Silas spoke Nell's name. She would tell the truth, all of it. And she would trust that the story she told would be the one that lasted. The wind backed again, and Joss called to correction, and Juno drove the tiller over and felt the boat answer. And for a moment, just a moment, she let herself believe they might actually make it. Then she saw the committee launch moving again, not toward the pier, toward them. And the notary's daughter was no longer on the pier. She was on the launch's foredeck, holding a paper she did not fold, her eyes fixed on Juno, and her phone was still pressed to her ear. Chapter 46. The committee launch cut through the chop, the harbormaster's hand raised as if to signal something more, but Juno did not wait to hear it. She drove the tiller over. St. Brendan heeled, her hull finding the bite of the wind, and the launch fell astern in a rush of white water. The mainsail cracked full, the jib answered, and the deck tilted hard enough to make Eleni grab the coaming with both hands. Behind them, the harbormaster's voice carried across the water, cut off by the wind. Juno did not look back. The fleet was ahead, sails spread across the inlet like a scattering of gulls, the last boat 100 yards off the buoy. The distance was punishing. Every second of the procedural hold had cost them ground, and the wind was building from the east, pushing the fleet farther away with every gust. But the boat beneath her felt alive. St. Brendan answered every adjustment, the tiller warm and responsive, the hull lifting into the chop with a clean rise that told Juno the rebuild had been true. Every joint she had scarfed, every plank she had bedded, every hour of sanding and fitting and swearing in the dark, the boat carried it all, and the boat wanted to run. Joss had the mainsheet, his injured arm working through the pain, his jaw set. He did not call corrections. He did not need to. The rhythm between them had returned, bone deep and wordless, and when Juno felt the gust coming, he was already trumming before she could speak. Tariq had the jib, his hands quick and sure, his face unreadable. He had not spoken since the committee ruling, and Juno did not know if the silence was guilt or shame or the simple focus of a man who knew he had work to do before the hearing. She did not ask. She could not afford to ask. The buoy line stretched across the inlet, the last boat bounding and turning for the headland, its sails bobbing as it caught the shift. 70 yards, Joss said. Maybe 80. Closer than I thought. You took the hold fight in 3 minutes. That was 4. 3:45. She felt the corner of her mouth lift. Almost a smile. Almost. The St. Brendan tore through the chop, the wind building, the hull finding a groove that smoothed the ride. Juno felt it in her hands, in her spine, in the way the boat settled into the water as if it had been waiting for this moment since Nell first laid the keel. The buoy slid past, close enough to touch, and Joss called the turn. Juno drove the tiller hard over. St. Brendan banked, her rail dipping, the deck canting until Eleni slid against the coaming and Tariq braced his legs wide. Water sluiced over the gunwale, cold and sharp, and for a breath, Juno thought they might carry too much speed and broach. But the boat held, the rudder bit, the hull straightened, and St. Brendan surged onto the new tack with acceleration that pressed Juno back against the tiller. The fleet was ahead, still ahead, but closer now. 50 yards to the last boat. 40. Joss called the trim, and Tariq hauled, and the jib flattened against the wind, and Juno felt the boat lift, felt the speed build, felt the distance closing like a line pulled taut. 30 yards. The last boat's crew glanced back, their faces tight, their sail beginning to luff as the wind shifted. Juno held course. 20 yards. The other boat's helmsman called something, lost to the wind, and Juno watched their sail lose shape, the gust slipping past them and filling St. Brendan's canvas instead. 10 yards. The bow drew even. And then St. Brendan pulled ahead, her wake cutting clean through the chop, the other boat falling aft with every surge. Juno did not cheer. There was no time for cheering. The headland loomed ahead, the inlet narrowing toward the turn, and beyond it lay the open water where the real race began. The fleet was still ahead. The committee launch was still behind them, somewhere in the haze of spray and distance. But they were racing now, truly racing. The wind backed, and Joss called the correction, and Juno drove the tiller over, and St. Brendan answered with the eagerness of a boat that had waited 9 years to run. Eleni moved forward, her hand on the stay, her eyes scanning the water ahead. There is a launch off the port quarter, she said, staying parallel. Juno turned. The committee launch was there, cutting through the chop at a distance that felt deliberate, close enough to watch, far enough to stay out of the race lane. The harbormaster stood at the bow. Marisa sat in the aft cockpit, and the notary's daughter stood at the foredeck, her phone no longer at her ear, her face turned toward the St. Brendan. Joss saw it too. She is not calling anyone, he said. She is waiting. For what? For us to finish. Juno felt the weight of those words settle across her shoulders like a second spar. The hearing in 72 hours, the notary's daughter's sworn statement, the forged ledgers with Nell's name on every page, all of it waiting at the finish line, patient as tide. But she could sail. She could finish this race, and then she would decide what to burn. The wind gusted, and St. Brendan answered, and Juno drove the tiller hard over, pushing the boat toward the headland and the turn that would take them home. The committee launch held its course, shadowing them like a question she could not answer yet. And ahead, the fleet spread across the inlet, sails full, hulls digging in, the distance still punishing but no longer impossible. Juno leaned into the tiller. They would catch them. They had to. Chapter 47. The fleet was tightening toward the inland channel, the buoys crowding closer together as the water narrowed between the headland and the submerged reef. Juno felt it in the way St. Brendan responded, the hull needing more attention, the tiller heavier in her hand as the wind backed and shifted through the gaps in the shoreline. 3 boats ahead, 1 to starboard, 2 to port, all fighting for position as the channel pinched toward the first tight mark of the inland leg. Coming up fast, Joss said. They will have to yield or risk the rocks. Which one do you want? "The one on starboard. She is bleeding speed on that tack." Juno looked. He was right. The boat ahead had misjudged the wind shift, her mainsail luffing as the gust slipped past. St. Brendan could take her on the inside turn if they timed it right. "Tariq," she called. "Ready on the jib." Tariq grunted acknowledgement, his hands already on the sheet. He had not spoken more than 2 words since the committee ruling. She did not know if that was focus or fallout, but he was working, and working well. Amy moved to the combing, bracing herself against the cant of the deck. "Committee launch is still with us," she said. "Quarter-mile off the port quarter." "I know. They are closer than they were." Juno did not look. She could feel them, a presence at the edge of the water, a weight that pressed against the back of her neck. The harbor master, Marisa, the notary's daughter, Silas, especially Silas. She drove the tiller over, cutting inside the starboard boat as it swung wide to avoid the reef. St. Brendan responded with a surge that pressed the deck hard over, the rail dipping, water sluicing along the gunwale. The other helmsman shouted something, lost to wind and spray. Juno held course. St. Brendan slipped past, her bow drawing even, then ahead, the other boat falling aft as the distance opened. The buoy slid past to starboard, close enough to see the barnacles crusting its chain. "One down," Joss said. 2 to go before the turn." The channel widened ahead, the inland opening toward a stretch of deeper water where the fleet had spread out. Juno could see the lead boats now, their sails hard against the sky, hulls digging in for the long reach toward the harbor. 60 yards to the next boat. 50. She could feel the rhythm building, the boat settling into a groove that felt almost effortless. The wind was steady, the hull was clean, the crew was working. And then the committee launch's wake hit them. It came from the port quarter, a rolling wall of displacement that lifted St. Brendan's stern and shoved her sideways, breaking her line just as she was settling into the overtake. The tiller bucked in Juno's hand, the rudder losing grip as the hull skidded off the wave. "Hard to starboard," Joss shouted. Juno drove the tiller over, but the wake had already passed beneath them, the boat yawning wide, the next buoy suddenly too close. The channel was narrow here, crowded with markers and the submerged reef that jutted into the channel on a falling tide. Ailey swore. Tariq hauled on the jib, trying to flatten the sail and regain speed, but the boat had lost its groove, the wind spilling out of the canvas as the hull fought to find its footing. Juno felt it in her hands, the desperate slutter of a boat that had lost its line. "Coming about," Joss said. He worked. It worked because St. Brendan is the best boat on this water, and you knew exactly where the reef shelf broke. But if we had been 2 feet to port, we were not. He looked at her. There was no anger in his face, something else, something that might have been pride. "No," he said, "we were not." The third boat was ahead, close enough now that Juno could see the crew watching them, their faces tight with the knowledge that St. Brendan was coming. The committee launch had dropped back, its wake settling, but Juno could still feel its presence, a shadow on the water. She looked aft. The launch was there, cutting through the chop at a steady pace, its bow rising and falling in the swell. The harbor master stood at the rail. Marisa sat in the cockpit, phone in hand, and Silas stood at the aft deck. He was watching her. She could see his face, the set of his jaw, the way his hands gripped the rail. He was not shouting. He was not signaling. He was simply standing there, a figure against the gray sky, waiting for her to finish so he could deliver whatever blow he had prepared. Juno turned back to the race. The third boat was 40 yards ahead, its sails full, its crew working hard. The distance was closing, the Benoit falling away. And beyond it lay the harbor, the finish line, and the hearing that would decide everything. 30 yards, Joss said. "I see it." "She is fast. We will need the turn to catch her." Juno felt the tiller in her hand, the vibration of the hull, the steady pulse of the boat beneath her. "We will catch her," she said. She did not know if she believed it, but she drove the tiller over, and St. Brendan answered, and the distance closed, and the committee launch held its course, patient as a rising tide. Silas was still watching. and Juno knew, with a certainty that settled cold in her chest, that he had not come to watch her win. Chapter 48. The third boat was 40 yards ahead, her crew moving with the kind of practiced economy that came from years together, not weeks. Juno watched them work, saw the way the helmsman kept his weight low, the way the trimmer called every gust before it hit. They were good, but St. Brendan was closing. Juno felt it in the tiller, in the way the hull librated through each wave, in the steady pull of the mainsail as the wind held true. The distance was shrinking, 35 yards now, 30, the lead boat's wake spreading across the channel like an invitation. "Wind's backing," Joss said. She had already felt it, the slight shift in pressure against her cheek, the way the telltales on the main fluttered before steadying. 2 degrees to port," she said. He adjusted the main sheet without answering, the sail flattening as St. Brendan settled onto the new angle. The boat accelerated, the bow lifting, the water hissing along the hull in a sound that Juno had heard in her dreams for 9 years. 25 yards. The lead boat's helmsman looked back. Juno saw his face, the calculation in his eyes, the way he measured the distance and the closing speed in the narrowing channel ahead. He drove his tiller over, cutting across St. Brendan's line. Juno pulled the sheet. "Coming up." St. Brendan turned with her, the deck canting, the wind spilling from the main as the boat pivoted inside the lead's turn. For a moment they were parallel, hull to hull, the crews close enough to see each other's eyes. The lead's helmsman was young, early 20s, with the tight jaw of someone who had been winning all season. He looked at Juno, and she saw him recognize her, saw the flicker of something in his face, wariness or respect or both. Then St. Brendan pulled ahead. The lead boat fell aft, the distance opening, and Juno felt the race shift beneath her like a current changing direction. "That was Clayton," Joss said. She heard the smile in his voice. "He did not give us room." He did not have a choice. She felt it, the truth of that, the way she had read his turn before he made it, the way St. Brendan had answered before she finished asking. This was what they had been, what they could still be, the thousands shared hours that left no gap between thought and action. The headland was falling away. The inlet opened ahead, the water changing color where the channel deepened, the harbor beyond it invisible but close enough to taste. "We have a clear lead," Tariq said. He had spoken, the first words since the committee ruling that were not a command or a warning. Juno looked at him. He was watching the water, his hands steady on the jib sheet, his face unreadable. "For now," she said. The wind shifted. It came from the east, a hard gust that struck the mainsail and drove St. Brendan's rail down, water sliding across the deck in a cold sheet. Juno felt the boat fight for grip, the rudder shuddering as the keel bit into the chop. "Standing by," Joss called. The gust passed. The boat steadied. But the water was changing, the surface roughening as the wind built against the outgoing tide, the chop rising into something harder. Juno watched the inlet channel, saw the way the waves stacked at the turn, whitecaps breaking against the rocks that lined the southern edge. "Tide is ebbing," she said. Joss followed her gaze. "That chop will be steep by the time we reach the turn. Can we carry full sail through it?" he considered. "If the wind holds. If it backs further, we will need to reef before the turn or risk losing the mast." "Then we hold." She said it without thinking, the old phrase rising from somewhere deep, the rhythm of decisions made in moments when thinking was slower than instinct. Joss nodded. Eleni braced against the combing, her ledger pressed inside her jacket, her eyes on the water ahead. "That is not just chop," she said. "That is the storm front the radio warned about. It is coming in faster than they predicted." Juno looked east. The sky was changing, the gray deepening into something darker, a line of cloud building on the horizon like a wall. "How long?" 20 minutes, maybe less. The committee launch was still behind them, a dark shape against the chop, holding its distance. Juno could see Silas at the rail, could see the way he stayed immobile, watching the storm front as if he had known it was coming. Of course he had known. He had been reading the weather reports for days. He had chosen this regatta date, had pushed for the compressed timeline, had positioned himself on the launch that could intercept them at the turn. He had not come to watch her win. He had come to watch her fail at the inlet, on the ebbing tide, in the rising chop, where a single mistake could tear the mast out of St. Brendan's deck and end everything. "We are not reefing," Juno said. Joss looked at her. "Juno, we are not reefing. If we drop sail now, we lose speed, and if we lose speed, we lose the lead. The committee will use any delay to call the race. We carry full canvas through the term, and we trust St. Brendan to hold." "That is not sailing," Joss said. "That is gambling. It is the only play we have." He held her gaze. The wind was building, the chop rising, the sky darkening as the front rolled toward them. Then he nodded. "Full canvas," he said. "But if the mast starts to sing, we reef." "It will not sing. You do not know that. I know this boat." She felt the words land between them, the weight of what she was claiming, the trust she was asking him to place in her judgment. He could override her. He was her partner, her equal in the will, the man who had spent 9 years away from this water and this boat and this town. But he had also spent 9 years carrying the truth Silas had buried, and he had come back anyway. "All right," Joss said. "Full canvas." The wind hit them again, harder this time, and St. Brendan surged forward, the deck canting, the leeward rail dipping until the water ran over Juno's boots. "Red it at the sheets!" she called. Tariq hauled the jib, Elin braced, and Juno drove the tiller over, aiming St. Brendan's bow at the inlet turn, at the chop, at the storm front and the finish line, and whatever Silas had waiting beyond it. The boat answered. The distance closed, and through the spray, Juno saw Silas raise his hand. Not in greeting, in signal. The committee launch's engine note changed, and the inlet leg became something else entirely. Chapter 49. The wind hit them in a wall. Not a gust, not a shift, a solid wall of air that drove St. Brendan's rail down until the deck was nearly vertical, water sliding across the planking and a cascade that hit Juno's boots and kept going. The boat shuddered, the mast bending in a long arc that made Juno's chest tighten, and then the keel bit, and the hull fought its way back toward level. "Hold the sheets!" Joss shouted. Tariq had the jib, his feet braced against the coaming, his arms locked as the lines sang under the load. Eleni was pressed against the cabin trunk, her ledger pinned between her body and the wood, her face white. Juno held the tiller. The storm front was here. Not 20 minutes, not 15. The sky had gone dark in the span of a single breath, the gray deepening into something that looked almost green, and the chop had risen into steep, breaking waves that slammed against St. Brendan's bow and threw spray across the deck in sheets. The wind had backed. It was coming from the northeast now, hard and cold, and it was pushing against the ebbing tide, stacking the water into a mess that would tear a lesser boat apart. St. Brendan was not a lesser boat, but she was a rebuilt one. Juno felt every joint, every scarf, every frame that she and Joss had cut and fitted and epoxied over the past weeks. She felt them in the way the hull transmitted the strain through the tiller, in the way the deck flexed under her feet, in the sound the rigging made as the wind drove through it. The sound was high and thin, singing. Joss heard it too. He looked at her, his hand on the main sheet, his jaw tight. "That is the mast telling us we are asking too much. We are not reefing. Juno, we are not reefing." She said it again because she needed to hear herself say it, needed to believe that her judgment was sound, that the boat could hold, that Silas had not won simply by choosing the date and the tide and the storm. The committee launch was still behind them. She could see it through the spray, a dark shape heaving on the chop, its engine note steady. Silas was at the rail, his hand still raised, and Juno could not tell whether he had given a signal or was simply watching her fail. She would not give him the satisfaction of backing off. The inlet turn was 100 yards ahead. The channel narrowed there, the water funneling between rocks that broke the surface at low tide, the chop a steepening into waves that could break over the deck and sweep a crew member into the current. The marker buoy was there, a red canister that rolled in the swell, and Juno aimed St. Brendan's bow at it and held. "Stand by to tack," she called. Joss looked at her. "We cannot tack in this chop. We will lose way and the tide will push us onto the rocks." "We are not going to tack." Then how? We bear away and end the chow at an angle. Into the rocks. Past them. She felt his hesitation, the weight of his judgment against hers, the years he had spent away from this water and this boat and this inlet. But she also felt his trust, the way he had deferred to her at the sea trial, the way he had said all right when she refused to reef. He did not argue. He braced. Tariq hauled the jib, Eleni held her breath, and Juno drove the tiller over, turning St. Brendan's bow away from the wind, bearing off toward the southern edge of the channel where the rocks broke the surface in a line of black teeth. The boat heeled. The deck canted. Water poured across the planking as the hull leaned into the turn, the rudder biting, the keel fighting the current that tried to push them sideways. Juno felt the strain in her arms, in her shoulders, in the place where she had learned to read a boat's balance through the soles of her feet. St. Brendan was telling her something. A sound came from below, low and deep, a groan that traveled through the deck and up through the tiller, a sound that Juno had heard before on boats that were failing. She looked at Joss. He was already looking at the mast, at the rigging, at the place where the starboard chainplate lit the deck. The fitting was groaning. Not the mast, not the rigging wire. The chainplate, the stainless fitting that transferred the load from the shrouds into the hull, the piece that Juno had checked and double-checked during the restoration, had tightened and sealed and trusted. It was groaning. "Juno," Joss said, "I know. If that fitting lets go, the mast comes down. I know." She had a choice. Back off, spill wind from the mainsail, drop the jib, let St. Brendan lose speed, round the turn cautiously, finish the race in second or third place but finish intact. Or push. Push past the groan, past the strain, past the sound of the chainplate till she gasking too much. Push hard enough to clear the inlet at speed, to satisfy Nell's condition beyond argument, to cross the finish line with a lead that no committee could question. The boat groaned again, louder. Joss's hand moved toward the main sheet, ready to release, ready to save the mast. "Wait," Juno said. "Juno, I said wait." The inlet turn was 50 yards ahead. The racks were 30 yards to starboard, the water breaking over them in white bursts that looked like teeth. The committee launch was behind them, its engine note rising, and through the spray, Juno saw Silas lower his hand. Not in resignation, in readiness. She drove the tiller hard over. Chapter 50. The boat answered, not the way a machine answers, obedient and mechanical, the way a living thing answers when it knows what you need before you ask. St. Brendan rose through the chop like she had been waiting her whole life for this moment, for someone to trust her enough to ask everything. The groan from the chainplate changed pitch. Higher, thinner. Joss's hand was still on the main sheet, ready to release, his face tight with the effort of letting her make this call. She saw it in the set of his jaw, in the way he braced his good shoulder against the coaming. He was ready to catch her if she fell. But he was letting her fall first. The inlet turn opened ahead. The rocks were close enough now that Juno could see the water surge over them, could hear the growl of the tide pulling through the gaps. The channel narrowed to a throat of dark water, barely wide enough for two boats, and the wind was howling down it like a tunnel. St. Brendan's bow lifted. For one terrible moment the boat hesitated, caught between the wave that wanted to push her sideways and the rudder that was demanding she turn. The tiller shuddered in Juno's grip, fighting her, telling her she was asking too much. Then the keel bit. The hull found its purchase in the water, and St. Brendan leaned into the turn like she had made this passage 1,000 times. The rigging screamed. The deck canted so far that Eleni cried out, clutching the cabin trunk. Tariq braced against the coaming, the jib sheet wrapped around his fist, his face unreadable. And then they were through. The rocks slid past to starboard, close enough that Juno could see the barnacles on the exposed stone, could hear the water sucking and spitting against them. The channel opened into the harbor, the finish buoy visible now, a red shape bobbing in the chop. The groan faded. The chainplate had held. Juno let out a breath she had not known she was holding. The committee launch was still behind them, its engine notes steady, its dark shape plowing through the wake St. Brendan had left. Juno did not look back. She did not want to see Silas's face, did not want to know whether his hand signal had meant something she had already survived or something still waiting. "Clear," Joss said. She looked at him. "The inlet is clear, no damage. Mast is still standing." "Chain plate?" "Still holding. I can see the fitting from here. It is not going anywhere." She nodded. The words did not matter. What mattered was that he had trusted her, had let her push past the moment when his instinct told her to reef, had stayed with her through the groan of a fitting that could have killed them both. "2 boats ahead," Tariq said. His voice was rough, unused, but steady. "One to starboard, one bearing off toward the committee launch." Juno looked forward. The harbor was opening around them, the town visible now through the rain, the pier packed with people. She could see the finish line, a red buoy and a white committee boat, could see the crowd lining the railings, could hear the distant sound of horns and shouting. The 2 boats ahead were close. The one to starboard was struggling in the chop, its crew scrambling to reef, its bow slamming into the waves instead of riding them. The other was holding a steady line, well crewed, fast, but it was bearing off toward the committee launch, taking a wider route that added distance. Juno saw the opening. "Jib," she said. Tariq moved before she finished the word. The sails snapped full, the wind catching it hard, and St. Brendan surged forward like a horse given its head. The deck flattened. The bow lifted. The boat found its stride in the chop, riding the waves instead of fighting them, and Juno felt the speed build through the tiller. "Coming up on the starboard boat," Joss said. 10 yards, 5. The other crew saw them coming. Their helmsman tried to cut across, tried to block the overtake, but his boat was already struggling, already losing way in the chop. St. Brendan's bow drew level with his cockpit, then with his mast, then with his bow. They were past. The crowd's noise carried across the water. Juno heard it through the wind, through the rain, through the sound of the rigging singing. A roar that built and broke over the harbor, a sound she had not heard in 9 years, a sound that meant the town was watching, was caring, was willing her to win. The second boat was still ahead, 40 yards, then 30. The crew was fast, disciplined, their helmsman reading the chop well, holding a line that kept them in the smoother water near the committee launch. They were not struggling, they were racing. Juno looked at Joss. He was already looking back. "You want to take the inside line? Between them and the committee launch? The water is shallow there. If we hit the shelf, then do not hit the shelf." He did not argue. He braced. Tariq hauled the jib. Eleni held her breath, and Juno drove the tiller over, turning St. Brendan's bow toward the gap between the lead boat and the committee launch, where the water was dark and the chop is steep, and the bottom rose up in a shelf that could rip the keel out. The lead boat's helmsman saw them coming. He held his line. He did not give way. Juno held hers. For 3 heartbeats, the 2 boats ran parallel, close enough that Juno could see the other crew's faces, could see the helmsman's jaw tight with concentration, could see the moment he realized she was not going to back off. He blinked. He bore away. St. Brendan shot through the gap. The committee launch was close now, close enough that Juno could see the faces on board, could see Marisa standing in the aft cockpit with her phone pressed to her ear, could see the notary's daughter on the foredeck with her paper still in hand, could see Silas. He was standing at the rail, his hand was down, his face was unreadable. And in his other hand, he was holding something, a flare gun. Juno saw it in the same instant the Finnish buoy loomed ahead, close enough to Tux, close enough that she could hear the committee boat's horn starting to sound, could hear the crowd screaming from the pier. Silas raised the flare gun, pointed it at the sky, and fired. The flare shot upward, a red streak against the gray, climbing high over the harbor, trailing smoke that the wind tore apart. A formal protest, a course suspension. A race stopped before the finish line. Juno heard Joss shout, heard Tariq curse, heard Eleni's sharp intake of breath. But she did not take her eyes off the buoy, off the line she was about to cross, off the finish that was 10 yards away and closing. She drove the tiller hard over. St. Brendan's bow swung toward the line. The committee boat's horn was still sounding, the signal for the race to stop, the signal that any boat that crossed after the horn would be disqualified. St. Brendan crossed anyway. Chapter 51. The horn was still sounding, a long, flat bleat that cut through the wind and rain and the crowd's rising roar. The signal that the race was suspended, that any boat crossing after the flare would face disqualification. St. Brendan had already crossed. Juno felt it through the hull, the slight lift as the bow passed over the invisible line, the buoy sliding past the starboard rail, the committee boat close enough now that she could see the harbor master's face, could see him reaching for the hailer, could see Marisa lowering her phone. The horn stopped. The silence that followed was worse. "Keep moving," Joss said. His voice was low, steady, cut through the ringing in her ears. "We are past the line. Keep moving." She did not argue. She did not look back at Silas, at the flare gun still in his hand, at his face unreadable in the gray light. She held the tiller steady, and St. Brendan carried them forward, away from the committee launch, away from the protest, toward the pier where the crowd was pressed against the railings. Aileen was breathing hard. Tariq had not moved from the jib sheet. Juno felt the rain on her face, cold and constant, felt the wind still strong enough to keep the rigging tense. They had crossed. They had finished. But the horn had come first, and the rules were clear, and Silas had not fired that flare without knowing exactly what it meant. "Formal protest," she said. "Yeah. Course suspension. Disqualification if we crossed after the horn." "Yeah." She looked at him then. His face was tight, his jaw set, water streaming from his brow. The sling was gone. He had shed it at some point in the last mile, had been working the main sheet with his injured arm, and she had not even noticed. "You crossed anyway," he said, "because if I had stopped, he would have won. Maybe." "Maybe?" Joss's eyes met hers. "Maybe the protest holds. Felt the committee upholds the suspension and the finish does not count. But you crossed, you finished, and the whole town saw you do it." The crowd was louder now. Juno turned toward the pier and saw people spilling down the steps, crowding the slipways, pushing past the barriers that were supposed to keep them back. She saw faces she knew, yard workers and harbor regulars, people who had watched the St. Brendan rot under a tarp for 7 years and had come to see whether she could actually sail. They had seen. Now they were waiting to see what happened next. The committee launch's engine note changed behind them. Juno did not turn. "You need to look," Tariq said. "No, they are coming alongside." "Then let them." The pier loomed closer, the crowd parting to make space at the main dock, and Juno saw Margaret standing near the mooring post with her reading glasses in her hand, saw Father Benoit at the edge of the crowd with his collar dark with rain, saw faces she had known her whole life watching her with something between hope and dread. St. Brendan's hull kissed the pier. Tariq was off the boat before she could tie off, grabbing a spring line and looping it over the cleat, his movements quick and deliberate. Ailey climbed onto the dock with her ledger still inside her jacket, clutching it like a lifeline. Juno stayed at the tiller. She felt the boat settle, felt the motion leave the deck, felt the silence of a vessel no longer under sail. The rigging dripped. The wind pulled at the loose strands of her hair. Her hands were shaking. Joss stepped onto the dock, then turned and held out his hand. She took it. Her boots hit the planks, and the crowd surged forward, and for a moment she was surrounded by voices she could not separate, questions she could not answer, hands reaching for her and faces she could not read. Then she saw Silas. He was stepping off the committee launch at the far end of the pier, the harbor master beside him, Marisa behind him with her phone still pressed to her ear. The notary's daughter was still on the committee launch foredeck, her papers still in her hand. Silas was walking toward her. The crowd parted for him. He moved like a man who still owned the space, who still expected deference, who had fired a flare into the sky to stop her race, and now walked through the aftermath as though he had already won. Juno did not move. Joss did not move. The crowd held its breath. Silas stopped 3 yards away, close enough that she could see the rain on his face, could see the set of his mouth, could see his hand empty at his side. "That finish will not stand," he said. "I finished." The race was suspended. The horn sounded. "You crossed after the protest." "I finished. For now." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The authority was still in him, still in the way he stood, still in the name he carried. Juno felt the weight of him, of 9 years of trusting him, of believing he was the one who had held the yacht together. She felt the memory of every meal he had cooked for her, every time he had fixed a broken tool, every lie he had told her, smiling. "You can fire a flare," she said. "You can file a protest. You can make the committee rule however you want." She stepped closer. "But I finished, and the crowd saw it, and your protest does not change what happened on that course." Silas's eyes flicked to Joss. "You are standing with him now. I am standing where I chose. You think he stays? You think he will not leave again?" "I think," Juno said, "that I am done letting you decide what I think." She turned her back on him, walked toward the pier's edge where the St. Brendan sat tied and waiting, where Joss was watching her with something careful in his face, where the crowd was still pressed against the railings, and the rain was still falling, and the finish line was still there, crossed and counted and real. Behind her, she heard Silas say one word. "Corinne." Juno stopped. "She is on her way," he said. "She will testify. She will tell the committee that I was protecting her, that the forgery was not malice, that I did what I did because family comes first." Juno turned. Silas was still standing in the same place, his face unchanged, his voice flat and steady. "And she will say that you were the one who drove her away." Chapter 52. The word hung in the rain. Corinne was coming. Juno heard it land, felt it settle into the wet planks between them, saw it register in the faces around her. Father Benoit's hand went still on his collar. Margaret's reading glasses dropped to her chest. The crowd rippled with the name of a woman most of them thought dead or gone, a woman Nell had never spoken of in Juno's hearing, a woman Silas had hidden for 9 years and was now bringing forward as his defense. "You called her here," Juno said. "I told her it was time." "Time for what?" Silas did not answer. He simply stood in the rain with his hands at his sides, his face unreadable, his authority still intact on the pier where he had presided over every launch, every inspection, every decision that shaped Halloway Reach for longer than Juno had been alive. She thought of Corinne's handwriting on the letter of instruction, thought of the $10,000 deposited into Silas's account 2 days before the compliance file vanished, thought of a woman who had drained the yard's operating account and left her 17-year-old brother to forge a sale and bury the truth under 9 years of silence. "She will tell the committee the truth," Silas said. "Her truth. The truth that I was protecting her, that Nell would have done the same, that the family comes before everything, including your feelings about what I did." Juno felt something shift in the crowd behind her, felt the weight of a town that had watched her grow up, had watched her bleed for the yard, had watched her drag the St. Brendan back from ruin, now waiting to see whether she would break. She did not break. "Then let her come," she said. "Let her stand in front of the committee. Let her tell them how you hid her, how you paid her rent, how you forged our grandmother's name on $40,000 of debt. Let her tell them how she stole from the yard and you covered it up and Joss took the fall." She stepped closer. "Let her tell them that." Silas's jaw tightened. "You do not know what you are inviting." "I know exactly what I am inviting. I am inviting the truth, all of it, including the part where Nell's signature is on every forged document, including the part where the town will have to decide whether protecting family means protecting theft." She held his gaze. "I am done managing your legacy, Silas." The crowd noise swelled behind her, voices rising in fragments she could not separate, but she did not look away from her brother's face. She watched him process the fact that she was not going to fold, that she was not going to let him frame the narrative, that she had already decided to burn whatever needed burning. "You will destroy her," he said quietly. "No, she destroyed herself. You just helped her hide the evidence." Silas's hand twitched at his side. Then the harbormaster's voice cut through the rain. "Clear the pier. I need the pier cleared for the committee." Juno turned. The committee launch was coming alongside the main dock, its engine idling low, its hull bumping against the fenders. Marisa was already standing at the rail with her phone in her hand, her auburn hair dark with rain. The harbormaster was on the bow with a clipboard. The notary's daughter was still on the foredeck with her paper, her face pale and set. Behind them, the race committee's patrol boat sounded its horn, long and flat, ordering the course cleared. Juno looked at the St. Brendan. The boat sat at the pier with her rigging still dripping, her hull still warm from the run, her deck still scattered with the evidence of the race. the tail end of the jib sheet, the water bottle Eleni had forgotten near the companionway, the scuff marks from their boots on the non-skid. She had finished. She had crossed the line under her own power, under full sail, under the eyes of a town that had watched her grandmother's boat rot under a tarp for 7 years. Juno. Joss's voice was low, close to her ear. Look at me. She turned. He was standing at the edge of the pier, his injured arm holding the spring line, his face tight with strain and something else. Something careful, something that looked like pride. You crossed the line first. The protest does not change what you did, what we did, what that boat did. He nodded toward the St. Brendan. She answered you, every time, at the inlet, in the storm, past the flare. Juno felt the words land somewhere deep, somewhere she had not let herself feel since the race began. She finished, he said. She finished. The crowd was pressing closer, the patrol horn still sounding, the committee launch bumping against the dock. But for a moment, the noise receded. She looked at the St. Brendan, looked at the wind-blown water streaking her topsides, the wet Howard rapping against the mast. The tiller still canted from the final course correction. Her grandmother had built this boat, had sailed it through Sorum Juno he only read about, had watched it rot under a tarp while cancer ate her from the inside. Nell had never seen it sail again, but Juno had. Juno Tamberlin, she turned. The harbor master was standing at the edge of the committee launch, his clipboard raised, his voice carrying across the dock. You are ordered to hold position for emergency adjudication. The race committee will convene on this pier in 15 minutes to hear the protest filed by Phyllis Tyberlin under Section 17 of the Harbor Authority Code. The words hit the crowd like a wave. Your finish is contested, your vessel is subject to title review, and your participation in this regatta is now the subject of formal inquiry. Juno heard Margaret curse under her breath, heard Eleni say something sharp in Spanish, heard the crowd begin to argue among themselves, voices rising, the easy unity of spectatorship fracturing into something uglier. She looked at the harbor master. I finished, she said. The protest does not erase the finish. The harbor master's face was unreadable. The committee will decide that. He turned and stepped back onto the launch, and Juno watched him walk past Marisa, past the notary's daughter, past the empty seat where Silas had been standing moments ago. Silas had not boarded the launch. Silas was still on the pier, and he was walking toward her. The crowd parted again, the same way it had when he stepped off the committee launch, the same deference to a man who had held power in this town for as long as anyone could remember. He stopped a yard away. You had your race, he said. Now you get your hearing. His voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a man who had already planned for every outcome. And when Kareen testifies, you will see what happens to people who birthed a family for a boat. He turned and walked away. The crowd watched him go. Juno stood on the pier with Joss beside her, and the St. Brendan at her back, and the rain still falling. And she knew with cold certainty that the race had only been the first battle. The war was about to begin. Chapter 53. The harbor master's words hum in the damp air like the patrol horn still echoing off the warehouse walls. Juno stood at the edge of the pier with the St. Brendan's spring line still coiled in her hand and the rain soaking through the collar of her jacket. The crowd had not dispersed. The crowd had pressed closer, the way tide water finds every crack in a seawall. 15 minutes, she said. Joss stepped up beside her. His injured arm hung in the canvas sling, but his good hand found hers, fingers threading once, quick and sure, before letting go. Then we give them 15 minutes of truth. She looked at him. His jaw was set, his dark eyes fixed on the committee launch where Marisa Hollander was already speaking into her phone, and the notary's daughter was still clutching her paper like a lifeline. Tariq moved past them without a word, his boots heavy on the dock planks, and began tying off the St. Brendan's mooring lines properly. Eleni followed, her ledger still inside her jacket, her face carved from stone. The first officer stepped off the committee launch before the 15 minutes were up. He was not the harbor master. He was a woman Juno recognized from the harbor office, mid-40s, gray streaking her dark hair, a clipboard in her hand, and a badge on her chest that read Harbor Authority Enforcement. Behind her came a second officer, younger, carrying a tablet and a waterproof case. Ms. Tamberlin. The woman stopped 3 feet away. Her voice was professional, the voice of someone who had delivered bad news before. I need you and Mr. Okonjo to provide separate statements. We will board the vessel first to document the current configuration and verify seaworthiness. No. The word came out flat, uninflected, a dock line pulled tight. The officer's eyebrows rose a fraction. Miss Tamberlin, standard procedure for a contested finish requires— I know what standard procedure requires. Juno did not move. You are not boarding my boat without me, and I am not giving a statement without him. She gestured with her chin toward Joss. Everything that happened on that water happened to both of us. You want the truth? You take it from both of us, together. The officer looked at her partner. The younger man shifted his weight, his tablet lowered. Ms. Tamberlin, the committee is trying to determine whether to uphold a protest filed by a man who has been lying to this town for 9 years. Juno heard her own voice and did not recognize it. It was not loud. It was not angry. It was the voice of someone who had stopped being afraid of what the truth would cost. You want to board my boat? You want my statement? Fine. But you do it with me present, with my partner present, and with this. She reached into her jacket and pulled out the evidence packet. The officer's eyes tracked the movement. The paper was still damp at the edges, the corner curled from the salt air, but the weight of it was unmistakable. What is that? What the committee is going to need. The officer held her gaze for a long moment. The rain kept falling, ticking off the clipboard, off the brim of her cap, off the wet planks between them. Then she sighed. Miss Tamberlin, I am not your enemy. Juno waited. I am not Silas Tamberlin. I am not Marisa Hollander. I am a harbor enforcement officer who was handed a Section 17 protest and told to execute it before the hearing. She lowered her voice. And I have been issuing unusual directives all week because that is what I was told to do. The word landed like a second flare. Juno felt Joss shift beside her, felt the crowd's noise recede into static. What directives? The officer glanced at her partner. The younger man looked uncomfortable now, his eyes fixed on the tablet in his hands. Access logs, inspection windows, a compliance file that was supposed to be in the archive but was apparently pulled 3 days before you began sea trials. She let Juno's eyes. I did not know what the file contained. I was told it was a routine audit. I signed the order. Juno felt the air leave her lungs. Silas had not just prepared the protest, he had seeded the process. He had put people in place, issued paperwork, created a trail that looked like standard harbor authority procedure, but was actually a web of pre-positioned traps. How far does it go? The officer did not answer immediately. Ms. Tamberlin, how far? The officer's jaw tightened. I do not know, but I know that the compliance file was not the only thing that was pulled, and I know that the person who ordered it pulled had the authority to bypass every safeguard in the system. She paused. I did not ask who that person was. I should have. Juno stood very still. The rain ran down her face, down her neck, into the collar of her jacket. She could feel the evidence packet in her hand, the weight of every document, every forged signature, every piece of paper that could break her brother open in front of the town. But the officer was still talking. The hearing will be held on the committee launch. The harbor master will preside. Silas will be present. Marisa Hollander will be present. The notary's daughter will testify first. She looked at Juno with something that might have been pity, and Corinne Tamberlin will testify last, by video link, because she is not physically in Halloway Reach yet. Juno felt the words hit like cold water. She is not here. She is en route. The committee agreed to a remote testimony to allow her to participate without delaying the hearing. Joss stepped forward, his good hand raised. That is not standard procedure. Remote testimony requires a formal request and 24 hours notice. The officer's face was unreadable. The request was filed yesterday. Juno stared at her. Yesterday. Before the race. Before the flare. Before any of this. Silas had been preparing for this hearing before the St. Brendan even crossed the finish line. She looked at the committee launch, where Marisa Hollander was still on her phone, where the notary's daughter was still gripping her paper, where the harbor master was checking his watch as if the fate of a boat and a yard and a family were just another item on the agenda. Juno. Joss's voice was low, close to her ear. "Look at me." She turned. His face was tight with strain, but his eyes were steady. "We walk onto that launch together, with the evidence, with the truth, and we do not let them separate us." He held her gaze. "That is the only answer." She looked at him, at the man she had hated for 9 years and loved for longer than she could remember, at the partner who had let her fall first and caught her every time. "Together," she said. She turned back to the officer. "Take us to the launch." The officer nodded once, then gestured toward the committee boat. Juno stepped forward, the evidence packet in her hand, Joss at her side, the crowd parting around them like water around a hull. And as she walked, she saw Silas standing at the launch's rail. He was watching her. He had been watching her the whole time. And he was smiling. Chapter 54. The committee launch sat low in the water, rain streaming off the cabin roof, the harbor master already in position at the folding table. The notary's daughter stood near the rail with her paper. Marissa Hollander had her phone pressed to her ear at the aft end. And Silas. Silas stood at the center of the deck, hands loose at his sides, watching Juno and Joss approach like he had been waiting for this moment since the day Nell died. The crowd had not dispersed. They packed the pier railings, the harbor office steps, the roof of the fuel shed. Faces Juno had known her whole life. Fishermen who had watched her learn to splice line, women who had brought casseroles after Nell's funeral. Kids perched on mooring posts with phones raised. They had come for a verdict on the whole harbor, not just one race. Eleni was there, gripping her ledger, Father Benoit beside her with his collar dark from rain. Margaret stood at the edge of the crowd, reading glasses in her hand, her face hollow with watching. Juno stepped onto the launch. The deck shifted under her weight. The evidence packet was wet at the edges now, the cardboard soft. But she held it up where the whole Pier could see. Silas's smile did not waver. "Juno." She did not answer. "You are making a spectacle of yourself." "You made the spectacle," she said. "I am just bringing the evidence." The harbor master cleared his throat. "Miss Tamberlin, we will proceed in order. The notary's daughter will testify first, followed by, I want to speak first." The words came out flat, hard as the rain. The harbor master hesitated. Silas tilted his head. "That is not how Section 17 hearings are structured." "Then unstructure it." Juno stepped past him to the folding table. She set the packet down, opened the flap, and pulled out the first document. The original forged sale. The one Silas had signed at 17 while Nell was too sick to read the papers she was handed. "This," she said, holding it up, "is what my brother did when he was 17 years old." She did not look at Silas. "He forged the St. Brendan sale because our Aunt Corinne had emptied the yard's operating account and the bank was about to call in the credit line. He forged Nell's signature to cover the theft, and he let Joss take the blame for it." The crowd had gone silent. Rain drummed on the launch's cabin roof. Somewhere in the harbor, a halyard clanged against a mast. Then he spent 9 years hiding Corinne, 9 years paying her rent, 9 years letting my grandmother die believing her daughter had vanished, or worse. Juno pulled out the second document, the bank statement. The $10,000 deposited 2 days before the compliance fine disappeared. And when Corinne's final payment cleared, he used it to buy the time he needed to arrange a second sale, a secret transfer, a deal with Greyhook Marine that would have stripped the yard out from under me before the regatta even started. She held the paper up. Let the crowd see the date, the amount, the account number. "Silas Tamberlin, my brother, your harbor authority chairman, has been running a 2-decade con, and he has been using the authorities' seals, the authorities' protocols, and the authorities' people to do it." The harbor master looked at Silas. Silas did not look back. He was looking at Juno. "Are you done?" he asked. "Not even close." She pulled out Nell's spiral notebook, the one with the torn page, the one where Nell had written, in her cramped hand, the words that had taken Juno weeks to understand. "Straighten the keel before the launch. Corinne and egg on the bottom of the page." "You knew Nell was suspicious." Juno said. You knew she was keeping notes, and you still came to her every Sunday for dinner and sat at her table and told her the yard was fine. Silas's jaw tightened. Don't. Don't what? Tell the truth? You have been telling everyone in this town that you were protecting the family, that you were holding things together. But you were the one who broke them. She stepped closer. You stole 9 years from Joss, 9 years from me, 9 years from Nell, and you let me hate him because it was easier than facing the fact that the person I should have been watching was standing right next to me. Silas did not move. The rain ran down his face, but he did not wipe it away. You think the town will thank you for this? He said, quiet enough that only Juno could hear. You think they will cheer when you tear down the Harbor Authority chairman's reputation with a stack of papers you found in a toolbox? I do not care what they think. Yes, you do. You have always cared. You just pretend you do not. He looked at the crowd, at the faces on the pier, at the phones raised, at the cameras that had been recording every word. Ask her what she did with the evidence, Silas called out. Ask her why she carried it through a whole race before showing it to anyone. The crowd stirred. Juno felt the shift, the weight of the question landing in the wrong place. I carried it because I had a boat to finish, because I was not going to let you stop me from crossing that line. Or because you wanted to win first, Silas said. You wanted the glory of the finish before you dumped the truth. You wanted to be the hero. He turned to the crowd. Juno Tamberlin wants you to believe she is saving the yard, but she is saving her ego. She is saving the story where she is the victim and I am the villain. And she is willing to burn a grandmother's name, our family's reputation, and every piece of trust this harbor has ever had in the Tamberlin name because it makes her feel righteous. Juno felt the words hit like open water. She looked at the people on the pier, at the faces she knew, the ones who had worked for her father, the ones who had known her since she was a child in a life jacket. She saw doubt. She saw hesitation. She saw the story Silas had been telling for 9 years, fighting back against the truth she was trying to lay out. And then she heard Joss. June. His voice was low, steady. Look at the packet. She looked down. The corner of Nell's sealed letter was visible, the one she had kept unopened for months, the one she had carried through the storm and the race and the protest. She had never opened it. She had been so focused on the documents, on the forgeries, on the paper trail, that she had forgotten the one letter that had been waiting for her from the start. Her hand was shaking as she pulled it out. Juno, Silas said, his voice sharp now. That is not, it is Nell's letter. She turned it over. The seal was still intact, her grandmother's handwriting across the front. For Juno, open only when the truth is ready. The crowd went silent. Juno looked at the letter, at the seal she had not broken, at the words that had been waiting for her since the day she found them. And she knew, whatever was inside, it would change everything again. Chapter 55. The crowd pressed in from the pier, rain slicking their faces, phones raised. Juno held Nell's letter in both hands, the seal intact. The ink faded but legible. For Juno, open only when the truth is ready. She had carried this letter for months, through the restoration, through the storm, through the race, through every moment she had believed she knew what the truth looked like. You are stalling, Silas said from the launch. You have nothing. Juno's thumb traced the edge of the seal. The truth is ready. She broke it. The sound of wax cracking carried in the wet air. She unfolded the paper. Her grandmother's handwriting, cramped and precise, filled both sides. Juno, if you are reading this, the St. Brendan is floating and I am gone, and you have finally stopped letting other people decide what you believe. The first tears hit before she could stop them. I knew the sale was wrong before you did. Not the paper, the story, the way Silas talked about it, the way he never met my eyes when he explained how Joss had failed us. She heard Joss shift beside her. I did not have proof, not the kind that would survive a hearing, but I had a mother's knowledge of when one of my children was lying, and I had a harbor full of people who wanted the answer to be simple. The answer was never simple. Juno's voice cracked as she read aloud, but she kept going. The crowd had gone so silent she heard her own breath between words. So I built a will that would force the truth into the light. I gave you the boat. I gave you Joss. I gave you the one thing no one could bury, a race with the whole town watching. You think I am testing your skill. I am testing your courage. Silas loves you. I know this. He loved you enough to keep Corinne's rot from your door, and he loved you enough to believe he could fix everything alone. But love does not excuse what he did to Joss, to you, to the yard. I am not asking you to stop loving your brother. I am asking you to stop letting his choices decide your life. Juno lowered the paper. The rain had stopped. The wind had dropped to nothing. The harbor was still, as if the tide itself was waiting. Silas stood motionless on the committee launch. "Read the rest," he said. Juno looked at the letter. P.S. I left Silas something in the sealed envelope with the account numbers. He will know where to find it. Tell him I am not angry. Tell him I understand. But tell him I will not carry his silence any further. She turned the paper over. Nothing else. She looked at Silas. There is an envelope. His face did not change, but something in his shoulders shifted. A release. A surrender he had not planned. It was in the toolbox, Juno said. Nell's toolbox. The one I kept in the back of my truck. I used it for the restoration. I never... Open it, Silas said. She did not move. Open it. She pulled the envelope from the packet, unsealed. Inside, a single sheet of paper and a bank check. The check was made out to Tamberlin Yard for $200,000, signed by Nell Tamberlin, dated the week before she died. Juno read the note, then read it again, her hands shaking so hard the paper rattled against her knuckles. Silas, I know what you did with the debt. I know where the money went. I have known for longer than you think. This is not forgiveness. This is not absolution. This is a mother choosing to invest in your future instead of your failure. Use it to make the yard whole. Use it to give Juno and Joss the chance I stole from them when I let you keep your secret. And tell the truth. I will not be here to force you, but the truth will find its own way out. I never found it, Juno said. Silas did not answer. Because I took it. The voice came from the pier. Eleni Cordero stepped forward, the ledger pressed against her chest, her face dark with something between anger and grief. I found it when I cleaned out the office, 3 weeks after your grandmother died. I did not know what to do with it, so I kept it. She looked at Silas. I thought you needed a chance to redeem yourself. I thought the money would give you room to choose differently. Silas met her eyes. Then you chose Tariq. You chose the sabotage. You chose to drag this town through a fight you should have ended before it started. She held out the check. I should have given this to Juno the day I found it. I am sorry I did not. Juno took the check. The paper felt light. Light enough that $200,000 felt like a lie. But the signature was Nell's. She knew that signature. She had spent months learning every line of it by heart, studying the forgeries, comparing the curves, the pressure points, the tilt. This was real. Eleni, Juno said. Why now? Because I saw the letter. Because I heard what Nell wrote. Eleni's voice broke. Because I do not want to carry another silence to my grave. The crowd shifted. The weight of the confession moved through the pier like a wave, and Juno watched Silas's face as he understood what had just happened. He had built his defense on the story that he was the only one who had tried to protect the family. But Eleni had just proven that 2 women had carried the truth longer than he had, and neither of them had used it to destroy anyone. What happens now? Someone called from the crowd. The harbormaster looked at the committee. The notary's daughter had not touched her sworn statement. Maurice's phone was pressed to her ear, her face unreadable. Silas stood on the launch, his rain jacket dark with water, his hands at his sides, and for the first time since Juno had stepped onto this boat, he looked like he did not know what came next. Juno. She turned. Joss was watching her. Read the last line. She looked down at the letter. She had already read it, but she read it again. I am asking you to stop letting his choices decide your life. She folded the letter. She looked at Silas. I am not going to destroy you. Silas's face tightened. But I am not going to save you either. She turned to the harbor master. The evidence is here. The signatures, the notes, the bank records, the check that proves Nell knew and tried to get him a way out. She stepped back. Adjudicate the title. Revoke his authority. Do what the law says. And then she looked at Eleni. Keep the check. Eleni's eyes widened. Use it to pay for Kareen's testimony, Juno said. Use it to bring her home so the truth can be complete. But do not give it to me. I do not want his silence cleansed with money. The crowd erupted, voices overlapping, shouting, arguing, a few cheers and twice as many accusations. But Juno did not hear any of it, because Silas was looking at her, and in his eyes she saw something she had never seen before. Not anger, not grief, certainty. I am not done, he said. The notary's daughter stepped forward and raised her hand to speak. Chapter 56. The notary's daughter raised her hand, her mouth opening to speak. Silas moved. Not fast, not aggressive. He stepped one pace forward on the launch, and the motion cut through the crowd noise like a blade. Every phone swung toward him. Every voice died. You want the truth? He said. Fine. You get the truth. Juno felt Joss go still beside her. The debt was 80,000. Silas's voice carried. Not 40, 80. Kareen did not just skim the operating account. She took out 2 lines of credit in Nell's name before I caught her. The bank was calling them in. The yard was going to fold before Christmas. He looked at Juno. What was I supposed to do? Let Nell lose everything she built? Let the yard get sold to the first developer who sniffed blood? You forged her name, Juno said. I saved her name. Silas's jaw tightened. I saved it by putting it on paper that kept the bank quiet long enough for me to find another way. I was 17. I did what no one else would do because no one else knew how deep the rot went. The crowd shifted. Someone muttered. A woman near the rail crossed her arms. Juno felt the weight of it. The old story. The protective brother. The desperate choice. She had believed that story for 9 years. I kept the yard afloat for a decade on fumes and favors, Silas said. I kept Kareen hidden because if she came back, the whole thing would unravel, and the town would know that Nell's own daughter bled this place dry. I carried it so no one else had to. He pointed at the check in Eleni's hand. That money should have been mine to use. Nell left it for me to fix what I broke, but Juno found it first and decided she knew better. Eleni found it, Juno said, months ago, and she did not give it to you because you were already planning the next sale. Silas's eyes went flat. Greyhook Marine offered $2.4 million for the rights to St. Brendan's name and the North Shed lease. $2.4. That money would have cleared every debt the yard has, paid off Kareen's loans, and left enough to keep the rest of the property operational for another 10 years. You were going to sell her. I was going to save what could still be saved. His voice cracked on the last word. Do you think I wanted this? Do you think I wanted to stand here and watch you tear me apart in front of the whole harbor? Juno said nothing. I did what I did because there was no other way. Silas's hands opened at his sides. I made choices, bad ones, but I made them for this family, for this yard, for the town that would have collapsed if Nell's name had been dragged through a scandal. He took a breath. I am not asking you to forgive me. I am asking you to understand that I never had a single cleaned option. Every door I opened led to another locked one. Every lie I told bought time for someone else to find a real solution. The silence stretched. Juno watched him. The man she had trusted more than anyone. The brother who taught her to read tide charts, who held her when their mother left, who stood beside her at Nell's funeral and promised they would keep the yacht alive together. She wanted to believe him. That was the worst part. She wanted to believe that every betrayal had been reluctant, that every lie had been necessary, that the boy who forged a sail at 17 was the same boy who used to carry her on his shoulders through the winter surf. You almost had me, she said. Silas's face flickered. Right up until the part where you told me Joss should have stayed gone. The crowd stirred. That is what you said to me before the hearing. When you thought no one else was listening, you said Joss should have stayed gone. You said he left once and would leave again. She stepped toward him. He was 16 when you framed him. 16 years old, and you handed him a forged document and told him to leave town or you would destroy his mother's reputation. You did not do that to save the yard. You did it because he figured out what Kareen did, and you needed someone to blame. Silas's jaw worked. Do not pretend this was reluctant heroism, Juno said. You were not protecting Nell. You were protecting yourself. And when that failed, you tried to sell the site Brendan out from under me while pretending to support the restoration. I was trying to give us a future. You were trying to give yourself one. Her voice dropped, because the rest of us were just pieces on the board. The crowd held its breath. Silas looked at her. For a long moment he said nothing. Then his face changed. I should have let him stay gone. The words landed like a slap. Joss comes back and suddenly you are a detective. You are digging through files, questioning permits, reading old notebooks. 9 years I kept this place together while you grieved, and he walks off the ferry and within a month, you are ready to burn your own brother for him. He shook his head. He left. He built a life somewhere else. He does not get to come back and take everything I spent a decade protecting. Everything you spent a decade destroying, Juno said. Silas's hands clenched. You think this makes you strong? Standing here with your evidence and your witnesses, you think the town will remember you as the one who told the truth? He leaned forward. They will remember you as the woman who chose a man who abandoned her over the brother who stayed. The crowd murmured. Juno felt the weight of it, the accusation, the old wound he knew how to press. You stayed because you wanted control, she said, not because you loved the yard, not because you loved me, because as long as I believed the lie, you could keep running everything. Silas did not answer. I am not choosing Joss over you, Juno said. I am choosing the truth over the story you built around my life. That is different. And if you cannot see the difference, then you have been lying to yourself longer than you have been lying to me. She turned to the harbor master. I have nothing more to say. The harbor master nodded. Silas stood alone on the launch, rain running down his face, his hands open at his sides, and the notary's daughter raised her hand again. Wait, she said. I have something to add. Chapter 57. The notary's daughter stepped forward, her hand still raised, and the crowd's noise cut to a ragged hush. She was young, 23, maybe 24, dark hair plastered to her temples from the rain, a manila folder clutched against her chest like a shield. I worked for Silas, she said. For 3 years. I processed permits, logged inspections, filed the compliance reports. She swallowed. I am the one who pulled the St. Brendan file out of the archive. The murmur rose again, sharper this time. Juno felt it move through the crowd like a wave through a moored fleet. Why? The harbor master said. The notary's daughter looked at Silas. He stood motionless on the launch, rain running off his shoulders, his face unreadable. Because he told me the file contained forged documents that would destroy the yard if they surfaced during an inspection, she said. He said he was protecting the family, that Nell had made mistakes at the end, that I would be saving the restoration by keeping the file out of sight until after the regatta. Her voice cracked. I believed him. Juno closed her eyes, the weight of it pressed down, not rage, not even grief, just the awful familiarity of someone else who had trusted the same lie. You pulled the file, the harbor master said. Who ordered the unusual directives this week? The inspection window changes? The access log alterations? The notary's daughter's gaze stayed on Silas. He did. I gave no such orders, Silas said. I have copies, her voice steadied. Every email, every phone log, you signed off on them yourself. She opened the folder. I kept everything, because after 3 years, I started to wonder why a man protecting his family needed so many trails covered. The harbor master took the folder. The pages rustled in the wet air. Silas said nothing. The harbor master looked through the documents, his face hardening as he read. When he looked up, his voice carried the weight of a decision already made. Effective immediately, Silas Tamberlin is suspended from all harbor authority duties pending formal investigation. His access credentials are revoked. His vote on the committee is voided until the investigation concludes. He turned to the uniformed officers standing at the edge of the launch. collect his badge and keys, escort him off the pier. The crowd erupted. Cameras rose, phones angled, voices overlapped, some shouting accusations, some calling Silas's name. Juno stood frozen as the officers stepped toward her brother. Silas did not resist. He removed his harbor authority badge with slow, deliberate fingers, the leather case worn at the edges from years of wear. He pulled a keyring from his pocket, the brass catch glinting under the floodlights. He laid both in the officer's outstretched hand without looking at them. Then he looked at Juno. The noise of the crowd faded. The rain felt distant. There was only his face, lit by the harsh pier lights, and the thing passing between them that she could not name. Hatred would have been easier. She knew how to fight hatred. She had been fighting it for 9 years. Grief would have been almost bearable. Grief, she understood. Grief was the shape of everything she had already lost. But the look in his eyes was not hatred. It was not grief. It was something quieter, something that asked a question she did not want to answer. Was any of it real? The years of him teaching her to read tide charts, the winter mornings he carried her on his shoulders through the surf, the night Nell died, when he held her on the porch and promised they would keep the yard alive together. She had believed every second of it. She still did not know which parts were true. "Move," one of the officers said. Silas turned. He stepped off the launch onto the pier, the crowd parting around him like water around a hull. He walked past Juno without stopping, his shoulder brushing hers, close enough that she caught the smell of rain on wool, the same coat he had worn for years. She had saved the yard. She had lost her brother. She did not know which one would hurt more in the morning. "Juno," she looked up. Joss was watching her with an expression she could not name, something raw and careful at the same time. "Come inside," he said, "before the rest of them find you." She glanced at the crowd. They were already turning back toward her, the first wave of questions forming on their faces. She let Joss take her hand. They walked off the launch together, through the gap the crowd had not yet closed, into the shadow of the north shed where the Shate Brendan's mast mews against the rain, and behind them, the harbor authorities' officers closed the gate. Chapter 58. The north shed smelled of cedar and epoxy and rain. Juno stood with her back to the St. Brendan's hull, her hand still in Joss's, the crowd's roar muffled by the corrugated roof. The floodlights buzzed overhead, casting long shadows across the workbench where she had spent so many nights sanding, planing, believing she was building a weapon against him. She had been building something else entirely. "You should see this," Tariq said from the doorway. He was holding the ledger, his face unreadable in the half-light. Behind him, the pier was still churning with voices, the harbor authorities' officers forming a line at the gate. "What is it?" "No, not Silas." Tariq stepped inside. "Marisa. She is on the launch, on the phone." Joss let go of her hand slowly, the warmth of his palm lingering against her skin. "With who?" "Her board." Juno moved past them both, pushing through the shed door into the rain. The launch was still moored at the pier, its cabin lights glowing through the curtain of rain. Marisa stood at the aft end, her auburn hair dark with water, a phone pressed to her ear. She was not shouting. That was what Juno noticed first. Marisa never shouted. She let other people raise their voices while she watched. She spoke for another moment, then lowered the phone. The crowd was still thick on the pier, but the noise had shifted. The argument was no longer about Silas. It was about what happened next. Marisa stepped off the launch and walked toward Juno. The crowd parted for her the same way it had parted for Silas, but differently. Where Silas had drawn the town's hunger for drama, Marisa drew something colder. Respect. Wariness. The understanding that she had never been part of Halloway Reach and never would be. She stopped 3 feet from Juno. "Your brother is finished," Marisa said. "I know. I mean, truly finished. The harbor master will not bury this investigation. The notary's daughter has already given a full statement to enforcement. By morning, every document Silas touched will be under review." Juno waited. "The title challenge is dead," Marisa continued. "Without Silas on the committee, the Section 17 suspension collapses. Your grandmother's will stands. The St. Brendan is yours." She said it flatly, as if reciting terms from a contract. Juno felt the words land somewhere deep. The yard was safe. The boat was hers. Nell's challenge had worked. She had done exactly what her grandmother designed her to do. "Why are you telling me this?" Marisa tilted her head. "Because I want you to hear it from me before you hear it from anyone else. Breakrider Blue is withdrawing its acquisition bid for Tamberlin Yard." The words hung between them. "I just told my board the marina project cannot proceed cleanly while the harbor authority is compromised and the title remains under public scrutiny. They agreed to suspend the offer pending full investigation of Silas's dealings." "That is not an answer." Marisa's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "I am telling you that you won, today, this hour, this pier. The crowd will cheer you, the papers will write about you, and the town will remember the moment Juno Tamberlin stood on a boat and told the truth." She paused. "Tomorrow, you will still have a failing yard with no operating capital, a restored racing boat that needs ongoing maintenance, and a workforce that cannot survive on pride alone. The developer who just withdrew may return with a different offer in 6 months. Or someone else will come. Capital does not forget coastline." Juno felt Joss step up beside her. "What are you saying?" he asked. "I am saying the celebration is real and earned." Marisa's gray-greened eyes flicked between them. "And the hard part is not over. I wanted the marina because I genuinely believe Halloway Reach needs investment to survive. Your victory does not change that math. It only changes who controls the toms." She looked at Juno directly. "I am not your enemy. I am the person who will still be here offering a deal years from now if this yard cannot find another way." Then she turned and walked back toward the launch, her heels clicking against the wet wood of the pier. The crowd closed behind her. Juno stood in the rain, the words settling into her chest like stones. The yard was saved. The St. Brendan was hers. Marisa had just said so. And Marisa had just told her, in the most professional way possible, that survival was not the same as success. "Juno." She turned. Joss was watching her, water streaming down his face, his hand extended. "So he is right about one thing," he said. "The celebration is real. We should take it while we have it. And tomorrow? Tomorrow we figure out the rest." She looked at his hand. Rain dripped from his fingers, catching the light from the floodlights. She took it. They walked back toward the shed, through the rain and the noise and the crowd that was still arguing about whether she had done the right thing. Tariq was at the door, Eleni beside him, the ledger still in her hands. "Eleni," Juno said. "I know, I still have the check." "Good." She stepped inside the north shed, the smell of cedar and epoxy wrapping around her like a second skin. The St. Brendan rose before her, the restoration work gleaming under the floodlights. The hull that she had rebuilt with her own hands and her own sweat, and the truth she had been running from for 9 years. She saved the yard. She lost her brother. She did not know which one would hurt more in the morning. But she knew Joss was beside her, and that was not nothing. Joss's phone buzzed. He pulled it out, his face tightening as he read the screen. "What?" He looked up, and the expression in his eyes sent a cold current through her chest. "It is from a number I do not recognize." "What does it say?" He held the phone so she could read it. "You should know what Silas left in the north shed before he lost his badge. Check the loft, before sunrise." Juno's blood went cold. Chapter 59. The phone still glowed in Joss's hand when the shout went up from the pier. "Solicitors here?" The crowd parted and Mr. Atherton came through in his gray suit, rain darkening the shoulders, a leather satchel pressed against his chest. He looked like a man who had been pulled from his dinner by a dozen frantic phone calls and had not bothered to change. He stopped at the edge of the north shed, breathing hard, his eyes finding Juno through the floodlight glare. "I came as fast as I could." Juno felt herself nod, but her mind was still stuck on the screen, on the message, on the loft. "Check the loft, before sunrise." "What are you doing here?" she asked. Atherton set his satchel on a workbench and pulled out a folder, the paper already wrinkled from the damp. "Half the town called my office in the last hour. The harbor master called. Margaret called. Even Father Benoit called. and I cannot remember the last time he phoned anyone after 6 o'clock. He opened the folder. I am here to confirm what you already know. The St. Brendan launched successfully. She completed the Centennial Regatta course and crossed the finish line under her own power, with a certified crew and a registered vessel. I have the race committee's preliminary report, the harbor master's confirmation, and a signed statement from the notary's daughter attesting that the boat was seaworthy at the time of launch. He looked up. The condition of Nell Tamberlin's will has been met. The yard is protected. The words landed like a second wave, washing over the first before Juno could fully feel it. She stood in the shed with the smell of cedar and epoxy around her, the St. Brendan resting in her cradle, the rain drumming on the corrugated roof, and a lawyer telling her that her grandmother's impossible challenge had succeeded. She did it, Eleni said from the doorway, her voice rough. Nell knew. She knew. Tariq let out a breath that sounded like it had been locked in his chest for weeks. Father Benoit crossed himself at the edge of the crowd, his lips moving in a prayer Juno could not hear. Joss stepped closer to her, his shoulder brushing hers. The yard is yours, he said quietly. You did it. She wanted to feel it. The relief, the triumph, the vindication she had imagined for 9 years, the moment when she would stand in this yard and know she had won. But all she could feel was the cold weight of the message still burning in her memory. Check the loft before sunrise. Juno! She looked up. Atherton was watching her with the careful expression of a man who had delivered enough difficult news to know when it had not fully landed. There is more. The harbor master's office has already drafted a formal statement confirming that the title challenge is void and that Silas Tamberlin's authority has been suspended pending investigation. The yard's protection is not conditional. It is effective immediately. Effective immediately, she repeated. Effective immediately. The words should have felt like a door closing, like a lock turning, like safety. Instead, they felt like the door swinging open onto a room she had never seen before. What about the operating capital? Joss asked. Atherton hesitated. That is a separate matter. The will protects the yard from forced sale or transfer, but it does not fund its operations. The yard's accounts are functionally empty. The restoration consumed nearly every resource Nell left available. But the check, Eleni said. The 200,000. That is still good. It is still good, Atherton confirmed. And it is in your hands, Eleni. Juno gave it to you. For Corinne, Juno said. For her testimony. The name landed like a stone in still water. Corinne, her sister, alive, hidden, coming back to Halloway Reach to testify against the brother Juno had just destroyed. The crowd at the shed door had grown, faces pressed against the gap, phones raised, voices overlapping in a low, restless murmur that built like pressure before a storm. Someone pushed forward. Juno Tamberlin! She turned. A woman stood at the front of the crowd, her arms crossed, her face hard. Juno recognized her. Brenda Okeke, who ran the laundromat on Harbor Street, who had been friends with Nell, who had watched Juno grow up. You did it, Brenda said. You stood on a boat and told the truth. The whole town saw it. Juno waited. There was something in Brenda's voice that did not match her words. And now your brother is sitting in the harbor office without his badge, without his keys, without the authority he held for 15 years. He is finished. Because of you. The crowd shifted. Brenda, Eleni started. No! Brenda stepped forward, her voice rising. I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her explain why she destroyed her own blood to save wood and memory. The words hit like a slap. Wood, Brenda repeated. That is what you saved. A boat, a building, a piece of the past that does not feed anyone, does not employ anyone, does not keep the tax collector from the door. You had a brother who ran this harbor for 15 years, who kept this town from drowning in red tape and debt, and you tore him down in front of everyone. Juno felt the heat rise in her chest. He forged Nell's name, she said. He framed Joss. He hid Corinne for 9 years and let Nell believe her daughter had vanished. He sabotaged the boat. He stole from the yard. He sold the family legacy to Greyhook Marine for $2.4 million. I know what he did. Then how can you stand there and ask me why I told the truth? Brenda's jaw tightened. Because the truth does not put food on the table. The truth does not keep the power on at the laundromat. The truth does not pay back the loans this town took out because we trusted Silas Tamberlin to keep things running. She pointed at Juno. You wanted justice. You got it. But you also got an empty yard, a divided town, and a brother who is going to prison because his sister decided that a boat mattered more than family. The crowd erupted, voices overlapping, some shouting at Brenda, some shouting at Juno, some simply shouting into the chaos. The floodlight caught the rain, turning it into a curtain of silver between her and the faces that had known her since she was a child. Joss moved. He stepped in front of her, his broad shoulders blocking the direct line of sight between her and the crowd. His voice was low, meant only for her. Do not answer her. She asked a question. She asked a trap. There is no answer that will satisfy her, and there is no answer that will calm the crowd. They are not here for resolution. They are here to watch. Juno looked past him at the faces pressed against the shed door. Some were hostile. Some were uncertain. Some were simply waiting to see what she would do next. She thought about the text. Check the loft, before sunrise. She thought about Silas, sitting in the harbor office without his badge. She thought about the $200,000 check, still in Eleni's hands. She thought about Joss, standing in front of her, shielding her from the consequences of the truth she had chosen. The loft, she said. Joss turned. What? The text. Silas left something in the loft, before sunrise. He looked at her, and she saw the understanding pass through his eyes. Then we should check it now. Before the crowd decides to follow us? Before someone else checks it first. She looked at the faces in the shed entrance, at Brenda, still standing with her arms crossed, at the phone still raised, at the town that had already begun to fracture. The celebration was over. The reckoning had barely begun. Chapter 60. Brenda Okiki did not move. She stood at the front of the crowd with her arms still crossed, her face still hard, and the rains still running down her cheeks like tears she refused to shed. You worked beside him for 15 years, Brenda said. You ate at his table. You called him family. And now you stand on a boat and tell yourself that makes you brave. Juno felt the words land in the space between her ribs. I did not do this to be brave. Then why did you do it? The question hung in the wet air. Because the truth was already sitting in the dark, Juno said. Because Nell left me a choice between protecting a lie and letting it rot us from the inside. Because I have spent 9 years hating the wrong person and defending the wrong one, and I will not spend 9 more pretending I did not know. Brenda's jaw worked. Behind her, the crowd had not quieted, but something in the quality of the noise had shifted. The shouting had become layered, some voices still angry, some suddenly uncertain, some rising in defense of what Juno had just said. She is right. The voice came from somewhere to the left. Juno turned. A man she did not recognize stood at the edge of the shed door, his arms wet with rain, his face weathered from years of harbor work. He was not a yard hand. He was not one of hers. She stood on that boat and told the truth, he said. The whole town watched. And now you are standing here telling her she should have kept her mouth shut to protect a man who forged his own grandmother's name. Brenda turned on him. You do not get to lecture me about family. You moved here 5 years ago. 5 years is long enough to see that something was rotting in this town long before today. The crowd began to split. Juno watched it happen in real time. Faces turning toward each other, voices rioting, hands gesturing. The fracture she had felt coming since the will reading opened like a wound in the middle of the pier. Someone grabbed her arm. She spun. Eleni stood at her side, the check still clutched in her hand, her eyes wet and bright. You do not have to stand here for this. I do not know where else to stand. Then come inside the shed, Eleni said. Let them shout at each other. They will still be here tomorrow. Juno looked past her, at the faces in the rain. She saw Margaret standing at the edge of the crowd, her reading glasses in her hand, her face hollow with watching. She saw Father Benoit at the back, his collar dark with water, his lips moving in a prayer she could not hear. She saw the notary's daughter, still holding her folder, still standing apart from the chaos she had helped create. She saw Brenda, still arguing with the man who had spoken. She saw a town she had known her whole life turning against itself because she had refused to stay silent. And she saw Joss. He had not moved from in front of her. His broad shoulders blocked the worst of the rain and the worst of the staring. His hand hung at his side, close enough to take. He did not reach for her. He waited. The choice landed in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. If she took his hand now, in front of the crowd, in front of Brenda, in front of every person who had known her since she was a child, she was not just choosing him. She was choosing the life that came after Silas. She was telling the town that she had moved on from the story that had defined her for 9 years. If she did not take his hand, she could still pretend that the fracture was about the yard, about the boat, about truth versus loyalty. She could keep Joss as a private thing, a wound healing in the dark, and let the town believe she was still the woman she had been before. She looked at his hand. She looked at his face. He was not watching her hand. He was watching her eyes. He was watching her decide. "Juno," his voice was low, private, meant only for her. "I am not going anywhere. You can take my hand in front of every person in this town, or you can wait until we are alone, or you can never take it again. I am still going to be here tomorrow." The rain rained down her neck. The crowd kept shouting. Brenda kept arguing. And Juno reached out. Her fingers brushed his hand turned, caught hers, held. The touch landed like a bell strike. She felt it travel up her arm, through her chest, into the hollow place where she had carried her anger for 9 years. Someone in the crowd noticed. The shout went up, a voice she did not recognize, half mockery and half wonder. "There she goes, choosing the outsider over her own blood." Juno did not let go. Joss's thumb pressed against the side of her hand, station and warm. "They are going to talk about this for years," she said. "I know. They are going to say I chose a man over my family. I know. They are going to say I was waiting for him to come back." Joss looked at her. The rain had plastered his hair to his forehead, and there was a cut on his jaw that she had not noticed before, a thin line from the chaos on the launch. "Let them say it," he said. "We will be too busy building something to hear them." The words landed. She looked at his hand in hers, at the crowd still fracturing around them, at the shed entrance where Eleni stood waiting with the check still clutched in her fingers. "Before sunrise," she said. He nodded. "Then let us go now." Joss turned, pulling her gently with him, and they moved toward the north shed together, past the arguing faces, past the raised phones, past Brenda O'Kiki still standing with her arms crossed, past the town that had already begun to divide itself into before and after. The north shed door stood open. The loft ladder was down. Juno looked up into the dark and felt her blood go cold. Chapter 61. Someone shouted. Juno did not catch the words, only the tone, sharp and raw, a blade thrown across the pier. She kept walking. Joss's hand stayed locked around hers, his palm warm despite the rain, his grip steady enough to anchor her through the noise. The crowd parted ahead of them, not cleanly, not willingly, but in grudging inches. Faces turned, mouths opened. She heard her name and Joss's name and Silas's name, all tangled in the same sentence. She did not stop. The north shed door stood 30 feet ahead. 20. The loft ladder was still down, a dark tongue hanging from the hayloft opening, waiting. A flash broke the gloom. Not lightning, a camera. Someone on the pier, phone raised, the shutter sound slicing through the rain. Juno felt the image capture like a physical strike, the click of it sealing her choice into something visible, something permanent, something the town would pass from hand to hand. She kept walking. Joss's thumb pressed against the side of her hand. 15 feet now. The voices behind them shifted. The arguing dropped into something lower, something that vibrated through the wet air like a rope pulled taut. She heard footsteps, not casual, not incidental. Footsteps with direction. "Juno," Eleni's voice, Sharp, warning. She turned her head. Eleni stood at the shed entrance, the check still clutched in her hand, her eyes fixed on something beyond Juno's shoulder. Her face had gone pale. Juno looked back. The crowd was moving. Not the whole crowd, a knot of them, maybe a dozen, maybe more, pushing forward through the crush on the dock. Brenda Oke was not among them. She stood still at the center of the pier, arms crossed, watching. But others had broken from her orbit. Men and women Juno had known for years, faces she had seen at the harbor office, at the grocery, at the boat launch. Their mouths were set. Their hands were out, not reaching, just forward, as if they wanted to close the distance. "Inside," Joss said. His voice was flat, command. He pulled her toward the shed door, his grip tightening, his body shifting to put himself between her and the approaching knot. She did not argue. The crowd had been fracturing all evening, shouting, accusing, drawing lines in the wet wood of the pier. But this was different. This was movement. This was people choosing to act on the anger instead of just voicing it. She heard her name again, not called, spat. "Juno Tamberlin, you turn your back on your own blood and expect us to watch?" She did not stop. The shed entrance was 5 feet away. 4. Joss's shoulder hit the doorframe, pulling her through the gap, and Eleni moved to close the heavy plank door behind them. The loft ladder swayed as Juno's shoulder brushed it. The door slammed shut. The sound of the latch dropping into place cut through the muffled shouting like a blade dropped into a lock. The shed went dark, lit only by the thin gray light leaking through the gaps in the siding. Juno stood still. Her breath came hard. Her hand was still locked in Joss's, and she could not tell if she was holding him or he was holding her. The shouting outside pressed against the walls, muffled now, but present, a pulse. Eleni pressed her back against the door, her chest heaving. "They are going to try to come through it." "Let them try," Joss said. He did not let go of Juno's hand. The shed smelled of cedar and dust and the lingering trace of epoxy from the restoration. The St. Brendan sat in the center of the space, her hull gleaming faintly in the half-light, the lines of her deck still regged from the race. Juno looked at the loft ladder. It hung from the hayloft opening, swaying slightly where her shoulder had knocked it. The dark above it was absolute. Whatever Silas had left up there, whatever the anonymous texter had warned them about, it waited in that darkness. "The loft," she said. Joss followed her gaze. His jaw tightened. "Together." She looked at him. His face was hard, wet from rain, the cut on his jaw still red. His eyes were steady. "Together," she agreed. She let go of his hand. The absence of his warmth hit her like a cold draft, but she did not reach for him again. She stepped to the ladder instead. The rungs were old wood, worn smooth from years of use, and they groaned under her weight as she climbed. Darkness closed around her. The loft smelled different, dustier, stale. The air was thick with the dry scent of old hay and rodent droppings, and something else, something metallic that she could not place. She reached the top. The loft floor spread out before her, dim and cluttered with shapes she could not fully make out. Old storage boxes, a coil of rope, the shadow of something larger, a tarp draped over a shape at the far end. And there, on a crate near the edge, a single piece of paper, white, clean, placed deliberately. She reached for it. Her fingers brushed the edge. A light clicked on below. Joss had found the work lamp. The yellow glow pushed up into the loft, casting her shadow long across the floor, illuminating the paper in her hand. It was not a note. It was a photograph. An old photograph creased at the corners, the colors faded to sepia. 2 children sat on the slipway of Tamberlin Yard, their legs dangling over the edge, their faces split with laughter. A boy and a girl. Dark hair, sun-browned skin, a marlin spike at the girl's belt. Ho and Silas. She had never seen this photograph before. She turned it over. On the back, in handwriting she recognized Nell's hand. The careful strokes she knew from 1,000 workshop notes. Some boats break on the rocks. Some break on the shore. The ones that hurt most are the ones we let rot at the dock, the ones we never bothered to launch. Juno stared at the words. The shouting outside faded. The shed below went silent. Joss's voice came up through the ladder, low and careful. "Juno, what is it?" She looked at the photograph in her hands. She looked at the darkness around her, at the top-covered shape in the corner, at the coil of rope and the old boxes. Something else was up here. And Nell's handwriting was telling her she had not found the worst of it yet. She looked down at Joss. "I don't know," she said. But her voice did not sound like her own. Chapter 62. The shed door shuddered. Not a knock, a shoulder. The wood groaned against the latch, and Eleni threw her weight against it, her face gone pale. "They're coming through." Joss was already moving. He hit the ladder before Juno could call down, his boots finding the rungs with the old instinct, the work lamp swinging in his hand as he climbed. "We have to go, now." "I haven't found Juno." His voice cracked through the dark. She looked at the photograph in her hand, at the words in Nell's script on the back, at the tarp-covered shape in the corner that she had not reached yet. The door shuttered again, just splintered. She shoved the photograph into her pocket and climbed down. The shed floor met her boots hard. Joss was already at the side door, the one that opened onto the alley between sheds, the one the crowd might not know about. He had the bolt half drawn. "Eleni, move." Eleni let go of the main door and ran. The latch groaned behind her, and the door swung inward 3 inches before something caught it. A shoulder, a boot, a body wedging into the gap. Voices poured through the crack. "Juno Tamberlin, you come out here and face what you did. Hide behind your boat, see how far that gets you." Joss wrenched the side door open. Salt air and cold flooded in. The alley was empty, narrow, dark, choked with stacked timber and an old trailer hull. "Go." Juno went. She did not look back at the St. Brendan. She did not look at the loft ladder swaying in the dark. She ran. The alley opened onto the north end of the pier, 40 yards from the main crowd. The planks were wet. The harbor light cut through the rain in long gray shafts. She heard them before she saw them. A surge of voices rising, footsteps, the wet slap of boots on wood. Then Tariq was there, blocking the alley mouth, his broad frame filling the gap, his face unreadable. "Back inside," he said. "Now." "Tariq, they're coming around the shed. 5 of them broke off. They know you're back here." Joss pulled her toward the yard gate, 20 yards away, 15. The chain hung loose from the post, the padlock still open from when they had come through hours ago. 10 yards. A voice behind them, close, raw, with something that was not anger but grief wearing anger's coat. "You think Nell wanted this?" Juno stopped. She did not mean to. Her body made the choice before her mind caught up, and she turned. A woman stood at the alley mouth, older, gray hair wet against her scalp. Her hands were empty, her face wet, her voice shaking. "You think she wanted her granddaughter tearing the family apart for a boat?" Juno's mouth opened. Joss's hand found her arm. "Don't." The woman stepped closer. The crowd did not follow. Tariq turned to Juno. "Gate, now." She went. Joss stayed at her side, his hand on her elbow, not gripping, just present, guiding her through the wet planks toward the gate that swung open onto Tamberlin Yard. She stepped through. The gate clanged shut behind her. The yard was dark. The north shed loomed to her left, the south shed to her right, and between them the empty space where the St. Brendan had sat under a tarp for 7 years before they had dragged her into the light. Juno stood still. Her breath came hard. Her hand was in her pocket, around the edge of the photograph, the paper warm against her fingers. Joss stood beside her. Tariq was pulling the chain through the gate, wrapping it, padlocking it. Eleni leaned against the shed wall, her face gray. The shouting from the pier was muffled now, distant, but not gone. Juno looked at the photograph again, at her own laughing face, at Silas beside her, at Nell's words on the back, and she realized, with a cold certainty that settled into her bones, that she had not understood what Nell was trying to tell her. Not yet. The photograph was not about the yard. It was not about the boat. It was about the thing she had left unfinished in the loft, the tarp-covered shape, the metallic smell, the thing she had not reached before the crowd forced her out. She looked at Joss. "I have to go back." His face went still. "Juno. She left something else up there. Not the photograph. Something under the tarp. I felt it. I smelled it. You are not going back through that crowd tonight. Then tomorrow, at first light, before anyone else gets there." Joss looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Before sunrise." The wind picked up, carrying the smell of salt and rain and something else, something that made Juno's skin prickle. She looked at the north shed, dark and silent across the yard, and she wondered, for the first time, whether she had escaped the trap or walked deeper into it. Chapter 63. The gate chain rattled as Tariq rapped it one last time, the metal teeth biting into the iron loop. The sound was faunal. Not locked out, locked in. Juno stood in the middle of the yard with her hand pressed to her pocket, the photograph a sharp corner against her palm. The silence was wrong. After an hour of shouting, of boots on planks, of voices layered over each other until no single word survived, the quiet felt like pressure change before a storm, the kind that made ears ache and skin prickle. Eleni leaned against the shed wall with her eyes closed. Her chest rose and fell too fast. Tariq tested the chain one more time, then turned and walked back toward them. His face was stone, but his hands shook when he shoved them into his jacket pockets. Joss stood closest to Juno, not touching her, close enough that she could feel the heat off his arm without contact. Nobody spoke. A single gull cried somewhere over the harbor, the sound thin and lonely in the suddenly empty air. Juno pulled the photograph from her pocket and looked at it again. The younger version of herself stared back, the girl who had not yet learned that betrayal lived in the people you trusted most, the girl who had not yet learned that loving someone did not protect you from them. Silas beside her, his arm around her shoulders, laughing. The ones we never bothered to launch. She turned the photograph over and read the words again, and something in her chest cracked. Not the fight, not the crowd, not the fear. This. Nell had known. All those years, all those Sunday dinners, all those quiet evenings in the workshop where Nell had handed her tools and told her to keep her hands busy and her heart safe. Nell had known. She had watched Juno carry the weight of Joss's supposed betrayal. She had watched Juno defend Silas, trust Silas, love Silas, and she had said nothing, because she was waiting. Waiting for the truth to surface on its own, waiting for Juno to be ready to see it. Juno's throat closed. She thought of Nell's hands, gnarled and steady, holding a plane blade at the exact angle. Nell's voice, rough from 60 years of salt air, telling her that a boat built right would carry you through anything. Nell's eyes, pale gray like winter water, watching Juno across the dinner table with a patience that Juno had mistaken for peace. It had not done peace. It had been waiting. "You all right?" Joss's voice was low, careful, like he knew she was balanced on something thin. Juno shook her head. She could not speak. The photograph trembled in her hand. Her vision blurred, and she blinked hard, furious at herself for breaking now, here, in the middle of the yard where the wind could carry the evidence to anyone still listening. Juno noted, but she did not move. The yard looked different now. The sheds, the slipway, the empty cradle where the St. Brendan had sat for 7 years. All of it looked like something she was seeing for the first time. Not hall. Evidence. Every beam, every plank, every nail Nell had driven, every choice she had made. It was all part of the same design. A blueprint Juno had not known she was following. Joss tugged her hand gently. "Come on." She let him lead her across the yard toward the office. The door stood open, the light still on inside, and she could see the desk where she had sat 100 times, the filing cabinet, the hooks where Nell had kept her reading glasses and her raincoat. She stopped at the threshold. The office smelled like coffee and paper and the faint trace of Nell's hand cream, the one with the rose water she had used every morning for as long as Juno could remember. Juno swallowed. She stepped inside. Joss followed. Eleni and Tariq came behind him, and Tariq pulled the door shut and turned the deadbolt, the metal click loud and final in the small room. For a moment, nobody moved. 5 people standing in the yellow light of a single desk lamp, surrounded by the evidence of a life that had ended before they were ready for it. Juno looked at the filing cabinet, the middle drawer, thrown down where Nell had kept the notes. She should open it. She should see what else Nell had left. But her hand would not move. The knock came without warning. 3 quick raps on the office door, hard and deliberate, the kind of knock that expected an answer. Juno's head snapped up. Everyone else froze. The knock came again, faster this time. Joss moved first, stepping between Juno and the door, his body a shield. "Who is it?" Tariq called. A pause, then a voice muffled through the wood. Female, young, shaking. "It is Corinne." Juno's breath stopped. "I need to talk to my sister. I need to talk to my sister." Chapter 64. The door was still vibrating from the third knock. Juno's hand hung in the air, her breath caught somewhere between her chest and her throat. Corinne, Silas's wife. The woman who had been hidden for 9 years. The woman Juno had believed was dead. The woman whose choices had set every domino falling. "Let me," Joss said quietly. He crossed to the door before Juno could answer. His good hand rested on the deadbolt, and he looked back at her, asking without words. Juno nodded. The deadbolt slid open with a metal scrape. Joss pulled the door inward, and the light from the office spilled out across the porch, catching a woman Juno had not seen in 9 years. Juno Tamberlin stood in the dark with her hands pressed together at her chest. She looked smaller than Juno remembered, thinner. The same dark hair Juno had grown up watching, but gray now at the temples, pulled back tight against her scalp. Her eyes were wet and red, and she looked like she had been crying for hours. "Juno?" The word cracked. Juno did not answer. Corinne took a step forward, then stopped, as though the threshold itself had a weight she was not sure she could cross. "I know you have no reason to listen to me," she said, her voice low and shaking. "I know what Silas told you. I know what I did. But there is something I need to tell you before the investigators come for me tomorrow." Juno's jaw tightened. "Then tell it." Corinne looked at Joss, at Eleni, at Tariq. Her gaze lingered on each of them, measuring something Juno could not read. "Alone." "No." The word came from Joss, flat and final. Corinne flinched, then nodded, like she had expected that answer. "Fair enough." She drew a breath that shuddered through her whole frame and looked at Juno with eyes that held a grief too old and too deep to be faked. "Silas did not force me to leave," she said. "I went because I could not stay. Not because I was afraid of what he would do, because I was afraid of what I would do." The room went still. Juno stared at her. "What are you talking about?" Corinne pressed her hands together tighter, knuckles white. "Nell's will was not the only reason Silas started forging documents. The debt I left was not $80,000. It was 120. Eleni let out a low sound, something between a curse and a prayer. Tariq went still. Joss's hand moved to the doorframe, steadying himself, and Juno felt the ground shift beneath her feet again, just when she thought it had stopped moving. Corinne's voice dropped lower, raw and broken. "I did not just steal from the yard. I stole from Nell's personal accounts. I forged her signature on a home equity line against the house. I took everything I could reach, and I told myself I would pay it back. I told myself I would fix it before anyone noticed." She looked at Juno with eyes that had stopped hiding. "Silas did not frame Joss to protect himself. He framed Joss to protect me. Because if the truth had come out when it should have, I would have gone to prison." The words landed like a stone dropped into deep water, sinking, spreading ripples that touched everything. Juno's hands were shaking. She looked at Joss. He was already watching her, his face unreadable, but his eyes held the same shock she felt. "Say that again," Juno whispered. Corinne shook her head slowly, tears streaming down her face. I cannot say it again. I cannot make it true by repeating it." She took a ragged breath. The investigators know. They found the records I hid in the south shed loft, the ones Silas was too scared to destroy because he thought they might be the only proof I was not the only one who took money. He kept them. 9 years. He kept the evidence that would have destroyed me because he could not bear to let me burn alone. Juno's legs gave. She did not realize she was falling until Joss's arm caught her, pulling her backward against his chest, holding her upright. The office tilted around her. Everything Nell had done, every letter, every trap, every choice she had made, it was all built around a truth Juno had never known. Corinne was not the victim Silas had protected. She was the thief he had hidden. And Silas had let Juno believe he was the monster so she would never have to know what their sister had done. Juno, Corinne's voice broke. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am not asking for anything. I just needed you to know that the brother you have been tearing apart did not do it for himself. He did it for me, and I let him. Juno could not breathe. She could not think. She could only stand in Joss's arms, staring at the sister she had hated for so long, and feel the last piece of her old understanding crack apart and fall away. The world she had known for 9 years was gone, and what rose in its place, cold and heavy and real, was not a story she could armor herself with anymore. It was just the truth, raw, broken, and bleeding, and it did not care what she had built on the lie. Chapter 65. The office fell silent around her. Juno stood at the filing cabinet with her hand still resting on the drawer pull, the scent of Nell's rosewater hand cream so thick in the air it felt like breathing through memory. Behind her, she heard Corinne's ragged breathing, Eleni's quiet weeping, Tariq's boots shifting on the floorboards. She pulled the drawer open. The metal tracks were dry, unused for months. Inside, neat stacks of folders filled the space, each labeled in Nell's hand with dates and project names. Juno's fingers moved past the St. Brendan folder, past the insurance records, past the tax returns she had helped Nell file every spring. She stopped at a plain manila envelope at the very back. No label, no date, just her name, written in Nell's precise cursive, the ink faded to the color of dried tea. Juno pulled it out. The envelope was thin, barely holding anything, but the weight of it pressed into her palm like something alive. She turned it over. The seal was intact, the flap tucked but not glued. Nell had never sealed it properly. She had left it ready for Juno to find. Juno, Eleni's voice came from somewhere behind her. What is that? She did not answer. She worked the flap open with her thumbnail, the paper dry and soft against her skin. Inside was a single sheet, folded twice, the same pale blue stationery Nell had used for her grocery lists and her letters, and the notes she tucked into Juno's lunch pail when she was a girl. Juno unfolded it. The handwriting was unsteady, thinner than she remembered, the strokes trailing off at the ends of words like Nell had been writing while tired or in pain. Juno, if you are reading this, the St. Brendan is launched, and the truth is finally in the harbor air where I could not put it myself. I am sorry I could not tell you while I was still beside you. I am sorry I let you carry something alone that I should have lifted from you the moment I understood it. I knew, Juno. I did not know everything, not at first. But I knew enough to wonder. I knew enough to watch Silas closer after that autumn. I knew enough to see the way he looked at Joss, the way he flinched when your name came up in the same sentence as his. I did not know about Corinne. The pen had paused here. The ink was heavier, the next line darker, pressed harder into the paper. If I had known about Corinne, I would have done something different. I would have found another way. But I did not know, and by the time I suspected, Corinne was already gone, and Silas had built his story so deep into the town that pulling it out would have brought down every wall you were still living inside. So I waited. I hated myself for waiting. Juno's vision blurred. She blinked hard and kept reading. I could have told you. I could have shown you the numbers I found in the old ledgers, the entries Corinne had written and Silas had erased. I could have handed you the proof and let you decide what to do with it. But I knew you, my girl. I knew you would have burned everything down to protect me, and you would have lost yourself in the ashes. Her hands shook. "I built the will the way I did because I needed the truth to survive me. I needed it to come out in a room full of witnesses in a way that could not be varied by gossip or law or the weight of a name. I needed you to discover it, not receive it. Because discovering it meant you would own it, and owning it meant you could choose what to do with it. I trusted you to do what I could not. I trusted you to be braver than I was." A sound escaped Juno's throat, something between a breath and a crack. "I know you are angry with me. You have every right to be. I kept you in the dark because I was afraid of what the light would show you. I convinced myself that protecting you from the truth was the same as loving you, and I was wrong. But I am not writing this to ask for your forgiveness. I am writing this to tell you that I see you. I see what you have carried. I see the weight you took on when I was too tired, or too scared, or too proud to carry it myself. You are not alone in this, Juno. You never were. I was beside you the whole time, even when you could not feel me there." Tears fell onto the paper, spreading the ink in small, dark blooms. The St. Brendan was never about the boat. You know that now, I think. She was a question I could not ask aloud. Would you fight for something worth keeping, even when the fight cost you everything you thought you knew? You answered her. Now I am asking you one more thing, and you do not have to answer me. You do not even have to read this part if you do not want to. But I need to write it down because I never said it when I could. Do not just save the yard, Juno. Decide what kind of home it will become." The letter ended there. No signature, no closing line, just the words hanging in the air like a door left open. Juno stood with the paper in her hands, the edges traveling against her fingers. The office was silent behind her. She had forgotten there were other people in the room, forgotten the danger outside, forgotten the town that was still fracturing on the other side of the gate. She read the last line again. Decide what kind of home it will become. Juno. Joss's voice came from close below her, low and careful, like he was approaching something fragile. She did not turn around. "Is she asking for my forgiveness?" she heard herself say. "Or is she telling me it is time to stop needing it?" The question landed in the silence and stayed there. Joss did not answer. Maybe there was an answer. Maybe Nell had written the letter knowing Juno would have to find her own way through the end of it. She folded the paper carefully, the creases already worn from her grip, and tucked it into her pocket beside the photograph of her and Silas on the slipway. The two pieces of paper pressed against each other, the boy who had laughed beside her and the grandmother who had watched him fall. "I need to go back to the loft." The words came out before she had decided to speak them. "The tarp," she said. "Whatever Silas left under that tarp, I need to see it before anyone else does." Eleni stepped forward, her face pale in the dim office light. "Now? Juno, the crowd is still out there. The gate is chained, but that won't hold them if they decide to come over the wall." "They won't come over the wall," Juno said. "They are waiting for morning. They are waiting to see what I do next." She turned and looked at Joss. "Are you coming?" He did not hesitate. "I told you. I will be here tomorrow regardless." "Tomorrow is hours away," she said. "I need someone to come with tonight." Joss reached for the lantern on the desk, the flame casting long shadows across the walls. "Then let us go before the tide turns." Chapter 66. The yard lay dark and still under a sky thick with cloud, the moon buried somewhere behind the overcast. Juno walked ahead of Joss, the photograph and Nell's letter pressing against her ribs through the pocket of her coat, the paper edges sharp enough to remind her she was still carrying pieces of the dead. The north shed loomed at the far end of the lot, its corrugated roof catching the faint glow from the harbor office windows. She stopped at the rail that ran along the waterside, her fingers finding the cold iron, her breath coming slow and visible in the night air. She did not turn around when Joss stopped behind her. "I cannot do it," she said. "Can't do what?" "Walk in there and find whatever he left without first." She trailed off, her grip tightening on the rail. "Without knowing what I am walking in there as." The silence stretched. Water lapped against the pilings below. Somewhere across the inlet a bell buoy rang once, the sound carrying thin and lonely through the dark. 9 years, she said. I built my whole life around hating you. I woke up every morning and told myself the story of what you did, and that story made sense of everything. It explained why I was alone, why I worked 16-hour days, why I could not trust anyone who tried to get close. She turned to face him, and now I know it was a lie, every piece of it. And I am supposed to just jump from that into forever with you, because the town saw us hold hands and because I finally know the truth. Joss did not look away. His face was half in shadow, the lantern light catching the line of his jaw, the cut still fresh along his cheekbone. I never asked you to jump into forever. You did not have to. It is what everyone expects now. They saw us walk through the crowd together. They saw me take your hand. Now they think the story is over, that we sail off into some easy horizon and the harbor goes back to normal. She let out a breath that was almost a laugh. There is no normal left. There is no going back to who I was before any of this. I do not even know who that woman was anymore. Joss stepped closer, slow enough that she could have stopped him with a word. She did not. I do not want fantasy back either, he said. I spent 9 years imagining what I would say to you if I ever got the chance. I built whole conversations in my head where you understood everything, where you forgave me, where we picked up exactly where we left off. His voice dropped. That was fantasy. I know that now. You cannot pick up a 9-year break like it was a skipped heartbeat. We are different people. We have done different things. We have had each other in ways that do not just disappear because the truth finally came out. Juno's throat tightened. Then what are we doing here? Trying to build something true, he said. Not perfect, not easy. True. That means I do not get to rush you into trusting me just because the town finally sees what I have known since I stepped off that ferry. She stared at him. What you have known? I knew the first day, he said. Standing on the dock with your grandmother's letter in my pocket and your fury burning a hole through me. I knew I still loved you. I knew I had never stopped. And I knew you had every right to hate me for the rest of your life if that was what you chose. Juno's throat tightened. Then what are we doing here? Trying to build something true, he said. A few more months will not kill me. The sound tore through the dock before she could answer. An engine, low and rumbling, coming up the access road toward the yard gate. Then headlights, twin beams cutting through the fog and washing across the corrugated shed walls, blinding and sudden. Juno's hand found Joss's arm before she thought about it. The vehicle stopped at the gate, engine idling, the headlights throwing their shadows long across the gravel. A door opened, footsteps on stone. Then, a voice, female, sharp enough to carry through the dark. Juno Tamberlin, you need to come with wa. Now. Chapter 67. The woman at the gate was not a stranger. Juno stepped forward as the headlights cut off, and the figure resolved into the same gray-streaked hair, the same tired eyes that had faced her on the pier during the hearing. The enforcement officer. The one who had admitted she knew the directives were wrong. You need to come with me, the officer repeated. Now, before the tide turns on the evidence lockers. Joss moved before Juno could. Evidence lockers for what? Your statements, all of yours. The notary's daughter gave a full account tonight, and the harbor master has authorized immediate depositions while everything is still fresh. The officer's voice carried no edge, only the flat competence of someone who had done this too many times. Silas Tamberlin's files are being boxed as we speak. If you want your version on the record before his lawyers shape the narrative, you come now. Juno looked at Joss. His face told her nothing she did not already know. The trap had not been the crowd or the loft or the letter. The trap was the paperwork. It always had been. I will drive her, Joss said. Then drive. I will follow. The ride took 7 minutes. Joss kept both hands on the wheel, knuckles white, jaw set. Juno watched the harbor lights slide past the window and tried to feel something other than the hollow thrum of her own exhaustion. The harbor office looked different at night. Fluorescent bars washed the concrete floor in harsh white light, turning every shadow into a blade. The front desk was empty. The chairs where she had waited through a dozen permit hearings sat vacant, their vinyl surfaces gleaming under the overheads. The officer led them past the desk, down the corridor, to a room Juno had never entered. Interview Room B. The sign was bolted to the door, institutional and final. Inside, a metal table, 3 chairs. a recording device with a red light not yet lit. "Have a seat. We will start when my colleague arrives." Juno sat. Joss took the chair beside her, close enough that she could feel the heat of his arm without touching. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Giving my statement. You are not a Tamberlin. You are not on trial." "No," he said. "But I was here. I saw what you saw. If your account needs corroborating, I will be the one to do it." The officer watched them both with something that might have been respect, then busied herself with the recording device. The door opened. A man entered. Mid-50s, gray suit, reading glasses on a chain. Not the harbor master. Someone Juno recognized from the edges of town meetings, a consultant the Hardly Authority brought in for disputed compliance cases. His name was Callahan, or Calloway, something with 2 syllables and an unremarkable weight. "Miss Tamberlin, I am here to take your statement regarding the events of the past 48 hours, including the Regatta, the hearing on the Pier, and the subsequent discovery of materials in the North Shed loft." He sat across from her, adjusted his glasses. "You understand this is voluntary, but your cooperation is encouraged." "I understand." "Then let us begin." The questions came in sequences, not aggressive but relentless. "What time did you find the phonograph? Where exactly in the loft? Who else was present? Had you entered the loft before? Did Silas ever mention storing items there? Did Nell ever indicate she suspected additional evidence existed outside the yard records?" Juno answered each one. Her voice did not shake. She kept her hands flat on the table where they could see them. Joss answered when called. His account matched hers in every particular, not because they had rehearsed it, but because they had lived it together. 40 minutes, an hour. The recording device blinked steadily. Then Callahan set down his pen. "One final matter, Miss Tamberlin." She waited. "Your brother has requested to speak with you before formal charges are filed tomorrow morning." The air in the room changed. Joss went still beside her. "He is in the holding room at the end of the hall. You are under no obligation to agree, but he asked that you be informed of the request before the night ended." Juno stared at the man across the table. Silas wanted to see her. Not his lawyer, not the investigators. Her. After everything. After the hearing, the exposure, the collapse of every story he had spent 9 years building. He wanted her in a room, face to face, with nothing between them but the truth they both knew now. "What does he want?" she heard herself ask. Callahan's expression did not change. He did not say, only that he would wait until you decided. Juno looked at her hands on the metal table, the epoxy stains, the crescent scar from the plane blade, her grandmother's marlinspike still hanging from her belt, the one she had worn every day for 15 years. She thought of Silas teaching her to splice lime when she was 8. Silas holding her steady on the first ladder she ever climbed. Silas laughing in the photograph she still carried in her pocket, the one with Nell's handwriting on the back about boats rotting at the dock. She thought of what he had done to Joss, to her, to the story she had built her life around. "Can I have a minute?" she said. Callahan stood. "Take all the time you need." The door clicked shut behind him. The recording device went dark. Joss did not speak. He just sat there, his hand resting on the table between them, palm up. An invitation, not a demand. Juno stared at his hand, at the scar across his thumb, at the raw knuckles from hours of work he had never been paid for. She could walk out of this building. She could let the investigators handle everything. She could go home, close the door, and never look Silas in the eye again. But that was what the old Juno would have done. The one who survived by not trusting anyone. The one who built walls out of grievance and called it strength. "Will you wait here?" she asked. Joss met her gaze. "I will be here when you come back." She did not say she might not come back. She did not say she might go in there and find nothing but a stranger wearing her brother's face. She just pushed her chair back, stood, and walked toward the door. The corridor was empty. The light at the far end was on. Juno walked. The door at the end of the hall had a small window set into it, wire mesh embedded in the glass. Through it she could see a figure sitting at a plain table, head bowed, hands visible on the surface. Silas. He looked smaller without his badge, without his authority, without the weight of the story he had carried for 9 years. He looked up as she reached the door. Their eyes met through the glass, and Juno's hand hovered over the handle, not yet ready to turn it, not yet sure whether she would find her brother on the other side, or the ruin of everything she had once loved. Chapter 68. The door swung open before she could decide. The room was small, a table bolted to the floor, 2 chairs, a window high in the wall that showed nothing but the dark. Silas sat on the far side. His hands were flat on the metal surface, fingers spread the way Callahan had told him to keep them. He looked smaller without the badge, without the desk, without the weight of the title he had worn for 15 years. "Juno." His voice cracked on the second syllable. She did not sit. "I didn't think you'd come," he said. "Neither did I." The silence stretched. Somewhere in the building a door closed. Footsteps passed and faded. Silas looked at his hands. The nails were clean. No epoxy stains, no cedar dust in the creases. He had not worked the yard in years, she realized. Not really. He had been behind a desk while she did the labor, while she kept the books, while she bled for a story he had written. "I wanted to explain," he said. "You had 9 years." "I know." He pressed his palms flat against the table. The fluorescent light above them buzzed, a sound she had heard in every municipal building in town, the same hum that had accompanied her statement, the same hum that had accompanied the end of her childhood. "I was trying to protect you," he said. "No." The word came out hard. She heard it land. "You were trying to protect yourself. From what I would think of you. From what the town would think. From having to admit that you couldn't hold it together without making someone else the villain." Silas flinched. "You don't know what it was like." "No," she agreed. "I don't. Because you never told me. You let me hate Joss for 9 years instead of trusting me with the truth." She said it flat, not shouting. The shouting was done. Silas stared at the table. "I was 17, and I was 15, and Joss was 16, and Corinne was the adult." He looked up at that, his eyes wet. "She was my sister, and I was your sister." The words hung between them. She watched him absorb them, watched the muscle in his jaw jump as he tried to find an answer that did not exist. "I thought if I handled it myself," he said. "If I kept it quiet, I could fix everything. The yard would survive. Nell wouldn't know. Joss would leave, but he would land somewhere. He was tough. He always landed." "And me?" Silas's breath came out ragged. "I thought you would forgive me. Eventually. When it was all over and the yard was safe and I had put everything back together. I thought you would understand that I did it for us. For us. For the family." Juno stared at him, at the man who had taught her to splice line, who had held her steady on ladders, who had laughed with her on the slipway and the photograph still pressed against her ribs. "Was it worth it?" she asked. He did not answer. 9 years of watching me destroy myself over a lie. 9 years of letting me hate someone who had done nothing wrong. Was it worth it, Silas? His hands curled into fists on the table. "I don't know how to answer that." "Try." He shook his head, a small movement, barely visible. "I lost everything," he said. Juno felt something cold settle in her chest. "You lost everything?" she repeated. "My career, my reputation, this town, Corinne, everything I spent my life building." She looked at him, at the way his voice trembled, at the way his hands stayed fisted, at the way he had just listed his losses, and not one of them was her. "You didn't lose me," she said. "I was standing right there the whole time. I was working beside you, trusting you, defending you. I broke myself trying to hold the yard together because I thought that's what family did." Silas went still. "And you let me," she said, "every single day." The light buzzed. The air in the room felt thin. "I'm sorry," he said. The words sounded practiced. "You practiced that." "I mean it." "No, you practiced it. You knew this moment was coming. You knew you would end up in a room like this, and you practiced what you would say." Silas did not deny it. "I am sorry," he said again, stronger this time. "For all of it. For Joss, for you, for the years you will never get back." Juno looked at him, at the brother she had loved, at the man who had let her burn. "I don't know what to do with that," she said. "You don't have to forgive me. I know. I just wanted you to hear it." She had heard it, and it changed nothing and everything, and she did not know where she was supposed to put the weight of it. "Why now?" she asked. Silas blinked. "Why now? After 9 years, after the hearing, after I stood in front of the whole town and told them what you did, why now?" He did not answer. "Because you ran out of options," she said. "Because there is nothing left to protect. Because the wall you built finally fell, and you have no more lies to hide behind." Silas's jaw tightened. "Is that what you think?" "That's what I know." He looked away, at the window, at the dark. "I wanted to see if you were still my sister." The words hit her lower than she expected. "I don't know," she said. "I don't know if I am." Silas nodded, a small, jerky movement. "That's fair." They sat in the silence. The fluorescent hum, the distant sound of waves against the pier, the weight of 9 years pressing down on the room like tide. "Is there anything else?" she asked. Silas shook his head. "No, I just wanted to see you." She stood there a moment longer, looking at the man across the table, the brother who had taught her everything, the man who had lied to her for a decade. She thought about the photograph in her pocket. Nell's handwriting. The boats they had never bothered to launch. "The yard is still standing," she said. Silas looked up. "It will survive this. It will survive without you. I am going to make sure of that." Something flickered in his eyes. Pain. Relief. She could not name it. "I know you will," he said. She turned and walked to the door. "Juno." She stopped, did not turn around. "I never wanted to hurt you. Not once. Not ever." She stood in the doorway with her hand on the frame. "I know you believe that." She walked out. The corridor was empty. The light at the far end was still on. Joss stood where she had left him, leaning against the wall outside interview room B, his hands in his pockets, his face unreadable. He looked at her. Did not ask. She walked to him, stopped a foot away. He held out his hand. Palm up. She took it. Chapter 69. The corridor stretched ahead, empty and fluorescent. Juno's hand was still in Joss's, the warmth of his palm grounding her as she walked past the closed doors, past the water cooler, past the bulletin board with its faded notices. Neither of them spoke. The silence was not uncomfortable. It was the kind that came after too many words had been spent, when the air itself needed time to settle. They reached the end of the corridor, the door to the lobby. Joss's hand tightened on hers. A question. She looked at him, at the patience in his face, at the way he was watching her like she was the only thing in the building worth seeing. "I'm not going to fall apart," she said. "I know." "Then stop looking at me like that." "Like what?" "Like I might break." He almost smiled. "That's not what I was thinking." "Then what?" He considered the question, turned it over the way he used to turn over a piece of timber, checking for flaws before committing to the cut. "I was thinking about how you walked out of that room," he said. "How you told him the yard would survive without him. How you didn't let him make you small." Juno felt the words land somewhere deep, somewhere she had not known was still raw. It had to be said. "Yes, and I meant it. I know." She released his hand, not pulling away, just letting herself feel the shape of the moment without the pressure of contact. "I need to see what's under that tarp," she said, "before anyone else gets there. The loft won't be secure until morning." Tariq chained the gate, but if someone wanted in, they could climb the fence on the water side. "Then we go now." Joss nodded. No argument, no negotiation, just a simple shift of his weight toward the door, ready to follow. They walked out into the dark. The harbor office parking lot was empty, except for Callahan's sedan and the enforcement vehicle. The street beyond sat quiet, the last of the crowd long dispersed. A single porch light burned on the corner house. The rest of Halloway Reach had pulled its curtains closed and gone to bed with whatever version of the story it chose to believe. Joss's truck was where they had left it. He opened the passenger door for her. She climbed in without waiting for the gesture. Old habit. He circled around and slid behind the wheel. The engine turned over. The headlights cut a white path through the dark. They drove. The yard gate was still chained when they reached it. Tariq's knot held tight, the links gleaming under the truck's high beams. Joss killed the engine. They sat in the sudden quiet. the tick of cooling metal, the distant groan of the tide against the pier. "There's a gap behind the fuel shed," Juno said. "The fence rusted through last winter. I never patched it." Joss looked at her. "You're telling me you left a hole in your own security?" "I was busy." "Busy. Keeping the yard alive. You remember what that looks like?" He did not rise to the bait. Instead, he opened his door and stepped out into the dark. She followed. They found the gap behind the fuel shed, just as she remembered it. 3 loose planks in the back fence, hidden by a stack of old pallets. Juno pulled the pallets aside, the wood rough and splintering under her gloves. Joss went through first, held the loose planks apart for her. The yard stretched before them, silent and salt-worn. The sheds hunched in the dark like sleeping animals. The north shed loomed at the far end, its roof catching the faint glow of the harbor lights beyond. They walked across the gravel, past the tool loft, and past the St. Brendan's berth, where the boat rested under work lights that hummed low and orange. The north shed door was still padlocked. Juno pulled the key from her pocket, the metal warm from her body heat. The lock turned. The door swung open. The loft ladder stood where they had left it. The photograph was gone from the floor, tucked into Juno's pocket beside Nell's letter. But the tarp-covered shape still waited at the back, crouched in the shadows like something alive. Juno climbed. The loft floor groaned under her weight. The old boxes were still there, the coil of rope, the dust that had not settled since the last time she had disturbed it. She crossed to the tarp, stopped. Her hand hovered over the edge of the canvas. "What is it?" Joss asked from below. "Metallic smell, same as before. Could be tools." If it was tools, he wouldn't have left it under a tarp in a shed no one was supposed to enter. Joss climbed up beside her. The floor groaned again, taking his weight. "Together," he said. She nodded. They took opposite corners of the tarp and pulled. The canvas slid free, and the floodlight from the shed floor caught what Silas had hidden. Juno's breath stopped. It was a toolbox. Old steel. The kind a shipwright might have carried 50 years ago, battered and rusted at the corners. But it was not the box that stopped her. It was the name painted on the lid. M. Tamberlin. Nell's toolbox. The one Juno had searched the whole yard for after Nell died. The one she had assumed Silas had donated, or thrown away, or sold to pay a debt. The one he had hidden. She lowered herself to her knees. The latches were not locked. She pressed both thumb catches and lifted the lid. Inside, there was a leather-bound ledger, a stack of envelopes, a photograph face down, and beneath them, wrapped in oilcloth, the shape of something hard and heavy. Juno lifted the ledger, opened it to the first page. The handwriting was Nell's. "If you are reading this, I am gone, and Silas has hidden what I left for you. You need to know what I did, what I let happen, and why I could not stop it." Juno's hands were shaking. She turned the page. "I knew about the first theft the same week it happened. I found the receipts in Corinne's coat pocket while she was sleeping. She was 17. She was scared. She swore she would pay it back. I believed her. I was wrong." The words blurred. Juno blinked, hard. Below, the shed door creaked. Joss went still beside her. Footsteps on the concrete floor, slow, deliberate. A woman's voice, low and familiar. "I thought you might come here." Juno turned. Marisa Hollander stood in the shed doorway, her gray-green eyes catching the work light. She was alone. Her auburn hair was loose, dark against her coat. Her hands were empty. "I need to show you something," she said, "before the investigators find it first." Juno did not move. "Why should I trust you?" Marisa's mouth pulled into something that was almost a smile, almost bitter. "Because the person who left that toolbox in your grandmother's name did not leave it for you." She stepped forward. "She left it for me." Chapter 70. The harbor office door swung shut behind her, and the night hit like a wall. Juno stood on the concrete steps, her hands empty, her chest hollow where something had been cut out. The wind off the inlet carried diesel and salt, and the distant clatter of rigging against masts. The parking lot lights cast pale pools on the asphalt, and beyond them, the water stretched, dark and featureless. She did not know where to go. Joss came out behind her. She heard his boots on the steps, the pause when he reached the bottom. He did not ask if she was okay. He did not reach for her. He just stood there, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him at her back, far enough that she could breathe. She walked. Not toward the truck, not toward the yard, toward the seawall that ran along the harbor side of the lot, where the blocks were worn smooth by a century of fishermen sitting and staring at nothing. She sat. The granite held the cold of the tide beneath it. Juno folded her arms across her knees and watched the water move, black and indifferent, carrying the reflection of the harbor lights in long, broken streaks. Joss sat beside her, not too close, enough. The silence stretched, not the awkward kind, the kind that knew it had room. A boat engine rumbled somewhere out in the channel, a low thrum that faded into the dark. The wind pulled at the loose strands of Juno's hair. She did not fix them. She had sat on this seawall 1,000 times, as a girl watching Nell work the slipway, as a teenager waiting for Joss to finish his shift at the ferry dock, as a woman in her 20s, alone, telling herself the sting in her eyes was just the salt air. She had never sat here with her brother in a holding cell and a grandmother who had known everything watching from beyond the grave. "I don't know how to mourn someone who is still alive." The words came out before she could stop them. Raw, unpolished, the kind of thing that slipped through cracks she had not known were open. Joss did not say anything. He did not tell her it would be okay. He did not offer advice or comfort or the wrong kind of hope. He just stayed. The wind gusted. Juno shivered once, hard, before she could stop it. Joss shrugged out of his coat, draped it across her shoulders without asking. The lining was still warm from his body. It smelled like him. Cedar and salt, and the faint trace of epoxy that never quite washed out. She pulled it tighter. "I thought I knew him," she said. "Every version of him. The brother who taught me to tie a bowline, the one who held me when I fell off the slipway and broke my wrist. The one who showed up at every regatta with Nell's camera around his neck." Her voice cracked on the last word. She pressed her palm against her mouth. "That boy was real," Joss said. "I know. And he is still in there, somewhere." Juno closed her eyes. "That is the worst part." The water lapped against the seawall, measured, patient. The same rhythm it had kept for 1,000 years before she was born. She leaned. Not a decision, not a conscious choice. Her body simply shifted, tilting toward him the way the tide pulled toward the moon. Her shoulder met his. Her temple found the hollow of his neck. Joss did not move, did not tighten his arm around her or turn it into something more. He just let her rest there, her weight against his, the dark coat bunched between them. "You told me you would stay," she said into his collarbone. "I meant it. For this too?" He lifted his free hand, traced a line down her arm, light enough that she barely felt it through the coat sleeve. "Especially this." She turned her face into his chest, breathed in the scent of him. Let the tears come, finally, without fighting them, silent and hot and saltier than the harbor. His hand settled on her back, steady, grounded, not holding her in place, holding the space so she could fall apart without hitting the ground. She did not know how long they sat there, minutes, an hour. The tide crept higher, dark water rising against the granite blocks. When she finally pulled back, his shirt was wet where her cheek had been. "You are going to freeze," she said. "We believe me. Not the first time." "Joss, I am fine." She studied his face in the dim light. The hard jaw, the deep brown skin she had mapped with her fingers in a tool loft not so long ago. The eyes that had watched her walk into a holding room and waited for her to come out. She did not know when she had started trusting him again, but she had. She leaned forward. The kiss was not gentle, not tentative. It was the kind of kiss that happened when two people had stopped pretending proximity was accidental. Her hand came up to his jaw, her fingers curling against his stubble, and she pulled him closer because she was tired of the distance that had lived between them for years. Joss kissed her back like he had been waiting for permission. His hand slid into her hair, cradling the back of her head, and the cold seawall and the dark water and the weight of everything she had lost fell away for one long, suspended moment. She was not fixed. She was not whole. But she was not alone. When they broke apart, his forehead rested against hers. His breath came uneven. "I do not know what I am doing," she whispered. "Neither do I. That should scare me more. Does it?" She opened her eyes, looked at him, the man who had let her hate him to protect her family. The man who had waited outside a door he could have walked through. The man who had sat on a seawall and let her fall apart without trying to put her back together. "Not as much as it should," she said. Joss's thumb traced her cheekbone. Soft, almost reverent. "Then we figure it out together." She wanted to believe him. She was not sure she did, but she wanted to. The harbor office door opened behind them, spilling light across the parking lot. Callahan's voice carried across the asphalt. "Miss Tamberlin, Mr. Okonjo, if you are ready, I have the preliminary findings from the toolbox." Juno straightened. The coat slipped from her shoulders, and Joss caught it before it hit the ground. She stood. The night pressed in around her, cold and salt-stained and full of questions she was not ready to answer. But her feet carried her back toward the light, toward the office where a steel toolbox waited with her grandmother's name on the lid, and a woman named Marissa Hollander who claimed it had been left for her. Joss fell into step beside her. She did not take his hand, but she did not need to. He was there. Chapter 71. Gray light bled through the blinds in the harbor office break room. The coffee in Juno's cup had gone cold 20 minutes ago, but she kept her hands wrapped around the ceramic anyway, anchoring herself to something solid. Joss sat across the table. His shirt was still rumpled from last night, the collar crooked where he had slept slumped against the wall of Callahan's office while they waited for the preliminary report. A duck stubble shadowed his jaw. He looked as exhausted as she felt. Neither of them had spoken in a while. The silence was not uncomfortable. It was the kind that came after too many words had already been said, when the body needed rest more than the throat needed sound. A vehicle door slammed outside, then another. Juno turned her head toward the window. The parking lot beyond the chain-link fence had filled while she was not paying attention. A van with a satellite dish on its roof. A sedan with a press badge taped to the windshield. 3 men in jackets she did not recognize, standing near the gate with phones pressed to their ears. "Reporters," she said. Joss did not look. "Figured they would show." "Already?" The story broke overnight. Silas Tamberlin, the Harbor Authority scandal, the St. Brendan restoration, the developer deal collapsing. That is not a Tuesday morning in Halloway Reach. That is a national wire. She set the cold coffee down, watched a photographer raise a long lens toward the shed where the St. Brendan rested under work lights. "They are not here for the boat," she said. "No, they are here for the wreckage." Joss reached across the table. His fingers brushed her wrist, light enough that she could have pretended not to feel it. "Then we do not give them wreckage," he said. "We give them the boat." She looked at his hand, the broad knuckles, the calluses from hauling line and sanding planking, the same hands that had held her on the seawall while she fell apart. "You make it sound simple." "It is not simple." He pulled his hand back. "But it is the only play we have." The break room door opened. Callahan stood in the frame, his reading glasses on their chain, a folder tucked under his arm. "I have the preliminary inventory from the toolbox," he said, "and Miss Hollander is requesting a conversation this morning. She said it cannot wait." Juno stood. Her legs felt steadier than she had expected. "Then we talk to her." Callahan's mouth tightened. "She is waiting at the ferry terminal, alone." She made a point of saying she would not set foot on yard property. Joss rose beside her. "That is convenient for her. Or deliberate," Juno said. "She wants neutral ground, somewhere she can walk away from if the conversation turns." She crossed to the sink and rinsed her cup, watched the cold coffee swirl down the drain. "How long until the reporters figure out the gate code?" Callahan glanced at his watch. 20 minutes, maybe less if one of them has a contact at the Harbor Authority. "Then we move now." She grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair. The fabric still smelled like salt and Joss's coat from the seawall. Joss was already at the door. They walked out together, not touching, but close enough that the reporters at the gate would see them as a single unit. The morning light was thin and gray, cutting low across the harbor. The St. Brendan's shed stood dark and quiet, the boat hidden behind corrugated steel and the promise of what she had already proven. Juno did not look back. The ferry terminal was nearly empty at this hour. A single ticket window lit behind glass, 2 benches bolted to the concrete. The water beyond the pilings was flat and colorless under the overcast sky. Marisa Hollander stood at the far end of the dock, her auburn hair pulled into a precise knot, a thin coat buttoned against the wind. She held a paper cup of takeout coffee and did not turn when they approached. "You came," she said without looking. "You said it could not wait," Juno replied. Marisa turned. Her gray-green eyes swept over Juno first, then Joss, cataloging something Juno could not read. "The preliminary report from Callahan's office reached my board 40 minutes ago," she said. "I wanted to tell you before the investigators do." Juno's chest tightened. "Tell us what?" Marisa set the coffee cup on the bench. Her hands were steady. The toolbox in the fourth shed contained more than the ledger and the photograph. There was a sealed envelope addressed to me, postmarked 6 days before Nell died. Joss stepped forward. "And you opened it. It was addressed to me. What did it say?" Marisa's jaw worked. For a moment she looked almost human, almost uncertain. She knew about Kareen's theft from the beginning. She knew Silas was protecting her. And she knew I was the one who discovered the discrepancy in the Harwood Authority accounts 3 years ago, before anyone else in the company caught it. Juno's breath caught. "You knew?" "I suspected," Marisa's voice dropped. "But I did not have proof. Nell gave me the proof. She mailed it to my office the week before she died, with instructions to use it when the time was right." Joss's hand found Juno's elbow, steadying. "Why now?" Juno asked. "Why not come forward before the regatta?" Marisa met her eyes. "Because she told me to wait. She said you would not believe the truth until you found it yourself, and that when you did, I would know it was time." The wind pulled at Juno's hair. The Parger water slapped against the pilings. Marisa reached into her coat and pulled out a folded sheaf of papers. "This is a sworn statement from me, dated last week. It confirms everything the toolbox revealed, plus the timeline of Silas's second sale attempt to Greyhook Marine, which I also documented internally." She held it out. Juno did not take it. "Why are you giving this to me?" Marisa's smile was thin and humorless. "Because I am not the villain you want me to be. And because Nell asked me to protect you from the fallout." Juno stared at the papers. The terminal door opened behind them. A voice called out, sharp and urgent. "Miss Tamberlin, you need to see this." Tariq. He was breathing hard, his hands dark with grease, his face carrying news she already knew could break the fragile quiet she had woken into. "Town committee just voted," he said. "They want the St. Brendan in the centennial parade tomorrow. Not optional. They say the boat belongs to Halloway Reach now." Joss's hand tightened on her arm. The papers in Marisa's hand hung between them, unclaimed, and the reporters were already pushing through the terminal gate. Chapter 72. The reporters hit the terminal gate like a breaking wave. Juno did not run. She turned her body toward the water, away from the flash of phone cameras and the voices that were already calling her name, demanding a statement, a reaction, some fragment of the wreckage they could print. Marisa's papers hung in her peripheral vision. "You need to take those, before they reach us." Joss's hand was already moving. He took the folded sheaf from Marisa's grip and slid it inside his jacket without looking at it. His other hand found Juno's wrist and pulled her sideways, behind the shelter of a ticket kiosk. "The back exit," he said. "Loading dock. Tariq knows the way." Tariq was already there, breathing hard, his dock hands braced against the terminal wall. "This way, now." The reporters spilled through the gate behind them. A woman's voice rose above the others. "Juno, did you know your brother was taking money from Greyhook Marine?" Juno did not answer. She let Joss guide her down the loading dock stairs, past stacked pallets and a rusted forklift, out onto the harbor gravel where the wind cut clean and the voices faded to a distant roar. Tariq pointed toward the north shed. "I chained the gate again after I came through." You have maybe 10 minutes before they find the gap behind the fuel shed. Juno's boots crunched on the gravel. The papers in Joss's jacket felt like a weight she could not yet name. They reached the shed door. Tariq's chain was fresh, glittering with new links where he had replaced the old lock. "Inside," he said. "I will stay out here and redirect them if they come." Juno ducked out of the chain and pushed the door open. The St. Brendan sat in the gray light, her hull gleaming with the last coat of varnish, her lines clean and impossible and alive. Joss closed the door behind them. The silence inside was thick as fog. Juno leaned against the hull and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes until she saw stars. "She knew," she said. "Marisa knew. And she waited. She waited because Nell asked her to." Joss's voice was quiet. "That is not betrayal, Juno. That is honoring a dying woman's request. Or it is manipulation dressed as loyalty. Can it be both?" She dropped her hands and looked at him. His jaw was hard, his dark eyes carrying the weight of the last 48 hours in deep shadows beneath them. "What do you think is in the statement?" she asked. "I think it is proof we can use to bury Silas's second sale attempt before it surfaces in the public record." He pulled the papers from his jacket, but did not unfold them. "But I also think Marisa could not give us this out of kindness. She gave it to us because she wants something. She said she was protecting the town's interests. She said a lot of things." Joss set the papers on the workbench. "The question is what we do with them now." Juno crossed to the bench. The papers were clipped, typed, signed in Marisa's crisp hand. She did not touch them. "Eleni is going to come through that door in about 5 minutes and tell me the town committee expects a decision about the parade by noon, and I do not know how to answer." Joss said nothing. He waited. "I do not know if I can stand on that boat tomorrow and watch people cheer while Silas sits in a holding cell and the town pretends the scandal is over because the boat looks pretty. It will not be over. I know. But you can decide whether the boat becomes a prop for forgetting or a marker for what survived." Juno looked at him. He was not telling her what to do. He was not pushing. He was standing in the gray light beside the boat they had rebuilt together, waiting for her to find her own answer. The shed door opened before she could speak. Eleni stepped inside, her coat collar turned up against the wind, her dark hair pulled back tight. She looked at Juno, then at Joss, then at the papers on the bench. "You heard about the parade. Tariq told us. The committee wants an answer by noon. If you say yes, they will arrange a dockside ceremony, speeches, the whole centennial treatment. If you say no, they will still hold the parade, and the boat will be the empty space everyone talks about." Juno's throat tightened on the phone. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because Nell asked me to protect the yard. And because if Greyhook gets a foothold on that lease, everything you and Joss rebuilt will become a line item on someone else's balance sheet within 6 months." The line went silent. Juno looked at the St. Brendan, gleaming, alive. "I need time to think," she said. "You have until noon." Marisa hung up. Juno handed the phone back to Tariq. The shed was quiet. The three of them watched her. She peeled the photograph from her pocket and looked at the young faces she and Silas used to be. The Slipway. The sun. She turned it over. Some boats break on the rocks. The ones that hurt most are the ones we let rot at the dock. She looked up at Joss. "If we do the parade, Greyhook will try to claim the boat. If we do not," he said, "they will claim the vacancy instead." Eleni crossed her arms. "Then the question is not whether the boat appears, it is who controls the story." Juno's hand went to her belt, found her grandmother's marlinspike. Gold and familiar. "Then we control it." She turned to face them. "We do the parade, but on our terms. No speeches, no committee ceremony. The St. Brendan sails through the harbor at dawn, before the crowd gathers, with only the three of us aboard. Let the town see her moving, see that she is alive, and let Greyhook try to claim a boat that has already sailed." Joss's mouth curved, not a smile, recognition. "At dawn," he said, "before anyone can object. Eleni exhaled. I will tell the committee we accept their invitation but reserve the right to determine the vessel's crew and schedule. Do it. Eleni pulled out her phone and stepped outside. Juno turned back to the St. Brendan. Her hull gleamed in the dim light. The wake light cast long shadows across the deck. You sure about this? Joss asked. No. She looked at him. But I am sure about you. He stepped closer. His hand came out to her face, thumb veshing the curve of her cheek. Then we sail at dawn. She leaned into his touch. The shed door banged open. Tariq's voice, sharp. You need to see this. Juno turned. He was holding his phone out, his face drained of color. The gate. Someone cut the chain. Joss moved first. He was at the door before Juno could breathe, his shoulder braced, his body blocking the opening. The morning light spilled in. The gate swung open. And standing at the threshold, silhouetted against the pale sky, was a figure Juno had not seen in 9 years. Chapter 73. Dawn broke gray and cold over the inlet, the sky the color of old tin. Juno stood at the north shed door with her hand on the frame, staring at the figure who had cut their chain. 9 years. The man was thinner now, his shoulders bowed by something heavier than age. Gray streaked his beard, and his canvas coat hung loose where it had once been filled by the solid frame of a shipwright who could shape a keel from memory. Owen. He had worked at Tamberlin Yard for 30 years before Juno was born, had taught her how to read grain, how to bed a fastener, how to feel rot before the blade found it. And then one autumn, after Joss left, he had walked off the yard without a word and never come back. Owen. Her voice came out flat. Juno. He said her name like it cost something. I heard about the boat. Behind her, Joss had gone still. Tariq stood at the shed door with his phone still in his hand, ready to call someone. You cut my chain, Juno said. I do. Owen did not look away. I figured you would not open the gate if you saw me standing on the other side, and I needed to see her before you sail. He nodded past her shoulder. Toward the St. Brendan. Juno did not move. Why now? Owen's jaw worked. He looked at the ground, then back at her. Because I was one of the ones who let Nell's boat rot at the dock, and I have been carrying that long enough. The words landed hard. Joss stepped up beside her, not touching, trust. The wind came off the water, cold and salt-sharp. The St. Brendan's mast creaked inside the shed. Juno made a decision. Help us bring her out. Owen nodded once. Then he walked through the gate, across the yard, and into the north shed without another word. The launch took an hour. They rigged the cradle, cleared the shed doors, and guided the St. Brendan onto the slipway rails while the tide crept up the harbor. Owen worked beside them without being asked, his hands finding the old rhythms, the old placements, the way a man's body remembered what his mind had tried to bury. Joss watched him but said nothing. Tariq worked the winch. Juno stood at the bow, her grandmother's marlinspike cold against her hip, and felt the boat settle onto the ways like a living thing finding its element. The first light hit the water as the keel touched the harbor. They had planned to sail before the crowd gathered, but the crowd was already there. Word had traveled. Someone had seen the shed doors open. Someone had called someone else. By the time the St. Brendan floated free of the slipway, a line of people stood along the waterfront, coats buttoned against the morning chill, breath threading the air in pale clouds. Juno stood on the deck with her hand on the main sheet, looking at the faces. Some she recognized, some she did not. Some looked at the boat with something like wonder. Some looked at her with something like stone. Eleni stood at the rail of the Harbor Lights porch, her arms crossed. Tariq had stopped at the slipway edge, not willing to leave the dock lines unattended. Joss moved up beside Juno. His shoulder brushed hers. You do not have to do this. Yes, she said, I do. She stepped to the gunwale and faced the crowd. The murmuring did not stop, but it shifted, tightened, as people realized she was going to speak. The boat you see in front of you is the St. Brendan, Juno's voice carried over the water. My grandmother built her with her own hands, launched her, raced her, and then let her rot in a shed for 15 years because she could not bear to face what had happened to the yard, to this family, to this town. A woman in the crowd shifted. Brenda Okaki, standing at the back, her face unreadable. I spent 9 years blaming the wrong person for what broke us. Juno's throat tightened. And I spent the last month learning that the person I should have held accountable was someone I loved, someone I trusted. Joss's hand found the small of her back, a touch, a stay. I am not asking you to forgive me for exposing my brother. I am not asking you to forget the damage that has been done to Halloway Reach. What I am asking is that you look at this boat and remember that something built by hand, built with care, built by people who refused to let it die under corruption, is still worth the fight. Silence. Then Owen stepped forward. He walked to the edge of the slipway, his canvas coat hanging loose, his hands rough and scarred from a lifetime of timber and resin. The crowd parted for him. I worked this yard for 30 years, he said, his voice carrying. I taught Juno Tamberlin how to drive a plane. I taught her how to feel for dry rot in the dark. I watched her grandmother give everything she had to keep this yard alive, and I watched her brother bleed it dry from the inside. He turned to face the crowd. And I walked away, because I was too tired, too old, too afraid to fight for what I knew was right. His voice broke. This woman did not walk away. She stayed, and she built this boat with her own hands, plank by plank, while the whole town watched and judged her. He looked at Juno. Thank you for not letting her die. The silence stretched, and then something shifted. A man near the front, an old fisherman with a net mender's hands, stepped forward and nodded once. A woman in a wool coat, someone Juno recognized from the town committee meetings, uncrossed her arms. Not forgiveness, but a crack in the wall. Juno looked out at the faces and felt something loosen in her chest. Then she saw the man standing at the far end of the pier, holding a phone to his ear, watching her with the stillness of someone who had not come to admire the boat. Greyhook Marine. She did not know his face, but she knew the cut of his coat, the way he stood apart from the crowd, the way he did not look at the St. Brendan the way the others did. He looked at it like a line item. Joss followed her gaze. Who is that? He said. Before she could answer, the man lowered his phone, turned, and walked toward the harbormaster's office without looking back. Juno's blood went cold. Something was already in motion. Chapter 74. The St. Brendan sat on her cradle in the north shed, the work lights casting long shadows across her refinished hull. The launch had been a success, buoyant and true in the harbor water, but the race had left marks. Scrapes along the gunwale where the committee launch had nudged too close, a hairline crack in the varnish where the rigging had snapped during the hard weather turn. Small things, fixable things. Juno ran her hand along the planking, feeling the grain rise under her fingertips. She needs a full rub down before the parade, she said. The varnish took a beating. Joss emerged from the tool loft with a tin of linseed oil and a stack of rags. He set them on the workbench and pulled the cork with his teeth. I counted 6 orders on the answering machine this morning, he said. 3 want estimates, 2 want references. That fast. That fast. He poured oil onto a rag and began working it into the gunwale. Word travels. Old man Parson called Kurt at the mill, asked if you were taking new work. Juno picked up a second rag and started on the opposite side. The familiar rhythm of oil on wood, the hush of the shed, the smell of linseed and cedar dust. It felt like restoration, not just of the boat, but of something in herself. What did you tell him? I said you were booking into next spring and he should call before noon if he wanted a slot. She stopped rubbing and looked at him across the hall. You told a customer I was booking into next spring? You are. He did not look up. Once the word spreads about the Brendan, you will need apprentices just to keep up. Juno worked the oil into a rough patch near the stern. The idea of apprentices, of young hands learning the craft, felt almost impossible. The yard had not trained anyone in 8 years. She had trained herself mostly by reading Nell's notes and making mistakes alone. I would need someone to teach them, she said. Owen is back? Owen is 73 and just spent 9 years drinking himself guilty in a trailer. He still knows more about joinery than anyone between here and Portland. She pressed harder into the grain, forcing the oil deep. I cannot trust him yet. You trusted him with the launch. That was different. That was a boat. Trusting him with the yard, with my name, with the future, that takes more than one morning on a slipway. Joss set down his rag and walked around to her side of the hull. He did not touch her. He just stood close enough that she could feel the heat off his arms. Then take it slow, he said. Give him a week. See if his hands remember what his head has forgotten. She looked at him. The work lights caught the hard line of his jaw, the shadows under his eyes. He had not slept well since the sabotage, maybe since the hearing, maybe since he came back to Halloway Reach. Where do you sleep tonight? She asked. The rental on Harbor Street, month to month. That lease runs out in 2 weeks. He smiled, just slightly. You checked. I know everything about this town, Joss. I know the rental market, the permit schedule, and which harbor officer is sleeping with which committee member. She wiped her hands on the rag. I also know you have not been paid in a month. I still have savings. You burned through most of it on timber and epoxy. He did not deny it. The silence stretched, soiled with the drip of oil and the creak of the shed roof settling. Juno set down her rag and faced him. What is your plan? I told you, I am not leaving. That is not a plan. That is a statement of intent. Intent is the start of a plan. He held her gaze. I have no job, no lease past the month, no apartment lined up, no savings left worth the name. Then what? He stepped closer. The work lights cast his shadow across her. Then I stay here, if you want me here. I sleep on the floor of the loft if I have to. I work the yard for whatever you can pay me, and I train whoever needs training, and I rebuild whatever needs rebuilding. His voice dropped. I spent 9 years building the kind of life I thought I was supposed to want. I am done with that. I want this. I want the dust and the oil and the sound of a plane blade on wet cedar. I want the mornings when you do not speak and the nights when you do. Juno's chest tightened. I do not know when you leave means leaving, she said. You said that before. I know. You said you would stay. Then you told me the truth about Silas, and I believed you. But believing is not the same as knowing. I do not know what happens when the yard starts making money again. I do not know what happens when Breakwater Blue calls back with a better offer. I do not know what happens when you wake up one morning and realize that saving a boatyard in a dying harbor town is not enough. His hand found hers, oil-stained and rough, the same calluses she had on her own palms. Then let me show you, he said. Not today, not this week. Every day, until it becomes something you know instead of something you hope. She looked at his hand wrapped around hers. The work lights hummed. The St. Brendan gleamed beside them. Then her phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket, expecting Tariq or Eleni or another reporter. It was not a call. It was a text from an unknown number. Parade route changed. Committee moved the start to the South Channel. Greyhook has a boat waiting at the old pier. Her blood went cold. Joss read the screen over her shoulder. Who sent this? She did not answer. She was already walking toward the shed door, her hand still in his, the work lights casting their shadows long behind them. Chapter 75. The wind shifted as Juno crossed Harbor Street, carrying the smell of wet concrete and fresh lumber from the lots Breakwater Blue had already cleared. 3 acres of graded gravel where old fish houses once stood. Survey stakes with orange flags marking where the new docks would go. A real estate sign with a rendering of the marina, sleek fiberglass slips, a waterfront restaurant with string lights, condos with decks facing the channel. She stopped at the chain-link fence and looked through. It would have been easier. That was the thought that hurt most. The marina would have paid off every debt Nell left behind. It would have given the town jobs, tax revenue, a reason for young people to stay. Marisa had not been wrong about the arithmetic. She had only been wrong about what the arithmetic cost. Juno pressed her palm flat against the cold wire. The rendering showed the marina at sunset, all warm light and clean lines. No diesel stains on the concrete, no cedar shavings in the gutters, no 7-year-old wrecks rotting under tarps while grandchildren fought over whose fault it was. She could have walked away, could have taken the buyout, let Breakwater Blue bulldoze the north shed, and started over somewhere that did not smell like betrayal. Instead, she had chosen the yard. Instead, she had chosen him. She turned from the fence and walked back toward Tamberlin Yard with her hands shoved in her pockets and the cold rising off the pavement. The street lamps had not come on yet. The sky was the color of bruised copper, the last light bleeding out over the inlet. The yard gate stood open. Tariq had chained it after Owen cut through, but someone had looped the chain loose again. She made a mental note to fix it and stepped through. The north shed loomed against the dusk, its corrugated roof patched in 3 places where storms had peeled the metal. The St. Brendan's stern was visible through the open doors, work lights casting her shadow across the gravel. Joss was inside, sanding the port rail with long, even strokes. He looked up when she entered but did not stop. "You were gone a while." "I walked the lots." His hand paused. "Which lots?" "Breakwater Blues, the cleared ones by the old fish houses." He set down the sandpaper and straightened. The work lights caught the dust in his hair, the shadows under his eyes. He had not shaved in 2 days. "Why?" "Because I needed to see what you gave up." He did not pretend to misunderstand. "I did not give it up. I chose something else. That is the same thing." "It is not." He walked toward her, wiping his hands on his thigh. "Giving up means you wanted it and could not have it. I did not want it. Not enough. You had a career, a salary, a future that did not depend on a dying boatyard and a woman who spent 9 years hating you. I had an empty apartment and a job that asked me to erase the only place I ever belonged." He stopped a foot from her. "That is not a future. That is a sentence." Juno looked at him. The wick lights caught the hard line of his jaw, the way his shoulders squared even when he was exhausted. He meant it. Every word. "You could go back," she said. "Marisa would take you. She told you that. She fired me. She would rehire you. You know she would. You are too valuable to lose." "I am not valuable to her. I am useful. There is a difference." The words hummed between them, heavier than either of them wanted. Then footsteps crunched on the gravel outside. Juno turned. A figure stood at the shed entrance, silhouetted against the last light. Trim coat, auburn hair, precise silhouette. Marisa Hollander. She held a manila envelope in one hand, her fingers loose around it, not gripping like he meant to fight. "I am not here to argue," Marisa said. "I came to deliver something and leave." Joss moved past Juno, positioning himself between Marisa and the St. Brendan. "You could have mailed it." "I could have, but I wanted to say this in person." Marisa stepped into the light. Her face was composed, but there was something softer around her eyes than Juno had ever seen. "The board filed the formal termination this morning. Joss Okonjo is no longer employed by Breakwater Blue Development. Severance was denied. Benefits end at the close of the month." She held out the envelope. Joss took it, did not open it. "You could have sent a courier," he said. "I wanted to see the boat." Marisa's gaze drifted past him to the St. Brendan, resting under the work lights, her hull gleaming with fresh varnish. "I wanted to see what she looks like finished." "She is not finished," Juno said. "Not yet." "Close enough," Marisa's voice quieted. "I have been in this business 15 years. I have seen 100 projects die because the math did not work. I have seen good people walk away from better things because they could not knock the numbers bend." She looked at Joss. "I have never seen someone bend the numbers until they broke and then walk away with nothing." "He walked away with the boat," Juno said. "No, he walked away with you." Marisa's smile was thin, almost sad. "The boat most wooden I am Gavin flow, but the congry wherever we will not just receive." The walk lights hummed, then the harbor beyond the shed was dark, the tide rising, and somewhere in the night, Greyhope Marine was moving. Chapter 76. The work lights hummed. Juno stared at the phone screen until the words blurred, then slipped it back into her pocket. "They have a witness," she said. "Someone willing to say the boat is not mine." Joss did not answer. He stood close enough that she felt the warmth off his shoulder, the steady rise and fall of his breathing. "Who would do that?" she asked. Who would stand in front of a committee and lie about a boat they have never touched? Someone Greyhook paid. Someone Silas reached before he lost his phone privileges. Someone who wants to hurt you. She turned toward the St. Brendan. The varnish caught the light, warm and deep, the hull grain rising through the finish like a living thing. 7 months of work. 7 months of rot, cut out, timber scoffed, faith rebuilt, plank by plank. Tomorrow at noon, she said. We could lose everything before the tide turns. We could. She looked at him. The dust in his hair, the shadow under his jaw where he had not shaved in 2 days. The same steady gaze she had watched across 100 arguments, 1,000 shared meals, a lifetime of mornings that should have been theirs. I cannot promise you an unbroken future, she said. The words came out raw, unpolished, nothing like the speeches she had rehearsed in her head for months. She had imagined telling him something clean, something certain, something that erased every doubt he had carried since he stepped off that ferry. But the truth was not clean. She had spent 9 years building walls out of a lie. She had let Silas shape her grief into a weapon. She had trusted the wrong story because the right one would have cost her everything she thought she knew about family. And now, she stood in a boat shed at dusk, holding the hand of a man who had burned his entire career to stay beside her, and the only thing she could offer him was what she had learned by losing everything else. I cannot promise that nothing will break, she said. I cannot promise that the world will leave us alone. I cannot promise that I will never doubt or stumble or wake up at 3 in the morning convinced I am about to lose you again. Joss watched her, did not interrupt. But I can promise this. She tightened her grip on his hand. I will never build our life on a lie. I will never let distance decide what we do not say. I will never protect you by sending you away, and I will never let you protect me by leaving in silence. The words hung between them. That is all I have, she said. It is not a guarantee. It is not a safe harbor. It is just a choice I am making right now, with everything I am. Joss stood very still. Then he lifted her hand and pressed the back of it to his mouth. His lips were warm against her knuckles, rough from the cold, and he held them there for a long breath. That is more than enough to start, he said. His voice was low, steady, the same voice she had heard across the hull of the St. Brendan on the night they saved the Keel. The same voice that had told her, weeks ago, that it had never stopped loving her. I do not need guarantees, he said. I do not need safe. I need you, standing beside me, telling me the truth even when it hurts. That is the only thing I have ever needed. He lowered her hand but did not let go. 9 years ago, I left because I thought silence was protection. I thought if I carried the weight alone, you would never have to feel it. His jaw tightened. I was wrong. I chose the wrong thing, and I will spend the rest of my life choosing different if you let me. I am letting you. The words came out simpler than she expected. No hesitation, no second guessing. She meant them. The St. Brendan gleamed beside them. The harbor beyond the shed walls was dark, the tide sliding in, the whole town waiting to see what they would do tomorrow. But right now, in this moment, with his hand in hers and the work lights casting their shadows long across the floor, she felt something she had not felt in years. Not safe, not certain, but grounded, like she was standing on something real. Then the lights went out. The hum cut mid-cycle, a dead drop into silence so sudden that Juno felt it in her teeth. The work lights died. The shed went dark. The only illumination left was the gray-blue dusk filtering through the open door, thin as milk. What the hell? Joss said. Juno stood frozen, her hand still gripping his, the sudden absence of light pressing against her eyes. She heard it a second later. Voices. Not close, not inside the yard, but beyond the gate, rising from the street, a low swell of sound that did not belong. Multiple voices. Growing. She moved before she thought, pulling Joss toward the door. Her boots hit the gravel outside and she stopped at the edge of the shed threshold, staring down the length of the yard. The streetlights were dead. Every window on Harbor Street was dark, and beyond the gate, in the twilight, shapes moved, a crowd, not lodge yet, but gathering, the voices fronting together into something that sounded like anger searching for a target. Juno. Joss's hand found her elbow. Get back inside. She did not move. She stood in the sudden dark, the cold air biting her cheeks, the sound of Halloway Reach rising beyond the chain link, and she understood with perfect clarity what Greyhook's second claim really meant. They had not just filed paperwork. They had come to take the boat. Chapter 77. The yard gate held, for now. Juno stood on the office porch, Joss beside her, watching the shapes beyond the chain link resolve into faces she had known her whole life. Dale Parsons from the hardware store, a sign pinned to his coat that said, "Tamberlin Yard belongs to this town." Mungret from the harbor office, her reading glasses catching the last light, a smaller sign pressed against her chest. "The truth does not make you a traitor." The power failure had not stopped them. They had come with flashlights, phone lights, lanterns from their porches, and the street glowed with the scattered light of 50 small flames. "Juno," Joss's voice low at her shoulder, "you do not have to face them." "I have been hiding from this town for 9 years," she said. "I am done hiding." She stepped off the porch. The gravel crunched under her boots as she walked toward the gate, past the dark shed where the St. Brendan waited, past the empty slipway where Owen had stood that morning with tears running into his beard. The voices faltered as she approached. The signs lowered. She stopped at the gate, did not open it, did not reach for the chain. "Say what you came to say." A long pause. Then a woman at the front of the crowd stepped forward, and Juno recognized her. Brenda Okika, same laundromat owner who had called her a traitor on the pier, same woman who had stood at the center of the crowd when the shed door shook under their weight. "I want to know if it was worth it," Brenta's voice carried in the cold air. Not shouting, not angry, something worse, something that sounded like genuine grief. "You stood on that boat and told us your brother was the one who did it. You stood there with that man beside you, and you let the whole town watch while you put Silas in the ground." She took a breath. "I knew your grandmother for 30 years. I watched her raise you after your parents died. And I want to know, Juno Tamberlin, if saving that boat was worth destroying your family." The silence that followed was worse than the shouting. Juno felt Joss move behind her, felt his hand brush her elbow, steadying but not pulling, giving her room. She looked at Brenda, at the faces behind her, at Margaret, who had warned her to be careful where she fought her battles, at Dale, who had sold her timber on credit when she could barely afford it, at the kid from the bait shop, the waitress from the diner, the old deckhand who had worked the harbor since before she was born. "The yard is not the only thing Nell left me." Her voice came out steady. She did not know where the steadiness came from. "She left me a boat that had been rotting for 7 years. She left me a will that forced me to work beside a man I believed had destroyed my life. She left me a ledger that proved my brother had been lying to me since I was 21 years old." She paused. "And she left me a letter that said she trusted me to do what she could not." Brenda's jaw tightened. "Your grandmother loved you." "I know." She would not have wanted this. She did not want the truth either. Juno's voice cracked on the last word, and she let it. She watched Silas destroy himself for 9 years because she was afraid of what would happen if she stopped him. She watched me hate the wrong person. She watched this town tear itself apart over a lie, and she could not bring herself to be the one who pulled the thread. She gripped the chain-link fence, the metal bit to her palm. "I loved my brother. I still love my brother. I love him the way you love someone you grew up beside, someone who taught you to read the tide, someone who held your hand at your grandmother's funeral and told you everything would be okay." Her voice dropped. "And he lied to me for 15 years. He framed an innocent man. He let me hate that man for almost a decade because he was too afraid to admit what he had done." Brenda said nothing. "Saving the yard did not cost me my family," Juno said. "My family was already broken. I just stopped pretending it was not." The crowd was quiet. The flashlights bobbed in the dark, catching faces, catching the glint of tears on cheeks that belonged to people who had known her since she was a girl. A man at the back of the crowd shifted. Older, heavy coat, his face half in shadow. "She is not wrong." The voice came from somewhere near the bait shop kid. A woman stepped forward, and Juno recognized her. Gray hair pulled tight, canvas coat, The woman who had been at the hearing, the one who had watched Silas get led away with her hand over her mouth. "I worked for Silas for 11 years, the woman said. "I saw the way he handled the books. I saw the way he talked to people when he thought no one was listening." She looked at Juno. "I never had the courage to say anything. I let him keep going because I was afraid of losing my job. So if you want to blame someone for what happened to this town, you can start with me." The silence broke, not into shouting, into murmurs, low and uncertain, as people turned to look at the woman. Someone else stepped forward, then another. Then a voice from the far edge of the crowd, sharp and bitter. "Easy to say now that he has been exposed." Brenda turned. "Who said that?" "I did." A man pushed through the crowd, middle-aged, red-faced, his sign held high. "Family means more than boats." "Easy to stand there and pretend you are brave," he said, pointing at Juno. "You waited until he could not fight back. You let him take the fall for everything, and you stood there with your hands clean." Juno did not flinch. "You want me to have confronted him earlier. You want me to have faced him when he still had the power to destroy me, when he still had the authority to shut down the yard, when he still had the town's trust." She met the man's eyes. "I was not brave enough. I was afraid. I spent 9 years afraid of losing the only family I had left, and I let that fear make me complicit in his lies." She took a breath. "But standing here now, telling you the truth to your faces, with no one left to protect me from the consequences, that is not clean hands. That is me standing in the wreckage of my own choices and saying I will not build another lie on top of them." The man held her gaze for a long moment. Then he lowered his sign. Brenda stood at the front of the crowd, her face unreadable in the lantern light. "I am not asking you to forgive me," Juno said. "I am not asking you to approve of what I did. I am asking you to see what is actually in front of you. A yard that is still standing. A boat that is still floating. A town that still has a choice about what it wants to become." She stepped back from the gate. "Tomorrow at noon, there is a hearing. Greyhook Marine is going to try to take the St. Brendan. They are going to claim she is not mine, and they have a witness who is going to swear to it under oath." She looked at the crowd, at the faces lit by phone glow and flashlight beams. "I am going to fight for her, because she is worth fighting for. Because Nell believed she was worth fighting for. Because this town is worth fighting for, even when it does not want to be saved." She turned and walked back toward the office porch. The crowd did not follow. Behind her, the murmurs rose again, but they were different now. Not angry, uncertain. The sound of people trying to decide what they believed. Joss met her at the porch steps. His hand found hers, and she let him hold it. "That was not hiding," he said. "I learned from the best." He smiled, barely in the dark. They stood together on the porch, watching the crowd slowly break apart, the flashlights separating and moving back toward the dot houses on Harbor Street. The lights were still out. The hearing was still tomorrow. But the crowd was no longer at the gate. And then a figure stepped out of the shadows at the edge of the yard. Not one of the protesters. Someone who had been watching from the alley between the sheds, waiting. The figure walked toward the gate, calm, unhurried. Juno felt Joss go still beside her. The figure stopped at the chain link, raised a hand and gripped the fencing the same way Juno had gripped it moments before. "Miss Tamberlin," a woman's voice, low, familiar. "I know who Greyhook's witness is." She paused. "And I know why they will not hold up under cross-examination." Chapter 78. The woman at the gate did not let go of the chain link. Up close, Juno placed her. The gray hair pulled tight, the canvas coat. The same woman who had stood at the back of the hearing, hand pressed to her mouth while Silas was led away. "I know who Greyhook's witness is," the woman repeated, "and I know why they will not hold up." Joss moved to stand beside Juno. "Who are you?" "Margaret's sister." The woman's knuckles were white on the fence. "I worked the harbor office night shift for 12 years. I saw every file Silas pulled after hours. I saw the one he copied for Greyhook. Juno stepped closer. What file? The St. Brendan title transfer from 1987, the one that proves she was signed over to Nell's name with a witness who has been dead for 15 years. The woman's voice dropped. Greyhook's witness is the notary who stamped that transfer. She is 83 years old, living in a nursing home in Portland, and she does not remember what she had for breakfast, let alone a signature she put her seal on 3 decades ago. The murmur behind the fence shifted. People were listening now, not just watching. Juno felt the weight of it. The piece falling into place. Greyhook had found someone who could swear under oath that the St. Brendan's title was clean. But that someone was a woman whose memory had already slipped its moorings. Can you prove she is incompetent? Dyes asked. I have the nursing home intake assessment, dated 6 months ago, signed by her attending physician. The woman's jaw tightened. I also have the phone record showing Greyhook's lawyer called the home 4 times last week. Brenda Okaki stepped forward, her face hard in the dim light. Why should we believe you? You worked for the Harbor Authority. You covered for Silas same as everyone. Because I am the one who pulled the file for him. The woman's voice cracked. I handed him the original. I watched him photocopy it. I told myself he was the Harbor Authority director and he must have a reason. She looked at Juno. I have been carrying that for 3 years. I am done carrying it. The silence stretched. Then the woman reached into her coat and pulled out a folded envelope. Thick, sealed. Records, copies, the nursing home assessment. She held it through the chain link. Take it, use it. I should have given it to Nell before she died. Juno took the envelope. Her fingers felt the weight of it, the promise of evidence that could break Greyhook's claim before the hearing even started. Thank you, she said. The woman nodded once, then turned and walked back into the alley, swallowed by the dark. The crowd stood in uncertain clusters, flashlights playing over the gravel, the silence heavier than the shouting had been. Juno looked at the envelope in her hands, then at the faces beyond the gate. You heard her, Juno said. Greyhook's witness is a woman who cannot remember her own name. They are betting we will not find out before noon tomorrow. She held up the envelope. We just did. A low rumble moved through the crowd. Not anger, something closer to recognition. Brenda Okaki stood still, her arms crossed, her face unreadable. Then she spoke. If that envelope says what you think it says, you need to get it to a lawyer tonight, not tomorrow, tonight. Juno met her eyes. I know. And you need to sleep. You look like you have not eaten in 2 days. The corner of Juno's mouth twitched. I will add it to the list. Brenda did not smile back, but she did not turn away either. She stood there, arms still crossed, watching Juno the way Nell used to watch her when she was trying to decide whether to offer help or let her figure it out alone. The lights snapped back on. Harbor Street flared to life in a single surge. Streetlights, windows, the sodium glow over the ferry terminal. The crowd blinked, shielded their eyes, adjusted to the sudden brightness. Joss let out a breath. That is going to make the evidence harder to lose. Juno looked down at the envelope in her hands. The woman had given her a weapon. But weapons only worked if you knew how to use them, and Juno had never fought a legal war before. She looked up at the crowd, at the faces lit now by proper light. Some of them still hostile, some of them uncertain, a few, maybe, starting to believe. I am going to fight for this yard tomorrow, she said. I am going to fight because Nell left me a boat and a truth, and I am not going to let either one be stolen by a company that is already paid for a witness they know will fall apart. She paused. But I cannot do it alone. I need this town to decide what it wants to be. Because at Halloway Reach lets Greyhook take the St. Brendan tomorrow, it is not going to stop with one boat. It is going to stop when every dock on this harbor has a corporate flag on it. The man with the family means more than boats sign lowered it the rest of the way. A woman at the edge of the crowd, the one who had worked for Silas for 11 years, stepped forward. What do you need? Juno looked at her. For now, witnesses. People who will show up at that hearing and say they saw the St. Brendan launched from this yard, that she belongs here, that she is Nell's legacy, not Greyhook's property. The woman nodded. I will be there. Someone else said it, then another, Then a handful of voices, rough and reluctant but present. Brenda Okaki uncrossed her arms. "I will be there too," she said. "Not because I agree with what you did to Silas, but because Nell Tamberlin loved this town, and I am not going to let a Portland developer steal her boat while I stand by and watch." Juno felt something crack open in her chest. Not forgiveness, not acceptance, something rawer. The first seam of trust, splitting the wall she had built around herself. "Thank you," she said, and she meant it. The crowd began to break apart, flashlights flicking off as the streetlights held steady. People walked back toward their houses, their cars, their dark kitchens, carrying the conversation with them. Juno stood at the gate, the envelope pressed against her chest, watching them go. Joss's hand found hers. "That was not hiding either," he said. She turned to look at him. The wick lights from the shed spilled across his face, catching the exhaustion in his eyes, the set of his jaw. "I am starting to think I forgot how. Maybe you never knew." He squeezed her hand. "Come on, we have a hearing to prepare for." They walked back toward the office, the envelope heavy between them, the yard lights blazing overhead. And then Juno stopped. At the far end of Harbor Street, where the light did not quite reach, a figure stood watching, still, unmoving. The same stance she had seen at the dock the night before the sea trial, the same silhouette. The watcher. Juno's grip tightened on Joss's hand. He followed her gaze. "Is that—" "I do not know." Juno's voice was steady, but her pulse was not. "But I am going to find out." She let go of his hand and started walking. Chapter 79. The yard felt different in the stillness after the crowd left. Not empty. The lights still blazed, the St. Brendan gleamed through the open shed door, and the gate chain hung loose where Tariq had left it. But the air had shifted, the way it did after a hard weather front passed through and left everything washed clean and strange. Juno walked the perimeter without planning to. Her boots carried her along the fence line, past the fuel shed, past the stack of replacement timber Kurt had delivered on credit she still had not figured out how to repay. She touched the gate where the crowd had pressed against it, touched the north shed wall where the old gap in the fence had let the woman through. Joss stayed a step behind her, matching her pace without crowding her. She stopped at the corner where the work lights pooled on the gravel and looked back at the yard she had spent 9 years protecting. The roof patches, the sag in the south shed ridge beam, the new cedar scent leading from the St. Brendan's hall. "I used to think this place would kill me," she said. Joss did not answer. He waited. Not the work, the weight of it. The knowing that if I stopped, everything Nell built would rot into the ground and nobody would remember. She pressed her palm flat against the north shed wall, feeling the weathered boards hold. "I thought survival was the whole point. Keep the yard alive, keep the story intact, keep the boat from sinking." "And now?" She turned to face him. The shadows under his eyes had deepened. His shoulder had to be hurting after the day, after the fall, after everything he had carried without complaint. "Now I do not know what survival means if the story I was protecting was a lie." Joss stepped closer. Not so close that she had to look up at him, close enough that she could feel the warmth coming off his body. "You did not build the lie, Juno. You survived inside it. That is different." "Is it?" "Yes." His voice was rough, steady. "Because you are standing here, in the truth, not running from it. That is the part that counts." She looked past him, at the St. Brendan's silhouette through the shed opening. The restored hull caught the light like a living thing, the varnish still curing, the new planking still warmer than the air around it. "I have not thought about what comes after tomorrow," she said. "You have been too busy surviving." "Maybe." She pulled her hand off the wall. "Or maybe I was afraid that if I stopped fighting, I would have to look at what I had lost. Silas. The version of my family I believed in. The girl I was before I learned to hold a grudge like a shield. That girl is still in there." "Is she?" Juno's voice cracked on the last word. "I do not recognize her anymore." Joss reached out. His hand found hers, fingers threading through the gaps. His palm was warm, calloused from the work they had done together. "Then let her go." he said. "You do not have to be her again. You just have to be the person you are right now." She looked down at their joined hands, the crescent scar on her thumb, the epoxy stains she had stopped trying to scrub out years ago, his knuckles scraped raw from sanding. "What if I do not know who that is yet?" "Then we find out." He squeezed her hand. "Together, if you want that." The question hung between them, weighted with everything they had not said. The 9 years, the silence, the choice he had made to come back, the choice she had made to let him. "I have wanted that," she said slowly, "since the night you kissed me in the loft. Maybe longer. Maybe since the morning you stepped off the ferry and I wanted to throw you into the water." A broken laugh escaped her. "I hated you so much because I still loved you. I think I knew it then. I just could not admit it." Joss's breath went out of him like a sail losing wind. "I thought I was the only one who carried that the whole time," he said. "Did you?" "No." He stepped closer, his chest almost touching hers. "But I told myself you had moved on, that what we had was 15 years old and you had buried it under enough anger to fill the inlet. I tried." She lifted her free hand, pressed it against his chest, felt his heartbeat under the flannel. It did not take. They stood like that for a long moment. The work lights buzzed. Somewhere in the yard, a line creaked against its cleat. Joss spoke first. "Are you asking me to stay the night, or stay for good?" The question was simple, direct, no way to hide from it. Juno looked at the St. Brendan, gleaming under the lights, the boat Nell used to drag the truth into daylight, the boat that had cost her a brother, a story, a version of herself she had worn like armor. She looked back at Joss. "Both." She led him through the workshop door. The boat waited under the work lights, restored and ready, the smell of varnish and cedar filling the space like a promise. The oilcloth-wrapped object from Nell's toolbox still sat on the workbench where they had left it, unopened. Juno did not look at it. She looked at Joss. "I am done surviving," she said. "I want to build something that lasts." He did not answer with words. He took her face in his hands and kissed her, slow and deep, the kind of kiss that did not ask permission because it had already been given. When they broke apart, breathing hard, the work lights flickered. Once, twice, then held steady. Juno turned toward the open shed door, toward the yard she had fought for, toward the dark beyond the fence where the watcher had stood. The figure was gone. But at the far end of Harbor Street, a car engine turned over. Headlights cut through the dark, sweeping across the grain sheds, the ferry terminal, the empty dock. Then the car pulled away, slow and deliberate, the way someone drove when they wanted you to know they had been watching. Joss's hand tightened on hers. "That was not the watcher," he said. "How do you know?" "Because the watcher does not drive a gray sedan with the harbor master's office decal on the door." Juno stared into the dark where the taillights had vanished. The hearing was tomorrow. Greyhook had a witness. The town was divided. And now someone from the Hardy Authority was driving past her yard at midnight, making sure she knew they were there. She pressed her palm against the St. Brendan's hull. The wood was warm, alive, ready. She looked at Joss. "Then we better be ready." Chapter 80. The work lights hummed their steady buzz, casting the St. Brendan in a glow that caught every repaired seam, every fresh coat of varnish, every plank that had nearly been lost. Juno stood with her palm pressed against the hull, feeling the warmth of the wood, the life that had returned to it. Behind her, Joss's footsteps crossed the shed floor, stopped at her shoulder. "That boat has cost us everything," she said, "and given us everything back." She turned to face him. The epoxy stains on his hands matched hers now, the scraped knuckles, the exhaustion in his eyes that went deeper than the mist sleep. "I meant what I said," she told him. "I am done surviving." "Then what are you doing?" She looked at the St. Brendan, at the tools scattered across the workbench, at the oilcloth-wrapped object from Nell's toolbox that still sat unopened, waiting. "I am building something that lasts," she said, "but I need you in it. Not as someone who came back to rescue me, not as the boy who left, as the man who chose to stay." Joss did not hesitate. "I am already here. Here tonight," she said. And tomorrow? Tomorrow, the day after. Every day you let me. She studied his face, the hard jaw, the deep brown skin tighter across the bone than she remembered from 15 years ago. The same eyes that had watched her learn to tie a bowline, that had watched her fall apart at Nell's funeral, that had watched her choose anger over grief for 9 years. People will talk, she said. They already are. Silas in a cell, the yard saved by a developer's man, the Tamberlin girl who turned on her own blood. Let them talk. They will say you only stayed because you wanted the yard. Then they do not know me. They will say I only took you back because I could not stand alone. Joss stepped closer. His chest brushed hers. His hand came up, cupped her jaw, thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone. Then they do not know you either. She closed her eyes, leaned into his palm, let herself feel the weight of being seen without the armor she had worn so long it had grown into her skin. I am afraid, she admitted. Of what? That this is the easy part. Choosing each other in the dark when nobody is watching. The hard part is tomorrow and the day after. And every time someone asks me if I trust you, then tell them yes. I do not know if I do. Not fully. Not yet. Joss did not flinch. Then we build it, he said. The same way we built the boat, plank by plank, until it holds. She opened her eyes. That is not a romantic answer. It is the only true one. She kissed him. Quick, fierce, a seal on something that did not need words anymore. When she pulled back, the work lights flickered. Once, twice, then held steady. Joss looked past her, toward the open shed door. The yard beyond was dark, the street lights back on but casting pools of yellow between long stretches of shadow. Someone is out there, he said. I know. They walked to the door together. Juno's hand found his. His fingers closed around hers, warm and steady. The gate was closed. Tariq's chain still hung across it, the padlock secure. But beyond the chain, at the edge of the light, a figure stood watching. Not the watcher from the shadows, not the gray sedan. A woman, older, wrapped in a coat, her face half hidden by a scarf against the cold. Juno recognized the posture, the way she stood with her weight on one hip, the tilt of her head. You know her? Joss asked. No. Juno's voice was uncertain. But I have seen her before. The woman did not move, did not approach, just stood at the edge of the light, watching the shed, watching them. Then she turned and walked away, disappearing into the dark between the grain sheds. Joss exhaled. Friend or enemy? I do not know yet. They stood at the gate for a long moment. The cold seeped through Juno's shirt. The work lights behind them cast their shadows long across the gravel. This is what it will be, she said quietly. People watching, people wondering, waiting to see if we break. Then we do not break. She looked at him, at the man who had walked away 9 years ago and walked back into the middle of a war. No, she said, we do not. She led him back into the shed. The St. Brendan waited under the lights, every plank true, every seam sealed, ready for whatever came next. The oilcloth-wrapped object sat on the workbench. Juno had ignored it for 3 days, telling herself there was no time, that Nell's toolbox had already given them enough. But it was still there, still wrapped, still waiting. She reached for it. Joss caught her wrist. Are you sure? No. Then why now? She looked at the object, felt the weight of it in her memory. Whatever Nell had wrapped in oilcloth and hidden in a steel toolbox, she had wanted it found after she was gone. Because I am done hiding, she said. From Silas, from the truth, from whatever Nell left me that I was too afraid to open. She pulled the oilcloth free. The work lights flickered again. This time, they did not steady. They went out. Darkness swallowed the shed. The only sound was Juno's breath, sudden and sharp, and the distant creak of a line against its cleat. Then a knock sounded at the gate. Not the crowd, not a fist on metal. Polite, deliberate. The kind of knock that came from someone who expected to be let in. Joss's hand found hers in the dark. I will get it, he said. No! Juno's voice was steel. "We get it together." She did not let go of his hand. She did not reach for the oilcloth again. She walked toward the gate, Joss beside her, the St. Brendan invisible behind them in the dark. The knock came again, and the next fight began.